I am Yi Ming, a demon cultivator bound to a system that forces me to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. A cruel irony, isn't it? In a world where the gods themselves are clueless about the rules of existence and the demons revel in chaos, I've found my own twisted purpose. This world isn't governed by divine law or cosmic justice, it's ruled by 10 colossal financial groups and a crumbling law enforcement system struggling to uphold fairness. The laws they enforce? They're just gilded chains for the poor, while the rich dance freely, shielded by loopholes crafted in their favor. The powerless toil endlessly, trapped in the illusions and lies spun by the wealthy, their prayers rising in desperation to indifferent gods. But here's the catch: when they kneel in my church, whispering their wishes and pleading for salvation, I tell them the truth: pray to God? Sorry, I'm a demon. Bound by a system that demands virtue, I've found a way to twist its rules. I use the despair, greed, and fear of those who seek divine intervention to nourish the demon tree within me, birthing monsters that mirror their darkest inner demons. It's a cycle of creation and destruction, a dance of light and shadow where I walk the razor's edge. In a world unraveling at the seams, where gods remain silent and demons thrive, I stand as both tormentor and savior. Will I change this broken system, or will I watch it crumble, one soul at a time? Only time, and my ever-growing demon tree, will tell. I watched as the middle-aged man wandered through the rain-soaked streets, his eyes hollow and lost. His clothes clung to his body, drenched, as if his very soul had been drenched in despair. He was a man crushed under the weight of grief and helplessness. Then, out of nowhere, the sound of a dull bell echoed, cutting through the oppressive silence. It startled him, snapping him from his trance. His gaze lifted, and there it was, a dilapidated church standing in the distance. For a long moment, he hesitated, the decision weighing heavily on him. But in the end, his hand reached for the door, pushing it open with a creak that echoed through the stillness. As soon as he stepped inside, the faintest gleam of something new caught his eye: a pristine, elegant confessional standing at the back, its door slightly ajar as if beckoning him. With a mixture of curiosity and resignation, he stepped forward and entered. He had barely sat down when the door slammed shut behind him with a sudden force, making his pulse quicken. His heart skipped a beat as a strange unease flooded him. Then, from the adjacent booth, a voice broke the silence, low, almost indifferent. "I'll listen to your troubles. Please, tell me." He froze, confused. He had seen both sides of the confessional were empty moments ago. "Are you a god?" His voice trembled, excitement lacing his words. "Please, tell me, what should I do to avenge my daughter?" He gripped the partition, desperate, almost frantic. The words poured out of him. "Demons, they tormented my daughter, drove her to suicide. It's my fault. I made her work as a tutor, thinking it would help. I only learned the truth from her diary after it was too late. The police, they say there's not enough evidence, that it's just the actions of an ignorant minor. They want me to take a settlement, move on, but I know the truth. Those demons, they manipulated the law, used the minor as a pawn to cover up their evil." His voice shook with rage and sorrow. "I know it was them. Please, help me stop them." "I know you want revenge," a voice echoed softly from the other side, laced with a knowing tone. "But I'm not a god. I'm a demon." The man's breath caught in his chest. The voice continued, smooth, almost seductive. "But I can give you the power to take back control. The power to make them pay. To show them what it means to face true darkness." A shiver ran down his spine. "A demon," he whispered. "What should I do? They're getting away with it. The trial is in 2 days, but I have nothing, no evidence. I need to make them suffer." He struck the table, the pain in his hand grounding him. The voice was now a whisper, almost like it was inside his mind. "Why can they do this to you? Because they have power. You want that power, don't you? You want to stand over them, to make them beg for mercy, to see their fear as you take control. Don't you long for that moment?" He closed his eyes, torn between fear and desire. The words were tempting, powerful. Images flooded his mind, himself standing above the people who had hurt his daughter, wielding power, making them tremble. A sense of victory washed over him, a feeling of absolute control. But the nagging voice of doubt remained. "I can't. This isn't me," he whispered, his resolve wavering. "I just want justice for my daughter." I watched, savoring the chaos of his inner turmoil, as the fruits of my demon tree ripened. Blood-red and pulsing with power, they awaited their moment. The darkness in his heart fed them, and I could already taste the victory. "Choose wisely," I said, my voice cold yet full of promise. "The fruit is yours." And with that, the confessional door swung open on its own, the fruit appearing before him. The man hesitated, looked around, and saw no one. The room was empty. Alone, he picked up the fruit, his fingers trembling. He turned it over in his hand, as if searching for some sign, some way to make sense of what was happening. For a moment, he set it down, but then, as if pulled by an invisible force, he picked it up again and tucked it into his coat pocket. In my garden, I watched him, a small smile curling on my lips. The fruit was mine, a symbol of his choice, and I couldn't wait to see how it would shape him. I wonder how it will turn out, I mused to the dog spirit bound to me. What do you think, dog god? Will it be enough to tip the balance? Shande, now reduced to a small, talking dog, growled in frustration. You're playing with fire. This isn't the way to help him. You're going to harm him. I chuckled softly, wiping the fruit gently. Help him? You're so insistent. I'm just giving him a choice, a chance to change his fate. He's the one who decides. In a moment of dark amusement, I continued, but, go ahead. If you think you can fix him, be my guest. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, the man Li Feng had already felt the power stirring within him. As he stepped into the fray with the reporters hounding his wife, a new strength surged through him. He could feel the needle forming in his palm, could sense the power awakening. When he stood before his tormentors, he felt something new, something dangerous. He prayed silently, and when he looked at the reporters, one of them suddenly choked, clutching his throat. The others, terrified, backed away. And in that instant, Li Feng found himself pushing through them with the force of something darker, something much more terrifying than what he had been before. The magic had begun. The power was his to wield. Medical staff rushed to the scene and began to treat the wounded. One of the wounded was lying next to the car, with blood flowing from his head, staining the ground red. His eyes were closed and his face was pale, as if he had no breath of life. The medical staff gently examined him, then shook his head silently, obviously unable to save him. This one has no signs of life. The other wounded has internal bleeding and needs to be sent to the emergency room immediately, another doctor shouted. The stretcher was quickly pushed to the scene, and the medical staff carefully lifted the seriously injured person onto the stretcher. This one has no signs of life, echoed in Li Feng's mind, and it was like a needle piercing his heart. He killed someone. Thinking of this, Li Feng's hands trembled, and his body seemed to lose support, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden. Husband, what's wrong with you? Lin Li hurriedly helped Li Feng up. Li Feng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be tightly bound by invisible chains, and his voice could not break free. His heart was overwhelmed by the waves of regret and self-blame. He originally just wanted to teach those who talked nonsense after receiving money a lesson, but he never expected that such revenge would take a person's life. In the end, he said nothing, but shook his head heavily, and warned himself in his heart, I can't use this power anymore, I will become a real devil. Li Feng slowly stood up, supported Lin Li, and returned to the ward silently. The reporter who couldn't speak because of the pain in his throat just now opened his eyes with difficulty at this time. He caught Li Feng's back in his hazy vision, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He thought, this may be the retribution for helping the evil. In the evening, the news on the internet emerged like a tide. One after another, the hot searches were refreshed, and the most eye-catching ones were, girl seduced a minor for money, and the minor was accused, the truth about the girl's suicide was revealed, and her parents used it to blackmail the minor, vampire-like parents, greedy. Yiming sat on the sofa with a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, staring at the screen of his mobile phone. He swiped the hot news one by one, and suddenly, his eyes were fixed on a piece of news, which was a surveillance video of a car accident in the hospital. Looking at the scene in the video, Yiming's mouth curled up with a satisfied smile. He whispered to himself, it seems that 001's magic fruit is a superpower system. The feast the day after tomorrow is really more and more exciting for me. His eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. Hearing this, Shande suddenly jumped from the side to the table lightly, staring at the news in Yiming's hand. His scalp was numb, and his voice was trembling, a dead person. A murder happened in less than a day, and you can still laugh. Li Feng still ate the magic fruit. Shande's fear was far more than that. He quickly opened Li Feng's panel, and when he saw that Li Feng's wish progress bar actually rose as the news report spread, his face became even paler. This is completely contrary to the nature of doing good and accumulating virtue. Yi Ning didn't care about Shande's reaction. He said lightly, I told you from the first day that I am a demon cultivator with no ability. You forced me to do things for you, but you didn't give me divine power and asked me to solve the incident myself. This is my way of solving the incident. Doesn't the increase in the value mean that your system recognizes my method in its heart, dog god? Shando wanted to refute but couldn't say anything. It didn't have divine power to stop the development of things. To restore divine power, it must rely on the completion of tasks. Does it have to use these bloody tasks to obtain divine power to stop Yiming from doing evil? Yiming looked at the magic fruit in the glass box on the counter. The color became brighter and brighter, as if it contained endless magic power, which was fascinating. The day after tomorrow morning, the sun shone through the window and sprinkled in the solemn courtroom. What is going on here is a trial on the crime of underage rape. The air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere, which seemed to foreshadow the complexity and severity of this trial. The young Chisong stood in the trial seat, his hands covering his face, his shoulders trembling slightly. He choked and said, "I am guilty. I thought my sister was happy. It's all my fault. I spent too much money that month, and the card couldn't be used in the end. I didn't know that my sister would sue me for rape because of this, and she was so depressed that she committed suicide. If I had known, I would rather be beaten by my father." But Li Feng, who was in the audience, stared at Chisong. He witnessed the subtle rise of Chisong's mouth, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He couldn't help but stand up and said loudly, "You lied, you devil. Inger is not what you said." The judge frowned when he saw this, and he knocked the gavel heavily, and the sound echoed in the courtroom. "No noise in the courtroom, please keep quiet, otherwise I will drive you away." Li Feng's eyes were like knives, staring at the judge fiercely, his eyes full of hostility and distrust. In his opinion, the judge seemed to be in collusion with those demons and jointly planned to frame Inger. Chisong stood in the dock and defended himself with a trembling voice, "Uncle, what I said is true. I am only 13 years old and a child. Our teacher taught us that children should not lie." Although his voice was weak, there was a hint of provocation in his eyes when he looked at Li Feng, as if he was deliberately angering Li Feng. Li Feng's lawyer quickly comforted Li Feng, "Don't be so excited, it will leave a bad impression on the judge and will be disadvantageous to us. You have to believe me." Li Feng glanced at the lawyer and sat down. He didn't trust anyone now. He wanted to use his own way to seek justice for Inger. Chisong's defense lawyer continued to ask, "How did you know Liang?" Chisong pretended to be afraid and looked at Li Feng. "She is Brother Baichuan's tutor. One day, my brother and I went to Brother Baichuan's house to play, and I saw my sister sitting on Brother Baichuan's lap. She was not wearing anything. I was immediately shocked by that." Before he finished speaking, Chisong suddenly turned pale and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed his throat tightly with both hands, as if something was scraping wildly in his throat, making his breathing extremely difficult. This sudden situation shocked everyone in the court, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The judge immediately slammed the gavel, trying to maintain order. Chisong's parents stood up excitedly and shouted, "Doctor! Call the doctor!" Other people in the court also began to become restless, some whispered, and some looked solemn. "I don't know who said, I seem to see needles in the blood. Isn't there a famous saying that liars have to swallow 1,000 needles? Do you think the boy lied? Was he punished by those things? Are you going to die? You dare to gossip about the Chi family. It always feels a bit gloomy. Let's go first." No one knows who said these two sentences, but the whole court fell into chaos, and everyone hurried out. Chen Baichuan, who was sitting in the witness stand, didn't know who hit him and fell to the ground, and the back of his head hit the table heavily. The judge slammed the gavel heavily, "Please sit quietly in your seats, don't walk around," and increased the difficulty of rescue. Everyone was forced by the bailiffs to stay in their seats and not leave their seats. After the court restored order, everyone saw a body on the floor in front of them, leaning on the table with eyes wide open and staring straight ahead. "Ah, Baichuan, what happened to you?" Chen's parents ran to Chen Baichuan's side, and when they picked up his body, they found that there was a needle as thick and long as a finger on the table that pierced straight into Chen Baichuan's head. Chu Feng, the law enforcer who came to testify, ran over quickly to control the scene and prevent others from destroying the scene. After Chu Feng put his hand on Chen Baichuan's neck and confirmed that he was dead, he looked at the needle stuck on the edge of the table. It is impossible for such a thick and long needle to be stuck on the table without being discovered. Turn on the surveillance, block the scene, and no one is allowed to leave. This is murder. After he ordered the law enforcers in the court, he glanced at Li Feng, who was comforting his wife. The people with the most motive for murder were Li Feng and his wife, but their seats were far away from here. But Chu Feng still felt that Li Feng and his wife were the most likely to kill Chen Baichuan. Chu Feng stared at the surveillance video closely, not letting go of any detail. He was shocked to find that there were no needles at the place where Chisong vomited blood. The needle was obviously placed there quickly during the chaos. Li Feng and his wife stayed in their seats from beginning to end and never left. There was no possibility of committing a crime. In the surveillance video, anxious people were sitting on chairs. When Chisong's stretcher was lifted, the whole scene instantly fell into chaos, and people tried to escape in panic. When the medical staff carried Chisong past Chen Baichuan, Chisong suddenly waved his arms uncomfortably and pushed Chen Baichuan down. This seemingly unintentional move happened to cause Chen Baichuan to hit the fatal needle and died on the spot. All the evidence seems to point to Chisong, who caused this tragedy. So who put the needle? Law enforcer, hurry up and arrest that murderer. Chen Baichuan's mother pointed at Li Feng angrily. In her eyes, this untouchable was the only one with the motive to kill her son. Chu Feng explained calmly, according to the video, it was Chisong who accidentally pushed Chen Baichuan down in the chaos. However, the Chen family firmly shook their heads and denied it. They firmly believed that Chisong would not harm Chen Baichuan. Li Feng must be malicious because he could not get the money. Li Feng heard this from the side and couldn't help laughing loudly. I'm really laughing to death. If a minor can't be convicted of rape, then can a minor be convicted of murder? This is simply retribution. The laughter was full of sarcasm and elation. Father Chen stared at Li Feng with disgust, his heart burning with anger. If this untouchable man hadn't been ignorant and insisted on taking the matter to court, how could Baichuan have suffered such misfortune? Don't be too proud. I will definitely find conclusive evidence to prove that you did all this. Li Feng smiled even more crazily. He glanced at Chen's father and raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. Honey, does this sentence sound familiar? Isn't this what we were talking about back then? Things are really changing. After saying that, he turned his eyes to Lu Mangan and Bai Jiu on the witness stand, with a chill flashing in his eyes. Just be fearful and despair, and I will give you the retribution you deserve. At this time, the Qi family had already accompanied Chisong to the hospital. Qi Tang, who was originally standing next to Chen Baichuan, was not at the scene. When Lu Mangan and Bai Jiu heard Li Feng's words, their faces instantly turned pale. They looked at Chen Baichuan in horror, and felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. Everything that happened today was too weird. Is this really retribution? Chu Feng began to question everyone in the court, trying to understand why they all suddenly wanted to leave in a panic. After a series of inquiries and investigations, all clues finally pointed to the two girls. It was they who claimed that there was something strange and terrifying in the court, which made other people panic and want to flee. The girl looked pale and shook her head desperately in defense. I really didn't mean it. Someone said, it turns out to be a needle. That's when I noticed a needle in the blood on the ground. I thought it was vomited by the little boy, because the thing itself was very strange. He suddenly vomited blood, and I thought of the saying a liar will swallow 1,000 needles, so I told my companions. The girl's companion nodded in agreement. Yes, we are exchange students from other provinces. We came here to study. We don't know these people at all. Chu Feng frowned and asked the girl, do you still remember who said, it turns out to be a needle? He immediately asked his men to check the information of the two girls and confirmed that what they said was correct. They were indeed exchange students from law schools elsewhere and had just arrived in Haiyan City yesterday. The girl shook her head and said, the voice was very low, and I could hardly hear it clearly. But my ears are very good, so I was able to catch that sentence. I'm really not sure who said it. Since all the evidence points to Chisong, Chu Feng cannot continue to unreasonably detain other suspects in the court. He can only ask everyone to leave their name, ID number, and contact number before letting them go. Yiming led Deshan to Chu Feng, left his contact information, and turned to leave. At the moment of leaving, Yiming glanced at Li Feng inadvertently, with a proud smile on his lips. He was secretly happy that he was so lucky that the first magic fruit turned out to be a supernatural one. Moreover, the chosen person can be so skillful in using his abilities and remain so calm after killing people. He is truly a perfect devil. The wicked? He's just trash in front of the devil. Yiming gently picked up the dejected Shanda, leaned close to its ear and whispered, customer satisfaction has improved again, and now it has reached 50%. Why do you look unhappy? Shanda stared at Yiming angrily and wanted to scold him, but after looking around at the people around him, he suppressed his anger and closed his mouth. How could it be happy? According to Yiming's solution, Li Feng didn't know how many people he would have to kill before he stopped. The most puzzling thing is why the progress bar on the system panel keeps rising? Those who can be selected to help others by doing good deeds should be kind people, but now they have turned into evil demons. Chu Feng noticed that Lin Qing suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door. His heart moved and he quickly asked, "Lin Qing, what did you find?" Lin Cheng had been watching the crowd leaving the door. She heard the voice again, but the voice was so faint that it was almost unrecognizable. She shook her head, with a confused expression on her face. "Nothing, I seem to have heard that voice again, saying that customer satisfaction is 50%. I'm not sure if it's the voice that said it turned out to be a needle before. It can be seen that the workers are reporting their work progress." "You are too sensitive," Lin Qing's companion Zhang Ye said. She really felt that she was unlucky. How could she happen to encounter such a thing and become a suspect because of her mouth? She knew that in Haiyan City, although the Chen family was not one of the top 10 financial groups in Kanglan Star, they did not have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. But it was easy to target these two people from other provinces. She had a moment of resentment in her heart for saying such a thing. Why did civilians like them who had no power say words that offended the Chaebol? When Chu Feng was wondering if this sentence would have any connection with the case, his thoughts were diverted by Zhang Ye's words, and then no matter how he thought about it, he felt that this sentence was the words of the workers reporting their work. Chu Feng took Li Feng and his wife who had a motive for committing the crime, Lin Chang and his wife who started the chaos, and Lu Mang and Bai Jiyu who stood next to Chen Baichuan at the time of the crime, and asked other law enforcers to go to the hospital to inform Qi Tang to take a car back to the law enforcement bureau. Chen Baichuan's father Chen Tingsong stood at the door, holding the phone, with a fierce light in his eyes, staring at Li Feng closely. After hanging up the phone, he took his wife and quickly got into his car, ready to follow closely behind the law enforcement car. Lin Chang, who had just walked to the door, heard the words "die" and "when did I talk about evidence?" Her heart tightened, and she immediately realized that the situation was not good, so she quickly reported the situation to Chu Feng. Chu Feng frowned and looked at the direction where the Chen family's vehicle left. He knew that the Chen family was going to take action privately. He hurriedly called the headquarters to send more people, hoping to stop the Chen family's misconduct in time. When he turned his head to look at Li Feng and his wife, a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Although this world is jointly ruled by the top 10 financial groups and the law enforcement group, the law enforcement group uses the law to constrain everything between the two and has the sole power of law enforcement. But everyone knows that the real rulers of this world are those financial groups with great power and the rich who disregard the law. Once the poor commit a crime, they will be severely punished, while when the rich commit a crime, they can always find various legal loopholes to evade responsibility. Just like the Liang incident this time, they all knew that those people were offenders, but they were powerless. He could only hope that he could protect Li Feng and his wife this time. Not long after the car started, it suddenly rained heavily in the sky, and dense raindrops hit the car window, making the scene outside the car window blurry. Li Feng, who had been trying to comfort his wife, suddenly raised his head, his eyes penetrated the rain curtain, and locked tightly on the Chen family's vehicle that had been following behind. At this moment, a harsh pong sounded, and the Chen family's vehicle lost control and skidded because of a tire blowout, and directly hit the police car that Li Feng was riding in. The huge impact caused the rear of the police car to deform instantly, and the scene was in chaos. Li Feng tightly protected his wife in his arms to ensure her safety. At the same time, his eyes could not help but look at the car escorting Lu Meng and Bai Jiyu. Chu Feng hurriedly jumped out of the car and ran to Li Feng and his wife's car. As soon as I saw that the two of them were pale but still alive, I was instantly relieved. However, before this feeling of relief had dissipated, the team members' shouts rang out like thunder in his ears. "Captain, something happened here." Chu Feng's heart suddenly sank, and the stone he just put down seemed to hit him hard again. Pressed up. He immediately turned around and ran quickly in the direction of the sound. What caught his eye was Bai Jiyu's pale face. His eyes were pierced by sharp needles and stained with blood, which was shocking. Chu Feng raised his head and looked not far away. Chen Tingsong and his wife were being pulled out of the car by rescuers, still cursing incessantly. Another needle murder. This time the car accident was caused by Chen Tingsong and his wife. If Chen Baichuan hadn't died from the same needle, he would have suspected that the car accident and murder were planned by Chen Tingsong and his wife. The forensic doctor quickly rushed to the scene for preliminary inspection. He analyzed in a deep voice, "Judging from the traces at the scene, these two needles were obviously hidden in the back seat of the police car. Due to the huge impact force, they penetrated the victim directly. The head was penetrated into the eyeball from the back of the head. The specific cause of death will not be known until an autopsy is performed." Chu Feng stood aside, his brows furrowed, the doubts in his heart getting bigger and bigger like a snowball. Was this a random killing or had a clear target? How did the murderer ensure that Bai Jiyu would sit in this car and be in this exact position? Every step can be calculated so accurately. If you make one wrong step, the murder will be impossible to complete. At this time, Lu Mangan was frightened out of his mind. His legs were weak and he slumped on the floor, with panic written on his face. He struggled to crawl towards Li Feng and his wife, who had just got off the car, knelt in front of them, and begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "I'm sorry, I'm a beast, please let me go." The mastermind behind hurting your daughter is actually Chen Baichuan. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud slap from Chen Tingsong. Chen Tingsong glared at Lu Mangan with a sullen face and threatened, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk nonsense here?" Lu Mang looked up and saw Chen Tingsong's fierce eyes, and his heart trembled. He thought of the Chen family's methods and power, and he immediately swallowed back the rest of his words. Chen Tingsong coldly ordered his men. Master Lu was very frightened. "Send him to the hospital quickly." After saying that, he glanced at Li Feng and his wife with disdain and said mockingly, "Don't think that these small tricks are enough. Scare me, pariah. I'll make you pay dearly for what you've done." Li Feng hugged his wife tightly. Her body was still shaking slightly. She was obviously frightened by the thrilling scene just now. He was silent, but complex emotions surged in his heart. The old saying, "Good people don't live long, but disasters last for thousands of years," echoed in his mind. This scumbag is so lucky. Among the crowd of onlookers, discussions arose one after another. In the eyes of everyone, Chen Tingsong appeared aggressive. His momentum and coercion made Li Feng and his wife look extremely weak, as if they would be swallowed up by him at any time. Li Feng and his wife were trembling with fear and helplessness written on their faces, which made people feel sympathy. At this time, someone took out his mobile phone and started live broadcasting the car accident. The camera focused on everything at the scene, conveying the thrilling scenes to the distant audience. At the same time, reporters also received the news and quickly rushed to the scene to conduct interviews and reports. On the internet, the controversy about the Chen family and the Li Feng couple is gradually heating up. Originally, many people saw the panic of Li Feng and his wife after the car accident, the aggressiveness of Chen Tingsong, and the kneeling of Lu Meng begging for mercy. They all stood on their side and condemned the Chen family's tyranny. They all believed that Li Ying's matter might not be the same as previously reported. After all, Lu Mangan himself admitted it. In less than half an hour, someone broke the news that Li Ying did have some vanity behaviors during his lifetime and often showed off his relationships with certain wealthy people. There are also many chat records that cannot be proven to be authentic, and Li Ying's sexy photos are also widely circulated on the internet. All the trend on the internet has become, "The daughter loves vanity, and the father is a murderer." The video of Lu Meng kneeling and begging for mercy was completely deleted, and the voice speaking for the Li family was completely blocked. Inside the law enforcement agency, Chu Feng also saw the news. He looked up and saw Lin Li crying in Li Feng's arms, but Li Feng himself was surprisingly calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. This kind of calmness made Chu Feng feel very wrong. He recalled that Li Feng had emotionally defended Li Ying when Shi Song testified in court. But now, facing the overwhelming accusations and abuse on the internet, Li Feng behaves so calmly, as if he no longer cares about it all. Chu Feng felt an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart. Whether it is the death of Chen Baichuan or Bai Jiyu, Li Feng seems to be the one who knows the inside story. However, they did not have any substantive evidence to point to him. Every time a murder occurred, countless people proved that Li Feng and his wife never approached the victim or the scene of the murder. In the interrogation just now, Li Feng was clueless about every question, as if it really had nothing to do with him. What made Chu Feng even more uneasy was that the occurrence of these murders seemed to have been carefully arranged. As long as any one of these steps goes wrong, the person who dies may be another innocent person. After 48 hours, the court still could not find evidence to prove that Li Feng and his wife were related to the two murders, so they had no choice but to release them. They could only send someone to follow and protect Li Feng and his wife, as well as Lu Meng and Qi Tang. Chu Feng watched the backs of Li Feng and his wife as they left. He was afraid that Lu Meng and Qi Tang would die again, and that the families behind the four people would decide to lynch Li Feng and his wife. But he was powerless. All he could do now was to find the real murderer before anyone else died. In the hospital ward, Lin Xiaoguan curled up in the quilt, his body trembling like a frightened little animal. He carefully picked up his mobile phone, and the screen showed dazzling news. The negative reports about Li Feng and his wife stung his eyes like needles. He was still holding a medical examination report tightly in his hand, which clearly showed the scratch in his throat. He tried to make a sound, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only make a weak sound. He knew that this was not an ordinary scratch caused by fish bones. He clearly remembered that he had not eaten fish at all in the 3 days before he went to interview Li Feng and his wife. This fact made him feel inexplicably frightened, and he began to wonder if there was a bigger secret behind all this. Whenever he recalled the doctor's diagnosis he heard when he accidentally passed by Chi Song's ward that day, Lin Xiaoguang's heart was like falling into an ice cave, chilling to the bone. He clearly remembered that the doctor's heavy words echoed in his ears like a spell. There were countless scratches in Chi Song's throat. These scars were not only shocking, but also made Chi Song lose the ability to speak forever. What made Lin Xiaoguang even more horrified was that the scenes of the 2 car accidents were so similar. Both were on rainy days, and the front tire suddenly burst, causing the tire to slip, which eventually led to the tragedy. These coincidences made Lin Xiaoguang think of a terrifying possibility. Is this retribution? Because of this, Lin Xiaoguang resolutely turned down the paid report about Li Ying's chaotic private life. Whenever he saw those nude photos of Li Ying in his hand, an inexplicable fear surged in his heart. He seemed to be able to feel Li Ying's resentment and anger, as if she would suddenly appear at any time and stab him with a sharp needle. The next day, when Lin Xiaoguang was still thinking about going to the temple to pray for peace after being discharged from the hospital, he saw Li Feng and his wife in the lobby of the hospital and hurriedly packed his luggage to go through the discharge procedures. Frightened Lin Xiaoguang walked hurriedly on the street, his heart full of anxiety. While searching on his mobile phone which temple was more effective, he kept an eye on the people around him, fearing that he would encounter any more accidents. Suddenly, a passerby bumped into him without warning. Lin Xiaoguang stumbled, and the phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He bent down in horror to pick up the phone, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart, always feeling that the passerby seemed to have malicious intentions. He hurriedly picked up the phone, not daring to stay for long, and ran away in a hurry. His heartbeat accelerated, and his breathing was rapid, as if something was chasing him closely. In a panic, Lin Xiaoguang ran into a dilapidated church. Lin Xiaoguang rushed into the church in panic. The messy chair legs were like countless outstretched claws, tripping him mercilessly. He fell heavily to the ground, and his arm was severely scratched by the exposed nails on the chair next to him, and blood oozed out instantly. Needle, another needle. Lin Xiaoguang groaned in pain, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Retribution is finally catching up. He struggled to get up, but felt a strong dizziness coming over him. He looked around and his eyes fell on the new and gorgeous confessional. Its magnificence was in sharp contrast to the surrounding mess. Lin Xiaoguang couldn't take his eyes away after taking one look at it. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind: confessional room, confession of mistakes. Could it be that the needle of retribution was for him to confess his mistakes? He mustered up his courage and staggered toward the confessional. His heartbeat accelerated, and every step he took was like stepping on the tip of a knife. When he entered the confessional, the door suddenly closed automatically, cutting him off from the outside world. At the same time, Yi Ming on the other side had just finished taking a shower, and before he had time to put on his clothes, he suddenly saw the countdown of the system: 1 minute. He could only put on a bathrobe and sit in the confessional room looking at Lin Xiaoguang's panel with an angry look on his face. I feel more and more impatient. Sorry, that's ridiculous. Lin Xiaoguang's heartbeat was extremely clear in the silent confession room. He slammed the closed door hard, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the door remained motionless as if it had been enchanted. In despair, he heard a faint sound coming from next door, which made him swallow a mouthful of saliva, and nervously asked, "Are you a god?" Yi Ming, who was next door, was lying lazily on a chair. He was not surprised by Lin Xiaoguang's inquiry. He spoke in a formulaic and perfunctory manner: "I will listen to your troubles, please tell me." When Lin Xiaoguang heard the response, the panic in his heart calmed down a little. He took a deep breath and began to pour out his sins. "God, I was wrong. I really didn't mean to get paid to misrepresent that girl. I know that things are probably not what those people told me, but I have to report this." "Since you think you have to report it, what's wrong with it? You are not wrong if people are not punished for themselves. You are just frightened by those things now. It is not you who are wrong, but the person who hurt you. It is wrong. It's not about the report, it's about you not having the strength to resist that person." Yi Ming seduced perfunctorily. This person already had inner demons before. He longed for power without much temptation, but Yi Ming disliked him. Lin Xiaoguang retorted loudly, "No, I know it is wrong, but there is nothing I can do. Those reports are not true at all, and there is no evidence to prove that they are true. If you think it's wrong, why do you do it? Why do you regret it if you do it? When Lin Xiaoguang heard this, he suddenly fell into memories. My dream was to be a righteous reporter and report the most real things in the world. For this reason, I studied hard day and night. Finally, I was admitted to the college of my dreams and joined the job I had dreamed of since I was a child. But the day your dream is fulfilled is also the day your dream is shattered. My first news was about the sensational poisonous food ingredient of the year, Suhua Delicate Food Company, Limited, which produced the company that caused cancer to countless people. I was rejected as soon as I established the investigative news. The editor-in-chief said in a vague way that even if the investigation was completed, it would not be broadcast. But I was unwilling to give in, so I and a like-minded journalist friend took a huge risk and sneaked into Tsuhua Genyu Company, successfully broadcasting their production process and exposing those chemical additives that exceeded the standard. But at the last moment, they were discovered. He was caught trying to cover me. Do you know the result? Lin Xiaoguang said this, tears already bursting out of his eyes. Tsuhua Jinsui just introduced a scapegoat, and then changed its name and continued to market. But my colleague disappeared without a trace, whether he was alive or dead. I don't know, but I know that he is in danger. The editor-in-chief was suspended for dereliction of duty. Before he left, he warned me not to let anyone know that I was involved, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He also told me to follow the laws of this world. If you can't be an obedient dog, don't stay in the journalism industry. It was only this day that I learned the laws of this world. Do you know what the laws of this world are? The poor can only know everything the rich want you to know. When you are young, innocence can change everything. When you grow up, you realize that the laws jointly formulated by the law enforcement group and the top 10 consortiums can only restrict as long as the poor and the rich have money. They can have countless people help them take the blame and exploit loopholes in the law. I didn't want to follow the crowd. The end result would be to be marginalized. In the end, there was a risk of being fired. My parents borrowed a large sum of money to support my education. I could only become the barking dog against my will. You have to follow the rules of this world or die. I know there is something behind Li Ying's case, but so what? I used the excuse of injury to not spread Li Ying's pornographic photos but was warned by the editor. If I don't follow the barking dog, I will be punished. World elimination. The dogs at the entrance of the village barked, so the dogs in the village also barked. They didn't know why they barked or what they meant, but they had to bark. The most ironic thing is that people think that reporters only convey facts. But those facts are just the message that the owner of the village dog wants to convey. I always knew I was doing something wrong, but I couldn't change it. Lin Xiaoguang kept this in his heart for a long time, and he couldn't tell anyone because it would be life-threatening. Why are you willing to be a follower dog instead of a dog at the entrance of the village? You know, the dogs at the entrance of the village have long been domesticated by their owners and have lost their nature. Do you really want to be like them? Yiming's voice was like a bait in the dark night, whispering in Lin Xiaoguang's ear, full of irresistible temptation. Lin Xiaoguang's eyes were confused, and he responded in a low voice, "Aren't we all dogs? What's the difference?" Yiming's mouth corners slightly raised, and there was a mysterious power in his voice. Oh? Do you really think so? If your power exceeds that of the master, then who is the real controller? Think about it, if you become an ownerless dog at the entrance of the village, then the news of the whole world will be dominated by you. Don't you want to be the master of your own destiny? Lin Xiaoguang's heart surged with an inexplicable impulse. He looked up at Yiming, his eyes flashing with expectation. Can I really do it? Yiming smiled gently, and his voice was full of temptation. Of course. This world is already so dark, why not choose to fall into the devil's way? As long as you can surpass those powers that control darkness, you can control your own life and realize your dreams. Lin Xiaoguang's heart trembled, and he asked in horror, fall into the devil? But, aren't you a god? Yiming shook his head, and there was a sense of weirdness in his voice. Sorry, I'm not a god, I'm a devil. A devil that can give you power does not require you to pay any price. The choice of whether you need this power is up to you. The door of the confession room suddenly opened automatically. Lin Xiaoguang mustered up the courage to walk to the back, but found that there was no one next door. He was in a trance, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. However, when he turned around, he saw a bluish-white tempting fruit appear in the confession room where he had just been. This suddenly appeared fruit seemed to tell Lin Xiaoguang that everything just now was not an illusion. He picked up the fruit, and his heart was still full of doubts. Is there really a devil in this world? Can this devil fruit really give him power? Lin Xiaoguang's heart was full of contradictions. He longed for power, but was afraid of falling into the devil's way. However, he couldn't resist the temptation in the end and left the confession room with the magic fruit. Maybe I can really become a dog at the entrance of the village. As long as I can control the broadcast of the event, people can see the real news instead of those false reports. Lin Xiaoguang thought secretly in his heart. However, he still had a little doubt in his heart, but that's a demon. Will the devil be so kind to help people for free? Lin Xiaoguang returned home in a state of anxiety, and saw his father lying on a chair, enduring the pain and carving wood sculptures, while his mother was busy in the kitchen. Thinking of the mortgage, car loan, and the money for his father's medical treatment and medicine, Lin Xiaoguang looked at the magic fruit in his hand and fell into a dilemma. Even if he became the dog at the entrance of the village, so what? It still couldn't solve the problem of making money. He now felt that he was very ridiculous in the church. At first, he just wanted to repent for taking money to slander Li Ying. How could he say out the complaints that had been buried in his heart for a long time? At this time, Lin's mother came out of the kitchen and prepared to take out the garbage. She saw Lin Xiaoguang standing at the door in a daze, holding a strange fruit in his hand. Xiaoguang is back. How is the injury to his throat? What kind of fruit is this? Why have I never seen it before? Lin's mother asked curiously. Lin Xiaoguang was interrupted by his mother's voice. He quickly put the magic fruit into his bag and tried to sound calm. Much better, Mom. This is a decoration given by a friend. It can't be eaten. After that, he turned and walked into his room, locked the magic fruit in a box, and then put it under the bed. However, just after he put the magic fruit in place, his mother's exclamation came from the living room. Dad, what's wrong with you? Xiaoguang, come out quickly, your father vomited blood and fainted. Lin Xiaoguang was shocked and ran out of the room. He saw his father lying on the ground with blood on the corner of his mouth, and he had fallen into a coma. Lin Xiaoguang couldn't help but think of the scene of Qi Song being sent to the hospital with blood all over his mouth. Is this the devil punishing him? Why transfer his sins to his father? Lin Xiaoguang's heart was full of guilt and fear. He hurriedly picked up his father and rushed to the hospital. On the way, his heart was full of self-blame and regret. If he hadn't taken the money to slander Li Ying, if he hadn't complained in the church, wouldn't this have happened? Yi Ming returned to the bathroom, put on his clothes, and walked out to see Shanda sliding the panel, muttering to himself, how is this possible? Why did Lin Xiaoguang become a person who needs help to do good deeds and accumulate virtues? God of Dog, let's discuss whether we can work from home. What's going on? This person was paid to report so many unrealistic reports, why was he chosen? Or extend the time? 1 minute is too short. I'm just an ordinary person now. How bad would it be if I was teleported while I was taking a shit? There must be something wrong with the system. I was tempted by that demon again. Can I still complete the task and restore my divine power? Yi Ming looked at Shanda, who was talking to himself, and knew that this was impossible to communicate. Yi Ming had seen Lin Xiaoguang's panel in the confession room just now. The information on it only contained what he had done in the past 2 years. After listening to Lin Xiaoguang's words, Yi Ming quickly realized that there were obvious loopholes in the system. Or maybe Shanda, the so-called god, is not omniscient at all. Shanda has always thought that this body was scared to death by it, but Yi Ming, who has been sleeping in the original body and woke up and accepted all the memories of this body, knows that the original body was poisoned to death. God? Nothing more. Yi Ming looked at the needle that appeared out of thin air in his hand with satisfaction. He can finally restore an ability and a little magic power. Humming happily, he put the bluish-white magic fruit into the bottle marked 002, and then put it next to the bottle marked 001 needle Li foam. Shanda came back from his thoughts and saw that Yi Ming had returned, and there was another magic fruit on his collection cabinet. It can only pray that Lin Xiaoguang will not be tempted by the devil to eat the magic fruit, causing an irreversible tragedy again. Looking at Li Feng's 75% satisfaction, Shanda didn't know whether he was praying that the progress bar would not rise again, which meant that Li Feng had not killed anyone again, or praying that the progress bar would reach 100% as soon as possible, so that he could recover some divine power and stop Yi Ming, the magic fruit, from continuing to seduce others. At the door of the hospital's emergency room, the patient's liver ruptured, and he died of suffocation due to heavy bleeding. The best time for rescue has been missed. The emergency doctor walked out of the emergency room heavily, his eyes full of helplessness and apology, and told Lin Xiaoguang the cruel news. Lin Xiaoguang took a long vacation and transported his father's body back to his hometown, where his father had always said he wanted to return to his roots. During the 3 days of vigil, He seemed to be in a silent world, with only sadness and memories whispering in his ears. His mother's crying gradually subsided, but Lin Xiaoguang knew that her inner pain was far from healed. He tried his best to comfort her, but found that he could not comfort her. Whenever it was late at night, he would sit in the room, staring at the magic fruit on the table with empty eyes. Lin Xiaoguang wanted to eat the magic fruit after dealing with his father's affairs. However, as 3 days passed, Lin Xiaoguang's inner impulse was gradually replaced by calmness and rationality, and he fell into deep entanglement. Deep in his heart, it seemed that two villains were having a fierce debate. A worried little man whispered, "Xiaoguang, you must not take risks. This magic fruit was given to you by the devil. How could he give you anything good? What if something happens to you after you eat it? What will your mother do? She has already lost your father and can't bear the pain of losing you again." The little man reminded Lin Xiaoguang in a deep and worried tone, reminding him of his mother's loneliness and uncertainty in the future. However, another little man tried to excuse the devil. He said firmly, "Xiaoguang, you have to look at the problem from a different angle. If the devil really wanted to harm you, he could just not open the door in the church and force you to eat it directly. But he gave you the opportunity to choose. What does this mean? Perhaps, this magic fruit is not used to harm people, but to change this sick world." The words of this little man are full of expectations for the unknown and desire for change. "But have you ever thought about the consequences?" the first villain retorted. "You still have a mother to take care of. After eating this magic fruit, if your current life pattern is broken and you lose your job, how are you going to support your mother? You can't let her fall into trouble." The second villain didn't care. "It is precisely because you have a mother that you should bravely expose the truth of this world. Do you still want to watch your mother take expensive medicine like your father and finally die helplessly? This magic fruit may be your only chance to change your fate." The quarrel between the two villains continued in Lin Xiaoguang's heart, making him fall into deep confusion and entanglement. He didn't know how to choose, whether to take a risk or to maintain the status quo for the happiness of his mother. In the end, Lin Xiaoguang left his mother in his hometown and returned to Haiyan City with the magic fruit. He followed and filmed his father's attending Dr. Kong Renyu, and finally let him film the doctor privately accept bribes from the pharmaceutical factory and the transfer records. He took it to a drug testing agency for testing, and when he saw Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited on it, all drug testing agencies refused to do it. Even if he took the unpackaged medicine, the reports made by those drug testing agencies only wrote the ingredients, which were the same as those on the packaging bag. Lin Xiaoguang knew that he could not start from the problem of the medicine. Kongsher Pharmaceutical is a subsidiary of Rinji Medical of Gongsun Group, one of the top 10 consortiums. He had no way to sneak into Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, to get their clinical data and the correct ingredients of the medicine. Looking at the magic fruit on the table, Lin Xiaoguang fell into entanglement again. After becoming a demon, can I really deal with Gongsun Group without paying any price? Annoyed, he locked the magic fruit under the bed. He took out the phone card that he had bought online with the ID card in the wallet of the disappeared companion from the drawer, registered a video account, posted the video and transfer records, and pointed out that many people took the sky-high-priced medicine and their conditions became worse. Perhaps there are righteous law enforcers who can find Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited along the line of Kong Renyu. The video quickly went viral online, and more victims came forward to speak out. They all said that their relatives' illnesses worsened or even died after taking the drug. In less than half an hour, a group of trolls came out to say that their relatives had taken the drug, and all their health values had recovered. Now they were getting better and better, and they began to question whether the drugs that killed people were fake. Lin Xiaoguang, who was still anxiously praying for law enforcement officers to enter the scene, suddenly rang his phone, and saw the editor-in-chief's phone number on it. He was suddenly startled. Could it be that the editor-in-chief already knew that he did it? He pressed the call button and asked, "What's wrong with the editor-in-chief? Are you in Haiyan City? I just got home. Call off immediately, there's big news." Hearing the editor-in-chief say this, Lin Xiaoguang suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Could it be that he could report the pharmaceutical factory's affairs openly this time? Okay, I'll go to the hospital right now. What hospital? There are celebrities taking drugs at Yunshi Yaju. Lin Xiaoguang's heart sank when he heard this. He knew that someone was trying to suppress the popularity of the news about celebrities, so he said unwillingly, "The hospital's affairs are spreading all over the internet now. Shouldn't we report it? Xiaoguang, you have been working for 5 years, you should know the rules." "Of course, editor-in-chief, I just think this doctor took bribes, it's very interesting." Yeah, it's a pity that the report article contains things that shouldn't be included. Go quickly, Xiao Wang has already rushed over there. I know. After Lin Xiaoguang hung up the phone, he cleared all the messages in his mobile phone, took out the magic fruit and put it in the pocket of his windbreaker and rushed to Yunqi Yaju. The next day, all the news on the internet was hashtag Lin Yuzi's late night group P hashtag when Lin Yuzi was arrested, she was in a state of madness, suspected of taking drugs hashtag Lin Xiaoguang saw that the video on his small account had been deleted due to violations, and all the discussion about the high-priced drugs killing people was gone. In the end, the definition of this matter was that Kong Renyu was fired, and the sales of the pharmaceutical factory embezzled money and sold fake drugs. There was no heat, and the voices of the deceased's family members who wanted to pursue the truth were all suppressed by Lin Yuzi's heat, and the shouts of the victims were not heard at all. Lin Xiaoguang sat on the chair in despair and took out the magic fruit from the pocket of his windbreaker. Can you really help me? Inside the Chen family villa. Don't worry, I will never let this matter affect Concher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. I have already investigated the identity information of Li Mingliang, the person who posted the video, and will solve it immediately. After Chen Tingsong hung up the phone, he hurriedly called the mercenary. Are you useless? You can't solve a pariah in these few days? The law enforcement team sent people to protect us 24 hours a day, and we can't find a chance. You know we have an agreement with the law enforcement team. I will send you a message about a person, you go and solve this person first. After Chen Tingsong cursed the nosy law enforcement team in his heart, he sent the message of the person who posted the video. In less than an hour, he received a call from the mercenary. It would be great if you could solve Li Feng so quickly. Mr. Chen, Li Mingliang disappeared 5 years ago. According to our speculation, he should be dead. He once sneaked into Tsuehua Treasures Company 5 years ago to report live, and then disappeared. Are you sure? Yes, because he is missing, there is no death certificate. So the ID card has not been cancelled. This person is an orphan and has no relatives. When Chen Tingsong heard the name of this company, he knew that this person would announce that Concher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited's medicine had problems this time to seek revenge on the Gongsun family. But he knew that with the means of the Gongsun family, in order to avoid direct conflict with the law enforcement team, they would make the dead people missing. At this time, he could not confirm whether the person was really dead. It is estimated that if he called the Gongsun family to confirm, they might not remember this matter. But Chen Tingsong did not dare to act on his own and called the Gongsun family to report. They all thought that this person was a survivor who escaped at the beginning, and they let their men kill too many people, and they could not remember whether they had killed this person. Li Feng stood behind the curtains and looked through the gap to see the situation on the opposite side. The day before yesterday, he accidentally discovered that a family moved into the opposite building and was using a telescope to observe their building. He initially suspected that the people on the opposite side were observing their home, but he only thought they were law enforcement officers. But what happened in the past 2 days made Li Feng know that the people on the opposite side were probably not law enforcement officers. Just last night, when Li Feng got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he suddenly heard a sound of picking the lock. He immediately became alert, hid behind the door, and carefully peeked out through the cat's eye. It was pitch black outside, and only a slight sound of picking the lock could be heard. Suddenly, the thing covering the cat's eye fell, and Li Feng immediately saw the scene outside clearly. 3 people quickly subdued a person. This morning, Li Feng was surprised to find that the neighbors next door had changed, and they were replaced by the 3 people who subdued the thief yesterday. He felt uneasy and began to realize that things didn't seem simple. Li Feng always knew that there were law enforcement officers secretly following him. As long as the murderer was not caught, he would always be a suspect. So he has not taken action these days. The ability has a limited range of use, only about 20 meters. He has been looking for an opportunity to deal with the remaining 3 beasts. But what happened last night and the change of neighbors this morning made Li Feng aware of the danger. The law enforcer who secretly followed him now turned to the open. It could only be that the person last night was not an ordinary thief. He quickly realized who he was facing the danger of death from. Is this the difference between rich people and poor people? Poor people cannot punish bad people even if they have evidence, while rich people can kill people privately even if they don't have evidence. Li Feng returned to the room and looked at his wife who was sleeping unsteadily. The longer things dragged on, the more dangerous his wife would be. He had to find a way to kill those beasts as soon as possible. His body became more and more strange. He wanted to take needles every day. He secretly took all the needles in the house. He was afraid that his wife would be in danger before he finished dealing with the group of beasts, and he was also afraid that his wife would find out about his abnormality. Lin Xiaoguang ran back to his home in panic, his heart beating wildly in his chest like thunder. Today, someone came to their community with Li Mingliang's photo to look for his relatives. This was like a bolt from the blue for him. He knew Li Mingliang's life story very well. Li Mingliang's parents died of illness when he was 5 years old. The medical accident finally pushed a doctor out as a scapegoat, and the real mastermind was at large. This is why Li Mingliang aspired to become a reporter. He hopes to reveal the truth hidden in the dark. And now, Lin Xiaoguang is afraid that the group of people have found his approximate address through the IP of the phone card. Once they find out that he did it, he will probably end up with a corpse. He took out his mobile phone tremblingly, wanting to transfer all the money to his mother to ensure that she would not be affected at least financially. However, at this moment, he saw a circle of friends that made him furious. Dr. Kong wrote there triumphantly, "I was caught in an unexpected disaster. I will take my family out to relax the day after tomorrow." Lin Xiaoguang saw through Kong Renyu's hypocrisy at a glance. He did not feel guilty for killing people at all, and he might even have received a generous hush money. Lin Xiaoguang's hands trembled as he typed, wanting to question Kong Renyu, "You killed people," and, however, before he finished typing, he found that the circle of friends had been deleted. He clicked on Kong Renyu's friend list, only to find that he had been deleted by the other party. Lin Xiaoguang was extremely angry. He suddenly smashed his phone to the ground and roared, "These devils, what is human life in their eyes? They can do anything for money." His voice was full of anger and despair. Just then, he remembered that in order to make money to treat his father's illness, he had to do some things that went against his conscience. He laughed at himself. "In fact, I am a devil like Kong Renyu, and I am afraid of becoming a devil." Lin Xiaoguang took out the magic fruit without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. The taste of the magic fruit was like chewing wax, and he ate the whole magic fruit without any taste. Not long after he finished eating, he was surprised to find that he was getting smaller and smaller, and his sight changed from looking down at the table to looking up. He wanted to struggle in fear, but his body was still getting smaller and smaller. Finally, he was lying on all fours on the ground, looking at his paws, and a terrible idea flashed in his mind. He rushed to the mirror and saw the reflection of a Shiba Inu in the mirror. Lin Xiaoguang shouted in fear, "The devil deceived me, he is punishing me. I don't want to be a dog, I still have a mother to support, why did it become like this?" He wanted to rush to the church frantically and ask for a way to turn back into a human. However, just as he thought about this, his body slowly grew bigger, and his waist, which was originally lying on the ground, slowly stood up. Lin Xiaoguang stopped and looked at himself in the mirror with a dog's head. He has a strong physique, sharp claws and sharp teeth and thick hair. He grabbed the sink with both hands in fear, and with a little force, the tiles were crushed by him. He looked down at his hairy hands and muttered to himself, "Have I really become a dog? But what use is this power to me? Can I return to my normal appearance?" At this moment, Lin Xiaoguang suddenly thought of an idea. He found that the hair on his body began to disappear, and the sharp claws turned into the original fingernails. The sharp teeth slowly retracted and turned into human teeth. His dog-headed face gradually returned to its original appearance. Lin Xiaoguang looked at his hands excitedly. He tried to imagine himself turning back into a human, and it worked. He tried to imagine himself turning into a dog, and it also worked. He shouted excitedly, "Can I switch between 3 forms at will now?" Lin Xiaoguang picked up the mobile phone on the ground and began to slide his chat history with Kong Renyu, as well as the 10 moments of friends that strangers could see. He quickly deduced where Kong Renyu's home address was. He directly used his ability to turn into a dog and quietly left home. Lin Xiaoguang found that after he turned into a dog, his speed became much faster. He can also choose to change into various types of dogs according to his preferences. As soon as Lin Xiaoguang ran downstairs, he saw the group of people looking for their relatives holding their mobile phones to report to others. He ran directly to their side, sniffed the floor with his nose, pretending to be looking for food. Everyone here said they didn't see Li Mingliang. Could it be that he used a fake IP? That's where the phone number lost its signal. Did anyone look panicked after seeing this photo? Could he have had plastic surgery? Lin Xiaoguang was terrified when he heard the news from his phone. He didn't remember if he had been calm enough before. There is a person who used to be a colleague of Li Mingliang. His father just passed away a few days ago, and he just happened to have taken the medicine prescribed by Dr. Kong Renyu. However, we investigated and he did not go to trouble or question Kong Renyu, but accepted the emergency doctor's statement that it was a dietary problem and directly took his father's body back to burn it. We asked his editor-in-chief, he just came back the night the video was broadcast to shoot Lin Yuzi's news to suppress the popularity of the video, and he had no time to shoot at all. And his editor-in-chief said that this person understands the industry rules very well and knows what to report and what not to report. Before the incident of Ling Gongzi, he took the lead in reporting the news of Liang, and then he had a car accident and lay in the hospital for a few days before taking on the follow-up work. When Lin Xiaoguang heard this, he knew that the person on the other end of the phone was Chen Tingsong. He was nervous and wanted to know if he was in danger. While he's out, go in and check if there's anyone else at home. Keep an eye on this person and kill him if he's suspicious. I know. I'll be guarding the gate. When he goes out, I'll sneak in to install cameras and check if he has other phones or other people at home. After the man hung up the phone, he saw a dog looking for food around him and kicked it impatiently. Get away, stinky dog. Lin Xiaoguang hurried home, threw Li Minglian's wallet into a hidden corner on the rooftop and hid it. Then he returned home and turned into a human form. He got a stick, put on a wig, sat on a chair, and turned on the lights to create the illusion that someone was at home. Turning into a dog, with his claws tightly grasping the phone card, he had to clear himself of suspicion. Little cutie, don't run around. Kong Rinyu just opened the door to take out the trash, and the little Pomeranian at home quickly ran out of the house and ran towards the stairs. When Kong Rinyu chased after it with the trash, he saw the puppy staying next to the trash can and looking at him obediently. After Kong Rinyu threw the trash, he took the puppy home and said, "Little cutie, be good recently. When we move, we will have our own little garden. Then you can run as much as you want." After returning home, Kong Rinyu put little cutie on the ground and ignored it. At this time, Kong Rinyu's wife Lu Rumei was coaxing their son Kong Yifeng in the room. Kong Yifeng is 14 years old this year, in adolescence, and is very dissatisfied with the upcoming transfer. "I don't want to transfer," Kong Yifeng said loudly. "If I leave, Xiaomei will forget me." Lu Rumei patiently persuaded, "My dear son, we are going to study in the independent state. Do you know how many people dream of having the right to reside there? Your friends will envy you. And Xiaomei will definitely look for you every day when she knows that you have the right to reside in the independent state." Kong Rinyu frowned when he heard his son's complaints and his wife's comfort. "We'll be leaving in 2 days, Kong Rinyu said. "Remember to tell others that we're going on a trip. And you're only a few years old, and you don't want to study all day, but you want to fall in love." Lu Rumei disagreed with Kong Rinyu's words. She retorted, "How dare you say that to me? If I hadn't reminded you that you have those patients among your friends, I'm afraid your chat software would be filled with their messages. And our son has already got a ticket to the Independent State University. This is his pride and honor. What's wrong with a child making friends?" Lu Rumei was very excited when she thought about her future life. "I didn't expect this to be a blessing in disguise. You got a job at the research institute because of this incident, and our family can also get the resident certificate of the independent state. Those people really deserve their death." Xiaogui, who was standing at the door, suddenly trembled all over when he heard this, and glared at the 3 members of the Kong family. Click! Suddenly, the house was dark, the lights in the living room went out, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. This is a bad place for the untouchables. Why does the circuit breaker trip all the time? The air here is terrible. Fortunately, I don't have to stay here any longer. Lu Rumei complained dissatisfiedly. She looked out the window and saw that the lights were still on outside. She was more certain that there was something wrong with her circuit. Kong Rinyu took out his mobile phone, turned on the flashlight function, and prepared to go out to check the circuit breaker. However, just as he walked to the door, he was shocked to find a huge monster blocking him. He was so scared that his soul flew away, and his mobile phone fell out of his hand, and the whole person fell to the ground. At this time, Lu Rumei and Kong Yifeng also walked over following the light of the mobile phone. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they screamed in horror. They saw a monster standing in front of them. Its body was human, but its head was a dog's head. Its huge body seemed to be able to devour everything. "Ah, who are you?" Lu Rumei screamed, trembling as she picked up her mobile phone to call the police. However, the monster stretched out its sharp claws, knocked her mobile phone away, and broke her hand that was about to call the police. Lin Xiaoguang looked down at his hand. He didn't expect his strength to be so strong. Lu Rumei looked at her broken arm and fainted in fear. Kong Yifeng was also scared to death and peed his pants but dared not move. Seeing this, Kong Rinyu knelt down and begged for mercy. "Please, let us go. Our family's money is here. I'll give you as much as you want." While begging for mercy, he opened the suitcase next to him, which was full of 100 yuan bills and a small box of gold. However, Lin Xiaoguang said coldly, "This money is stained with blood." His voice was hoarse and low, as if it was a call from hell. Kang Rinyu quickly took away the blood-stained money on it and said in a trembling voice, "It's not stained with blood now. I mean, this money is stained with blood." Lin Xiaoguang continued, "Dr. Kong, how many lives have you killed to make so much money?" As his voice fell, the originally dim room suddenly became bright. Kang Rinyu clearly saw the monster standing in front of him, a huge creature with a dog's head and a human body, 2 meters tall. Lin Xiaoguang waved his hand gently, and the lights in the room came on. He looked at Kang Rinyu coldly, his eyes revealing endless anger and sadness. Kang Rinyu was so scared at this time that he had only one thought in his mind: this was a ghost coming to take revenge on him. "Please, let my wife and son go. They don't know anything," he begged with tears. "Okay, as long as you cooperate with me well," Lin Xiaoguang said coldly. "You only have 5 minutes to confess everything. If you don't confess clearly, I will make your family of 3 live a life worse than death. Don't think that you will be relieved by death. I will let you suffer forever in your life. Can you think about whether the Gongsun family is terrible or I am terrible?" Kang Rinyu was even more frightened when he heard this. He knew that even the Gongsun family knew about this monster, which meant that his crimes could no longer be covered up. He took a deep breath and began to confess his crimes with a trembling voice. Lin Xiaoguang dragged the 3 people into the room, tied Lu Rumei and Kang Yifeng together, took out Kang Rinyu's mobile phone, inserted the SIM card and started the live broadcast room. Soon, the bloody scene in the room attracted a large number of viewers. Lin Xiaoguang wrote a creepy text on the title of the live broadcast room: "If the live broadcast room is closed, these 3 people will be killed directly. And 1 super administrator of the Note live broadcast will be killed every day." Kang Rinyu thought Lin Xiaoguang was looking for evidence and recording videos with his mobile phone, so he tried to save some life with words: "I can't say too much, otherwise our whole family will not end well." However, before he finished speaking, Lin Xiaoguang grabbed his right arm with a claw. In an instant, the bones were exposed and blood was dripping. Kang Rinyu screamed in pain, but Lin Xiaoguang said indifferently, "Next time it will be your son." Kang Rinyu was so scared that his soul was about to fly out of his body. He quickly said, "I'll tell you. I'm Kang Rinyu, the doctor who was mentioned in the previous report and sold fake drugs in private with the sales of Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. But in fact, those drugs are not fake drugs at all. The batch of drugs was directly launched on the market without clinical trials. I was reluctant to recommend this drug before because I didn't know its efficacy and it was expensive. But the hospital said that if I didn't recommend this drug, the director position that originally belonged to me might have to be replaced. I have no choice but to recommend this drug to patients. Those patients did improve after taking these medicines, but suddenly one day, all the indicators of a patient dropped sharply and he vomited blood and died. I dared not recommend this medicine anymore, but later the hospital and Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited said that it was because of the patient himself and had nothing to do with the medicine. In the end, I was forced by the hospital to recommend this medicine because they had set a trap for me before. As long as I recommended the medicine, they would give me a commission for the sales they arranged. They have all the evidence that I accepted bribes. I was really wrong. Please, the retribution should be on me. Don't hurt my children and wife." Kang Rinyu endured the severe pain and finished all this. In the end, he fainted due to excessive blood loss. His face was as pale as paper, and his body kept shaking, as if he was experiencing an endless nightmare. Lin Xiaoguang looked at all this indifferently, took out the phone card, and threw the phone directly to Kang Rinyu, ignoring Kang Yifeng, who pretended to be unconscious and trembling. He did not deliberately hide the live broadcast environment, just to allow the law enforcers to confirm the location of Kang Rinyu's live broadcast through the environment in the live broadcast room. In order to ensure that Kang Rinyu was rescued, the law enforcers would definitely not let Info Live close the live broadcast room. So Lin Xiaoguang knew that the law enforcers should have arrived downstairs. When he ran to the stairwell, he saw the little Pomeranian standing on the back of the golden retriever, ready to turn on and off the switch at any time according to Lin Xiaoguang's instructions. It was only on the way here that Lin Xiaoguang realized that he could also give instructions to dogs. After dismissing the 2 dogs and letting the little Pomeranian return to the Kong family, Lin Xiaoguang turned into a little corgi and left in a swagger. When he walked to the gate, he passed by the law enforcers who were fully armed and went up to rescue people. The law enforcers quickly arrived at the floor where Kang Rinyu lived, and the scene in front of them made them alert. The door was open, and a little Pomeranian was barking anxiously at the door, as if telling something. They held their guns tightly and stepped into the house carefully. The slight sound echoed in the silent air, and everyone's nerves were tense, staring at the closed door. Chu Feng took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. What came into view were two unconscious adults and a teenager crawling on the ground with difficulty. The teenager raised his head in horror when he heard the sound of the door opening. When he saw a group of people wearing law enforcers' clothes, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, and he quickly made a whimpering cry for help. Chu Feng quickly scanned the room and confirmed that the criminal had left. He immediately took out his mobile phone and told his colleagues downstairs not to let go of any suspicious people. The moment the live broadcast room was closed, they had already quickly gone downstairs, and the surveillance cameras of the stairs and elevator were carefully checked by them. The criminal must still be in this building, and they can't miss any clues. After confirming that Kong Rinyu and his wife were unconscious due to excessive blood loss, Chu Feng immediately arranged for someone to escort them to the hospital. He put on gloves, carefully tore off the tape on Kong Yifeng's mouth, and put it in the evidence bag. "Do you know where the criminal went?" Chu Feng asked in a deep voice. Kong Yifeng shook his head desperately, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. Seeing this, Chu Feng asked the psychologist to come and comfort Kong Yifeng's emotions, and asked the profiler to wait by the side. After Kong Yifeng's emotions stabilized, the profiler will try to profile the suspect based on his description. At this time, the staff of the technical department shouted excitedly, "Captain Chu, come here quickly, there is a major discovery." He picked up the surveillance video for Chu Feng to check. The surveillance footage clearly captured the conversation between Kong Rinyu and his wife before the power outage, and the content made the faces of the law enforcement officers present become solemn. They thought of what Kong Rinyu said in the previous live broadcast, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Some law enforcers even felt that Kong Rinyu and his wife deserved the punishment. There was a blank in the time of the surveillance, and it was obvious that someone deliberately turned off the surveillance. When the surveillance was restored, a criminal with a dog's head and a human body, more than 2 meters tall, appeared on the screen, and he was cruelly chopping off Lu Rumei's hand. Chu Feng frowned and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the criminal is wearing a hood, but we can at least see that this person is more than 2 meters tall, which narrows the search range for us. Let Xiao Zhang lead people to search one by one from the first floor, and take back anyone who meets this height for examination." After speaking, his eyes fell on the box of money and gold bars in the living room. Obviously, this criminal did not commit a crime for money. Chu Feng took a deep breath and ordered, "Send someone to investigate those who have a grudge against Kong Rinyu, and focus on investigating Kong Rinyu's patients, especially those who are receiving treatment at Kaikangshi Pharmaceutical. We need to find this criminal as soon as possible and bring him to justice." On the second day, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau was solemn and tense. Everyone gathered together to discuss a bizarre case. Forensic Dr. Li Tian was holding a detailed wound report, ready to show everyone her findings. Her tone revealed professionalism and rigor. "After my laboratory analysis, Lu Rumei and Kong Rinyu's wounds were caused by sharp claws. This wound has a unique shape and cannot be caused by ordinary knives. And the traces on the switch opening, I compared it with the scratches of Kong Rinyu's dog, and I also extracted the opening material from its claws." Then, electronic technology expert Fang Zheng also stood up. He held a screenshot of the surveillance video in his hand, which clearly showed a tall figure walking out of Kong Rinyu's house. Fang Zheng explained in detail, "From the surveillance video at the door of Kong Rinyu's neighbor, it can be seen that at 21:23, Kong Rinyu's home suddenly lost power, making the surveillance video at home unavailable. However, shortly after the power outage, at 21:29, a monster over 2 meters tall left Kong Rinyu's home and walked along the stairs." Fang Zhang then took out a screenshot of the surveillance video and said, "The most inexplicable thing is that at 21:15, Kong Rinyu took the puppy home and never came out again, but at 21:30 the dog ran back from the stairwell." Kong Rinyu's home. Tang Tian, who was in charge of the gate downstairs, also added, "We arrived downstairs at 21:28 and began to set up surveillance. At that time, the suspect was still live streaming. Until 2:25 in the morning, we conducted a thorough search of the entire 25 floors and confirmed that no one had entered or left. And no one of such a tall stature was found in the building. The only one who was close to his height was the resident living in 203, but the surveillance in his home proved that he was indeed at home at the time." Kai Tiantian, director of the Haiyan branch of the Law Enforcement Bureau, a middle-aged man with a serious expression, frowned at this moment. He stared at the inspection report on the electronic screen, with a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt in his tone. "So, you concluded that people appeared out of thin air and then disappeared out of thin air? This is incredible. You are not going to push some absurd conclusions such as dogmen, gods and ghosts, right? From this dog, it can be seen that the surveillance video of this neighbor's house has been tampered with. Fang Zhang said seriously, I checked the surveillance video and there is nothing wrong with it. Kai Tian looked at Chu Feng. You won't give me the conclusion that these ghost talks are not true, right? Chu Feng looked at the materials in his hand and reported, he probably didn't appear or disappear out of thin air, otherwise there would be no need to walk from Kang's house to the stairs. It's obvious that dogs are the key to completing this. The prisoner may be wearing a dog head hood and props that don't fit his body shape. Take it, that's why you grow he is about 2.5 meters tall. Because of this wrong information, we did not find a prisoner with a matching figure. We used some kind of deception method to enter the Kang family. The purpose was to pretend to be a ghost, scare Kang Renyu, and force him to reveal the identity of Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited Insider. So it is obvious that the target of the suspect has always been Kongsher Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. We only need to start the investigation from the patients of Kongsher Pharmaceutical who were prescribed by Kang Renyu in recent times. Fang Zheng quickly called up a person's identity information. I checked that the mobile phone number used in the live broadcast belongs to this person named Li Mingliang. It was previously reported that the person Kang Renyu had accepted bribes in private was also the same mobile phone number. Designate this person as the number one suspect and bring him back for questioning first. After hearing this, Kai Tian quickly ordered. Fang Zheng quickly called up another report and his expression became serious. Director, I conducted an in-depth investigation into the background of this suspect and found that his life trajectory was suddenly interrupted 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he suddenly left without saying goodbye. He disappeared after submitting any resignation letter to Chensi TV. Moreover, he was an orphan and no one knew where he had gone. I further investigated the big data and found that he had no online consumption records in the past 5 years and the traces of his life had completely disappeared. Director Kai Tian frowned and looked at the contents of the report. He turned to Chu Feng and asked, Chu Feng, what do you think of this matter? A person who disappeared for 5 years suddenly appeared and was involved in an injury case. Among them we have to think deeply about the relationship. He pondered for a moment and said, we need to start from the patient's perspective, and also pay attention to the dog-raising situation and Li Mingliang's clues. If these 3 clues can be satisfied at the same time, then the scope of suspects will be greatly narrowed. Chu Feng suddenly felt a headache. The needle murder incident that suddenly appeared before has not been solved, and now a dog man suddenly appeared and hurt others. That's it for today's meeting. The superiors attach great importance to this matter. You should hurry up and solve the case. After Kai Tian finished speaking, he adjourned the meeting and prepared to leave. Chu Feng also realized that this case was far more complicated than they imagined. He tentatively asked Kai Tian, Director Kai, maybe we can start with Kongsher Pharmaceutical and investigate their background in business, so that we can identify the suspect faster. Moreover, Kongsher Pharmaceutical is obviously related to human life, shouldn't we? Open a case for investigation? Kai Tian looked at Chu Feng, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He sighed and said, Chu Feng, I understand what you are thinking. But without conclusive evidence and accusations, we cannot open a case for investigation. Moreover, the Drug Inspection Department has already intervened in this matter, and they will be responsible for the relevant investigation work. Chu Feng said reluctantly, but Kang Renyu already said it on the live broadcast. Fang Zheng interrupted Chu Feng and took out a video to show him. Chu Feng, look at this. After Kang Renyu woke up, he immediately recorded a video explanation. He said that he was threatened and coerced before speaking. The gangster who said those words threatened the lives of his wife and son, and even took a video of Lu Rumei in the intensive care unit. Now Kongsher Pharmaceutical stock has risen because of this, which is really unreasonable. Kai Tian patted Fang Zheng's head and warned, be careful, Fang Zheng. This is not something you can say. Let's do our job first. Although we can't directly intervene in Kongsher Pharmaceutical's affairs, we can start the investigation with the injury case and send someone to Kongsher Pharmaceutical to investigate and see if they have any enemies or connections to other cases. Chu Feng heard Director Kai twice emphasize that the case could not be filed. Although he felt a little unwilling, he also understood that this was the reality. However, he also saw hope of solving the case. They could start with the injury case and secretly investigate Kongsher Pharmaceutical's background and business to look for clues. Team Chu, there was a needle murder incident at Shangda College. A law enforcer put down the phone and ran to the door of the conference room. Where is Li Feng? When Chu Feng heard about the needle killing, he immediately thought of Li Feng. At home, he hasn't been out since he lost his job. Class A of Shangda College of Higher Education, did you see the live broadcast yesterday? It's so scary. I saw that Dr. Kang's hands were grasped to the bone. Dr. Kong is so pitiful. He was forced to sell fake medicines and is now being threatened with his life. You can't be so naive. I believe what Dr. Kong said is true. Many people have reported that taking that kind of medicine made their condition worse, but not all of them were prescribed by Dr. Kong. It's not necessarily the criminal who was the victim yesterday. As for the family members, who knows whether the claims about fake medicines are true or false? Anyway, I don't dare to let my family take conjure medicine again. I heard that before the accident, the doctor took a large suitcase and prepared to run away. I saw what was said in the live broadcast last night was the truth. The doctor was paid to be a scapegoat. Conjure Pharmaceutical is really lawless with one hand covering the sky. At this moment, Gong Suning walked into the classroom. As soon as she heard someone discussing last night's live broadcast, her face immediately darkened. She strode up to the group of students, picked up a chair and smashed it down. You fucking, the student who was hit by the chair grinned in pain and was about to get angry. When he looked up, he saw Gong Sun Ying's face as cold as ice. He suddenly turned pale with fright, closed his mouth tightly, and did not dare to say anything more. Keep talking. Gong Suning picked up another chair and tried to throw it over again, but was stopped by Yen Meng, the female bodyguard next to her. She firmly grabbed Gong Sun Ying's hand and said lightly, Ms., don't forget what Sir said, let's keep a low profile. Gong Suning slammed the chair at Yen Meng and looked at Yen Meng mockingly, don't forget your identity. Yen Meng did not respond to Gong Sun Ying's taunt. She silently picked up the chair on the ground and put it back in its place. Although her arm was red and swollen, she seemed not to feel the pain, and her face always remained calm and collected. Gong Suning looked at Yen Meng's expressionless look, and the anger in her heart became even stronger. She turned around and looked at Yi Ming, who was sitting in the corner of the classroom, with a cold look in her eyes. Glancing at the people behind him, he saw that Chen Baichuan, who had been so easy to use, was dead, and the remaining few did not come to school. She was so irritable that she wanted to hit someone. Why was Yiming always so arrogant? No matter what she did, Yiming would never look at her. The Yi family is gone, why should he still look aloof? Chen Baidian keenly caught Gong Sun Ying's sharp gaze on Yiming, and felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He recalled how Chen Baichuan won Gong Sun Ying's favor by bullying Yiming, and then made the Gong Sun family support his uncle in seizing the power of the Chen family company. Now that Chen Baichuan is no longer alive, this opportunity seems to have fallen on him. He thought that if he could please Gong Suning like his cousin, maybe his father could also get support from the Gong Sun family. So, Chen Baidian walked straight towards Yiming with a bit of pride and provocation. He grabbed the trash can next to him and prepared to put it on Yiming's head as usual to show his authority. However, Yiming's reaction was beyond his expectation. Night Ming dodged the blow lightly. The garbage in the trash can was scattered all over the floor, and the soup splashed on Yiming's book. Before Chen Baidian had time to react, Yiming had already stood up and pressed Chen Baidian's head directly onto the book. Clean it up. Chen Baidian was startled by Yiming's sudden move. He was about to get angry, but suddenly felt a strong fear coming over him. Horrible scenes seemed to appear before his eyes, horrific scenes of murder and dismemberment, with a bloody head facing him. The soup on the trash can just melted the bloodstains on the book, making the bloodstains even darker and more dazzling. Only then did he notice that what Yiming was holding was not a textbook, but a detective novel. The novel is turning to the page describing the dismemberment scene of a murderer. For some reason, when Chen Baidian looked at these descriptions and pictures, he suddenly felt as if he had become the person who was killed. The fear and helplessness made him almost unable to breathe. He was shaking all over and was so frightened that he peed his pants on the spot. He shouted in horror, "Don't kill me! Please!" His voice was full of despair and fear. The people around were stunned by this scene, and they looked at Yiming in disbelief. Ever since Gong Suning transferred to the school and fell in love with Yiming, Chen Baichuan and others began to blatantly bully Yiming. Everyone knew about Yiming's situation, but no one dared to stand up for him. Yiming also knew that resistance was useless, so he always tried to avoid these people. But now, they found that Yiming seemed to have changed. Yiming let go of Chen Baidian the moment he peed his pants. Gong Suning looked at the embarrassed Chen Baidian with disgust. In anger, she raised her hand, slapped Chen Baidian hard, and yelled, "What a waste!" This slap seemed to wake Chen Baidian up. He looked down at the urine stains under his body, feeling an indescribable shame and anger in his heart. He raised his head suddenly and stared at Yiming, his eyes filled with anger. How dare you do this to me? Chen Baidian roared angrily and raised his fist to hit Yi Ming. Yi Ming moved and easily avoided Chen Baidian's attack. Chen Baidian became even angrier when he saw this. He roared and ordered his followers, "What are you doing standing still? Catch him quickly." Upon hearing the order, the followers gathered around Yi Ming. However, just when they were about to run into Yi Ming, there was a sharp sound of glass breaking. Everyone saw Gong Suning, who was watching the show nearby, was nailed to the wall by a needle through her shoulder. "Ah! You bastard, why don't you come and save me?" Gong Suning roared at Yan Meng while enduring the pain. Swish soon, another needle as thick as a finger shot out of the broken glass outside the window and hit Gong Sun Ying's other shoulder. Yan Meng tried hard to pull out the needle, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The other students were also trembling with fear when they saw this, and they squatted on the ground to avoid possible danger. "There is someone on the rooftop of the teaching building opposite, draw the curtains." Yi Ming squatted down at an angle that he could see a tall figure on the rooftop opposite. Hearing Yi Ming shouting, Yan Meng also saw a figure wearing a black hat on the rooftop opposite, and hurriedly ran to the windowsill to draw the curtains. Swish, a needle pierced through the curtains and shot directly into Gong Sun Ying's right knee. "Ah, you useless thing! Save me!" Gong Suning cursed Yan Meng, "You can't push it away, and you can't stand in front of me to block it for me." The classmates squatting on the ground were trembling with fear that Gong Suning would ask them to block the needle for her, and they were afraid of the revenge of the Gong Sun family afterwards. Yan Meng quickly ran back to Gong Suning. Swish! Another needle just passed by Yan Meng's waist and shot directly into Gong Sun Ying's left knee. Yan Meng quickly blocked Gong Suning with his whole body to prevent the needle from outside from shooting into Gong Suning again. Swish! The needle directly passed Yan Meng's neck and shot towards Gong Sun Ying's heart. Suddenly a hand stretched out from the side to block the needle, and Yi Ming's hand was pierced by the needle, and the needle just stopped 1 millimeter from Gong Sun Ying's chest. Yi Ming's injured hand could not support against the wall, and the blood flowed into Gong Sun Ying's wound. "Stand up the table." Yi Ming endured the pain and ordered people to stand up the table to block the table. After saying this, he sat on the ground exhausted and waited for rescue. Everyone was nervous and afraid that the needle could penetrate the table and injure them. After waiting for a long time, there was no sound of the needle entering. Pa knocks on the door sounded. "I am Teacher Zhang, are you okay? Open the door quickly." The student closest to the door opened the door and finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was Teacher Zhang. Gong Suning, who was hanging on the wall, and Yi Ming, who fell to the ground, had both fainted. Yan Meng immediately notified colleagues guarding the school gate to go to the opposite teaching building to surround the killer. She looked at her waist and neck without any wounds and felt incredible. After the curtains were drawn, the killer should not be able to observe the situation in the classroom. How did he accurately stab Gong Sun Ying's body? Yi Ming had just woken up. His hazy eyes were focused on the glucose bottle hanging quietly above his head, and his brows were slightly frowned. "Are you awake?" Xu Feng's voice sounded gently, breaking the silence of the ward. He approached Yi Ming and explained softly, "The doctor said that you fell into a coma because of your physical weakness and shock." A trace of doubt flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. He looked at Xu Feng and his voice was slightly hoarse. "Law enforcement officer?" Xu Feng was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Ming in pretended surprise. In fact, he recognized Yi Ming the first time he saw him. After all, he had also seen this man in the auditorium of the court. He probed, "Do you know me?" Yi Ming nodded slightly and replied, "I went to sit in on the underage rape court that day." Xu Feng continued to test, "Why did you go to listen that day?" A sneer appeared on Yi Ming's lips, and he replied, "Of course it's because I want to see Chen Baichuan's jokes." Xu Feng's face darkened, and his voice became low and powerful. "Chen Baichuan and the four of them are here to testify. Why are they joking? Did you already know that something would happen to Chen Baichuan?" His eyes were as sharp as knives. It pierced Yi Ming's heart. Yi Ming met Xu Feng's gaze without any fear. He answered calmly, "I am often bullied by them, so of course I know what kind of people they are. I thought that a fair court and law enforcement officers who were aware of everything would be able to find evidence to punish them. That's why I went to see a joke. But it's a pity that they are not guilty of breaking the law." "Law enforcement officer, are you interrogating me as a prisoner now?" Listening to Yi Ming's words, Xu Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in his heart. He thought of his helplessness and powerlessness as a law enforcement officer, and also understood the disappointment and dissatisfaction in Yi Ming's heart. The words fair and clearly aware seemed to be a kind of irony and ridicule to him as a law enforcement officer. Yi Ming saw the ward door open, and he shouted to wake up Chu Feng, who was immersed in his own thoughts. Law enforcement officer. Fang Zhang gently pushed open the door of the ward, and his eyes immediately fell on Yiming, who had woken up. He stepped forward quickly and asked with concern, Yiming, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? We will make a note for you next. Yiming shook his head slightly. The pale color on his face had faded a bit, and his voice was weak but still clear. Thank you, I'm fine. Chu Feng and Fang Zhang looked at each other and began to prepare for detailed questioning and investigation of Yiming. Chu Feng took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone calm. Yiming, I heard from your classmate that you were the first to find someone shooting needles into your classroom on the rooftop opposite. But the strange thing is that we checked the teaching building opposite. According to the surveillance, no one went to the rooftop during that time. Can you tell us how you found out that there was someone on the rooftop opposite? No one? Yiming frowned, recalling the scene at that time. The situation was urgent, and I squatted down to avoid the needle. Following the launch angle of the needle, I looked up and saw a very tall person on the opposite side. Figure. I immediately asked the classmate by the window to close the curtain, making the other person lose sight. I really don't know how that person appeared and disappeared. Tall? Chu Feng asked, can you describe the characteristics of that person? Can you see his face clearly? Yiming shook his head slightly. All I saw was the part above the waist of the tall figure, which was about 1.2 meters tall. Including the fence on the rooftop, I guessed that the person should be about 2.5 meters tall. But the distance was indeed very far. I only had a quick glance, so I'm not sure about the specific height. As for the face, I couldn't see it clearly due to the light and angle. While Chu Feng was recording Yiming's dictation, he was thinking with his brows furrowed. They investigated and monitored and found that only 2 dogs had been on the rooftop during that time, and apart from the black cloth covered with dog hair, there were no other clues on the rooftop. Could it be that the assassination of Gong Sun-ing and the live broadcast case were carried out by the same person? But Yiming's words made him doubtful again. After all, others only said that there was a figure on the rooftop of the teaching building opposite, but Yiming was the only one who could describe the specific figure. It could also be that Yiming made it up to divert suspicion. Chu Feng decided to test Yiming. Do you know why you were bullied by Chen Baichuan and others before? Yiming replied coldly, because they want to please Gong Sun-ing. Then why did you save Gong Sun-ing at the last moment? Chu Feng asked further. A trace of ridicule flashed in Yiming's eyes. Is the law enforcement officer teaching me to ignore death? When Fang Zhang saw this, he quickly came out to smooth things over. Yiming, don't get me wrong, we didn't mean that. It's just that the 3 people injured by the needle were all people who bullied you, and you were all at the scene. We just wanted to understand the situation, has no other meaning. Yiming didn't speak, just lowered his head silently, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. 3? Are you saying that Bai Jiyu also died from the needle? When Chu Feng and Fang Zhang saw the confused Yiming, they remembered that Yiming was not at the scene when Bai Jiyu died. Since the murderer was not caught, the murder weapon was not disclosed. Chu Feng explained, sorry, the case is still under investigation and we can't reveal too much. But we are indeed curious about your motives for saving Gong Sun-ing. Don't you hate her? Yiming took a deep breath and said slowly, haven't you investigated the confessions of other students? Gong Sun-ing once asked Yan Meng to stand in front of her and bear the danger for her. Yan Meng was the daughter of my housekeeper, and we had some friendship. I don't want to see her die in front of me. So, you don't really want to save Gong Sun-ing? Chu Feng asked. I hope she will be punished by law. When she asked others to sacrifice for her, I had lost all sympathy for her. Yiming's tone was firm and indifferent. Chu Feng nodded, expressing his understanding. You are really honest, thank you for your cooperation. If you remember any key information in the future, remember to contact us in time. It is my job to cooperate with the law enforcement officer. Yiming replied. After Fang Zhang and Chu Feng walked out of the ward, their expressions became serious. Boss, do you think we need to handle these 3 cases together? Fang Zhang asked. Chu Feng frowned, thinking about this question. I also find it a bit strange. If it was really a revenge caused by the drug incident involving the Gongsun family, why did they attack Chen Baichuan first? Moreover, since the murderer can accurately shoot the needle through the curtain, why didn't he kill them with one shot like before, but chose to shoot the limbs first? In addition, Lu Rumei's injury report said that her arm was broken by claws, but the murderer did not use needles as weapons in the live broadcast case. These all seem to point to different motives and methods. I have investigated, and Shen Tingsong is also investigating the mobile phone IP of the live broadcast case. You said, did you kill Chen Baichuan at the beginning just to give a warning to the Gongsun family? Fong Zhang made his own guess. Chu Feng took the report from Fong Zhang and read it carefully. If it was aimed at the Gongsun family, then the scope of the murderer is large. I will apply for a joint investigation to see if I can find more clues and common points. As soon as the two walked downstairs of the hospital, a hurried phone ring suddenly rang. It was the person guarding Gong Sun Ing. Captain Chu, it's bad. Gong Sun Ing had a problem during the operation. She was just pushed into the operating room to be anesthetized for knee surgery when she was suddenly poisoned. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded extremely anxious. Chu Feng frowned and asked in a deep voice, poisoned? What kind of poison? The doctor hasn't detected it yet. The needle of the anesthetic is indeed poisonous, but the anesthesiologist didn't hide the poison on his body. We don't know where the poison came from yet. The subordinate replied. How is Gong Sun Ing now? Chu Feng asked anxiously. The Gongsun family has temporarily stabilized her condition with their secret medicine. Now they are arranging for someone to send her back to the independent state. We can't stop them. The subordinate said helplessly. Chu Feng thought for a moment and said, I know, you don't have to stop me. Yiming in the ward was lying on the bed looking at the glucose in the bottle. It was obvious that this hospital did not detect the poison in his body. Yiming looked at his injured hand with satisfaction. It's a pity that I finally recovered some strength, but it was wasted like this. Outside the window came the sound of the helicopter's propellers turning. Yiming walked to the windowsill and saw Gong Sun Ing, who was unconscious in surgical gown, being pushed out. Yen Meng, who was covered in injuries, and the doctor of the Gongsun family followed beside him. The Gongsun family, who came from a medical family, did not detect the poison in Gongsun Ying's body, so it was not the Gongsun family who poisoned him. Otherwise, they would not have been stupid enough to anesthetize Gong Sun Ing, making the poison active. When Yiming returned home, he saw Shanda holding a fire stick and trying to burn down the dead trees in the garden. If the fire is too big and it will attract firefighters, you can burn them one by one. Yiming kindly reminded Shanda, but it was obvious that Shanda didn't appreciate it. What exactly do you want to do? The people Li Feng and Lin Xiaoguang hurt with the magic fruit are the same people you want to hurt. Shanda's eyes were cold, like solid ice, without a trace of warmth. Yiming sneered, as if he heard a ridiculous joke. You choose the person, and they choose to become a demon. That's not right. It should be said that someone else forced you to become a demon. I don't understand what I did during this period. Let God Gur be so murderous that you want to die with me. God pities the common people, so these demonic trees and me as a demon cultivator are not common people in the eyes of God? I am passive in this matter. I didn't want to go to work from the first day, and I deliberately ruined the church. God, you made the confessional so gorgeous to attract desperate people, what did I do? Yiming took the fire stick from Shanda's mouth and threw it directly into a dead tree. The fire quickly engulfed the magic tree. Under the burned magic tree, new branches sprouted from the ground. Shan saw that the new branch that sprouted from the ground grew into a dead tree in less than 3 minutes. What is your purpose in showing me that these demonic trees cannot be burned? Do you want to tell me that if I don't kill you, these demonic trees will grow infinitely? Although Shan does not have any divine power now, it can destroy it at night. The good deeds and virtue system in Ming's body died together with Yiming. When it saw the attack at Yiming Academy, it was the first to suspect that Yiming had recovered his magic power. The moment Yiming came in, he spent his last points to check that Yiming did not have any magic power. It could only be that Yiming could control Li Feng and Lin Xiaoguang. Shanda suddenly realized that things were worse than he thought, so he wanted to die with Yiming. I want to tell you that I have no magic power and these demonic trees are beyond my control. It is the malice in the world that nourishes them, and the inner demons will make it mature. I am innocent. Even if you kill me, the malice in this world it still exists. So if you want to save the world, it's useless to kill me. No matter what method you use, restore your divine power first, then unbind the system, and then kill me to save the world, isn't it? Yiming lit a fire stick and put it in Shanda's mouth. It's up to you to decide whether to die together. Although the villas are far apart, too big a fire will cause unnecessary trouble. Yiming walked to the villa after saying that, regardless of Shanda's choice. He caught a glimpse of green buds growing out of a magic tree in the corner, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the end, Shanda still did not activate the self-destruction program. The gods felt that the world was about to be destroyed, so they asked him to bring the system to save the suffering people in this world. This was also the last chance. If the cause of destruction cannot be found, there will be no salvation for this world. The system will automatically bind the person with the best solution, but why did Yeming die at the moment of binding and become this demonic cultivator? He hadn't found the reason for the destruction of the world yet, but after seeing so many coincidences, he had the idea of whether the world would be destroyed because of Yiming. Looking at the newly grown magic tree in front of me, my heart was shaken. The malice and inner demons in this world seemed to be like what Yiming said, and even killing him couldn't eliminate them. The conference room of Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau. Since Li Feng was not at the scene when the third case occurred and there was no abnormality, there is no need to waste police resources on him. Why weren't the school dogs and Kong Ringyu's dogs captured and studied? Parachuted in to replace him. Fu Shangran, the captain of Kai Tiantian's special case team, looked at the report in his hand. Forensic Dr. Li Tian quickly explained, I took blood tests from those dogs, and they are no different from other dogs. Both cases are related to dogs, but you keep messing around with people? Capture the dogs in the city, and strictly control the dogs in the city until the murderer is caught. Fu Xingran's cold voice sounded. I think it's still related to people. It's just that some people are using dogs to do tricks. And Li Feng's side is not only involved in needle killings, there are also people who pay to kill him. If the protection is removed, Li Feng and his wife will be in danger. Chu Feng said, remind Fu Shangran. So you want to protect Mr. and Mrs. Li Feng for the rest of your life? Don't forget what your responsibilities are? Our most critical moment now is to catch the prisoner and prevent him from committing murder. I am fully responsible for this case. You should handle it as I say. Chu Feng, please stay. Fu Shangran waved the others away, leaving only Chu Feng. After everyone left, Fu Shangran lowered his voice and said to Chu Feng solemnly, Chu Feng, regarding Gongsun Ying's case, who do you think is the most suspicious? Based on your intuition, tell me, who do you suspect? Chu Feng frowned and asked, you came to me just because of Gongsun Ying's case? Also, what do you mean by asking like this? Fu Shangran took a deep breath and said with anxiety in his voice, the superiors only gave us a week to hand over the murderer. What do you think I am asking? Old classmate, your keen sense has not really gone away. Disappeared? Chu Feng's heart tightened and he said in a deep voice, are you crazy? My feeling is not absolutely accurate. If this week has passed and we haven't found conclusive evidence, what are you going to do? A trace of determination flashed in Fu Xingran's eyes. As long as there is a clear target person, I will definitely be able to find evidence. Chu Feng's expression changed. Are you crazy? What if my intuition is wrong and I guess the wrong person? Fu Shangran sneered and mocked, you are still so naive. No wonder I was promoted to the headquarters, but you are still hanging around in this remote place. You are crazy. You have forgotten the original intention of joining the law enforcers. I just remember the original intention of being a law enforcer, so I have to climb up by any means necessary. If you don't abide by the rules of this world, you will only be eliminated by the world. If you want to break the rules of the world, you must go to the highest position. Only then can you have the ability to customize the rules of this world. Only then do you have the right to say what is fair. Fu Shangran looked at Chu Feng mockingly. I now have the power to help those who have not offended the top 10 financial groups to get justice. Can you? In Li Ying's case, what can you do? I just ask because I don't want innocent people to be implicated. Yours. Because I believe in your ability. Chu Feng thought of the Li Ying case again. The evidence he had could only point to Qi Song as the one who raped Li Ying. And because Qi Song was underage, there was no way to sentence him in that case. The belief he had held for 30 years was shaken at this moment. They shouted that no one would be wronged, but those with money and power could easily destroy the evidence. He couldn't help but recall the words of the young man on the hospital bed. I thought that a fair court and discerning law enforcement officers would be able to find evidence to punish them, so I went to see the joke. But unfortunately, they did not suffer for breaking the law. Chu Feng, are you okay? Fu Shangran saw Chu Feng's pale face and couldn't help but ask. Chu Feng came back from his thoughts and shook his head. I'm fine. I know it's hard for you to accept my way of doing things. Have you ever thought about why you have this ability? Maybe it's to help you climb up the ladder and reduce more unjust cases. I promise that I will not torture you to extract confessions this week. Only when I have an accurate target can I investigate. He took a deep breath and slowly breathed out a name, Li Mingliang. The person who disappeared and then suddenly appeared. In fact, the first thing he suspected was the impeccable boy. His answer was so perfect that Chu Feng began to doubt whether his ability was wrong. But considering Fu Xingran's methods, he did not say Yi Ming's name. Li Feng has not dared to step out of the house these days. He knew that the eyes of the law enforcers were always on him. As long as he made a slight move and approached the Chen family or the Lu Mang and Qi family, his suspicion would immediately increase. What worried him even more was that he was afraid that if he left home, his wife would encounter an accident, so he had been waiting for an opportunity. He held a registered letter from the court in his hand, which coldly declared that his case had been lost. The letter also said that if he was dissatisfied, he could appeal within 15 days of the effective date of the judgment. But Li Feng just sneered, tore the letter into pieces and threw it into the fire. He knew that even if he appealed many times, the result would not change. He looked at the news about the campus attack on his mobile phone. Although he didn't know who had the same ability as him, he firmly believed that his suspicion would be cleared soon. He finally waited for the opportunity. At that time, he would send his wife to the countryside for refuge first, and then deal with those scum. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise outside. The whole house shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. A deafening explosion sounded, the door was directly deformed, and a raging fire instantly ignited in the living room. Li Feng's heart tightened, and he hurried back to the room. He saw that his wife's face was completely destroyed by the shockwave of the explosion, and her legs were pressed by the cabinet. The room was also a sea of fire, and the glass of the window was shattered all over the floor. He quickly moved the cabinet and wanted to rescue his wife. But at this moment, a gas bomb was thrown in from the window, and a violent chemical reaction occurred with the fire in the room. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the heat wave instantly shook Li Feng and his wife away. The two were shaken to the living room. Although Li Feng had opened the door when he smelled the smell of natural gas and used the cabinet to block them, they were still severely burned by the heat wave of the explosion. Li Feng didn't care about the pain on his face. He picked up his wife and wanted to escape from the sea of fire. However, the fire in the living room had burned the iron door so hot that he pushed the door hard, but found that the door had been deformed by the explosion and could not be opened. He hit the door desperately, hoping that someone could hear his cry for help. However, a mocking voice came from outside the door, "Untouchables, untouchables. Don't worry, I will find the person who helped you behind the scenes sooner or later, and then throw your ashes into the sewer together." The sound of the phone hanging up came, and Li Feng recognized the voice. It was Qin Tingsong. He knocked on the door desperately for someone to open the door, but the only response he got was the sound of footsteps gradually going away. Despair enveloped Li Feng's heart. He crawled to his wife, his heart full of resentment. He began to resent the injustice of the world, why their family had to suffer such hardships, why the power given to him by the devil was not stronger, and he could only use one needle per minute. He also resented why he didn't kill them all directly on the first day, and hoped that he could live a normal life with his wife after killing and avenging in a hidden way. "Husband, I know you killed those people. You have the ability and you can definitely escape. Let me go, remember to help me and my daughter get revenge." Lin Li said these words with all her strength at the last moment of her life. "I'm a waste. I can't save you." Li Feng hugged his wife with self-blame, tears mixed with the smoke of the fire. "You can do it. I woke up when you were asleep, and I saw you turned into a needle. Li Feng, now is not the time to blame yourself. Don't let me die with regrets." Lin Li held Li Feng tightly with her bloody hands. Time is running out, don't dawdle. Try to think you are a needle." Lin Li interrupted Li Feng directly, and sprayed a mouthful of blood on Li Feng's face. His body seemed to become lighter and was picked up by someone. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Li trying her best to climb to the balcony. She used up her last bit of strength to throw Li Feng down from the 13th floor. "Husband, I love you." Lin Li's tears mixed with blood flowed down at the last moment of her life. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that the gods would bless this needle from falling from the 13th floor and not die. "I love you too, wait for me." Li Feng watched Lin Li fall in the thick smoke, and the fire gradually engulfed her figure. He was heartbroken, but he could do nothing. He could only watch his wife being engulfed by the flames, while he was imprisoned. He silently swore that he would go find them after he had avenged himself. Li Feng, who had turned into a needle, fell into the soil of the garden next to him, watching the people around him anxiously calling the car owners who blocked the firefighters from coming in. Li Feng looked at the fire truck blocked outside the door, and he knew that his wife had no chance of being saved. Then he fainted because of his serious injuries. Li Feng woke up again and found himself in a dim basement. Looking at the bandages all over his body, he knew that he had returned to his adult form. Just when Li Feng was wondering where this place was, the door of the room suddenly opened and a girl walked in. "You're awake, your vitality is really tenacious." The girl wore a baseball cap and a mask, covering most of her face. "Who are you?" Li Feng's hoarse voice sounded. "Your savior." The girl did not respond to Li Feng directly. "Why did you save me? Why didn't you send me to the hospital?" Li Feng remembered that he was unconscious due to the needle, and was not sure what the girl saw. The girl directly took her phone and clicked on the official website of the law enforcer and handed it to Li Feng. "You are wanted globally now. Are you sure you want me to take you to the hospital?" Li Feng took the phone and saw the report on it. Li had an argument with his wife and got angry and ignited the natural gas, causing a huge explosion. The Chun Group funded a 1 million reward for Li Feng. Citizens who saw him are encouraged to report it. As long as they have relevant information, they will be rewarded. Li Feng laughed out loud when he saw the comment above. The smile on his lips affected the wounds on his face, and he didn't feel any pain. Foolish people, a bunch of idiots, they actually praised Chen Tingsong as a good man. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of his wife Lin Li, tears flowed down Li Feng's cheeks. "Who are you? Why do you want to save me? Wouldn't it be better to just exchange money with me?" Li Feng looked at the girl standing in front of him. "I want to know where the needle came from? And I have a grudge against Chen Tingsong. To be precise, I have a grudge against the people behind Chen Tingsong." Li Feng did not let down his guard because of the girl's words. He even wondered if this was a trap set by Chen Tingsong to elicit the origin of the needle. "Why should I trust you? My name is Lin Xin, and I am Lin Yuzi's sister." Lin Xin took off his hat and mask. "Actually, I didn't notice you at first. The person I wanted to find was a dog man. My sister was framed by someone. Because she wanted to suppress the bribery incident of Kong Renyu, she was forcibly injected with poison by those people and was also raped by a group of people. In order to investigate the person behind Kong Renyu, I was in their building when he was forced to live broadcast. I invaded his home's surveillance and saw strange events. I know that there are people with superpowers in this world that I don't know about. Then there was the incident of needle injury on campus. I happened to be from that school. I also hacked into the school's surveillance system and saw only dogs on the balcony. As soon as the two cases were combined, I searched for needles online. On a niche internet, I saw someone discussing that Chen Baichuan was killed by an unknown needle. So I have been living opposite your house and observing you. After all, in all cases, you are most likely a superpower. Then I saw your wife throwing things outside when the explosion happened, and shouting, 'Husband, I love you.' Although the distance was too far, I didn't see what she threw out, but combined with the needle before, I quickly thought that your wife probably threw out a small needle. I used a magnet to collect all the needles downstairs. In order to test my conjecture, I guarded the pile of needles without sleeping all day and night. Just when I was about to give up, one of the needles turned into a human. I only then did I know that there really are superpowers in this world." Lin Xin took out a packet of paper from the side and opened it to find a pile of various needles. She looked at Li Feng, her eyes shining with determination. "You saved me because you wanted me to help you take revenge?" Li Feng asked. "I want to know how to become a superpower, and I want to avenge myself. But if I can't do it, I hope you can avenge me, and I hope you can avenge all the bullied people." Lin Xian's voice revealed a kind of determination and expectation. "There is an abandoned church on Paradise Street, and there is a gorgeous confessional room inside." After Li Feng knew that his secret had been known by Lin Xian, he did not think about whether Lin Xian was sent by Chen Tingsong. If what Lin Xian said was true, then she might be his ally against Chen Tingsong. If she just wanted to trick him into revealing the source of his ability, then he would be happy to let the devil solve these troubles. "So, your power is given by God?" Lin Xian had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected that this power came from a prayer. Li Feng shook his head lightly. "It's not God, it's a demon. At first, I also thought I met God, but he claimed to be a demon." "Demon? Then, what price did you pay to get this power?" Lin Xian asked. Li Feng shook his head again. "He didn't say it clearly, and I don't know what I lost." "Do you know who the dog man is?" Li Feng shook his head again. "I guess he might have entered that church." "I'll go to the church, you stay here to rest. There are probably people outside who are looking for you. This is the house I rented earlier. There are a lot of people outside, and there are some who are greedy for money and report you. So you'd better not go out. If you are found, I hope you don't give me up." Don't worry, I won't be found before I take revenge, and I won't give out my savior. Li Feng watched Lin Xin leave, and then began to observe this basement. There was only a small bed where he lay, and the rest of the space was filled with computers. He picked up the needle wrapped in paper on the table and ate it all. The pain in his body decreased dramatically, and he found that his stiff hands could move slightly. Lin Xin came to Paradise Street and quickly found the dilapidated church. He stretched out his hand to push open the door of the church, but found that the door was locked. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push the door open. She picked up a stone and smashed the window next to her and climbed in. It was also desolate inside. There was no gorgeous confessional room as Li Feng said. There were only 2 closed and shabby confessional rooms. Lin Xin mustered up the courage to walk over and tried to push open the door of the confessional room, but it was still locked. She moved the messy chair next to her and climbed onto the confessional room, and found that it was full of dust and cobwebs. Lin Xin was confused. Was Li Feng lying to her? But thinking carefully, she felt that Li Feng didn't seem to be lying. She looked up at the broken statue in the center of the church, and an impulse surged in her heart. Whether you are a god or a demon, if you can hear me, I ask you to give me the power to take revenge. I am willing to sell my soul and become your most loyal apostle. Lin Xion's voice echoed in the empty church. A gust of wind blew, but the confessional room was still shabby and there was no change. Lin Xian lowered her head in disappointment, knowing that she still hadn't waited for the so-called devil. After Shanda talked with Yiming last time, he found that he could not destroy the magic tree, so he temporarily shut down the system. It was thinking of a way that did not rely on Yiming's method, but it could not directly contact those who asked for help, and even had no divine power to help them. Looking at the application information flashing on the system panel and Yiming drinking coffee leisurely, it found a terrible phenomenon that it actually agreed with Yiming's words. People are selected by the system, and falling into the devil is also decided by people themselves. Yiming did not want to work from the beginning to the end. He did not even pursue the recovery of magic power. If it were not for those magic trees, he would doubt whether Yiming was really a magic cultivator. Someone asked for help. Shanda still couldn't help talking to Yiming. The decision is yours. If you want to turn on the system, I will be teleported there. If you want to turn off the system, I will just stay at home and drink coffee. You don't care. Why do you have to let those people fall into the devil? You know that ordinary people have power. After they have demons in their hearts, they will not stop after killing their enemies. In the end, they will become a demon who kills people at the slightest disagreement. I don't have the time to worry about stupid humans, so my solution is to give them power and let them solve it themselves. So whether God saves those struggling in the abyss or not is up to you. Yiming looked at the magic tree in the corner and a small green bud emerged again, and he was very happy. Lin Xian waited for a long time but the demon did not come, and finally had to run back to the basement. Li Feng looked at Lin Xian who returned empty-handed and was frustrated, and asked in confusion, "Didn't you get it?" Lin Xian shook her head. "There is a shabby church, but there is no gorgeous confessional inside, only a shabby confessional." She held up the photo she took with her mobile phone and handed it to Li Feng. "Is it this church?" "Yes, but it's different from what I saw." "Then why didn't I see a gorgeous confessional?" Li Feng was also confused. "Could it be that you are not desperate enough?" "Ha, I'm not desperate enough. Do you want to know how desperate our family is? Can you turn into a needle?" Li Feng shook his head. "No, can you help me find a needle?" "Maybe I can." Lin Xian bought Li Feng more than a dozen boxes of needles. After watching Li Feng take these needles, his body, which was originally lying on the bed and unable to move, suddenly could get out of bed. Although the wound on his face was still as hideous as before, the wound in his body was healed. Li Feng turned into a needle and pinned it on Lin Xian's sleeve. Lin Xian's family lives in an old and small community without an elevator. As soon as he entered the community, the auntie who was sitting downstairs and gossiping stopped communicating. It was not until Lin Xian walked up the stairs that the aunts began to whisper. "That was the youngest daughter of the Lin family, right? Her sister had such an incident, and she still runs away every day. It seems that she is not a quiet person. I used to think that Yuzi was a good child, but I didn't expect that she was such a person. The entertainment industry is a big dye vat. Even pure children will be polluted if they enter it. I said that the Lin couple are not human beings. They let their children go to the entertainment industry for money. The youngest daughter is not a quiet person either. She runs away every day and comes home in the middle of the night." Lin Xian walked into the stairs and ran quickly to the door of her house. She saw the red words slut written all over the door. She knew who did it, but she called the law enforcers to investigate and it ended up in vain. The moment she opened the door, the crying sound came into her ears harshly. Lin Xian saw Lin Yuzi holding a knife, her face full of despair, and Lin's mother hugged her tightly, trying to give her a little comfort. "Mom, let me die. I really can't live anymore, please." Lin Yuzi's voice was trembling and desperate. Mother Lin burst into tears. "Yuzi, everything will pass. When your father sells the house, we will move to another city to live. It's useless, Mom. They won't let me go. My life has no meaning. As long as I live, you will always be pointed at by others. My little sister is still so young, she can't be affected by me." Lin Yuzi's words are full of self-blame and despair. "You are digging my heart to say such things. Xiaoxin, you come back and close the door quickly, come and help me." Mother Lin has to watch over Lin Yuzi every day these days, fearing that she will commit suicide. She can't sleep well at all and is exhausted. Lin Xian closed the door, snatched the knife from Lin Yuzi, and hugged her tightly. "It's not you who died, but those beasts. Sister, you have to live to see those beasts get their retribution. You can't see it. I was stupid. I thought I could fulfill my dream as long as I persevered, even if I wasn't popular, but it didn't work. We can't beat those people who make the rules. This is the rule of the entertainment industry." After Lin Xian forced Lin Yuzi to sleep with a sedative, she began to clean up the mess. Picking up Lin Yuzi's phone on the ground, she saw the videos of Lin Yuzi taking drugs and being violated that those beasts posted every day. "I also know why my sister went crazy today." "Don't let your sister look at the phone." Mother Lin sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. "Those beasts said that if your sister doesn't look at it, they will ask you to take pictures. I don't know where you have been these days. Your father and I are so worried." Lin Xian held her mother's hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, Mom. Soon, all this will be over. Don't run around at home these days. Your father and I can't stand it anymore." Mother Lin thought that Lin Xian was talking about selling the house and moving away to solve the problem, but what she didn't know was that Lin Xian already had her own plan. She wanted to seek justice for her sister and this family. After locking the door, Lin Xian put Li Feng on the ground, her eyes flashing with a mixture of determination and despair. "I have investigated you, you should understand my despair at this moment." Li Feng was silent for a long time. He recalled the pain of losing his daughter. If he could have discovered his daughter's condition earlier, perhaps he could have saved her life. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Who is your enemy? You saved me, I will help you get revenge. Your sister is still alive, you don't have to deal with the devil, you can change cities and start over." Lin Xian shook her head and opened the text messages on her phone. Those dirty words, videos, photos and high-value liquidated damages collection information were displayed in front of Li Feng one by one. "Changing cities is just escaping from one hell and entering another hell. Those people will not let my sister go, they are forcing her to go to a dead end." Li Feng took the phone and quickly browsed the messages. His brows were furrowed. Why doesn't your sister change her mobile phone number? And she has to reply to these messages every day? Lin Xian slid the information on the phone up, revealing a deeper darkness. "They threatened my sister. If you ignore them, they will find me. My sister can only endure their harassment to protect us. Your sister is as beautiful as you, and your mother is still charming. I just want to chat with you. If you ignore me, I will chat with your sister and mother. Please let my family go, they don't know anything. It is because they know nothing that I came to chat with you. If you ignore me, I will be lonely." Li Feng did not click on those videos and photos, and directly returned the phone to Lin Xian. "Your sister must have known something, that's why. But why don't they just kill your sister directly, but force her to death?" Lin Xian shook her head, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. "My sister refused to say anything. When she was crazy, she just blamed herself for not following the rules of the entertainment industry. As for why they went to such great lengths to force my sister to death, I don't know. But I will definitely find this opportunity to get rid of these scumbags before my sister is killed. Uncle, this world is a hell for our family, so what if I become a demon? But I don't seem to have that opportunity." Lin Xian looked at Li Feng, thinking of the confession room that was not open to her, and the feeling of frustration and despair instantly filled her mind, and she wiped away the tears that were about to flow with her hands. Li Feng looked at Lin Xian's desperate eyes, and a resonance surged in his heart. "I will help you, let's kill those evil spirits together." Tell me, who sent these text messages to your sister? Lin Xin took a deep breath and told her discovery. I don't know who it is specifically, but I investigated the reason why my sister had an accident that day, in order to suppress the hot search of Kang's Pharmaceuticals eating dead people. Shanghai TV was the first to report it, and I suspect they are related to this matter. When Li Feng heard the name of Shanghai TV, a trace of disgust flashed across his face. This TV station also falsely reported news about my daughter. Why do you say Chen Tingsong is also your enemy? Lin Xin explained, I want to start with those reporters. When I followed one of the reporters downstairs, I saw a group of people investigating the person who first posted the video of Kang's Pharmaceuticals eating dead people. It was because of this that I knew that Chen Tingsong was investigating the dogman, so I knew that his son died of a needle. In addition to what happened at school, I thought the dogman was the one who used the needle, so I targeted you and your wife. My ability can only kill people directly. I'm afraid we can't kidnap Chen Tingsong with the two of us. When Li Feng thought of Chen Tingsong, he thought of his wife and the wanted order that turned black into white, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. You probably can't kill Chen Tingsong now. I think your ability should be limited. Otherwise, Chen Tingsong, the two brothers of the Qi family, and Lu Mang would have died long ago. They are afraid of you now, so there are bodyguards around, and you will be arrested before you get close. I have a plan, uncle. Are you willing to cooperate with me? After Lin Xin knew that he couldn't get the ability, he immediately thought of a new plan. Of course, Chen Tingsong was the person I wanted to kill. Charming bar, please show your membership phone number. The security guard stopped a girl with light makeup and a white dress. Lin Xin bit her lips tightly, tears rolling in her eyes, as if she was scared by the security guard. I am here to find someone. The security guard was so soft-hearted that he coaxed her, don't cry, we have a requirement here, you can't enter without a member, or you call the person you are looking for and ask him to come out to pick you up. She came to find me. Wang Tairan saw this charming girl at a glance, especially the tears in her eyes, which made him feel pity. He walked to Lin Xin and gently put his hand on her shoulder. So you are Mr. Wang's friend, please come in. Seeing this, the security guard hurriedly let her in. Lin Xin was frightened by Wang Tairan's sudden action and dared not move. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. She gently pushed Wang Tairan, but she couldn't push him. Wang Tairan took her hand and whispered in her ear, don't move, I'm not a bad person, I just want to help you get in. He smelled the sweet body fragrance on Lin Xin, and his mind was distracted. His hand unconsciously slid from her shoulder to her waist. Don't do this. Lin Xion's voice was as small as a mosquito, scratching Wang Tairan's heart. Be good, don't be afraid. Wang Tairan comforted softly. As soon as the two entered the bar, Lin Xian broke free from Wang Tairan's hand and thanked him repeatedly. Who are you looking for? There are a lot of people here. I'll take you there. Wang Tairan asked. I'm looking for my boyfriend. He blocked me on WeChat Moments and posted photos here, lying to me that he was at home. Lin Xian said, handing the phone to Wang Tairan. Wang Tairan took the phone, looked at the screenshots on it, and frowned. This environment should be the bar in the east of the city, not here. How could it be? My friend said it was here. Lin Xian took back the phone and wanted to leave anxiously. However, Wang Tairan stopped her. The charm bar has a rule that you have to spend at least 1,000 yuan before you can leave. Lin Xian panicked when she heard this. She bit her lip and looked at Wang Tairan. I don't know this rule. I'm still a student and don't have that much money. Seeing this, Wang Tairan hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, I brought you in, so my consumption is yours. It's too late for you to rush to the east of the city now, so I'll take you away when I leave. The people here are very complicated, so don't run around. I'll be sad if something happens. Lin Xian was so nervous when she heard Wang Tairan's words that she didn't know what to do. She glanced at the serious security guard at the door. I just came in and can't leave? At this time, a drunk passed by and bumped into Lin Xian, and directly knocked Lin Xian into Wang Tairan's arms. Look, I told you it's dangerous here. I'll spend 1,000 yuan to get you out as soon as possible. Lin Xian glanced at the drunkard who was stopped by the security guard and believed Wang Tairan's words. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. What's your name? I'll have to tell them you're my girlfriend when we go in later. My name is Wang Tairan. Wang Tairan said. My name is Lin Xin. Lin Xin replied. Xiner, that's a nice name. Wang Tairan praised. Mr. Wang, don't call me that. Lin Xian's face became even more rosy when she heard Wang Tairan's address. You're my girlfriend now, so of course you have to call me Brother Tyran. Wang Tyran coaxed Lin Xian to walk to the box, secretly happy that he was so lucky today that he could pick up such a simple beauty. Brother Tai. Brother Tyran. Lin Xian lowered her head and called shyly. Wang Tyran felt even more itchy when he heard Lin Xian's address, and he wanted to hug her in his arms and love her well immediately. He took Lin Xian into the box, and he was already thinking about how to get this beauty drunk. Lin Xian walked into the box and saw Lu Meng and Qi Tang sitting inside. The pin on her chest was shaking violently, and Lin Xian quickly reached out to touch the pin to comfort it. Lin Xian looked at the scene in the box and felt dirty. The man sitting in the back was openly putting his hand into the short skirt of the girl next to him. The girl was lying on the man's body intoxicatedly with a smile on her face. Although the other men and women were not as blatant as that couple, they also acted frequently in private. Brother Wang, you're finally here. Brother Lu and Brother Qi finally came out to relax today. You deserve to be punished for coming so late. Chen Jin, who was sitting at the door, poured a full glass of whiskey and handed it to Wang Tyran. His eyes were always staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable being stared at by Chen Jin. She thought she had revealed something and pretended to be scared and hid behind Wang Tyran. You brat, what are you looking at? This is my woman. Wang Tyran picked up the wine glass and drank directly, covering his head. After drinking, he put his hands around Lin Xian's waist and hugged Lin Xian directly into his arms. Brother Wang, what are you talking about? I just thought my sister-in-law was pretty and looked at her a few times. I'll have a drink to atone for my sins. Chen Jin picked up the whiskey and took a sip, and then stopped looking at Lin Xian. Wang Tyran kicked Chen Jin jokingly, I just wanted to drink, and I used atonement as an excuse. Lu Meng looked at Lin Xian, didn't you say there are no strangers tonight? Wang Tyran hugged Lin Xian and sat on the independent sofa, looking at Lu Mian and Qi Tang with disdain. I wonder if you two are cowards. You are scared by an ordinary person and guarded by bodyguards 24 hours a day. And she stays at home and doesn't go out. How can my girlfriend be considered an outsider? Why is the female companion you brought with me not just an outsider? Qi Tang picked up the wine on the table and drank it. You can just say what you say. I'm not afraid of what I do. What's there to be afraid of about a dead man? Lu Meng interrupted the topic directly, it's hard to come out to play, don't say such spoiling words. It's not that Zhao Chenxi brought something back from Gudian Island today and asked us to pick up Fengchen for him, but he hasn't come so late. Chen Jin glanced at Lin Xian, who had been afraid of hiding in Wang Tyran's arms. When he saw that she had no reaction, he explained, Brother Zhao's flight is delayed and he won't be back until a few days later. Lu Meng muttered unhappily when he heard this, then why are you so high profile about what you are going to do when you come back today? It makes me think that there is good stuff. After speaking, he took a pill out of his pocket, put it into his mouth, took a sip of wine, buried his head directly into the chest of the woman next to him, and his hands began to become restless. The more Lin Xian looked at this, the more disgusted she felt. She wanted to find an excuse to go to the toilet, and then let Uncle Li start his revenge. Before he opened his mouth, Chen Jin from the opposite side came over directly with a wine glass. Sister-in-law, this is your first time in the bar. Our rules here mean that novices have to drink 3 glasses of wine as a penalty. Lin Xian shook his head in fear, I won't get drunk. I will get drunk after just 1 glass of wine. Chen Jin took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xian. It's okay, I have hangover medicine here. Lin Xian looked at Wang Tyran in confusion and whispered, is there really such a rule? Can I not drink? Although Wang Tyran didn't know why Chen Jin tricked Lin Xian into taking drugs, it was harmless to him. After all, women who took drugs were better behaved. Nodding, don't worry, we will all take this hangover medicine before drinking, don't be afraid. Wang Tyran took the medicine and drank it directly mixed with wine, then handed the medicine to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at Wang Tyran and then at Chen Jin, who had been staring at her. She suddenly thought that Chen Jin was testing her. But she felt that there was nothing wrong with her, so she took the medicine and put it in her mouth, then pressed the medicine with her tongue, picked up the wine glass and pretended to take a sip of wine. Then she choked and coughed violently. She lowered her head and covered her mouth with her hands to prevent the wine from spraying out. Out! The pills fell down the clothes and into the underwear in the cover of the hand. Lin Xian spread his hands in front of Chen Jin, picked up a tissue and wiped them. I really don't know how to drink. Under the influence of the drug, Wang Tyran looked at Lin Xian's lower body becoming even hotter, and the clothes on his chest were soaked with wine. He hugged Lin Xian directly and wanted to execute her on the spot. Lin Xian imitated the woman next to him, an excited expression appeared on his face, his eyes were blurred, but his hands were still slightly resisting Wang Tairan. When Chen Jin saw Lin Xian like this, he knew that he was overthinking, so he picked up his phone and sent a text message. Just when Wang Tairan was about to kiss Lin Xian, a man with a burned cheek suddenly appeared in the room and stabbed Lu Meng directly with a needle while he was undoing his belt. The woman under Lu Meng was in a daze under the influence of stimulant drugs, when she saw a needle suddenly popping out of Lu Meng's belly, who was lying on her body. The scream of "Ah!" kill destroyed the rotten atmosphere in the room. Lin Xian also pretended to be scared and fell to the ground to avoid Wang Tairan's invasion. Li Feng directly grabbed Qi Tang, who was about to escape, and fixed him to the wall with a needle. Then he grabbed the half-dead Lu Mangan and pointed at Chen Jin, who was opening the door but couldn't. "You don't have to run away without me, you can't open this door. Who are you? Please let me go, please?" Lin Xian was so frightened that she cried. Wang Tairan was also so frightened that Xiao Wang, who had straightened up under the stimulation of stimulants, fell down. "Yes, who are you? Just let us go. We won't care about your injury. There are security guards outside the door. Can't run away. Who am I? I am an unjust soul who was killed by such a beast. It is not enough for you to kill my daughter. You also want to kill me with a bomb. God opens your eyes. It turns out that you can really turn into a devil after death. I will never be reincarnated in this life. I'm going to kill you beasts too." After Li Feng said that, he conjured a needle and inserted it into Qi Tang's other hand. Then he pointed at Chen Jin, Wang Tairan, Lin Xian and the girl who was frightened awake and hiding in the corner. "Turn on the live broadcast, don't play tricks on me, see if the people outside can push the door open." Qi Tang saw Li Feng's burned face at close range and recognized him as Li Feng. He quickly begged for mercy. "It's really not me who killed your wife. Li Feng, I am willing to give you money to compensate you." Lu Mangan, who was losing blood, was so frightened that he reacted when he heard the words Li Feng. He quickly begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go." "Shut up, only one of you can survive today. Whoever waits for the broadcast to talk more will have a chance to survive. Have you started the live broadcast?" Li Feng directly inserted a needle into Lu Men's hand and nailed him on the wall. When the bodyguard outside the door received Chen Jin's text message, he quickly came over and tried to break the door, but found that the door of the box was firmly fixed, and no matter how hard he hit, it could not be opened. Li Feng disappeared directly, and then reappeared. A needle appeared in front of Chen Jin and pinned one of his hands to the wall. "I know you called for help, but I don't care. No one can open the door if I don't open the door. Count down to 10 seconds, and anyone who doesn't start broadcasting will die immediately," Li Feng said viciously. Everyone believed that Li Feng was really an evil ghost who came back from hell, and quickly turned on the live broadcast on their mobile phones. Chen Jin also started the live broadcast with his uninjured hand. Li Feng turned to look at Lin Xian, who was still in a daze on the ground. Lin Xian was so frightened that he quickly reacted and picked up his phone to start the live broadcast. One of them is a female internet celebrity with more than 200,000 fans. She attracted attention immediately after the broadcast. The title is Li Feng, and the popularity of 1 million directly caused a large number of people to flood into these live broadcast rooms instantly. Li Feng knew that the live broadcast had started and said, "I am Li Feng, an evil ghost who came back from hell. These beasts killed my daughter and sent killers to kill my wife and me. Chen Tingsong, you think you are slandering me as an arsonist? Just do it. Can you get away with it? Untouchables are untouchables. Don't worry, I will find the person who is helping you behind the scenes sooner or later, and then throw your ashes into the sewers together." The screen on the singing stage suddenly turned into an audio clip, and everyone heard Chen Tingsong's arrogant voice, and Li Feng's begging for mercy. "The devil's revenge is not like the world that requires evidence. You are so pretentious that you want to let me know who killed me before I die. Just wait for the devil's revenge. No matter where you hide, I will find you." Li Feng, after saying that, he kicked Lu Mangan and Qi Tang. "Come on, whoever talks more will live. If anyone's live broadcast room is closed for more than 1 minute, I will kill the one who started the live broadcast. It's best to turn off the AI detection in your background. I won't listen to reasons." Qi Tang quickly said, "The mastermind of Li Ying's incident was Chen Baichuan. We were all deceived by Chen Baichuan. He said that Li Ying was voluntary. Only when Li Ying woke up did we know that Li Ying was unwilling." Li Feng directly inserted a needle into Xiao Qi. "If you lie, I will destroy you first, you filthy thing." Qi Tang wanted to bend down in pain, but his hands were fixed to the wall and he couldn't bend down. The sound of an electric drill was heard outside the door, and screams were heard in the room. Li Feng looked at the others indifferently. Don't you beasts really like hearing such screams? Why don't you applaud now? People present were so frightened that they raised their hands to applaud. Some people even dropped their mobile phones to the ground because they were so nervous. Li Feng's eyes glanced sharply at the person who accidentally dropped his phone. He said coldly, I said the live broadcast room will be closed for 1 minute. The man immediately picked up his phone in panic and said in a trembling voice, It's not turned off, the live broadcast room is still open. You are lucky today. I just took on the role of this devil and can only kill one person. Now, whoever of you can tell me that the more serious his crimes are, I will let him go. But I want to listen to the truth, understand? Suddenly a needle appeared in Li Feng's hand, pointing directly at Lu Mn and Shi Tang. Because Lu Mangan was bleeding profusely from the wound in his abdomen, and because of Li Feng's mysterious methods, he had already concluded that Li Feng had turned into a ghost to seek revenge on him. He was so frightened that he quickly spoke, I said, I am a beast. I raped a woman when I was 13 years old. Later, she woke up crying and making trouble, and I was so impulsive that I accidentally killed her. I was acquitted because I was underage at the time. True? Li Feng's needle tip slowly slid past Lu Mangan's face, and the cold touch made the hairs on his body tremble. He immediately realized that this demon knew everything and he had nothing to hide. So, he quickly added, the truth, it's not a woman but a girl, actually a 10-year-old girl. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they condemned Lu Mian one after another and called him a beast. The Lu family members were anxiously making phone calls in the car, trying to get the platform to close these live broadcast rooms. Anyway, the devil said that when the live broadcast room is closed, the person who started the live broadcast will be killed. Due to the intervention of law enforcement, the live broadcast room could not be closed in the end. Li Feng held the needle and looked at Shi Tang coldly. It seems that you have accepted your fate and are not going to defend yourself? Shi Tang's Xiaoqi was in unbearable pain from Li Feng's needle, and he had no time to think about other things. At this time, he couldn't help but become anxious when he saw Lu Mangan beginning to expose his crimes. He looked at the closed door, filled with impatience and helplessness. Li Feng's needle tip lightly scratched Shi Tang's neck, and the cold touch made him wake up instantly. He quickly said, I am also guilty. I beat people seriously and then let others blame me. However, Li Feng's needle point directly scratched Shi Tang's neck a little, and he said coldly, compared with Mr. Lu's, your crime is nothing to mention. It seems that you chose death. Shi Tang was so frightened that he quickly added, I beat that man to paralysis and he could only lie on the bed like a useless person. I also raped his 13-year-old sister and him in front of him. The girlfriend who never left me. In the end, I convicted the only working man in the family and threw him into the Tower of Sin to be tortured. I forced the rest of them to live in the abandoned city. Li Feng frowned at the two of them and said coldly, you two beasts have committed quite serious crimes. I really don't know who to choose. If you have no other crimes, I think you should just kill them both. Lu Mangan and Shi Tang were both scared to death, and they desperately tried to find out what other crimes they had committed. However, after thinking for a long time, they could not think of any other more serious crime. No, don't kill me. I went on to say that I also drugged and raped many women. Me too. I have raped more people than him. It's the same again? Li Feng looked at the two people distressfully. I still, Lu Mang thought for a long time but still couldn't think of what else he had done. Shi Tang really couldn't think of anything else. I can't think of anything. Shi Tang said desperately. Don't kill me, I can definitely think of it. After seeing Shi Tang admitting defeat, Lu Mang quickly spoke up to fight for a chance of survival for himself. Are we civilians just ants in your eyes? Don't you even remember the people you have hurt? In a few years, will you forget how badly Inger was hurt by you? Li Feng looked at Lu what Mn and Shi Tang said made them even more angry. The person they hurt said that they might not have forgotten the name of the person they hurt. To them, these things and people are just passing clouds, but they are indeed a lifetime of pain for some people. Lin Xin knew that Uncle Li Feng was thinking of his daughter and had deviated from his plan. Looking at the surveillance on his phone, he saw that the law enforcers had already arrived at the door of the bar. I guess time is running out. No. I don't remember, and that's not right either. Lu Mn no longer knew what he was going to answer, as if everything he answered was wrong. I really beg you to let me go. Chen Baichuan was the mastermind behind Li Ying's incident, and it was he who suggested that Qi Tang's underage brother take the blame. Lu Men tried to prove that he was not guilty of Li Ying's incident to death. Yes, it was Qin Baichuan who forced my brother to confess, and the person who killed you was Qin Tingsong. It wasn't us, we didn't know his plan at all. I never violated Li Ying, it was Qin Baichuan who forced my brother to violate Li Ying. You believe me, Li Ying is not my type at all. Qi Tong's nose and tears were mixed together, and he could only keep begging for mercy while being nailed to the wall. You are both beasts, what's the difference? Li Feng angrily took the needle and wanted to kill Qi Tang and Lu Mangan. The sound of chanting suddenly played in the song request station. Li Feng's reason suddenly returned. He pretended to have a headache and inserted the needle directly into Lu Mang's little willow. Li Feng said to Chen Tingsong with a headache, Chen Tingsong, it will be your turn next time. Ha ha ha, thank you for killing me, so that I can have the ability to fight against you beasts, old bald donkey, you can stop me once. If you have the ability, I will always protect these beasts. After Li Feng finished speaking, he disappeared directly on the spot, and the door was blown open by the blasting team at this moment. Chu Feng realized that the center of this heavy door was blocked by countless needles, which made this door unable to open. You bunch of low-class people, why don't you save me quickly? Lu Mang saw Li Feng disappear and the door opened, and he cursed at the door in pain. His little willow is in so much pain. Li Feng, this low-class person, he must find the old bald donkey and take him in. Everyone, turn off the live broadcast and do not leave this box. Turn on the lights. Chu Feng sealed the box and asked the forensics department to come in. Put away all the needles in this room. Lin Xian quickly turned off her phone when she heard this. Then, because she was afraid of being soft-handed, her phone fell directly to the ground. She quickly squatted down to pick it up, and then took the needle off the magnet behind the phone case with her hand, and then hid behind a group of people who fell to the ground. Put the needle directly into her thigh. After Li Feng, who turned into a needle, knew Lin Xian's intention, he turned himself into a short and thin needle and drilled into her flesh. Lin Xian's face turned pale with pain, but everyone in this box was already pale with fear, so it didn't stand out. Soon everyone was searched by law enforcement officers, and some people who brought needles privately were also taken away by law enforcement officers. Many pills were quickly found at the scene, and those who were about to leave after being searched were taken for urine tests, but the results were unexpected. No hallucinogens were detected in the urine. Just as Chen Jin said, these medicines are hangover remedies. Lin Xian didn't take the medicine in the first place, so she was surprised to see the people who were also released at the door of the Law Enforcement Bureau. After what happened tonight, Wang Tairan was no longer interested in sleeping with girls. His mind was filled with images of Xiao Qi and Xiao Lu being stabbed by needles for raping women. It felt like his Xiao Wang couldn't stand up at all. Chen Jin looked at Lin Xian, Ms. Lin, how about I take you home? Fang Zhang ran out of the Law Enforcement Bureau and directly pulled Lin Xian over and yelled at her, who told you to go to the bar? Lin Xian cried and hit Fang Zhang's chest, it's all because of you. You blocked me when you posted on WeChat Moments. You went to the bar to play and lied to me that you were sleeping. How could I know that there were so many rules in the bar, and how could I know that I would encounter such a thing? You were also mean to me. Is there any boyfriend like you? Fang Zhang felt the regular knocking on his chest and cracked Lin Xian's code in an instant, help me. Although he didn't know what Lin Xian was talking about, he still cooperated with her. Okay, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Wang Tairan was even more afraid to sleep when he saw that Lin Xian's boyfriend was actually a law enforcer, and hurriedly took Xinjin away. Wang Tairan slumped in the back seat, stunned, staring ahead blankly. He murmured to himself, are there really ghosts in this world who come back to take revenge? Chen Jin, who was sitting next to him, was staring at the newly received report on the screen of his mobile phone, his brows furrowed, seemingly lost in thought, and did not respond to Wang Tairan's question. Wang Tairan pushed Chen Jin dissatisfied, with a hint of urgency in his tone, I'm asking you, what are you thinking about? Something went wrong one night. Chen Jin raised his head and looked at Wang Tairan with complicated eyes, I don't know. But even if it's not a ghost, it's definitely not a normal person. How did you find that girl, Brother Wang? You're not really attracted to that woman, are you? Brother, I haven't even slept with you yet, so don't think about it. Who is she? Something has been wrong with you since you saw her. Wang Tairan casually took out the contents of the car refrigerator. He took out the wine and drank. Lin Yuzi's sister. Who is Lin Yuzi? Your son? Wang Tairan thought for a long time and still didn't remember who this person was. The star in your entertainment company, the one who was in a group chat about taking drugs some time ago. I have no impression. There are so many girls in my entertainment company, why are you so interested in this girl? Just remember, how did you meet that woman? Did she bump into her by herself? Chen Jin didn't say much. When Wang Tairan heard this, he became angry and threw the half-full bottle of wine out of the window. MD, I managed to trick him out. I went to their school last month and saw it, and I was instantly moved. I thought I could sleep with him this time, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. After Wang Tairan said this, he felt my own Xiao Wang reacted again and directly took out his mobile phone and started to contact the beauty. She's not someone you usually like, so you took the initiative to ask her out? I don't know. Could it be that chick wore this on purpose a month ago to tease me? If I had known this, why would I have bothered so much? Wang Tairan sent another date invitation to a beauty with an annoyed look on his face. After all, it's young Master Wang's hobby. Most people know that it's normal to hang with you. Last time, I said you don't have to date me just because you want to date me. After all, my sister is so promiscuous, how can my sister be any better? The doubts in Chen Jin's heart gradually disappeared. He took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to someone. The level of nail polish in the urine test exceeded the standard, and it was confirmed that he had taken medicine. Wang Tairan took the initiative to arrange an appointment with me. It must be a coincidence. Too, I thought I wouldn't be able to eat anymore. Wang Tairan laughed very happily when he heard Chen Jin's words, as if he didn't notice Chen Jin's actions of texting, and looked at the scene outside the car window. In the lounge of Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau, Lin Xian was sitting on the sofa. She had taken out the needle on her thigh and hid it in her pocket just before she went to the toilet. Fang Zhang stood in front of her, his brows furrowed, and his tone was reproachful. Are you crazy? Something has happened to your sister, do you want to get involved in it too? I'm crazy. I was driven crazy by those people. Brother Fang Zhang, aren't you a law enforcer? Why don't you help my sister find out the truth? Don't you like your sister? So you think she is that kind of person? You know that investigations are a matter for law enforcement officers, yet you are so desperate to investigate on your own. If not for Li Fangzheng originally wanted to say that if it hadn't been for meeting Li Feng, she would not have been taken advantage of today, but she said this sentence felt wrong. It was because of meeting Li Feng that she was in deep danger. It seems that Brother Fangjing knows what I am going to do? In other words, you have found useful information on the contents of Chen Jin's mobile phone? The law enforcers did not believe in ghosts taking revenge. They suspected that the recording and chanting were played by someone who invaded the karaoke station. The person who could play such an accurate time must be someone in the box. They collected everyone on the field. Mobile phone to conduct the survey. Fang Zhang restored everyone's information. He saw on Lin Xian's cell phone that someone had used Lin Yuzi's information to trick Lin Xian into coming here. He also saw on Chen Jin's cell phone that he had sent a text message to a sister named Zhao Chenxi saying that he had seen Lin Yuzi. Zhao Chenxi asked Chen Jin to investigate Lin Xian's purpose of coming to the box. Why are you so sure there is something wrong with Chen Jin's phone? He kept staring at me from the moment we entered the box. I couldn't figure out the reason. Then he tricked me into taking medicine and drinking alcohol. I was afraid of being suspected and pretended that the wine was too strong, so I spat the medicine into my clothes. Until just now at the door of the law enforcer, he called me Miss Lin. I knew he knew who I was from the beginning. Are those medicines okay? There is something wrong with the medicine, but the ingredients cannot be detected, but there is nothing wrong with your urine. Your urine is negative like other people who take medicine. Lin Xian exchanged her urine with one of the girls, so she was not worried that Chen Jin would be able to obtain the drug test report and find out that she was not taking drugs, thus alerting the snake. During the search, she gave the medicine to Fang Zhang to show that she was not taking drugs. But I didn't expect that I would be superfluous, and those medicines could not be detected. Who did Chen Jin send text messages? What content did he send that made you sure there was something wrong with Chen Jin? I will investigate later, please don't interfere anymore. Just tell me what it is, otherwise if someone uses my sister's information to trick me out again, I will still go out. Fang Zhang looked at Lin Xian's stubborn appearance and hesitated for a while, but finally told Lin Xian the content of Chen Jin's text message. Okay, promise me, if you have any information in the future, tell me and don't investigate it yourself. Okay? Yes. Chen Jin sent a text message saying that I saw Lin Yuzi's sister in the box. Could it be that she knew something? Then the person asked Chen Jin to test whether you found anything? If so, he would not let you go. So do you know how dangerous you are? Fang Zhang now knows that the content that person used to test should be the medicine, so if Lin Xian was not smart at that time and Li Feng happened to come in to take revenge, whether Lin Xian took the medicine or not, she would be in danger. Lin Xian has guessed from these two messages who Chen Jin sent it to. It can only be Zhao Chenxi who brought the medicine back from those people but did not show up. I know, I won't be reckless next time, brother Fang Zhang. I think my sister should know that the secret of the person behind this should be related to the medicine, and it depends on you to investigate. I know, don't worry, this medicine can't even be detected in urine tests, we have begun to pay attention to it. I'll take you back. Okay. Fang Zhang sent Lin Xian to the door of her house, and saw the words written in paint on it, and felt that he was incompetent. Swallowing the reluctance in her heart, she said, when your sister calms down and is willing to see me, call me. Don't run around anymore. Okay. Lin Xian pushed the door open lightly, and her eyes fell on Lin's father who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Under the dim light, Lin's father looked a little haggard, and his eyes flickered with complex emotions. He looked at Lin Xian hesitantly, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end he just said one sentence, "It's good that you're back, go and rest." There was a hint of helplessness and worry in his voice. Lin Xian noticed that Lin's father's eyes stayed on her for a moment, and she understood that her father had seen that she was dressed and behaved differently from before. Lin Xian's temper has been stubborn since she was a child. Lin's father knew that he could not persuade her to give up, but he couldn't help but whispered, "Xinxin, your mother and I really can't bear the pain of losing another daughter." His voice was trembling, revealing his inner fear and uneasiness. The two fathers and daughters looked at each other for a long time in the dim living room, as if they were having a silent communication. Finally, Lin Xian took a deep breath and whispered, "Dad, I'll be fine, and our whole family will be fine." Although her voice was soft, it revealed a kind of firmness and determination. When Lin's father heard Lin Xian's words, his worries did not ease much, but he still chose to believe his daughter. He sighed and turned to walk into the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his wife still lying on the bed and not asleep. "Why are you still awake?" Lin's father asked softly. "Is that girl back?" There was a trace of concern in Lin's mother's voice. "Back." Lin's father answered simply, then climbed onto the bed and lay next to his wife. Lin Xian watched her parents' door close and stood in the dark living room for a long time without moving. After she knew that the secret her sister knew might be drugs, she knew that none of their family could escape. Those people would not let her sister escape from their surveillance before she died. Now she had to find a way to send her family away from here without anyone noticing. The entire internet is denouncing Lu Mangan and Shi Tang, demanding that law enforcement officials put them on trial immediately. Faced with this overwhelming pressure from public opinion, although the Lu family and the Qi family tried their best to suppress hot searches through major media, the effect was minimal. The things Lu Mn and Shi Tang said were so bad that they offended many netizens. This time, no matter how hard they tried to suppress it, the situation did not calm down. Instead, their actions made netizens around the world pay more attention to the matter. In order to restore their image, the Lu family and the Qi family decided to follow the example of Kong Renyu before and record a clarifying video. Lu Mn and Shi Tang are now co-suspects and are placed in the same ward. We are talking nonsense to save our lives. I think you would also say it in my situation. Aha! Lu Mang started to speak according to the words written by the publicist, but he didn't finish the words yet. Suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my foot. The pain quickly spread to my calf and continued to climb upward. He screamed in horror and turned pale. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Upon seeing this, Lu Mangan's mother, Gong Sunli, hurried to the bedside to call the doctor. Shi Tang looked at Lu Mn, who was rolling on the floor in pain, and the lines he had originally prepared were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them out. There was a strong uneasiness in his heart, as if he could feel that the mysterious Li Feng was observing them in this room. Seeing what was said in the live broadcast room, he became even more convinced and did not dare to clear himself as planned. The barrages in the live broadcast room are scrolling crazily, and many netizens are speculating and discussing. Looks like these two liars got retribution for lying. That Li Feng must be watching them secretly. What a garbage scumbag, you still want to clean yourself up. My sister is one of the victims, but our family cannot come forward to testify for the sake of her reputation. I begged the law enforcement officers to try them as soon as possible. They themselves have admitted their crimes, so why don't they accept trial? For the first time, I had doubts about the law enforcement tribunal. Do these people really have to turn into demons to take revenge after they have done bad things? As soon as Lu Mangan was pushed away from the live broadcast camera, the pain in his body stopped moving and the pain gradually eased. Mom, I don't seem to be in pain anymore. Gom suddenly tried to push Lu Mangan back to the ward, hoping to save some situations in front of the live broadcast camera. It's that devil who hurt my son. It hurts if he moves now. Lu Mang had already sensed something was wrong and was pushed in front of the live broadcast camera. He looked at the words on the billboard and did not dare to speak. But when I saw the barrages scrolling in the live broadcast room, they were all scolding him and boycotting the Lu family. He broke out in a cold sweat. The Lu family could not fail. If the Lu family went bankrupt, he would definitely be worse off than dead. I have never done the things I said. I just told the bad things in the novels about the bad things done by the bad guys in order to save my life. Ah, Mom, it starts to hurt again. That pain came to Lu Mangan again. The body was running wild, this time faster than before. The live broadcast suddenly automatically broadcast a voice. Amitabha sent a bouquet of fireworks sticks and left a message, "Donor, if you lie again, you will not survive. A liar will swallow 1,000 needles. The devil planted needles of lies in your body. If you lie 3 times, you will die. It will be irreparable." Amitabha sent a bouquet of fireworks sticks and left a message, "Donorly, please stop doing evil. It is not worth it for this group of criminals. If you commit murder, it will be irreversible." This private message of Amitabha was immediately attacked by netizens. Some people asked him to quickly accept the devil Li Feng, and some people cursed him for helping evil. Lin Xin, wearing a hat, squatted on the toilet in the toilet downstairs of Lu Meng's ward and started the script to screen these private messages. Li Feng stood next to her and watched the live broadcast with his mobile phone. "Why don't you let me go to such trouble to kill these people? If you want a fish, you must have bait. Chen Tingsong is not like these 2 young men who can't stay still and will go out and wander around. Of course, you must use this master to catch this fish. If Lu Mian leaves the live broadcast room, I won't be able to control the needle left in his body. Isn't there another person?" Lin Xin used the account Amitabha to add a bunch of fireworks to the live broadcast room. As soon as Lu Mangan was pushed out of the room, the pain in his body gradually disappeared. At this moment, he completely believed what the master said, "Mom, please call the master to save me. I don't want to die." Aha Chi Tang, who had been silent in the room, suddenly started shouting shrilly. At this moment, he finally knew the pain Lu Mangan had just suffered. Spread slowly from the feet all the way up. The live broadcast room also broadcast the voice at this time. Amitabha sent a bouquet of fireworks sticks and left a message, "Try not to anger the devil, don't lie, and recite the pure heart mantra silently. I am not in Haiyan City now and cannot cast spells from a distance. If you are really guilty, just plead guilty. After all, this devil just wants to gain merit. Save your life first." Damn, they said that the master was so compassionate that he actually helped the evildoers to do evil. This kind of scum should die directly. This kind of garbage does not deserve a trial at all. I strongly request that these 2 beasts in Chen Tingsong be given special cases and be sentenced to death. I feel that it is not possible to go to the Tower of Sin even for an indefinite period. Come on upstairs, there is no death penalty on Kanglan Star, but going to the Tower of Sin is basically a narrow escape. You are naive upstairs, these scumbags are so audacious, I don't even believe in the law enforcement team anymore. They say you don't have to go to the Tower of Sin to enjoy happiness. Chi Tang was also pushed out of the ward. The remaining staff looked at the empty ward and wanted to close the live broadcast room. But I found that I couldn't close it, and the screen was covered with blood-red words. "Since the evil cannot be judged, I will judge the evil in my own way. Devil! Today you are not involved because you are not the victim, tomorrow you are isolated and helpless because you were the bystander." The people watching the live broadcast room were scared out of the room by the first bloody words, while some victims stayed in the room to watch the demons being tortured. After seeing the latter sentence, all the victims felt the same. They posted this screenshot online, and it instantly became a hot search. All the people who left the live broadcast room came back to see this barrage, and silently followed the screen. Seeing that the matter was almost handled, Lin Xin asked Li Feng to turn into a needle and prepare to leave the hospital. Climbing down the stairs from the 15th floor, I heard the discussion of passers-by next to me. "I'm telling you, the elevator that transports the bed is out of order. It's a malfunction, what's there to say? It's not the first time the elevator has malfunctioned. What do you know? It's the elevator that transported those 2 scumbags. I heard it got stuck in the middle of the floor, and no one knows the cause of the malfunction. Oh my god, don't you think it's the retribution of that devil? At this time, another nurse came and joined them. Do you know? I heard that the elevator door can't be opened, just like the bar box that day. Retribution, those scumbags deserve it. Fortunately, our hospital still has a bed elevator, otherwise other patients would not be able to get treatment because of that scumbag. Lin Xin left the hospital even faster after hearing this. She knew that the law enforcers would come soon. If she was at the scene of the two crimes, she would definitely be suspected. And she couldn't find a reason to come to the hospital at all. Yiming, standing by the window of the outpatient department on the 5th floor, looked at the back of the hurriedly leaving downstairs. After using the last bit of magic generated by Li Feng, he sat obediently in the waiting room and waited for the doctor to call his number and help him change the dressing on his hand. If there wasn't a time bomb at home that hadn't been resolved, I really wouldn't want to give up the magic power that I had worked so hard to generate. These useless people are so slow to fix an elevator. Gong San Li walked around in the elevator anxiously. The sudden malfunction of the elevator made her feel a little uneasy. Lu Mang and Qi Tang, who were originally lying quietly on the hospital bed, were thinking about what to do in the future, when they suddenly felt pain in their bodies. Ah, it hurts, Mom. Lu Mang felt that the pain this time was stronger than before. Ah. Qi Tang also rolled left and right on the hospital bed. At this moment, he actually thought about whether those who had been bullied by him had ever felt as painful as he was now. When the law enforcement team arrived at the hospital, they found that the situation of the elevator door was similar to that of the hotel treasure chest, and each floor of this elevator was fixed with needles and could not be opened. When Chu Feng climbed to the 5th floor to check the elevator door, he saw the drowsy Yiming in the waiting area. You and others go to other floors to check, and then call the firefighters. After Chu Feng gave his instructions to his men, he walked towards Yiming. Why are you here? Yiming raised his injured hand. I'm here to change the dressing and check. Do you know that Lu Mang and Qi Tang live in this hospital? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Yiming raised the still-closed live broadcast room of his mobile phone in front of Chu Feng, and the two blood-red words were still filling the screen. Since sin cannot be judged, I will judge sin in my own way. Demon! Today you have nothing to do because the victim is not you, tomorrow you are helpless because you were the bystander. Chu Feng rushed to the hospital with the law enforcers when Lu Mang felt the first weird pain, so he didn't pay attention to the live broadcast room. He thought the live broadcast room had been closed. These two sentences have been echoing in Xu Feng's mind. I didn't know at first. I just heard the person next door saying that the beast who was going to be broadcast live today lives in this hospital. Then I remembered that Lu Mian and the others seemed to have announced that they would be broadcasting today to explain what happened in the bar box that day. It was actually the one next door. I was itching to hear what people said, but I couldn't help but click on it, and I happened to see them being punished for lying. After Yiming finished speaking, he exited the live broadcast room and put his phone in his pocket. Do you approve of Li Feng's private revenge? I said in the ward that day that I wanted to see them punished by law, but it seems that's not the case this time. Yiming said this with a pity tone, but his eyes were indifferent. If the law cannot punish them, do you agree with Li Feng's private revenge? Xu Feng didn't know why he felt more and more that Yiming was related to this matter, but when he saw that the reservation number in his hand was from 3 days ago, made an appointment. Lu Meng and Qi Tang were sent to this hospital just yesterday, and the live broadcast preview was only sent out in the morning. So how could Yiming confirm that Lu Mian and Qi Tang would live broadcast in this hospital today, and there was no sign of Yiming in the surveillance of the bar yesterday? Xu Feng began to doubt his intuition again. Why can't the law punish them? Everyone is equal before the law. Do you want to tell me, Official Chu, that the law only punishes the poor? Or do you think Lu Mian and the others really did not commit any crime? I have read Official Chu's report. We can always identify criminals as quickly as possible, so we can reduce the risk. So, Mr. Chu, can you tell me whether Lu Mian and the others have committed any crime? That's not what I meant. As long as they commit a crime, they will be punished by law. Private revenge cannot solve the problem. Xu Feng saw that the patients around him who were waiting for their number to be called had all gathered their eyes when they heard what he and Yiming said. He knew now was a good time to test Yiming. I also believe that the law will be able to punish them. My number is here. I hope that next time I meet with Mr. Chu, I will see those criminals punished by the law. Yiming walked directly into the outpatient room with the note and medical records. Xu Feng always felt aggrieved and uncomfortable after chatting with Yiming. Every word Yiming said made him aware of the unfairness of Kanglan Star's laws and his own incompetence. He even wished for a moment that Lu Mangan and Chi Tang would die of pain in the closed malfunctioning elevator. Because he knew that even though most netizens were clamoring to put Lu Meng and the others on trial this time, no victim was willing to come forward to testify against them, and there was no actual evidence. They are just talking nonsense to survive, and they will eventually be acquitted. Head, the elevator on the 13th floor has been sawed open. There is a needle stuck on the shaft. It has the same shape as the needle in the box yesterday. The material needs to be inspected. The maintenance staff is already repairing the elevator. Fong Zhang looked at Chu, who was in a daze. Fong ran over quickly to report the current situation. Chu Fong and Fong Zhang hurriedly ran to the elevator door on the 13th floor. After the maintenance personnel completed the repairs, the elevators that were stuck on the 12th and 13th floors resumed operation. Fong Zhang received reports from colleagues on other floors and quickly told Chu Fong, "Head, the resistance on the elevator doors of other floors disappeared after the elevator started running. They opened it to check, and they inferred from the pinhole marks in the elevator. The needle inside has disappeared. Why is the repair so slow? Do you know that they have almost fainted from the pain? Doctor, call the doctor quickly." Gong Sunli saw the elevator door opening and knew that she was saved, so she quickly shouted for a doctor. The medical staff hurriedly tried to push Lu Meng's hospital bed out. The medical staff who pushed Lu Meng tripped over something as soon as he took a few steps, and fell directly on Lu Meng's head, waking up Lu Meng, who had fainted from the pain. When Gong Sunli heard Lu Meng's exclamation, she quickly walked over and slapped the medical staff on the face. "Are you crazy? My son is like this and you still want to seduce my son?" The medical staff was a young girl who had just graduated. When Gong Sunli said this, her whole face turned red with embarrassment. "I didn't. There was something on the floor and I tripped over it." The medical staff pushing Chi Tang beside him hurriedly squatted down and saw the dense needles and exclaimed, "Needles! There are needles under the bed." When Xu Feng heard this, he quickly shouted to stop the panicked medical staff who were trying to run out, "Don't move, don't destroy the scene. You go in and move the hospital bed out." After the two beds were moved out and the others came out from the side, everyone saw the words, "Since sin cannot be judged, I will judge sin in my own way." The bright red color of those needles made the words even more eerie. When Lu Mang woke up and saw these words, he quickly begged for mercy, "I plead guilty. What I said before is true. The 10-year-old girl's father has been annoying me, and was finally sent to the Tower of Sin by our family. His mother I also fled to the abandoned city. You go to the abandoned city to find people. If you don't come out of the abandoned city, I plead guilty and please arrest me." Gong Sunli heard what her son said and quickly ran over to stop him. "What nonsense are you talking about again? Don't worry, your mother is here and you won't be in danger. Don't be afraid." "Mom! I'm not talking nonsense. I'm about to die. The pain has already reached my stomach. If it spreads upward, it will reach my heart. I can't survive. It will live, don't be afraid. Let the doctor perform an operation on you immediately to take it out. Don't go crazy, think about what your father said." Gong Sunli scolded Lu Mangan. Chi Tang was awakened by Lu Meng's voice. He also saw the words written with a needle on the ground, and subconsciously wanted to confess. Hearing Gong Sunli's words reminded him of what his parents said. If he and his younger brother were sentenced, the head of the Chi family would no longer recognize them as relatives, and their family would be swallowed up by other companies. He endured the pain and kept silent. After analysis by his parents, Li Feng was not a ghost, and Li Feng's remains were not found at all. And if he were a ghost, he wouldn't go to such trouble to kill them directly. He must be threatening him like this because he can't kill them. The two of them did not dare to take the elevator, and the bodyguards carried them to the CT area on the 6th floor. Chi Tang was held in the arms of the bodyguard, feeling the contemptuous looks of the people around him going up and down the stairs, and his heart became fierce. These untouchables, when he catches Li Feng, he will definitely kill these untouchables. At this moment, the chatting words at the stairs reached Chi Tang's ears, making his previously firm belief shake. "I heard that 2 of the 5 people who bullied Li Feng's daughter have died. Why not just kill the remaining 3 beasts? You didn't watch the live broadcast. It's that Amitba who is meddling in other people's business. Every time the devil wants to kill him, Amitba appears. If you ask me, that monk is helping the evil, and these people deserve to die. One can only hope that the law will judge them. There is no death penalty in the law, but I heard that the floor of the Tower of Infinite Sin is a hell." Gong Sunli also heard the blasphemous voices. Seeing her son's face getting paler, she quickly opened the door. What are you talking about? That Li Feng is a devil. He kills innocent people indiscriminately. There was a group of people standing behind the door who didn't dare to speak when they saw the door open. Gong Sunli didn't know who made the nonsense. Gong Sunli could only say harshly, the crime of slander is very serious, so watch your mouth. When the few people arrived at the CT area, they used their privileges to let Lu Mangan and Chi Tang jump in line for testing. Those who were still queuing saw a group of bodyguards at the door who dared to be angry but dared not speak, so they could only swallow their breath silently. They all picked up their mobile phones and began to anonymously criticize the Lu family and Chi family for their domineering behavior. After Chu Feng and Fang Zheng checked the needles in the elevator, they rushed to the CT room on the 6th floor to ask about their colleagues. How's it going? The doctor has determined the position of the needle and pushed it into the operating room to get the needle. Those two are probably going to turn against each other again. Lu Mangan and Chi Tang, the guards in charge, also felt a little unhappy in their hearts. Everyone knew that these two were talking about true, but there was nothing they could do. Gong Sunli followed Lu Mangan out of the CT room, and the cold words of the law enforcer rang in her ears. The people around him watched as if they were watching a play, and their gazes were like daggers, which made Gong Sunli feel extremely humiliated. And now, even the law enforcers are slandering her son so much, which will undoubtedly make Lu Mangan's future of innocence even worse. The anger in her heart was instantly ignited, and she retorted angrily, "What do you mean? My son has never done those things at all, so how can you renege on it? Xiao Zhang, you go to the elevator to help, and I'll follow you here. Mrs. Lu, we'd better send the suspects Lu Mangan and Chi Tang to the operating room first. Are we still waiting for the suspect to record a statement?" Chu Feng dismissed. Walking away from Xiao Zhang, he planned to follow Lu Mangan and Chi Tang at close range. This case was getting more and more weird. He didn't believe that there really were ghosts in this world, so he wanted to know what kind of trick this was to hide the truth. Gong Sunli was extremely angry at Chu Feng's words. Are you crazy? What kind of suspects? We are the victims. She couldn't accept the fact that her son was considered a suspect. Sorry, I am responsible for two cases at the same time. One is the injury case of Lu Mian and Chi Tang. They are indeed the victims in this case. The other is the murder and rape case. The parties involved in these two cases have personally admitted it. They are indeed suspects in this case. As for whether this incident actually happened, it needs to be investigated before they can be found guilty or cleared of charges. After saying that, Chu Feng followed closely behind the bodyguard. Due to the previous elevator accident, they did not dare to take the risk of using the elevator again, so they could only ask the bodyguards to carry Lu Mangan and Chi Tang to the operating room on the 20th floor. The surrounding comments and dazzling eyes made Gong Sunli feel even more unbearable. She stared at Chu Feng resentfully, and the nails on the back of her hands dug deeply into her flesh, leaving bloody traces. She hurriedly escaped from this place that made her feel extremely depressed. When she walked to the stairwell, she took out her mobile phone to edit the text message. Help me deal with a law enforcer from Haiyan City. His name is Chu Feng. However, the response she received made her even angrier. Are you crazy? Keep a low profile for me. Your son's matter hasn't been settled yet, and you still want to touch the law enforcers. Others know how to keep a low profile, so your son has to be a typical example, right? Don't bring trouble to the Gongsun family. Gong Sunli was so angry that she smashed her cell phone. This move scared people walking in the stairwell to look sideways. What are you looking at? In the past, others looked at her with envy, but now they all looked at her with disgust. Gong Sunli couldn't accept this. Why did these people look at her like this? Yes, I know. The butler next to him hung up the phone and quickly ran over to persuade Gong Sunli in a low voice. Madam, sir, please keep a low profile. The main thing now is to cure the young master first. Such a high profile will not be conducive to the young master's innocence in the future. Gong Sunli could only hold back her anger and walked to the 20th floor. Before walking a few floors, her feet hurt because of the high heels, but she did not dare to take the elevator. She was afraid that the ghost would come to take revenge on her. Although they all analyzed that the ghost was not a ghost, Gong Sunli's elevator accident and the sudden appearance of needle characters on the elevator floor made her more and more convinced that Li Feng was the real devil. Otherwise, how could I use a needle to type out those words in the elevator without anyone noticing? After Gong Sunli climbed to the 20th floor, she found out that Lu Mangan had successfully entered the operating room. She was relieved. As long as the needle was taken out, Lu Mangan would not be in pain for no reason. Just as Gong Sunli breathed a sigh of relief, the door of the operating room opened. The attending doctor came out in horror and said to Gong Sun Li, "Mrs. Liu, I'm afraid I can't take out the needle." "What are you talking about? Didn't the previous CT scan say that the needle is in the thigh meat and it is easy to take it out?" Gong Sun Li ignored the pain in her foot and ran to the doctor to question him. "The needle disappeared. After I cut the knife, I couldn't find the needle. Then we scanned the patient's whole body and found that the needle had changed its position. I opened the position again, and then the needle disappeared again and stayed there. In another part of the body, the needle seems to be moving around. Unless we cut the patient's whole body, we can't remove the needle. And under the scanner, we found that the needle is getting bigger." This is the first time the doctor has encountered such a strange phenomenon. Gong Sun Li fell down on the chair in despair. Her son was going to die, and neither the Liu family nor the Gongsun family would allow Lu Mangan to plead guilty. If they couldn't get rid of their sins, they would rather watch Lu Mangan die than let him bear the blame. Lu Mangan and Qi Tang, who were anesthetized, knew that the needles in their bodies were getting bigger, but they were still moving around and could not be taken out, so they quickly asked the medical staff to push them out of the operating room. When the two saw Chu Feng, they hurriedly said, "I plead guilty. Please hurry up and try me. I'm awake now and I'm not threatened." "Lu Mangan, what are you talking about?" Gong Sun Li shouted at Lu Mangan. Lu Mang looked at Gong Sun Li in despair. "Mom, do you want to watch me die? I will still live forever. If I don't plead guilty, I will have no choice but to die." Gong Sun Li was stunned for a moment when she saw the despair in Lu Mang's eyes. Chu Feng quickly ordered the law enforcers to escort them to the nursing ward to record the video and take notes. Seeing the situation, the housekeeper quickly pushed Gong Sun Li, who was in a daze. "Madam, don't forget what your husband said." Gong Sun Li then came back to her senses and remembered what her husband Chen Dingzhu and Wan had told her before leaving. She quickly stopped Chu Feng and the others from leaving. "What my son said while he is unconscious now cannot be taken seriously. I do not allow you to take notes now. Law enforcement officer, he can only represent Lu Mang, not me. I plead guilty, and the doctor can prove that I am conscious." Qi Tang took advantage of his parents not coming to stop him, and quickly asked Chu Feng to push him to do the record. He knew that his parents would not allow a guilty Qi family master to live, and as long as he was alive, he still had room. "Mom, do you really want to see me die?" Lu Mang looked at Gong Sun Li in disbelief. This mother who always said that she loved him the most, now did not give him a chance to live. No matter what Lu Mang said, Gong Sun Li insisted that he was mentally ill and could not do the record. Gong Sun Li hurriedly ran to his ear and whispered, "Son, don't worry, have you forgotten that our Gongsun family is a medical family? Your grandfather has brought a doctor from the independent state to this place. The needle in your body will definitely solve it." Lu Mang lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in despair. Now that he was anesthetized all over his body, he did not feel any pain, but he felt distressed. "Mom, this is not a disease, it's the devil's revenge. I can only escape if I admit my sin. That's all a lie. Who told you that you'll be free if you admit it? Dai Tu, show my mom your phone. When we were in the elevator before, I asked Dai Tu to contact that Amitba. He never replied. Just now, after my surgery failed, the Amitba that Dai Tu told me finally replied." Gong Sun Li looked at the message above and felt terrified. "Amitba, only sincere confession can eliminate the needle of lies, and only sincere repentance can eliminate the devil's resentment. Otherwise, the disaster will spread, and those who helped you lie will be entangled by the devil's resentment, and the needle of lies will grow in their bodies until they perish. Dai, Master, is there a solution? We are willing to pay a high price, which is not a problem. Amitba, it's not a matter of money. I'm not in Haiyan City at the moment and can't help you. Dai, Master, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Where are you? We can arrange a helicopter to pick you up. Amitba, I'm in Taiyang Town. Even if you fly over, it will take 3 days, and we will fly back for another 3 days. Those two people can't wait for long. And even if I save those who have already generated the needle of lies, the cause and effect between them and the devil will not be eliminated. You should let people confess sincerely so that the resentment of the two people can be driven away." Gong Sun Li snatched Dai Tu's mobile phone and sent a message to the master. Dai, will the people I helped become like them? Do you have a way to solve this problem when you come back? After waiting for a long time, Amitba did not respond. Gong Sun Li angrily threw the phone at Dai. "He is just a liar, he doesn't even reply." The phone fell along Dai's body onto the bed, and Lu Mang became even more desperate after seeing the message on it. The mother who said she loved him the most was now most concerned about whether they would be implicated by him, not whether he would die if he did not sincerely confess his crime. Lu Mangan began to complain in his heart about his parents who did not care about his life or death and only cared about the reputation of the Lu family and the Gongsun family. He complained that the Gongsun family, obviously one of the top 10 financial groups in the independent state, refused his mother when she asked them to send him to the independent state for refuge, just because her mother was an illegitimate daughter. The more Lu Mangan thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Why were his cousins okay when they did bad things? Why was he so unlucky to be targeted by the devil? After Chiton finished writing his notes, the doctor found out that the needle was getting smaller and not moving. The doctor was afraid that the needle would start moving again after the operation, so he asked Chi Tang for his opinion. "Take it out for me." Chi Tang didn't want to leave hidden dangers in his body, and he felt that the devil named Li Feng just wanted them to plead guilty. He had already signed the confession and could not retract the confession. Lu Mangan stared at the door of the operating room after watching Chi Tang being pushed into the operating room. "Xiao Meng, you are not in good spirits right now. Can mommy take you to rest?" Gongsun Li wanted to push Lu Meng away and leave. She was afraid that if Chi Tang's operation was successful, Lu Meng would go crazy and plead guilty regardless. "Would you like to change a place and wait to die?" Lu Meng looked at Gongsun Li mockingly. Chu Feng stopped Gongsun Li, who wanted to take Lu Mangan away by force. "Lu Mangan is now a suspect. You can only stay in the special ward. Our people are investigating that ward, please wait." Gongsun Li didn't dare to go back to the ward when she thought about what happened in the live broadcast room just now and what the so-called master said. "My little Mang had an accident in that ward. You still want him to go back to that ward now? Are you guys working with that evil, Li Feng? When I go back, I will definitely report and complain against you. If you don't give me anything, my little Mang arranges a new room. You are welcome to report complaints at any time. We are arranging new rooms. Please wait patiently." Chu Feng will wait for news about Chi Tang's surgery at the operating door. If Chi Tang's surgery is successful, Lu Mang's fear at this time will definitely be the greatest. His chances of pleading guilty will be greatest. Gongsun Li didn't know Chu Feng's intentions, so she could only wait anxiously for them to make arrangements quickly. Every 5 minutes Gongsun Li would ask, "Are you not ready yet?" "Not yet." When the housekeeper saw this situation, he quickly called Lu Rinxin to report the information. Lu Rinxin received the call and quickly called Fu Shengran to ask him to take care of Chu Feng. Fu Shengran called Chu Feng countless times, but no one answered. Chu Feng felt that his cell phone was vibrating in his pocket. He knew whose call it was without even thinking about it, but he didn't care. Fu Shengran called Feng Zhang, but no one answered. In the end, he had to call Xiao Zhang. "Captain Chu, Bureau Fu was calling to find you." Xiao Zhang ran over from the stairs holding up his cell phone. At this moment, the door of the operating room opened, and the attending doctor walked out with a relaxed smile. "The needle in Mr. Chi's body has been successfully removed. I have put the needle into the evidence bag according to your instructions." The doctor handed the evidence bag to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the evidence bag, and Xiao Zhang also came in front of him. As soon as he took the phone in his hand, he heard Lu Mangan's cry. "I plead guilty, law enforcement officer, please take me to make a record." Gongsun Li was panicked when she heard that Chitan's operation was successful. She remembered what the master said, that those of them who helped cover up would also win the bid one by one. She had to believe that this was the revenge of the enemy. The housekeeper walked over to calm Lu Mang down. "Master, I will be here soon. Don't be afraid. You will be fine. You are not mentally healthy right now. Don't do anything that you will regret. Get out of here, you little slave. You're the fucking insane one. Pa." The housekeeper received the sir's instructions on the phone and slapped Lu Mangan's face directly. "Sir, I asked you, are you awake?" Lu Mangan looked at the phone in the butler's hand with wide eyes. "Butler, you were such a good lackey. Do you still remember your 15-year-old grandson who disappeared?" When the housekeeper heard this, he suddenly felt uneasy. Seeing that Lu Mangan, whom he had brought up, could not speak, he heard Lu Rinxin's curses in his ears, asking him to hand over the phone to Lu Mangan. The butler took a gulp of water and said with difficulty, "How do you know my grandson? Where is he?" He knew that these chaebol did not value human life at all, so he never allowed his son and grandson to come to Liuzhai to find him. Lu Mang looked at Chu Feng. "In the deep pool on the Qingzhen mountain on the outskirts of the city, I often go there to fish for you. I wonder if the housekeeper's fish are delicious." Chu Feng took the call from Xiao Zhang. "Team Fu, I'm busy now. Please send someone immediately to search for corpses in the deep pool on the mountain in Qingjin on the outskirts of the city. The cell phone was always in call mode, so Fu Shengran kept hearing their conversation. Since the evidence was conclusive, he took back the curses he had prepared. Watch the criminal. I'll find someone here to search for the body. Don't leave anything behind. Be careful. Why, you lied to me, you don't know my grandson at all. The housekeeper looked at Lu Mangan in disbelief. He always thought that his grandson was abducted and still alive. I also found out that the man was your grandson after I killed him and my father helped me deal with it. Lu Mang was tortured and threatened by Li Feng that day, and he never thought of telling him about it. Because the housekeeper knows too much about their family, he is afraid that the housekeeper will cause trouble to their family if he finds out. But he didn't expect that his parents would rather watch him die than admit guilt. Since the Lu family doesn't care about his life and death, why should he care about the Lu family's life and death? I don't believe what you said. The master would not treat me like this. I watched him grow up. The housekeeper knew that no matter whether Lu Mang said it was true or false, he could not show an expression of belief at this time, otherwise he would die immediately. He wanted to take his son and his family to escape to the abandoned city. Lu Rinxin would not let them go. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Lu Mang didn't care anymore. Even if his father got there before the law enforcers, he would not have time to deal with the body. Gong Sunli didn't know that her son had killed the housekeeper's grandson, but she knew that the matter was irreversible. She had to minimize the loss. Looking at the housekeeper who was full of suspicion, she sent a text message to her husband. Chu Feng forcibly took the housekeeper and Lu Mang away. Gong Sunli wanted to stop him, but was rejected by Chu Feng. Now there is a victim. We have just successfully filed a case with our law enforcement bureau. Before Lu Mang's innocence is investigated, you have no right to visit. If you want to visit, find a lawyer to apply. Because there was no victim before, and Lu Mang and Qi Tang said that it was threatened, the case could not be filed. They can only be considered suspects, but now that the case has been filed, they are criminal suspects. On Kanglan Star, once you become a criminal suspect, your freedom will be completely restricted until you are tried and sent to the Tower of Sin, or you can be released only after you find evidence to prove your innocence. You have no right to take the housekeeper away. Gong Sunli knew that she could no longer stop the development of Lu Mang's affairs. She couldn't let the housekeeper be taken away. Now that the housekeeper knew that his grandson was killed by Lu Mang, he would definitely talk nonsense. Chu Feng knew that if he couldn't take the housekeeper away now, he would probably be in danger. We need the housekeeper to identify the body. He didn't want the same thing that happened to Li Feng and his wife to happen again. They were in danger just after they left the custody. That's all nonsense from Lu Mang. There is no body at all. I can't control whether you are willing to waste time with him. But I need the housekeeper now. Come to the housekeeper when you really find the body. Gong Sunli had received Lu Rinxin's message. Before he came, she must not let the law enforcer take the housekeeper away. This is a criminal law enforcement case. As long as the case is filed, the witness must cooperate. It will only be established after the body is found or the victim reports the case, right? I said wait until you find the body before you file the case. Originally, before the body was found, my son was just a suspect, not a criminal suspect at all. But my son is emotionally unstable now, and I can't stimulate him anymore. I can only let you take him away. You'd better protect his personal safety. After Gong Sunli said this, everyone looked at the housekeeper. As long as he said to report the case could be filed immediately at this moment. Before finding my grandson's body, I won't believe that he has been killed. I raised both the young master and the old master. I know what kind of people they are and they won't do such a thing. The people present had different expressions when they heard the housekeeper's words. Gong Sunli looked at Chu Feng provocatively. What? Law enforcement officer, do you have anything else to say? Chu Feng didn't believe that the housekeeper didn't know what kind of people the Lu family was. When Lu Mang said that his grandson was killed by Lu Mang, and Lu Rinxin was involved in handling the body, the housekeeper could no longer get the trust and responsibility of anyone in the Lu family, and he might even lose his life. A running dog is a running dog. Lu Mang sneered. In his eyes, the housekeeper is now trying to keep the job in the Lu family, and he doesn't even care if his grandson dies in his hands. The housekeeper looked at Lu Mang with great pain. First, he has worked in the Lu family for more than 40 years. In Lu Mang's eyes, he is still a running dog, and he has no regrets for killing his grandson. He quickly concealed his expression, not wanting anyone to suspect him. He had to give the child time to escape, even if he had to die here. Don't go home, escape from the abandoned city, don't contact. The housekeeper deleted the message immediately after sending it. In the end, Chu Feng still watched helplessly as the housekeeper and Gong Sunli left. Knowing that he couldn't stop the housekeeper from leaving, Chu Feng immediately called colleagues and doctors to do a mental evaluation for Lu Meng, proving that his current mental state was normal, and then began to record his statement. When Lu Meng was pushed into the operating room, no one from the Lu family appeared again. Chu Feng had just received a call from Fu Shengran, and things seemed to become more confusing and complicated. We found 11 bodies in that deep pool, and Li Tian is doing an autopsy. Some of the bodies there are already skeletons, while others have just died. Moreover, there are people coming and going there, and there is no surveillance, so anyone could come here to dump bodies. Now, we don't even know how many cases these bodies are involved in. Fu Xingran's voice sounded tired and heavy. One unsolved case has not yet been concluded, and another difficult matter has come one after another. The worst thing is that people in the hospital heard what Lu Meng said, and the news has been leaked. Now there are related videos everywhere on the internet. This incident has aroused public anger. Fu Xingran's voice was full of helplessness. There has been no clues in the Dogman case, and now there is an incident of revenge by the box demon, and even a murder case involving 11 bodies. Chu Feng quickly opened his mobile phone and checked the hot searches on the internet. He saw the traces of the water army at a glance. Someone is deliberately trying to bring trouble to the Lu family? Is this done by the enemy forces of the Lu family, or someone else? The technical staff is investigating. It's okay if they are enemies, but I'm afraid it's the murderer among these 11 bodies. Fu Shengran was already in a turmoil because of the revenge incident of the bar demon. He received news from the independent state and must deal with this matter well. If the evidence is conclusive and the Lu family can be convicted, a full network trial will be held to let everyone on Kanglan Star see the fairness of the law enforcement team. He gets a headache whenever he thinks that the Gongsun family is behind the Lu family. Now there is a murderer who dares to bring trouble to the Lu family, knows how to guide the emotions of citizens and the direction of the news, and is not afraid of offending the Lu family. This can only prove that this person is more difficult to deal with than the Lu family. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Captain Fu, is there a 15-year-old boy in there? We have to take the Lu family's housekeeper to identify the body as soon as possible. It may be too late if it's too late. Fu Shengran was about to answer when someone suddenly knocked on the door and interrupted their conversation. Captain Fu, the Traffic Enforcement Department just received news that a serious car accident occurred on Tiantang Street. The vehicle involved was from the Lu family. Gong Sunli was seriously injured and sent to the emergency room. The housekeeper Yang Di and the driver Zhang Tian died on the spot. Fu Xingran's face suddenly became solemn. I know, you go out first. He rubbed his temples and felt that his headache was getting worse. It's really too late now, and Gong Sunli was seriously injured. This matter is getting more and more difficult. Where is Lu Rinxin? I'm sending someone to summon him now. Fu Shengran knew that Lu Rinxin would not let Gong Sunli be seriously injured, and he couldn't afford to offend the Gongsun family. But now Lu Rinxin is the most suspected of murdering to silence people. If the murderer really can't be found, he will let the Gongsun family's anger all be directed at Lu Rinxin. He regretted agreeing to come to Haiyan City to investigate. If he handled it well, his promotion would not be a problem. If he handled it badly, he might have to die here. You're in the hospital now to ensure the safety of Lu Mang and Qi Tang. Let Feng Zhang come back first. I know. Chu Feng hung up the phone and asked Feng Zhang to go back to the Law Enforcement Bureau. 11 bodies have been dug up. You go back to the bureau first. Before you leave, help me retrieve the surveillance video of the 5th floor from today to now. Feng Zhang quickly opened the surveillance video copied from the hospital and found the surveillance video of the 5th floor. Chu Feng quickly found Yi Ming's figure among the crowd of surveillance. From the time he took a number and sat in the waiting room, only the person next to him coughed in the middle. After standing by the window for a while, he never left the 5th floor again. Yi Ming left the hospital directly after seeing the doctor and taking the medicine. Chu Feng saw that the time when Yi Ming left was exactly the time when Lu Mang and Qi Tang had their first operation. Everything told Chu Feng that Yi Ming came to the hospital for normal treatment and didn't even join in the fun. Yi Ming had nothing to do with this matter. It was his super perception that was wrong. Lin Xian only found out what happened after they left after seeing the news online, and immediately hacked into the hospital's surveillance system. According to the limit of Li Feng's ability to use the needle, it must be within 50 meters. The person who took action after she took Li Feng away should also have a distance limit for the ability. Lin Xin opened the student files of the college and created an avatar screening system, and then directly entered the surveillance system into the system. She quickly found the student who appeared in the campus attack case and the person who appeared in the hospital. Yi Ming. Lin Xin suddenly felt that the name was very familiar, and began to look for the information she had collected in the past few days. The owner of the Paradise Street Church is also the person who rescued the injured in the campus case. Is it such a coincidence? Is this person also a person with abilities? Lin Xin quickly found the address registered by Yi Ming in the school. She didn't have the ability to rent a house in the villa area to observe whether this person named Yi Ming was also the same person as Li Feng. She didn't doubt that Yi Ming himself was the demon who gave Li Feng the ability, because before the needle stabbing, Yi Ming had been the campus bully for 3 years. How could a demon be so patient and let people bully him for 3 years? Lin Xin guessed that he had the power given by the demon like Li Feng. At least he is not someone with my ability. Li Feng came over to check the information above and came to a conclusion after hearing Lin Xin's answer. Why are you so sure? Li Feng raised his palm directly, then conjured a needle and shot it through his palm. The needle passed through Li Feng's palm and shot directly to the wall behind him and disappeared. Li Feng stretched out his hand in front of Lin Xin, intact, without even a drop of blood. It was as if the palm had not been pierced by the needle just now. I have tried countless times, but I couldn't hurt me with the needle I conjured, but the real needle could. Of course, it is not ruled out that he has the ability to control objects, and deliberately chose the needle to frame me? Lin Xin shook her head after listening. If it is the ability to control the needles, how can he transport these needles into the closed elevator? Lin Xin called up the elevator surveillance, and there was no picture of the needles appearing at all. The words on the elevator floor under the hospital bed suddenly appeared. It is impossible for so many needles to appear without any movement. And after he left the hospital, the needles in Qi Tang and Lu Meng's bodies were still running around. Lin Xin felt that he underestimated this group of scum. If it weren't for the needles after this incident, this group of scum might not confess. And after so long, there was not a single private message from Chen Songting. Doesn't this person believe that Li Feng has become a ghost? But with such a weird thing happening, Chen Tingsong was so calm that he didn't ask the master to solve it? Even if he suspected Amitabha, there was no information to test it. Whether the purpose of that ability user is to frame you or have other purposes after we leave, at least he is helping us. Yes, Chen Songting hasn't taken the bait yet? Did he use other people's information? Lin Xin shook her head. I set a virus for Amitabha's IP. People like Chen Tingsong will not come directly without investigation. But now there are only 10 people who have successfully hacked into and investigated Amitabha. 2 of them have contact and chat information between the Lu family and the Qi family in their computers. None of them are related to the Chen family. Li Feng was unwilling to do so much, but still couldn't find out where Chen Songting was hiding. Uncle Li, don't be unwilling. We set up Amitabha just to kidnap Chen Songting and find out who is behind him. Now I have another clue that harms my sister. I have a way for you, Uncle Li, to take revenge yourself, but there will be a risk of being discovered. Just kill Chen Tingsong, and if you are discovered, you will be discovered. Don't worry, I won't implicate you then. You stay in this basement, watch the computer, and if it sounds an alarm, just smash it and leave. I have something to go out for. Lin Xin held Yi Ming's address in her hand. She still wanted to investigate whether Yi Ming was a capable person. She was eager to find a way to see the devil. Since Li Feng's method didn't work for her, she would find another way. Lin Xin came to the gate of the villa area according to the address. Seeing the layout of the villa, she knew that even if she had the money to rent a villa here, it would be impossible to observe it closely. The distance between each villa was very far. When she came to villa number 44, Lin Xin was attracted by a tree in the villa at first sight. She had never seen such a black and white tree. Half of the leaves of the tree were black and half were white. The wind blew the leaves, as if waving at her. She couldn't help but walk forward. Woof woof woof, a dog barking woke Lin Xin. Lin Xin looked down and saw a puppy running out of the garden and roaring at her through the door, as if driving her away. I'm not a bad person, woof woof woof. The puppy didn't listen to Lin Xin at all, and roared at her desperately, gnashing his teeth and asking her to leave. Don't bark, I'll give you ham sausage. Lin Xin took out the ham sausage from her package and fed it to the puppy. The puppy barked more fiercely, and even wanted to get out of the door and bite her. Lin Xin was afraid of attracting the attention of the security guards. If she was put on the blacklist, she would never be able to enter the villa area again. She could only leave first and wait for the academy to find an opportunity to approach Yiming. Shonda finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Xin leave, and turned to look at the magic tree that suddenly grew leaves. It is unknown who Yiming tempted to breed this tree, and it will never allow Yiming to harm anyone again. Li Feng's wish is already 85, and as long as it reaches 100, Li Feng's original wish will come true. It can restore a little divine power and have points to help others. You are incompetent, you want to save her, but in her heart she thinks that you are the real murderer. I don't know what you are talking about. Yiming's voice suddenly appeared above Shonda. The man and the dog looked at each other through the door. Shonda knew that Yiming saw all this when he came back. So what? You came back early and hid nearby to watch the show? Yiming opened the door and walked in, shrugged innocently. I'm afraid that if I show up, you will suspect that I have bad intentions. Why don't you just tell her that you can get the power to help her right away? Aren't you afraid that she will be forced to take Li Feng to die with those people? Shonda's face turned ugly when he heard Yiming's words. He remembered that he scared Yiming to death because the dog spoke human words. He was afraid that he would scare people to death again. I don't want you to be so high profile and show off everywhere. Did you deliberately lead this person here? Yiming frowned and looked at Shonda. I didn't do anything? Why is it me again? I haven't even talked to her, and I was hiding in the dark just now to avoid suspicion. Why do you doubt me no matter what I do? As a god, I have prejudices, okay? Shonda ran out of the villa angrily. It didn't want to talk to Yiming at all now. Every time it saw Yiming's eyes, it always felt like it was being seen deep in its heart. Yiming looked at the tree with branches in the small corner next to it and could already see a complete leaf. The danger alarm in the body has also been lifted. Sure enough, no matter whether it is a human or a god, no one is willing to give up his life as long as there is a little hope. Yiming looked at Li Feng, whose satisfaction level had reached 80% on the system panel, and Lin Xiaoguang, who was stuck at 5% and wouldn't move. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He was a useless person who couldn't use his abilities even if he got them. He was timid. 3 days later, in the conference room of Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau, we couldn't find Yang Da's family, and Yang Da's body also disappeared when it was transported back to the bureau. There is no database of Yang Tian in the DNA library, and we cannot determine whether the 15-year-old skeleton belongs to Yang Tian. Li Tian took out the autopsy reports of the 11 corpses and distributed them to everyone. But the presumed time of death is completely consistent with what Lu Mangan said 3 years ago. The broken bones in the chest and the broken thigh bones are also consistent with what Lu Mangan said was caused by him crushing Yang Tian back and forth with his car. If among the 11 corpses, this is the only one that matches Lu Mangan's confession. After Fu Shangran saw the autopsy report in his hand, have the identities of the other 10 corpses been found? Li Tian drew out the files of 2 people on the tablet. There are 2 corpses. One has just died, and the other has been dead for a month. The facial skin and flesh are all intact, so I quickly found their information on the missing persons. One is fitness instructor Chang Hao, 30 years old. His family registered missing information with the Phantom City Law Enforcement Branch a month ago. The other one is Tian Rue, a 28-year-old white-collar worker. She lives and works in Xingchen Bay because she lives on her own and took a long leave from the company before coming to Haiyan City. So there is no intersection between these 2 people? Could it be 2 cases? No, I think all 10 corpses are from the same case. There are K-87H bullets on the arms and ankles of the skeletons. There are also many such bullets in the mud in the deep pool. From the 2 corpses that were not completely bone white, I detected that the bullets in many places on their bodies were wounds in the front. The murderer seemed to be torturing the victim and fired nearly 30 shots before killing the person. When Fu Shangran heard the K-87H bullet, he knew that things were not simple. He felt that his head was hurting again. Today, Lu Mangan and Chi Tang clamored to return to the Law Enforcement Bureau after hanging up the anti-inflammatory bottles. They always felt that the hospital was unsafe. Chu Feng had no choice but to take them back to the Law Enforcement Bureau, locked them together with special care, and went to the conference room for a meeting. K-87H bullets are only sold on the dark web and in the independent state. If you want to buy such a large number of bullets, you can only buy them in the independent state. Chu Feng looked at Fu Shangran, who was sitting in the middle of the conference room with his eyebrows pinched. A haze. He knew that once the independent state was involved, the case would become unresolved, and it was unknown whether the real murderer could be punished. Seeing the horrific wounds on Tian Rui's body, he felt very angry. The murderer was enjoying the process of torturing people, including the corpses of 10 people. A K-87H bullet on the dark web costs 500, and it costs 350 in the independent state. The characteristic of this bullet is that no matter how close or how far away it is, the power of the bullet cannot penetrate the body. There is a small hook at the rear end of the bullet, which will get stuck tightly in the flesh and bones. Fang Zhang sent the information he investigated to other people's tablets. I also investigated Cheng Hao. Before he disappeared, his family was in urgent need of 1 million because his child needed a heart transplant. Before he took the plane to Haiyan City, he gave his wife 500,000 yuan for the procedure and told his wife that he was going to Haiyan. I'll ask a friend to borrow the remaining 50W. I checked Tian Rui's credit card, and her debt has reached 700,000. Before she disappeared, she relied on reversed cards to keep her cards from exploding, but her salary can no longer sustain the handling fees for reversed cards. The limit of one of her credit cards was suddenly reduced. As a result, she was completely overdue for 1 month, and the limits of other credit cards were also reduced because of the overdue. But before she came to Haiyan City, all the overdue credit cards were paid off. Have you found out who transferred the money? Xu Feng was now eager to find evidence. The bank has no records of large value transactions. They are all cash deposits. I went to the bank to investigate the monitoring and found that all the money was deposited by myself. Fang Zhang was also helpless. He found the similarities between the victims, but they were all offline cash transactions. This thread is broken again. The murderer used a high amount of money to trick the victim into coming to Haiyan City. He narrowed the scope for us to find the identity of the victim, and found those who were short of money among those who reported missing. Fu Shangran felt that he was going crazy. The murder case was different from ordinary people. The cases are different. As long as relevant evidence is found to prove that the person is a murder suspect, we have the right to monitor it. Until evidence is found to prove innocence, or the evidence is conclusive and the person goes to trial. This is simply an offending case. Is there any clue about the dog man? Fu Shangran just wants to solve the dog man case quickly, saying that there may not be a chance to transfer him. Kai Tiantian shook his head quickly. I just wanted to tell you that before you forced domestic dogs to come to the law enforcement court for blood tests and listings, and you also hunted wild dogs. All dog owners were resisting, and dog protection organizations have been providing support. I protest that we are not allowed to implement this policy. Li Tian also took out the inspection reports of 3 dogs. I have tested the dog of Kong Renyu's family and the 2 dogs in the school. They are all normal and there is no difference with other dogs. I think even if we check all the dogs in the city, we may not be able to find the dog man. Maybe the dog man is a ghost like Li Feng? Our routine test will definitely not detect it. Tang Tian whispered what he was thinking. He knew that as a law enforcer, he had to believe in science and could not attribute unsolved cases to supernatural events. However, after watching the live broadcast of the bar, he really couldn't help but start thinking that maybe there are ghosts in this world. Before the explosion, Chen Baichuan and Bai Jiyu died from the needle that suddenly appeared. At that time, Li Feng was not dead. So Li Feng must have used some kind of eye-catching trick that we can't see. Xu Feng had not received the news of Chen Tingsong's murder. He knew that the method used by Li Feng must be close to achieve it. So he must not be a ghost. When Fang Zhang heard that nothing could be detected, he remembered that Lin Xin said that Lin Yuzi might have discovered the secret of those drugs, and hurriedly pushed this to the surface. Li Tian, do you have any results on the drugs that were seized from the bar livestream case that day? Yes, I have done experiments. Those drugs can make people feel euphoric and excited, just like people who took drugs before, but they are scarier than the previous drugs. Both urine and blood tests are the same as normal people, except that the potassium content is a little high. It will take until the 3rd day to test positive. This drug takes 3 days to test positive. If the results cannot be obtained on the same day, too many things may happen within 3 days. Xu Feng frowned, his face full of worry. He knew that once this drug entered the market, it would bring unpredictable hidden dangers and dangers. After Fu Shengran carefully read through all the case materials, he began to assign tasks in an orderly manner. Li Tian, you are responsible for cooperating with the investigation of the missing persons case and confirming the identities of the remaining 8 bodies as soon as possible. Xu Feng, you submit Lu Meng and Shi Tang's confessions and all evidence to the trial bureau, and make sure that there are no mistakes before they are escorted to the trial bureau. Fang Zhang, You are responsible for investigating the records of purchasing K-87H bullets on the dark web, and tracking the activities of the two victims in Haiyan City. Brother Kai, you continue to collect blood samples from those dogs. Hearing this, Fong Zheng eagerly interrupted, then these undetectable drug cases, will we ignore them? Maybe Li Feng is coming for these drugs. Fu Shengran looked at Fong Zheng, frowned, and explained, drug cases have always been the responsibility of the Drug Administration. Even if this new drug is eventually identified as a drug, it is still under the jurisdiction of the Drug Administration. Our police cannot intervene beyond their authority. As for Li Feng, he has no connection with the new drug and cannot be investigated together. Although Fong Zheng understood that Fu Shengran was telling the truth, he still felt unwilling. At this time, Chu Feng suddenly said, "Where is Chen Tingsong?" Li Feng accused him of murder, and there is also that recording. Hasn't the case been filed yet? Fu Shengran sighed and replied, "We do have too many cases on hand. I have handed Chen Tingsong's case to the second team. There is no victim reporting the case, and there is no original audio. You know, it is impossible to file a case in this situation." After hearing this, Chu Feng felt dissatisfied. We have so many cases on hand, but we still have to spend manpower to collect blood samples from those dogs. If you hadn't insisted on doing this, we wouldn't have withdrawn the surveillance of Li Feng and his wife. As a result, they died, and Li Feng became so extreme. In Chu Feng's view, this is a complete waste of time. Li Feng was no longer a suspect at the beginning, and we didn't need to send people to investigate him and waste time. But from what happened later, I admit that I made a wrong judgment. Li Feng is the murderer. Do you still think that the person who killed Chen Baichuan was not Li Feng? Fu Shengran had some things that he couldn't say clearly. There was also a secret order from above to capture Li Feng alive. Someone told him that Li Feng might not be a human anymore, but a drug man who had taken some kind of medicine. They suspected that the dog man might be a dog that had taken that kind of medicine. That's why they asked him to collect the blood of dogs in Haiyan City and keep the secret of the drug man secret. I don't need to explain my deployment to you every step. Either obey or go home. Fu Shengran said harshly to Chu Feng. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tang Tian hurriedly pulled the emotional Chu Feng, and Kai Tian also tried to reconcile. In the end, the meeting ended hastily in an unpleasant atmosphere. VIP ward of the hospital Lu Rinxin sat by the bed, looking at Gong Sunli solemnly, with a hint of anxiety in his tone. Has the old man responded? Do we have room for maneuver? A few days ago, Lu Rinxin learned from his subordinates that Chen Tingsong was secretly behind the sensational hot search news. He was shocked by Chen Tingsong's courage. He knew that Gong Sunli was his wife, but he dared to so brazenly frame Lu Mang for all the crimes of the 10 bodies. He called Chen Tingsong angrily to question him, but the other party just mentioned the 3 words independent state lightly. Then he said that Lu Mang would be sentenced to life imprisonment if he killed 1 person, and would also be sentenced to life imprisonment if he killed 11 people. Chen Tingsong's words were trying to persuade him to take all the blame. Gong Sunli lay on the bed, her face pale and ugly. She looked at Lu Rinxin, with a tone of blame and dissatisfaction. You are a waste, you can't do anything well. Yang Da's son is missing, and Yang Da's body can't be found. And I was injured so badly, didn't you say it was foolproof? Even if I do it well, what's the matter? The Law Enforcement Bureau can't confirm the identity of Yang Da's grandson now. The main thing now is that someone wants Menger to take the blame for the 11 bodies. I'm a waste, so I asked you to beg your father. Lu Rinxin sat on the chair weakly, his heart full of helplessness and despair. Xiaowenxin doesn't allow my father to take care of this matter. It seems that the person behind this is either a member of the Xia family or someone that the Gongsun family can't afford to offend. Gong Sunli didn't say it all. Xiaowenxin didn't let her father take care of her affairs anymore, and even didn't let her father secretly help the Lu family. Because Lu Meng's affairs implicated the Gongsun family, her father is still very angry with her. Before her father calms down, Lu Rinxin can't know about this. Originally, Lu Rinxin was willing to marry her because she was a daughter of the Gongsun family. Before, Xiaowenxin didn't know that she was her father's illegitimate daughter, and treated her as an adopted daughter very well. Since she knew that she was her father's illegitimate daughter, everything has changed. Even after she married Lu Rinxin, she privately revealed her identity. If it weren't for her father privately giving Lu Rinxin company resources, and she gave birth to Lu Mang, Lu Rinxin said that he might not have given up on her a long time ago. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Rinxin finally made a decision. He whispered to Gong Sunli, I will ask the doctor to push you into the intensive care unit, and then apply for Lu Mang to come out to see you. Husband. Although Lu Rinxin didn't finish his words, Gong Sunli already knew that he wanted her to persuade Lu Mang to admit all the crimes. Manger can't escape life imprisonment, don't drag the Lu family and Gongsun family into the water. Lu Rinxin was lucky that he still had several illegitimate children outside. Even if Lu Mang was hung in the Tower of Sin forever, he would not be childless. But the identity of Yang Da's grandson has not been confirmed, and Lu Mang may still be detained in the Law Enforcement Bureau until the identity of the body is confirmed. If he is sent to the Tower of Sin, he will never have a chance. That kid is begging for a trial, and he has revealed everything that should be revealed, and now he is involved in so many troubles. Lu Rinxin now really feels that Lu Mang's IQ is like Gong Sunli, stupid and bad. So many people do bad things and are fine, but he has to become a typical example. He even got news that the law enforcement court will start a global live trial in order to calm the public anger. This is the first case in the world. Gong Sunli had no choice but to follow Lu Rinxin's advice and move into the VIP ward for critically ill patients. Lu Mang got a half-hour visit through connections. After the visit, Lu Mang returned to the Law Enforcement Bureau and suddenly found the duty officer in the middle of the night to confess his guilt and make a written statement, proving that all 11 bodies were murdered. Chu Feng, who had just fallen asleep, heard the news and hurried back to the Law Enforcement Bureau. If Lu Mang did it, why didn't he say it before? Why did he have to tell Gong Sunli before he told her? I want to retrieve the surveillance video of the intensive care unit. Chu Feng looked at the confession made by his colleague to Lu Mang. Everything on it was so detailed. All the confessions were consistent with the autopsy report and site inspection they made. That means the person who told Lu Mang these things is likely to be the murderer. The surveillance in the intensive care unit happened to be broken that day, and the doctor proved that Gong Sunli was in a coma from beginning to end. All the evidence chains and confessions are consistent. We submitted the people and evidence to the trial bureau. In the end, whether the murderer of the 10 bodies was Lu Mang was determined by the trial bureau. Fu Shengran knew that the murderer was not Lu Mang, otherwise the trial bureau would not urge them to escort Lu Mang and Qi Tang to the trial court as soon as possible. The trial court had never been held so quickly before, skipping many procedures, as if they were eager to convict Lu Mang. Fu Shengran received the instructions from above and knew that he could only obey orders. This case was something he could not decide now. I'll apply for a forensic doctor to examine Gong Sunli. I don't believe that Gong Sunli is really unconscious. Chu Feng was unwilling to let the case be solved so hastily whenever he thought of the wounds on the bodies. If the murderer is not caught as soon as possible, more victims will be in danger. The Gongsun family has already applied for a special plane to take Gong Sunli to the independent state this morning. Hearing Fu Xingran's words, Chu Feng punched the wall directly. All these actions clearly told Chu Feng that Lu Mang was not the real murderer. But he was powerless to change all this. They, the law enforcers, were only responsible for arresting criminals and collecting evidence. The final judgment of guilt or not was the responsibility of the trial bureau, but it was obvious that the trial bureau hoped to close the case as soon as possible. The day after tomorrow morning, block the street about 50 meters from the enforcement court to the trial court, and bring people to block the street 50 meters around the trial court. No one is allowed to approach. Any suspicious person approaching will be arrested directly. Fu Shengran went back to the office after giving all the instructions and sat down on the chair weakly. At 9 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, the sun was shining brightly. Whether at home or at work or school, people were waiting in the trial live broadcast room to watch the first live trial. The live broadcast room was full of comments saying evil will be punished, not unpunished. Believe in the law enforcement team, the bad guys will eventually get their comeuppance. Some netizens mocked that if it weren't for the Feng Mo, these beasts would still be at large. But these comments were quickly wiped out, and most citizens' original doubts about the fairness of the law enforcement team were also dispelled in this public live broadcast. Lin Xin stood in the crowd at the blockade, surrounded by reporters and people watching the show. Lin Xin was observing the surrounding environment. Since she knew that this trial court was not open to the public, she knew that her plan had changed again. She stood outside the blockade, watching the car escorting Lu Meng and Qi Tang into the trial court but was powerless. Don't squeeze, you stepped on my feet. You blocked my camera, get out of the way. Lin Xin looked at the two people arguing next to her and the law enforcers who had just walked down, and a thought flashed through her mind. He took the needle to his palm and whispered, "Uncle, I found an opportunity. The rest depends on you." Lin Xin pushed the quarreling person with force and pushed him out of the blockade. The reporter fell forward with the camera in his hand. Because the camera was very heavy, his whole body hit the blockade railing. In order to prevent the expensive camera in his hand from breaking, the reporter held the camera high with one hand and directly grabbed the quarreling person next to him with the other hand. The man also fell forward because of the pulling force of the reporter. There were people crowded around, and because of this incident, everyone was squeezed and fell. What are you doing? All stand outside the blockade and don't squeeze forward. The law enforcer with a gun approached and lifted the blockade railing. He helped the two people who fell into the blockade. Don't make trouble, I will arrest you all if you make trouble. Law enforcement officer, someone pushed me, we didn't make trouble. Yes, someone pushed us, we didn't make trouble at all. Go back to the blockade. After the law enforcement officer drove the people outside the blockade, he returned to the escort car. After Lu Meng and Shi Tang were escorted to the courtroom, everyone took out their mobile phones and started to watch the live broadcast. Except for Chu Feng, Li Tian, two law enforcement officers and the forensic doctor who entered the courtroom to testify, the rest of the law enforcement officers stood outside the courtroom, holding their guns and vigilantly not allowing anyone to approach. Li Feng, who turned into a needle, jumped from the law enforcement officer's trouser leg to the floor, followed the gap between the wall and the ground, turned into a thin and short needle and slowly crawled forward, and then crawled in through the gap of the door. After finally crawling in, he just happened to hear the two people's judgment. Suspect Qi Tang was brought to trial for suspected intentional injury, rape, and defamation. During the investigation of the case, you voluntarily surrendered and confessed your crimes truthfully. You are sentenced to 15 years in prison for multiple crimes and serve your sentence on the 8th floor of the Tower of Sin. Murder suspect Lu Meng was brought to trial for suspected intentional homicide, rape, defamation, illegal disposal of corpses, etc. During the investigation of the case, you voluntarily surrendered and confessed your crimes truthfully. You are sentenced to life imprisonment, the highest criminal law, and you cannot be commuted for any reason for life. You are serving your sentence on the 19th floor of the Tower of Sin. If you have any questions about the above verdict, you can appeal or apply for a retrial. As the judge's speech came to an end, all the viewers were swiping the screen demanding that Lu Mangan be sentenced to death. 10 people were tortured to death, and a teenage girl was raped to death by Lu Mangan. Strongly demand an increase in the death penalty, and strongly demand the abolition of the minor protection law. But no matter how many times the live broadcast room floods the screen, the charges of Lu Men and Qi Tang cannot be changed. Bang, the trial door opened, and the escorts walked in. The sound of Lu Meng falling to the ground. At the moment when he was about to close the live broadcast room, Lu Mangan was suddenly pierced forward from the back by a huge needle and died on the spot. When Qi Tang saw Lu Meng's body in the needle, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground and screamed, "Ah, help! The devil is here! That devil never intended to let us go from the beginning to the end. Help, I don't want to die. I have confessed my guilt. Why don't you let me go? The trial court has ruled that our crimes are not worthy of death. What is the difference between you, a devil, and us?" Qi Tang yelled into the air like crazy. All the law enforcers surrounded Qi Tang, observing the area to prevent anyone from approaching and harming Qi Tang. Chu Feng spoke into the air, "Li Feng, I know you are not dead. These people have been punished as they should be. Don't make the same mistake again and again." However, no one responded to him. Qi Tang, who was protected, was trembling with fear. Suddenly, a needle shot from his throat to the top of his head. The person suddenly lost his breath. All the law enforcers looked at each other. No matter how they protected, they could not stop Li Feng from killing people. Everyone in the live broadcast room was watching the screen. "Feng Yamo has done a good job, these scum should be sentenced to death. And it's your turn, Chen Tingsong, who caused the death of Feng Mo's whole family. Since sin cannot be judged, I will judge sin in my own way. Demon." A netizen named Devil's Trial began to flood the live broadcast room. Feng Zheng quickly turned on his computer and began to investigate the IP of Demon Trial. After investigating the exact location, he immediately closed the trial live broadcast room. "This IP is in Jinxing Community, 500 meters away. Send people to Jinxing Community as soon as possible. Send a team of people to blockade the court and do not allow any entry or exit." Chu Feng quickly ordered people to go to Jinxing Community. As soon as they walked out of the gate of the trial court, they had a headache when they saw the dense crowd of reporters and people surrounding the blockade. It was impossible for them to go secretly. Chu Feng quickly called Fu Shangran to go to Jinxing Community to arrest Li Feng. All the reporters asked the law enforcement officers one after another, What happened inside? Lu Men and Chi Tang are really dead? Do you have any clues about Feng Mo? Does the Law Enforcement Bureau have any countermeasures against the peak demon? Is it okay to let a murderer go free like this? In order to get first-hand information, reporters all crowded to the front row, making the already crowded streets even more chaotic. Chu Feng was afraid of chaos, so he let Li Feng take the opportunity to escape, and quickly said to stop him, "The case is under investigation. Please leave in an orderly manner. If you stay where you are, we will treat you as an accomplice of Li Feng who is plotting evil. After our investigation is complete, the information department will hold a press conference to give you the opportunity to ask questions. Please leave in an orderly manner." Lin Xin frowned when he heard this. Her plan went wrong again, and she was unable to create chaos outside and give Uncle Feng a chance to escape. This group of law enforcers went to arrest the demon trial IP without following her plan. They did not come into contact with the crowd, so Li Feng could not move and escape. This place is more than 50 meters away from the trial court, and Li Feng, who had turned into a needle, could not escape quietly. He crawled away from the crowd quietly. Lin Xiaoguang, who was in the crowd, looked up at the trial court. He was now sure that Li Feng was the same person as him. Lin Xiaoguang didn't know Li Feng's specific abilities and limitations, but judging from the live broadcast in the bar, Li Feng's ability to use must be limited. Therefore, Li Feng is probably still in the law enforcement court and unable to get out. Woof woof woof. Suddenly a group of wild dogs came roaring at the people leaving and pounced. People were frightened by the sudden attack of dogs and fled in panic. They were so frightened that they forgot the direction of their escape. Some people even fled into the law enforcement court, and the scene became chaotic. Lin Xian also took the opportunity to escape to the law enforcers. Because there were too many people and dogs scurrying around in the crowd, the law enforcement officers were unable to shoot at all. We can only try to protect the safety of citizens first. In the end, the law enforcement officers stopped the chaos, and all the wild dogs were restrained by the law enforcement officers. Lin Xian felt a stinging pain on her thigh flesh and knew that Li Feng had penetrated into her flesh. Chu Feng ordered people to search everyone. He must have created the chaos just now to create an opportunity for Li Feng to escape. He took the loudspeaker and said directly, "Everyone please cooperate with our law enforcement officers in the investigation. No one is allowed to leave before we conduct the investigation. Tell us all the iron accessories on your body and whether there are steel plates in your body. No concealment is allowed. Once the liar is discovered, you are an accomplice." When Lin Xian heard this, she felt nervous and broke into a cold sweat. She knew that nothing was found in the box last time. They guessed that Li Feng was probably hiding in the human body. Whether she has steel plates in her body or not, she can't deceive brother Feng Zheng at all, so it's unrealistic to lie. Looking at the arrested wild dogs, Lin Xian knew that the capable person hiding in the dark was helping again. She simply could not find the person who helped in such a large crowd. What should she do now? Just when Lin Xian was at a loss, the queue had already reached her. "You put all the iron jewelry on your body on the basket over here. Are there any steel plates inside your body?" "There is no steel plate. Sister, what should I do if there is iron in my underwear?" "Don't worry, there is a special changing room inside for you to change clothes for inspection." Lin Xian put his keys and mobile phone into the basket and passed through the transfer bag. He opened the door and entered the dressing room. He took off his underwear and walked to the inspectors to let them use the scanner. The female inspector picked up Lin Xian's underwear and checked whether there were needles on it. "Get dressed and register here. Please keep the phone open. We need you to cooperate with the investigation at any time." "Yes." Lin Xian wrote down his name, phone number, home address, and the reason for coming here. Then after getting dressed, when I opened the door with my hand, I felt a tingling pain from the palm of my hand. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he put his palms into his pockets and wiped the blood on his palms. Until she left the law enforcement court, Lin Xian didn't know who the person who manipulated the dog was. This time she did not see Yiming in the crowd, and her suspicion of Yiming instantly dropped a lot. After Chu Feng checked everyone and found no suspicious needles, Fu Shengran rushed to Jinxing community and followed the IP to the top floor, where he found a second-hand mobile phone connected to a charging cable that was automatically publishing content. When they were about to pick up the phone exploded due to overload. All the law enforcement officers were instantly affected by the explosion of mobile phones and took a few steps back. The technicians brought by Fu Shengran originally wanted to investigate the remote control IP from this mobile phone, but with the explosion, the motherboard was directly smashed to pieces and could no longer be repaired. Fu Shengran hurriedly went to investigate the surveillance system in the community. However, because the community was an old and small building, the surveillance system in the community had been broken for a long time and no one was repairing it. So this thread is completely broken. Chen Tingsong had also been paying attention to the live broadcast of the trial. When he saw Lu Mn and Shi Tang dying quietly, he was instantly panicked. My heart began to waver again. Had Li Feng really turned into a ghost? But he remembered what that person told him, that Li Feng was the complete version of those original medicine people. As long as he found Li Feng and found the person who made Li Feng like this, he would be qualified to enter the free association. As long as he becomes a member, he will be free from the constraints of this world. He can also become one of the top 10 financial groups that people are afraid of. Li Feng, you devil harmed my child. The voice of Chen Baichuan's mother Li Ru came from outside the door. Since Chen Baichuan's death, Chen Songting brought back the illegitimate child and lover from outside, and Li Ru went crazy. Yelling like a madman, if he didn't want to take advantage of the Li family, he would have sent Li Ru to a mental hospital. When Shisong saw his brother's death in the live broadcast room, he was so frightened that he grabbed his mother Tianwen's hand and started gesticulating. Shi Minjing looked at the tragic death of her eldest son on the phone, and her younger son was so harmed by Li Feng that he could never speak. Li Feng, no matter you are a ghost or a human, I will never let you go. Tianwen said worriedly, can we still safely send Shisong to the independent prefecture for treatment? They are really bullying us. We gave them so much money and they didn't even let us take Gongsun Li's plane to the independent prefecture. We have to wait for the application. Shi Minjing said unwillingly, so money is not enough. I heard that as long as you find Li Feng and the people behind him, you can get tickets to enter the free association. After submitting the footage he shot today to the company, Lin Xiaoguang walked back with tired steps. Suddenly, a shrill dog bark came from the opposite street. He looked up and saw a large wild dog being rounded up by a group of city managers. The wild dog fought back with all its might, and its claws accidentally scratched the hand of one of the managers. The enraged manager hit the wild dog hard on the head with a stick. With a whoop, the wild dog was knocked to the ground, but it was still struggling desperately. Seeing this, the law enforcer next to him quickly injected a sedative into the wild dog, and the wild dog instantly lost the ability to resist. The city managers mercilessly picked up the wild dog and threw it into the cage on the car like throwing away garbage. Lin Xiaoguang saw all this. He stood there, shaking uncontrollably. Looking at the wild dog that was treated cruelly, he seemed to see his own shadow, feeling like the wild dog that was beaten, stabbed with needles, and then casually abandoned. Lin Xiaoguang stumbled home, the shrill dog barking still echoing in his ears, as if asking for help. After returning home, he hurriedly took off his long-sleeved shirt and long pants, and looked at the hair all over his body, and an unspeakable despair surged in his heart. He squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands, and burst into tears. I am really useless. I didn't expose Kongsher Pharmaceutical, and I also harmed those dogs. I also got a strange disease. The cry echoed in the empty room, which seemed particularly desolate. The reason why Lin Xiaoguang helped Li Feng was that he found that there would be many side effects after eating the fruit given by the devil. He would grow hair all over his body, and even if he just used a razor to remove it in the morning, it would grow all over his body again in less than half a day. He would also have impulses when seeing women, no matter how beautiful or ugly they were. He checked the information on the internet and found that this was a sign of a dog's estrus period. Recalling everything that happened before, Lin Xiaoguang knew that Li Feng was the same person as him. So he wanted to unite with Li Feng and wanted to find a way to solve these side effects. He just wanted to be a normal person now. At this moment, a hoarse and gloomy voice suddenly sounded in the room. He, you are useless. Lin Xiaoguang was so scared that he trembled all over. He looked up and saw a man with a black body slowly walking out. The man's skin became fragile because of the burns. When he walked, a few pieces of black skin fell off from time to time, revealing the bright red flesh inside, which looked particularly terrifying against the black skin. Lin Xiaoguang's heart was in his throat. He wanted to run away, but his legs were as heavy as lead. He could only watch the terrifying man approaching him step by step. Lin Xiaoguang thought that the person in front of him was the devil who gave him the magic fruit. Fear turned him into a skinny puppy, looking at the person in front of him in horror. Who are you? A demon? I don't want to pursue the truth anymore, please let me go. You really don't know how to appreciate what you have. Such a useful ability was eaten by a waste like you. I am Yang De, you may not be familiar with this name. I am the housekeeper of the Liu family who died in the fire in the car accident on Paradise Street a few days ago. Yang De sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at Lin Xiaoguang with cold eyes. Lin Xiaoguang went to shoot the car accident report. He clearly saw that the car was burned to the frame, and the bodies of the housekeeper and the driver sitting in the front row. He also took photos. Are you a ghost? Aren't you dead? Lin Xiaoguang thought of something that might be more frightening. I am a demon, we are the same kind of people. Yang De did not answer Lin Xiaoguang's question directly. He was not stupid enough to tell others about his magic fruit ability. Lin Xiaoguang thought of Li Feng. He took photos of the gas explosion in Li Feng's house from his colleagues, and only the body of Li Feng's wife was there. At that time, he just thought that Li Feng was not at home and just happened to escape. Now thinking of Li Feng's live broadcast in the bar, and the recording played in the live broadcast, all proved that Li Feng was at the scene. He thought of a possibility in his heart, and was very excited. Will you not die after eating the magic fruit? Or will you be resurrected after death? Does that mean that he can also be resurrected infinitely? Do you still remember Li Mingliang? Yang De still did not answer Lin Xiaoguang's question. In his eyes, Lin Xiaoguang, who was timid and submissive, was not worthy of possessing such magic power. If it were not for revenge on the Liu family couple, he would not want to cooperate with such a person at all. Remember, Lin Xiaoguang suddenly felt ashamed when he heard this. This is what he said to the devil at the beginning, to report the most truthful report for Li Mingliang in the world. He was afraid and dared not act again just because the law enforcers arrested dogs all over the city. He didn't even avenge his father. He trembled all over, afraid that Yang De was sent by the devil to solve him. Li Mingliang's body is among those 11 bodies. 11? Of the 11 bodies in Shantan, only one is my grandson, who was hit and killed by Lu Mang, and the other 10 are handled by Lu Rinxin for others. Yang De was lying to Lin Xiaoguang. He needed Lin Xiaoguang to find out the truth about the 10 bodies, so that he could force the people behind the scenes to drive Lu Rinxin's family out of the independent state. With his current identity, he couldn't enter the independent state at all, so he couldn't avenge himself. What do you want me to do? Lin Xiaoguang didn't know if what Yang De said was true. After all, there were still 5 bodies whose identities had not been found among the 10 bodies. Report the truth, don't you want to seek justice for Li Mingliang? Kong Renyu's flight ticket is scheduled for 3 days later. When he goes to the independent state, you will not be able to take revenge. Have you forgotten your father? It was the Liu family who helped the Gongsun family deal with the Kong Renyu incident. Kong Renyu's flight ticket and consent, it was he who handled the book. If you eat the magic fruit, you will be resurrected indefinitely. Lin Xiaoguang wanted to seek justice but was more afraid of death. Of course, Li Feng and I are the best proof. Yang De raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Lin Xiaoguang with a smile, and the black skin at the corner of his mouth fell to the ground. Will it always stay like this? I am changing my skin. Once all the burnt skin is gone, I will return to my original state. Lin Xiaoguang was still hesitant, thinking of Li Mingliang and his father who vomited blood, but also of those vicious people who were arresting dogs everywhere. He knew that those people were actually trying to catch him, and if he was caught, he would definitely die without a burial place. If you don't agree, I will directly report you as a dog person. I think those behind it must be very interested in you. After hearing what Yang De said, Lin Xiaoguang glared at Yang De fiercely. After knowing that Yang De and he were also people who had eaten the magic fruit, the fear in his heart subsided. He wanted to kill Yang De, but then remembered that he would be resurrected, and if he reported Yang De himself, Yang De would definitely drag him into trouble. By then his peaceful life will be changed. Lin Xiaoguang now feels that he is very passive and can only coax Yang De first. What if I help you and you continue to threaten me? Don't worry, I just want Lu Yingxin to come back and take revenge with my own hands. After the revenge is over, I will go find my son. I will never pester you. What do you want me to do? And how do you know that I am the same kind of person as you? Lin Xiaoguang weighed the choice in his heart. Now he regretted eating that magic fruit and causing so much trouble to himself. Of course the Demon Lord told me. It's not that I want you to do anything, but the Demon Lord wants you to reveal the specific cause of death of the 10 bodies. Yang De looked at Lin Xiaoguang, who was so scared that he turned into a puppy and trembled, and knew that he was just a person like him who ate the magic fruit and then returned to human form. Yang De followed Lu Rinxin and saw all kinds of people, so he knew how to make people like Lin Xiaoguang obey and do things. I know, I will investigate the cause of death of the 10 bodies. Lin Xiaoguang did not doubt Yang Da's words, because when he went to the trial site today, he did not see anyone different from the crowd around him. That proves that people who have eaten the magic fruit cannot know whether the other party has eaten the magic fruit. It's not convenient for me to go out and walk around, so I will stay at your house first. As a reward, I will let Kong Rinyu die and tell the story behind it. After Yang De finished speaking, he didn't care whether Lin Xiaoguang agreed or not, and he opened the guest room and walked in. Lin Xiaoguang looked at the crispy skin that fell on the sofa and cleaned the sofa with fear. He didn't know how things turned out like this. He had no idea about the 10 bodies. The person who could ask Lu Rinxin to help deal with them must not be someone he could mess with. Yang De went back to his room and lay on the bed, thinking about what happened a few days ago. Before he entered the hospital that day, he was stopped by a teenager, who held a strange fruit in front of Yang De. I don't buy fruit. Yang De was in a hurry to deliver toiletries to Lu Meng, and was about to leave after refusing. But the teenager just stood in front of him. The teenager smiled and said to him, "You will be killed if you go to the hospital today. You can use your life to exchange for the chance of your child's escape. This can save you from death. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Why are you so weird at such a young age? Are you trying to cheat me? If you don't leave, I'll call the law enforcer." Yang De frowned and looked at the teenager with disgust. "Do you want to know where your grandson is? This magic fruit can give you the answer. As I said, if you don't believe it, you can just throw it away." After the teenager put the magic fruit in Yang Da's hand, he turned around and walked towards the hospital. "How do you know my grandson is lost? Do you know where he is?" Yang De grabbed the boy's arm and asked. "I will do whatever you ask for. After today, you will know where your grandson is." The information about where his grandson is made Yang De very excited, but Gong Sunli called. "Old Yang, where are you? Come to the inpatient department quickly and bring up the clothes. The live broadcast is about to start." "Madam, I'm downstairs and will go up right away." After Yang De hung up the phone, he found that the boy had already walked into the hospital. He wanted to chase the boy, but was blocked by the crowd. When Yang De walked into the hospital, he could not find the boy. Yang De looked at the magic fruit in his hand and finally put it in his pocket. The temptation of his grandson there made him unable to refuse. So when Lu Meng said that his grandson was thrown into the deep pool by him, Yang De immediately thought of what the boy said. He directly sent a message to his son to let him escape, and also refused Chu Feng's protection. He knew that he had to die in exchange for his son's chance to escape. When Gong Sunli and he were riding in the same car, Yang De was still thinking about what to say when he returned to make Lu Rinxin believe that he really would not betray him. Even if he knew that his grandson was killed by Lu Meng, he would not expose the Lu family affairs he knew. As long as he could let him and his son go, they would leave Haiyan City forever. Suddenly, a large truck crashed out of the corner and directly knocked the front seat of the car crooked. Yang De and the driver were sitting in the front seat, and the front airbag did not pop out. The two were knocked unconscious. Half-conscious and half-awake, Yang De heard Gong Sunli's curse in the back seat. "Why don't you open the airbag on me quickly? Where did you find the driver? He almost got me hurt." "Sorry, ma'am, please pretend to be unconscious now. We will take you to the hospital." "Deal with it." Gong Sunli gave the order and lay down in the hospital ambulance under the name of their Gongsun family. When Yang De opened his eyes, he saw someone piercing the gas tank of the car, and then pretended to open the front door to save the people in the front seat, and then the car suddenly caught fire. The man fled from here. Yang De didn't expect that the method he used to deal with others before would be used on himself. His legs were stuck in the car and he couldn't move at all. He slowly reached into his pocket, took out the magic fruit and ate it. After eating the whole magic fruit, Yang De didn't find any change in himself. He smiled bitterly. "I actually believed in such an unreliable thing." The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and finally the whole car was burned, and Yang De was burned to death by the fire and lost consciousness. When Yang De woke up again, he found his body in the morgue and the door was open. He didn't have time to sort out what was going on with him now, so he stole the clothes and hat next to him and ran away. When he ran to the door, he found two sneaky people in work clothes. Yang De was afraid to avoid them and walked out. The two people were also startled when they saw Yang De, and they lowered their heads and didn't dare to let Yang De see their eyes. Only after Yang De left did the two of them dare to breathe a sigh of relief. "There are still people here. I'm so scared. Didn't they say that everyone had been cleared out? Let's steal the body quickly. We only have half an hour." Yang De found that he had no obstacles along the way, and he had time to think about the current situation only after he escaped to a safe place. Thinking of the two people he met before, Yang De knew that the two people should be the staff bribed by Lu Rinxin, just to steal his body. He immediately knew that it was Lu Rinxin's handiwork, wanting the law enforcers to know that he died in a car accident, but he didn't want people to confirm the identity of his little grandson. Yang De rushed to the vicinity of his son's house and found that it had been burned to ashes. His resentment towards Lu Rinxin grew stronger and stronger. The child he had raised with all his heart and effort before, actually treated his whole family like this. Yang De hid for a few days, but still didn't hear any news about his son's family being killed. He knew that his son should have escaped. He didn't rush to the abandoned city to find his son, but chose to stay and take revenge. Finally, when the day of Lu Mang's trial came, Yang De stood in the crowd fully armed. Lu Mang was sentenced and finally killed, and he just felt relieved. Yang De thought about his own situation and knew that the so-called Li Feng should be the same kind of person as him. Soon he found a person who was different from ordinary people in the crowd. He recognized him as the same kind as him. Especially after the group of wild dogs appeared, the aura of that person changed. Shan De was trapped in a cage in a miserable state, surrounded by the miserable cries of puppies. A few days ago, it was mistaken for an ownerless stray dog in the villa area. After being reported, it was arrested and taken to this dog hell that it had never imagined. From the communication with other dogs, Shan De learned the cruel reality here. The newly captured dogs will have their blood drawn for examination and then be imprisoned in a cage. If no owner comes to claim them within 7 days, the dogs will mysteriously disappear, and no dog knows where they have gone. Shan De lay in the cage desolately, and for the first time felt so powerless about his identity as a dog. It originally awakened its spiritual wisdom in the world of cultivation, and after 5,000 years of hard practice, it finally got the opportunity to ascend to immortality. However, it found that even if it became an immortal, it could not get rid of this dog body. The reason why it agreed to come to this small world was, first, because this world needed the system of doing good deeds to save it, and second, it heard from its immortal friends that as long as the world was successfully saved, the host bound to the system of doing good deeds would finally get 3 wishes. Any wish can come true, which may help it transform into a human. It has been 3 days since Shan De was captured. It looked at the dogs around it that had lost their luster in their eyes, and was full of disappointment in this small world. It didn't understand why humans treated dogs like this. As time passed, Shan De's mood became heavier. Every time the door opened and the light shone into the cage, it would always look up expectantly, hoping to see the familiar figure of the young man. However, every time it could only be met with disappointment, because it had not eaten for a long time, and it had less and less strength to look up at the light. Shan De knew that Yi Ming would not come. If he really had no hope, he would directly start the self-destruction program. After all, the system, it, and Yi Ming are now bound together. If one is destroyed, the other two will also disappear. From the conversation that day, it knew that Yi Ming knew this truth. But when the deadline came on the last day, Shan De couldn't help but get nervous. Could it be that Yi Ming, the demon cultivator, really didn't care about life and death? Time passed by minute, and at about 6 o'clock in the evening when the staff was about to leave work, the door opened. The Bichon Frise is here. These two were caught around your villa area. Which one is yours? Dog God? Yi Ming gently called in front of the 2 dejected dogs. When Shan De heard this name, he looked up and saw Yi Ming's gentle smile, and the light of the setting sun shone on Yi Ming's body. For a moment, Shan De felt that Yi Ming was the savior. Yi Ming frowned and said, "My dog God will respond to me when I call him like this." Could these two not be? The one just heard the name and immediately looked up at you. Could it be it? The staff pointed at Shan De and said to Yi Ming. Yi Ming looked at Shan De in confusion, then shook his head. "I can't help it because it's dirty, but my dog God will run over to me and yell at me whenever I call him." Dog God? Yi Ming called Shan De again tentatively. Shan De saw the teasing in Yi Ming's eyes, and he knew that Yi Ming recognized it and called it that on purpose. It was just crazy just now, and it felt like Yi Ming was the savior for a quarter of an hour. It doesn't seem so. It has been missing for 7 days. Could it have met with an accident? Maybe it was playing outside and strolling. The staff looked a little ugly when they heard this. They were also afraid that this was a domestic dog that they mistakenly took as a stray dog and sent to the shelter. If too many domestic dogs were missing, it would cause dissatisfaction and protests from dog owners. I hope so. Yi Ming turned around and prepared to leave, but Shan De suddenly shouted anxiously, "Woof woof woof." Yi Ming turned around in surprise, looked at Shan De and said, "Dog God, is that you?" Shan De was furious, but still cooperated and barked at Yiming a few times. Yiming happily picked up Shande, and then took it to register and get a dog tag. Recently, there have been frequent cases of dogs hurting people, so we have to record the blood type and hair of these dogs. If your dog is found to be a suspect at the scene of the crime, you as the owner will also be implicated. Please keep an eye on your dog. The staff explained to Yiming the reason for their doing so while registering. Don't worry, our dog god is the most gentle and will not hurt people. The man and the dog left the temporary dog shelter. At this time, a truck happened to be parked next to it, full of dogs who were about to face an unknown fate. The dogs in the car were lying on the car without any strength, and their eyes had lost all light. They seemed to know that their fate was not good. Hey, I don't know where these dogs will be sent. Yiming did not dislike the dirt on Shande and directly held him in his arms. Shande looked up at Yiming, and he actually heard pity in the tone of this demon cultivator. Pity for those dogs. If no one claims the dog after 7 days of being caught, they will be transported away. Shande said in a voice that only Yiming could hear. It's so sad to be a dog. It's a living thing just like humans, but it can't resist. Yiming suddenly remembered something and said, "You don't know that many things have happened in the past few days." The family members of a deceased person made a big fuss in the crematorium. It was discovered that thousands of dog corpses were suddenly piled up in the crematorium, and it was suspected that dogs and humans shared the same incinerator. When Shand heard this, he quickly knew what Yiming wanted to say. You mean those dogs were all killed after they were transported away? I don't know, but there are photos that were secretly circulated. It was found that the dogs were covered with needle holes and wounds. Yiming stroked Shanda's fur. Hey, your fur is rough. How long have you been without hair? It's time to eat. Yiming hugged Shande and left with heartache. Shande kept staring at the truck parked next to the shelter. What kind of incident involving a dog hurting people requires them to abuse the dog like this? A few days ago, a group of wild dogs suddenly rushed out outside the trial court, biting and roaring at humans. What inquisition? The trial of Lu Meng's torture and murder case of 11 people and the Qitang murder case. When Shand was imprisoned, he paid attention to the panel every day. He hoped that one would reach 100 as soon as possible, so that he could also gain some divine power to escape from there. But when he really saw Li Feng's satisfaction level rising to 90, Shande felt fear in his heart, which meant that Li Feng might have killed someone again. So this increase in satisfaction is because Lu Mengyan and the others were tried? Shande felt a little happy, proving that Li Feng was not completely demonized and was not controlled by his own inner demons. Maybe, I haven't been paying attention to Li Feng's satisfaction level, so I don't know whether it rose at the moment of the verdict or the moment when Lu Manqi and Tang died. Lu Mang is dead? Shi Tang is dead too? Shande suddenly couldn't help but exclaimed, his voice full of shock and anxiety. Keep your voice down, do you want to be caught like those puppies? I can't protect you. Yiming picked up Shande and raised his hand to stop a taxi. Shande immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak again. The half-hour drive seemed like a long torture for it. The heart was full of questions, but it didn't dare to speak because there were people in the car. This torture and suffering made Shanda's unwillingness infinitely magnified. It thought that if it could transform into a human form, it would not have to worry so much and could directly ask the truth of the matter. Just as it walked to the door of the villa, Shanda saw that there was no one around, and finally couldn't help asking, did Li Feng kill Lu Mang and Qi Tang? Also, do you know who took away those missing puppies? Its head is now in a mess. It has missed too many things in the past few days of detention. Yiming frowned and replied, I don't know either. Li Feng was not captured in the live broadcast, but Lu Mang and Qi Tang did die under the needle. Shanda became even more angry after hearing this. He asked, are you crazy? You gave the ability, but you don't have control over it. You don't even know if it was Li Feng who did it. Li Feng is still bound to your system. Don't you have control over Li Feng? Yiming's question made Shandi unable to answer. Watch it yourself. Yiming found the live broadcast video of that day and handed it to Shanda, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Shanda stared at the screen intently, watching Lu Mang being sentenced to life imprisonment under the highest criminal law, but still died at the hands of Li Feng. An inexplicable anger and unwillingness surged in his heart. Why? Obviously, he has received the punishment he deserved. Why did Li Feng still do this? Recalling the scene of the hospital live broadcast, Shanda thought that Li Feng's purpose was just to make Lu Mang and others plead guilty and be punished. However, now it seems that things are far from that simple. Shanda glared at Yiming, who came out of the bathroom, with a hint of blame in his voice. It's you, you turned Li Feng into a murderer. When he first came to make a wish, he just wanted those people to get the punishment they deserved. Yi Ming frowned slightly and retorted, how could it be me? It was Lu Mang's own actions that made Li Feng embark on this road of no return. Shan De glared at Yi Ming, unwilling to accept his explanation. Don't make excuses for yourself. If it weren't for the ability you gave him, how could Li Feng become like this? If Li Feng really wanted to kill people, he would have done it in the bar or hospital. Yi Ming said lightly, his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. Then why did he take the risk of killing after trying Lu Mang? The reason is actually very simple. He knew that Lu Mang had brutally killed 10 people, but was only sentenced to life imprisonment. Didn't you watch the live broadcast? The barrage was all shouting for Lu Mang to die. Yi Ming's tone was full of sarcasm, and he was obviously disappointed with the laws of this world. And if I hadn't given Li Feng the power, Li Feng would have died a long time ago. Could it be that in the eyes of God, the life of a beast like Lu Mang is more valuable than Li Feng's life? If you didn't give Li Feng the power, how could Li Feng kill Chen Baichuan, and how could he bring about the subsequent murder? Lin Li wouldn't have died. Shan De retorted. But in Li Feng's eyes, it's not me who is blamed for giving power, because he knows that the world is sick. Whether Chen Baichuan dies or not, as long as Li Feng wants to seek justice, Chen Tingsong will not let the Li family go. Yi Ming continued to brainwash Shan De. His eyes looked at the sapling in the corner, which had already grown flowers, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Whether it is God or man, as long as the inner demon arises, there will be a gap for temptation. It's really worth wasting a little magic power to block the system and call to report that there are stray dogs nearby. Shanda's heart began to waver again, watching the crimes that Lu Mang said in the live broadcast room, and each of the 10 people received more than 20 gunshot wounds before they died. This is simply killing and torturing people. Shouldn't such a person die? Why should those 11 people die? Yi Ming's voice sounded softly in Shanda's ears again. So is there something wrong with the laws of this world? Shanda remembered that this small world was about to collapse. After it came here, it couldn't find any reason. It didn't understand what a system of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue had to do with saving the world. But after watching the video, Shanda actually agreed with Yi Ming's words. A life sentence was too light for Lu Mangan. Why can a person who tortured and killed 11 people live well in the end? Shanda's mind was full of that sentence. Why did Li Feng never blame Yi Ming? It was because he knew that as long as he sought justice, he would offend the Chun family and bring about a fatal disaster. Suddenly, there was a moment of relief in Shanda's heart. Fortunately, Yi Ming gave Li Feng the magic fruit directly to get rid of laziness, so that he could directly obtain the ability to seek justice himself. Yi Ming did not answer Shanda's question. Saying too much could easily backfire. Because of so many things, and the height limitation of the dog, Shan didn't notice that there was an extra 003 in Yiming's collection cabinet. On the highway to the airport, Kong Renyu drove the car and looked at Lu Rumei, who was frowning beside him, and comforted her. After today, we can go to the independent state. I have asked for you. There is a technology there that can restore your hand to normal. Lu Rumei's worries still did not dissipate. You've said it many times. I'm not worried about this. There are so many things going on recently. I always feel uneasy before I reach the independent state. Mom, what are you afraid of? We will take the plane to the independent state in 3 hours. What are you afraid of? Kang Yifeng comforted Lu Rumei while holding his mobile phone and chasing Nyobi with his classmates. I hope, before Lu Rumei finished her words, the car collided. Lu Rumei's anxiety became stronger. Husband, is that dog man here again? Calm down. Someone suddenly jumped out from the side. I accidentally hit him. I'll go down and take a look. Kong Rinyu felt that he was unlucky. Someone suddenly jumped out from the side of the highway. He didn't have time to dodge and hit him directly. Don't get off. Please, husband. Drive straight over. Let's go. Lu Rumei grabbed Kong Rinyu, who was about to get off the car, in fear. Kong Rinyu looked at the vehicles driving around. Although there were not many cars on the highway now, there were still people who saw him. If someone saw him running away after an accident, he might get into trouble. Don't be afraid, it's not my fault. I won't let you get out of the car. As the two were arguing, the man who was hit stood up and walked towards Kong Rinyu. When Kong Rinyu and Lu Rumei realized something was wrong, the man had already walked in front of their car. Pong! The man smashed Kong Rinyu's car window with a hammer. Pong! 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 Kang Renyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at the man outside the car window in horror, holding a hammer and hitting the car window one after another. Beside him, the screams of his wife Lu Rumei and his son Kang Yifeng came one after another, like a sharp blade piercing his heart. Kaka, the car window glass made a slight shattering sound under the heavy blow, and then the cracks spread rapidly and finally broke. The cold wind whistled in, mixed with a cold breath. Dr. Kong, why did you leave? I'm not cured yet? The man outside the car window took off his hat and mask, revealing the familiar and sick face, pale and distorted. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Kang Renyu's wrist with amazing strength. Kang Renyu looked at the familiar sick face in front of him. Zhao Lei, the man who had been tortured by illness and looked unrecognizable, now looked at him expressionlessly. Kang Renyu was so frightened that he tried desperately to break free from the cold hand, but Zhao Lei's strength seemed to be stronger than a ghost. He looked at Zhao Lei in panic and asked stutteringly, Zhao Lei? Aren't you dead? Zhao Lei seemed not to hear him. He raised his hand stiffly and tried to open the back door. Seeing this, Kang Renyu felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. He knew that if Zhao Lei got in the car, the three of them would probably have no chance of escape, so he stepped on the accelerator to get rid of Zhao Lei. Lu Rumei and Kang Yifeng also realized the danger. They beat Zhao Lei with their hands, trying to make him let go. But Zhao Lei seemed to feel no pain. He held the car door tightly with a weird smile on his face. Dr. Kong, why did you leave? I haven't recovered from my illness yet, he whispered, with a gloomy breath in his voice. Kang Renyu's heartbeat was as rapid as a drumbeat, and every beat seemed to remind him that his life and death were hanging by a thread. He became more and more scared, and he stepped on the accelerator more and more deeply, and the speed of the car soared on the highway. It seemed that only in this way could he get rid of the terrifying existence that followed him like a shadow. Lu Rumei nervously grasped the nail clippers in her bag, and the sweat on her palms made the nail clippers slippery and difficult to hold. She took a deep breath, quickly took out the sharp knife, and stabbed Zhao Lei's arm without hesitation. However, Zhao Lei seemed to feel no pain. His hand was still tightly grasping the car window, and there was a weird smile on the corner of his lifeless face. Dr. Kong, why did you leave? I haven't recovered from my illness yet? Zhao Lei's voice echoed in the car, and every word was like a cold blade, cutting Kang Renyu's heart. With a loud clang, Kang Renyu's car was too fast and hit the car in front directly. The huge impact made the whole car tremble. Lu Rumei and Kang Yifeng, who had just unbuckled their seatbelts to break free from Zhao Lei, were thrown out and hit a corner of the car heavily. Even with the protection of the airbag, the two were still hit and bleeding, and they fainted. The driver in front was scared to death by the sudden collision. He staggered out of the car, wanting to settle accounts with Kang Renyu. However, when he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was so scared that he couldn't even speak. I saw a figure hanging precariously outside Kang Renyu's car window. The pale face with cloudy eyes and silent voice made people shudder. What was even more shocking was that the man's feet were dragged ruthlessly on the ground, and his shoes had long fallen off, revealing the bloody soles of his feet. Blood dripped along his soles, dyeing the street red, forming a shocking bloodstain. Ah, someone is killing someone. The driver in front was so scared that he fell to the ground and quickly took out his cell phone to call the law enforcers. In his eyes, Kang Renyu was a living demon who dragged a person to death. Although Kang Renyu was also injured, he was protected by the seatbelt and airbag, and he woke up quickly. He opened his eyes and saw Zhao Lei's pale face without blood at first sight. The fear in his heart surged like a tide. I was wrong, please let our family go. Kang Renyu's voice was trembling and pleading. He knew he had nowhere to escape. Zhao Lei ignored his pleading. He stiffly opened the back door, sat in, then locked the door and pulled out the key from the car. Dr. Kong, how could you be wrong? Didn't you say that the disease would be cured after taking the medicine? I am thanking you. Zhao Lei's voice was cold and weird, which made people shudder. No, yes, I was also innocently deceived. Kang Renyu was afraid to look at Zhao Lei, wondering what was going on. When he resigned, Zhao Lei was clearly too sick to get out of bed, so why was he here, still holding onto the car? Dr. Kong, you are amazing. Even if you are cheated, you can still make a lot of money. Why was I cheated? The disease was not cured, and I left my child with a debt. Zhao Lei said, and stretched out his stiff hand to lift Kang Yifeng's head. Dr. Kang's son is really innocent, poor my child has to run around every day to pay back the money. Kang Renyu saw Zhao Lei's hand touching Kang Yifeng, and was afraid that he would hurt Kang Yifeng, and shouted in panic, please, it's all my fault, my child doesn't know anything. Zhao Lei seemed not to hear Kang Renyu's words. He took out the box of life-saving medicine that he had spent all his money to buy from his pocket, and then slowly took out a pill from the medicine box and prepared to pass it to Kong Ethan's mouth. Dr. Kong, do you still remember this medicine? You tried your best to persuade my son to buy this for me. Kong Renyu watched in horror as Zhao Lei took out a pill from the box and slowly passed it to Kong Ethan's mouth. Please, he is still young, he knows nothing, he is innocent. I really didn't know it was a fake medicine, I was deceived. Kong Renyu saw this scene, and the fear in his heart reached its peak. He struggled desperately to stop Zhao Lei, but he was firmly tied to the seat by the seatbelt and could not move. Didn't you say this is a life-saving medicine? Why can't your son take it? He. The medicine was already at Kong Yifeng's lips. Zhao Lei stopped what he was doing and tilted his head to look at Kong Renyu. I watched your live broadcast that day. You said you knew from the beginning that this medicine was not fake. Kong Renyu's heart tightened. He knew that his lie had been exposed. He gritted his teeth and tried to explain. I was threatened. It was that dog man who threatened me. This medicine is fake. We were all deceived. He knew that once he told the truth, it would be equivalent to sentencing himself to death, so he could only continue to lie, hoping that the law enforcers would come soon to save their family. Zhao Lei sneered, as if he didn't care about Kong Renyu's explanation. He said, I believe you, Dr. Kong. We were all deceived. We were deceived and lost everything. We didn't even have the courage to live. So, let's die together. Just think of it as the last thing I do to repay you. After that, Zhao Lei opened his windbreaker and revealed the bomb tied to his body. Kong Renyu looked at him in horror, and the fear in his heart was beyond description. He knew that this time he really had nowhere to escape. Zhao Lei, you can start over after being deceived. You don't have to die. Kong Renyu's voice was trembling and pleading. He tried to persuade Zhao Lei to give up this crazy idea. However, Zhao Lei just looked at him coldly and said, it's impossible to start over. I can't live anymore. I dragged my son down, and you dragged your son down. We can die together, which is fair. Okay, I'll introduce you to a place where you can get free treatment. Is there really such a place? Yes, Kong Renyu thought for a while, and after confirming that the people around him couldn't hear him, he whispered, they will make medicine specifically for you based on your illness. Zhao Lei shook his stiff head, Dr. Kong, you lied to me. If there really is such a place, why are there so many people who can't afford the medicine? Kong Renyu saw Zhao Lei forcefully pry open Kong Yifeng's mouth and put the pill into his mouth. He hurriedly whispered, the pharmaceutical factory needs free drug testers. After Kong Renyu mustered up the courage to say that, he knew there was no need to hide it, so he said it all, there is a problem with this batch of drugs. Kang's Pharmaceutical is now recalling them. People with liver disease are urgently needed to be free drug testers. They will specially prescribe medicine for your condition and will definitely cure you. I will also help you pay back the money you owe for medical treatment, and you still have a chance to start over. So what you said in the live broadcast is true, Dr. Kong? Zhao Lei let go of Kong Yifeng's head, picked up the medicine box and handed it to Kong Renyu. This pill costs 150 yuan. I wonder how much kickbacks you can get, Dr. Kong. It must be a lot, so much that you lose your conscience. I really don't want to, the hospital forced me to do it. If I don't go along with it, I will never be promoted. Kong Renyu confessed in annoyance. At first I just thought these medicines were expensive and effective, so I was forced to agree. Believe me, Zhao Lei. If I knew these medicines would make your condition worse, I would never recommend you to take them. Dr. Kong, do you think I will believe you? After all, you lied to me afterwards, saying that your life was threatened. Who knows if you lied to me again? And then you said it was all a lie after you escaped. Zhao Lei threw the pill directly into Kong Yifeng's mouth. Such expensive medicine, we poor people don't deserve it. Then he began to break the remaining pills. Life-saving medicine, magic medicine, Dr. Kong, you said this is a good medicine, take it as my thanks for doing a good thing for our family. Please, don't, I really didn't lie to you. Kong Renyu saw that the pill was in his son's mouth, because Kong Yifeng was unconscious and hadn't swallowed it yet. I was threatened. If I didn't post the video afterwards, my family would be killed by Kang's Pharmaceuticals. It is also because there are no outsiders here now that I dare to tell you this. I called my contact and asked him to tell you that they are really recruiting drug testers. Kong Renyu's injured hand took out the phone from his pocket with difficulty, but the phone was broken because of the violent collision just now. The screen was broken and it couldn't be turned on at all. My phone is broken. Believe me, everything I said is true. Kong Renyu pointed to the trunk and said, there is 5 million cash in the trunk. I can give it all to you. Please let our family of 3 go. What I said is true. Zhao Lei did not get out of the car but smiled and looked ahead. Dr. Kong, if you tell the truth, those people will not let your family go. If you tell a lie, I will not let your family go. So let's die together. Zhao Lei, we law enforcers will investigate the truth and give you fairness. There are innocent people in the car. Don't do something you regret. The law enforcers who received the call rushed to the scene of the highway. They received news halfway that someone started a live broadcast to accuse unscrupulous doctors. The live broadcast platform was forced to shut down the live broadcast under pressure from the upper level, which angered the public. Most of the public had been skeptical of Kang Renyu, who regretted his decision afterwards. Now, a patient who had taken Kang's pharmaceuticals and had an accident started a live broadcast to accuse Kang Renyu and Kang's pharmaceuticals. The live broadcast room was blocked less than 10 minutes after it was broadcast. All the public became more suspicious that there was something behind it and strongly demanded that the live broadcast platform be unblocked. However, the live broadcast platform always pretended to be dead and did not respond to this matter. At this time, live broadcasts shot on site appeared one after another, and they were reported and removed from the shelves within less than 3 minutes after they were put on the shelves. Lin Xiaoguang was anxious as he watched his videos being deleted. At this time, he suddenly received a private message from a person named Demon Judgment. Run away, the law enforcer followed your IP, to repay you, dog. You agreed to my remote control, leave the computer and leave. Less than 10 seconds after reading it, the private message was automatically destroyed. Lin Xiaoguang suddenly remembered what happened outside the court and knew that the person on the other side might be Li Feng. He wasn't sure if the person on the other side was a liar, but he knew that if he didn't leave, something might happen to him. After clicking agree, Lin Xiaoguang left the computer and left the dilapidated building. As soon as he walked across the street, he saw the law enforcement car. Lin Xiaoguang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after Lin Xian took over the computer, he transferred the video connected to Zhao Lei to his own computer and cleaned up the traces on Lin Xiaoguang's computer. Then he put the video on the plugin, created countless small accounts, and sent 100,000 videos to the internet in 1 second from various places. The network supervisors had no time to delete it. They needed 3 seconds to detect the video, and manual deletion also took time. The speed of deletion could not keep up with the speed of posting. Even if the live broadcast room was closed, people all over the world soon watched the entire video. People began to criticize the live broadcast platform, hospital, and Kongsher Pharmaceutical for colluding with each other and playing with people as fools. In the previous Lu Manganese incident, some people did not care about it and did not think it was a big deal. This time it was about hospitals and drugs, which everyone might come into contact with. In an instant, people began to call the reporting department of the law enforcement team. Chu Feng, who was in charge of the Dogman case, and his team also rushed to the highway. They looked at their colleagues and asked, "What's the situation now?" Zhao Lei's mood was obviously unstable and he refused to talk to us. From the video, Zhao Lei was tied with a lot of explosives. He kept mentioning his son. I think he should care about his son very much. We are in contact. Ding Jin, the captain of the law enforcement team in the area, told Chu Feng and his team about the situation at the scene. Captain Ding. Zhao Lei's son called us liars. He said that his father died 2 days ago and is still in an ice coffin. Then he hung up my phone. All the law enforcers looked at the person who spoke in disbelief. Although the camera did not capture Zhao Lei's appearance, it was Kang Renyu who said Zhao Lei's name. So the person should be Zhao Lei, but how could he be a person who had been dead for 2 days? Give me the phone. Chu Feng picked up the phone and was about to call Zhao Lei's son, but another call came in immediately. After clicking the connection, he heard crying and shouting inside. Law enforcement officer. You are really a law enforcement officer. My father's body disappeared. Zhao Lei's son Zhao Ming suddenly received a call from law enforcement, asking him to go to the airport expressway immediately to help persuade his father. After hearing this, Zhao Ming became furious and hung up the phone directly, because in his mind, his father Zhao Lei had been lying in an ice coffin for 2 whole days. How could he still appear on the highway? However, not long after, my cousin rushed into the house in a panic, with a mobile phone in his hand and a look of horror on his face. Brother, it's not good. Uncle, he went to the highway to kidnap Dr. Kong. When Zhao Ming heard this, he was furious and slapped his cousin hard on the face. Why do you believe what such a liar says? My dad has obviously passed away and has been lying in the ice coffin for 2 days. Come here and see my dad, My dad has disappeared. Zhao Ming opened the cloth covering the ice coffin, only to find that Zhao Lei, who was originally lying inside, had disappeared. Zhao Ming felt a strong uneasiness in his heart, and he quickly called back the law enforcement officer. Law enforcement officer, are you really the law enforcement officer? My father's body has disappeared. Calm down first. Are you sure your father is dead and then suddenly disappeared? Law enforcement officer Chu Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, that's right. The people at the hospital misjudged it. My dad crawled out of the ice coffin by himself. Law enforcement officer, you must stop my dad from doing stupid things. I will rush over right away. Zhao Ming said eagerly. He quickly turned on the surveillance camera and began to investigate the situation, and found that when he went to the toilet last night, his father actually came to life and left everything as it was. Since no one came to visit Zhao Lei during the day today, Zhao Ming did not find that his father had disappeared. But now, the panic and worry in his heart had reached its peak. You said that your father passed away 2 days ago and stayed in the ice coffin for 2 days? Chu Feng suddenly remembered the situation reported by his previous colleagues, and felt something was wrong in his heart. Even if Zhao Lei didn't die at the beginning, how could he survive after lying in the ice coffin for 2 days? Yes, this hospital is so irresponsible. My dad is not in good health to begin with, and now he is allowed to suffer like this. I will rush over right away. Law enforcement officer, you must find a way to contact my dad. Let me persuade him. It will take half an hour for me to get there. Zhao Ming said anxiously. Zhao Ming was so overwhelmed by the news that Zhao Lei was not dead that he had long forgotten that a living person would freeze to death lying in a sealed ice coffin for 2 days. Chu Feng knew that the most important thing now was to let Zhao Lei unload the bomb first, so he put aside the question of whether Zhao Lei was still alive and said to Dingjin, the chief conductor at the scene. Zhao Ming said it would take him half an hour to arrive. He requesting to speak to his father on site. I understand. Dingjin picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, Zhao Lei, no matter what conditions you have, you can raise them and we will help you find out your grievances. Your son is still at home waiting for you to return. Zhao Ming's cry came from the mobile phone and echoed through the loudspeaker on the entire highway. Dad, it's great that you are still alive. Don't do anything stupid. Why would you trade your life for that scumbag? Where is his life? When Kong Rinyu heard what Zhao Ming said, he quickly persuaded Zhao Lei, it's not worth risking your life for a scum like me. Dad, I can pay off those debts as long as I work for a few years. As long as you are alive, money is not a problem. Don't do anything stupid, I beg you. Zhao Ming urged his cousin to drive. Trying to persuade my father on the phone. Zhao Lei slowly opened the roof window, stuck his head out, and glanced at the reporters and spectators outside. He turned his head stiffly and pointed at the 5 people closest to him. My first request is to turn on the live broadcast. I have something to say to the world. Just those 5 reporters. Dingjin hesitated for a moment, but thought that every once in a while, a video would be circulated, and people all over the world would know whether to turn on the live broadcast, so he nodded, okay, I will follow your request. He immediately arranged for the reporter designated by Zhao Lei to open the live broadcast room. How many years? I have worked hard for 30 years to save the money, and my son has to work hard for several years or even decades to repay the money I spent on medical treatment. The money we have earned in decades is nothing more than the money the rich squandered in a dozen days. The boss behind Suihua Delicacy back then and Kongsher Pharmaceutical today is actually, before Zhao Lei could finish his words, a bullet suddenly shot out from the mountain and went straight into his head. Zhao Lei's body trembled suddenly, and then slowly fell down. His hand was always on the detonating wire, and at the moment he fell, he pulled away the detonating wire of the bomb at his waist without hesitation. The countdown starts in 30 seconds. Chu Feng looked at the direction of the shooting, southeast, halfway up the mountain. I will lead people there. Dingjin also looked in that direction. Our people also went up the mountain to find the aiming position. I asked people to go over and see who fired the gun. Arrange for bomb disposal experts to come forward. Just as the law enforcement officers were about to walk toward the car, they suddenly heard an electronic sound and stopped. The live broadcast equipment hanging on Zhao Lei's chest suddenly made a sound. Don't come here, it will explode in 10 seconds. The bosses behind it are all the Gongsun family, and there will be more Suihua Zhenyu and Kongsher Pharmaceutical in the future. There will be more and more people like me who have worked hard for decades just to squander for the rich, and people like my son who have worked for debt all their lives. The place called Paradise in the independent state is actually inhabited by demons who exploit us. I am powerless to change this world, so I choose death. The electronic voice continued. More than 10 seconds had passed since he said this, and there was no explosion. The law enforcers thought Zhao Lei was deliberately lying in order to finish the sentence. When they were about to take the risk to rescue the hostages, Kang Rinyu suddenly shouted in horror, "Send my son to the hospital for gastric lavage, he took those medicines." Please, however, before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the entire vehicle was instantly blown to pieces. Zhao Lei's body became bloody and fragmented in the explosion. This sudden explosion shocked everyone present and countless viewers watching the live broadcast. The picture in the live broadcast device was fixed on Zhao Lei's resolute figure, and his eyes were full of anger and helplessness towards the unfair world. Zhao Lei used his life to reveal the truth, making those who were still borrowing money to buy expensive drugs, and those who had lost their fortunes to buy expensive drugs, feel a kind of sorrow of sympathy. They seemed to see their own shadows and felt the despair and anger in Zhao Lei's heart. The people who got sick because of Tsuehua Jinqiu back then, and the people who lost their fortunes because of Kang's pharmaceuticals this time, were intertwined with anger and grief. They took up the weapons of protest and demanded that the law enforcement team give them a fair and open justice. Their voices gathered into a powerful force, shaking the nerves of the entire society. For hot searches on the internet, even though some people are desperately blocking information and accounts, they still remain on the hot search list for a long time. Even using the news of a popular star cheating on his wife and prostituted his wife to divert the attention, it failed to divert the public's attention away from this matter. Requesting the law enforcement team to sanction the Gongsun group. Zhao Lei used his own life to tell us the truth. We cannot let his death be in vain. This sentence can be found in any video or in the comments of an article. Those who had lost their fortunes and those who had been harmed by Tsuehua Jinqiu all sat in front of the headquarters of the law enforcement group to protest, demanding that they strictly investigate the Gongsun group. A paparazzi account with 10 million fans sent out some specious evidence and recordings of chat records, saying that Zhao Lei had previously failed to blackmail Kangshir Pharmaceutical with fake medicines, and had also asked Kangshir Pharmaceutical to ask the Gongsun family to treat him for free. Now he is deliberately trying to slander Gongsun. Dirty water at home. These evidences deceived some fans of this paparazzi, but many people still believe that no one would risk their own lives just to deliberately throw dirty water on the Gongsun family. But most people on the internet just follow the wind and rain. Until a man named Zhao Ming, son of Zhao Lei, posted a video online, "Surveillance of my home. At the time of your chat record, my dad was lying in an ice coffin. Is he lying in an ice coffin holding a cell phone to blackmail people? I also want to sue the hospital for misjudgment of my dad's death and letting him freeze in an ice coffin for 2 days. I want a fair deal. My dad knew that the first thing he would do when he woke up was to expose the behavior of these beasts. You actually want to break the rules even after he is dead." When the law enforcement team discovered this message, it was already 10 minutes later, and they quickly blocked Zhao Ming's account and deleted it. The law enforcement team was afraid of causing panic to the people. After all, there was no way a person would survive after lying in an ice coffin for 2 days. There are already too many things going on here, and if another dead body comes back to life, it will cause even greater panic and trouble. However, in the eyes of the public, this behavior represents the overwhelming power of capital, and Zhao Ming was not even allowed to release the truth. The voice of resistance became louder, and the paparazzi account with 10 million fans instantly poured in a lot of abuse. He denounced the paparazzi as lackeys who suck human blood. The paparazzi information was pulled out instantly. It was a man who owned 5 villas and his children were studying in a private school with a monthly tuition of 200,000. The more they thought about it, the more disheartened they became. This man's parents were both poor and he himself was an unemployed vagrant. It was because of this paparazzi account that he became rich. Some people even began to doubt the authenticity of his previous revelations, and whether he was paid to reveal them. Reject unscrupulous reports. What we need is the truth, rather than a fabricated lie. Lin Xiaoguang looked at Yang De, who had stayed in the room for 2 days before coming out. How did you do it? For the first time, he felt like a waste. His previous reports had not made any splash at all. Although some people doubt Kang's pharmaceuticals, there are not so many people resisting like now, forcing the law enforcement team to tell the truth. You gave the wrong option. The final decision-maker should have been allowed to choose between himself and Kang's pharmaceuticals from the beginning. When you asked Kang Rinyu to expose Kang's pharmaceuticals, you let the Gongsun family choose between Kang's pharmaceuticals and Kang Rinyu. He pushed Kang Rinyu out and explained that everyone is happy with success, and failure is just sacrificing one Kang Rinyu. As long as Kang's pharmaceutical makes some other news, it can be hidden soon. Yang De put his hands on his head and rubbed it. The side effects are too great. The place where I was shot before I died still hurts. You were going to connect Suihua Zhenyu's incident with Kang's Pharmaceuticals, and then expose the boss behind them. If a person uses his own life to expose this matter, the more he covers it up, the more angry the people will be. After all, there has already been a murder case involving Suihua Zhenxiu that ended up being silent. If the case of Kanshur Pharmaceutical ends up being quieted again, it means that there will be other Suihua Zhenxiu and Kanshur Pharmaceutical. People will focus all their anger on this boss who is all-powerful behind the scenes. In addition, they shot themselves in the foot this time, and the forged evidence means that the Gongsun family is related to this matter. Yang De didn't expect that this incident would make the Gongsun family break away from the top 10 financial groups and be expelled from the independent state. But he didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. In the end, Zhao Lei's voice was still heard after his death, which would definitely make the Gongsun family suspect that someone in Haiyan City was deliberately targeting him. The people who are most familiar with Haiyan City and have connections with the Gongsun family are Chen Tingsong and Lu Rinxin. As long as the man named Li Feng solves Chen Tingsong, Lu Rinxin may have to return to Haiyan City. Yang De had to endure the burning sensation before death every day, and his hatred for Yuan Xin increased every time it hurt. Then how did you convince Zhao Lei to do this for you? This is my secret, I have no comment. It was impossible for Yang De to tell Lin Xiaoguang that his ability was to allow the soul to leave the body and attach itself to the dead body, which could only last for 24 hours. Once dead, it will leave the body and return to its own body. But every time the pain of death is felt in his soul. Why do you always speak so arrogantly? Lin Xiaoguang actually had a clue. After all, Zhao Lei also often spoke arrogantly, just like Yang De. My throat was badly burned in that fire. I did what I promised you, and now it's your turn to investigate the 10 corpses. I have investigated and found that they are not from Haiyan City, but they all have one thing in common, they are short of money. Before coming to Haiyan City, they received a sum of money and directly paid off most of their debts. So they should have been killed because of money. I still don't know how they have intersections and were seen by the murderer. Are you sure it was Lu Rinxin who did it? Lin Xiaoguang told Yang De everything he had investigated. Do you think it was not Lu Rinxin who made Lu Mang take the blame? Yang De certainly knew that it was not Lu Rinxin who did it. He even knew that the person who did it had a higher status in the independent state than the Gongsun family. Otherwise, Madame Gongsun would not agree to Gongsun Li and Lu Rinxin returning to the independent state for more than 20 years, but this time she actually gave in and let them go back. According to Lin Xiaoguang's timid personality, if he told him that someone from the independent state was the mastermind behind the scenes, he would probably back off. That's right. The intersection must be related to money, but borrowing money from all over the world would not be from the same person. Could it be a bank? Yang De had never borrowed money before, so he didn't know much about this. Apart from the bank, he couldn't think of anything else. Bank? I prefer online loans. People who can borrow money from banks are not necessarily desperate. It is not necessarily the case with online loans. After all, there are high interest rates. Unless you are desperate, you will not go there to borrow money. As long as the information is logged in, the murderer can collect information from people from all over the world, find those who can't pay back the money and are desperate and dare not pay back the money, and finally give them a high amount of money to tempt them to come to Haiyan City voluntarily. Lin Xiaoguang thought about online loans when he had no money to study, but his parents disagreed after seeing the high interest rates. More and more people were sitting in front of the enforcement group, and the heat on the internet continued to rise. There were even extreme people who believed in Zhao Lei's words and thought that the final result of working for decades was to devote themselves to the money and squander. They began to strike to protest the hospital, the enforcement group, and the Gongsun financial group. In the end, the highest decision of the enforcement group decided to use this incident as a trigger to attack the Gongsun family by a vote of minority obeying majority. Let the Drug Inspection Bureau of the enforcement group have the power to fully monitor the medical field. However, the Gongsun financial group directly refuted the proposal of the enforcement group, claiming that it was slandered, and even vaguely threatened to completely stop the global production and export of drugs to make the enforcement group give up monitoring the medical field. Even let the Freedom Society organized by the top 10 financial groups warn the enforcement group. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, a large number of victims suddenly appeared on the internet to speak out. We were all the bosses of pharmaceutical factories. Just because we did not agree to the Gongsun Financial Group's 51% shareholding requirement and their unreasonable request to force the purchase of our prescriptions, we were slandered and suppressed by the Gongsun family. The Gongsun Consortium wants to control the medicine of Kanglan Star in its own hands, so that it has absolute say. The medicine is set at 10,000 per pill, and sick people have to buy it. 36 of us victims reported it in real name. When the people saw this, they all realized that the Gongsun family wanted to monopolize. Many pharmaceutical factories around the world are likely to be decided by the Gongsun family. I would rather die than take medicine. It's death sooner or later. It's better to lie down and play until death than to work and ruin your body and die because you can't afford medicine. When the Gongsun Consortium found out about this, they quickly contacted the Xie family in charge of the network to find out the IP of these people and when to delete this information. But they found that they could not find any trace of this group of people. At this time, the person in charge of drug testing in the 12th group of the highest decision-making law enforcement group, Rong Yunqi, directly took out the evidence he had collected of the Gongsun Consortium's oppression of other small pharmaceutical factories, forcing them to sell prescriptions at low prices and go bankrupt or even kill people to silence them. It was agreed that the law was set by our law enforcement group, and your consortium must abide by it. If you break the law, we have the right to enforce the law against you. A murder has occurred, and your Gongsun Consortium is now a suspect in the murder. We have the right to enforce and detain you for investigation. Don't dream of finding someone to take the blame and you can get out. I have a victim here. As long as he thinks that the person you took the blame for is not the murderer, you will be a suspect in the murder for the rest of your life. Do you think that there will be a pharmaceutical factory that can replace you during your imprisonment? Maybe not in the short term, but people will not take medicine or see a doctor, so you can endure it. Long Tian, the general manager of the 12th group with the highest decision-making power in the law enforcement group Xiaorong, don't talk nonsense. Our law enforcement group pays attention to evidence, and we cannot let the victims give false testimony. Mr. Gongsun, our goal is all for the good of Kanglan Star. Now your company is boycotted by the people and is involved in a murder. I hope you will think about it carefully. Finally, Gongsun Shi compromised and pushed the Gongsun family, the owner of Conchur Pharmaceutical Shares, to take the blame. After the two sides talked about compromise, the drug testing department officially separated from the law enforcement group and established the Drug Testing Bureau. Rong Yunqi, director of the Drug Inspection Bureau, came forward to explain to the public, in the past, it was the imperfections of our law enforcement team that led to the loopholes for lawbreakers to exploit and the people to suffer. We have now confirmed the establishment of the Drug Inspection Bureau. All drugs that are put on the market in the future must be tested by the Drug Administration and qualified before they can be put on the market. The price will be determined by the Drug Inspection Bureau and the pharmaceutical company, and it cannot be set arbitrarily. All hospitals are not allowed to sell high-priced drugs to patients. Once discovered, the doctor's qualification certificate will be revoked, and the hospital director and director will also bear joint and several liability. Therefore, we have investigated clearly that all things are private actions of Gongsun Mangan, the drug inspection director of the Gongsun Group, who privately borrowed the name of the Gongsun Group to do these things that hurt the world. In order to express their apology, the Gongsun Group specially set aside 1 billion as a medical fund for liver disease patients, and the law enforcement team also set aside 1 billion as a medical fund. As long as the patient is seriously ill, 50% of the drug cost will be paid from the medical fund. All drugs are priced by us, will be published on the official website, and the standard logo and the price of the medicine will be affixed to the medicine box. The Drug Testing Reporting Department is open 24 hours a day. If you find a doctor selling you high-priced drugs, please call 999,952 directly. All the people who saw this news online did not buy it. They felt that the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Gongsun family were setting up a trap just to stop them from making trouble. After they leave, it will revive again in the near future. The Drug Testing Bureau worked overtime to directly publish the prices of common cold medicines, fever medicines, and anti-inflammatory drugs. The protesting people found that the prices of these medicines really came down, a full 30% less than before. This move reduced the anger of the people a lot. Those who sat at the door to protest and those who were on strike were also persuaded by law enforcement officers to go back. As many drug prices were announced, more and more people believed that the Drug Testing Bureau created this time was really for the good of the people. You don't know until you check. Once you check, you really feel that the Gongsun family is a group of beasts. Rong Yunqi looked at the drug test report sent by his subordinates and realized that there are so many drugs on the market that have not been clinically tested. The Gongsun family is really a group of beasts. I thought the price of each drug of the Gongsun Consortium was at least 2 or 3 times the cost. Are you sure it's only 30%? Lu Su, the entertainment director of the 12th group, the highest decision-making group of the law enforcement group. If the public finds out that the price of medicine is 70% lower than before, do you think those who have been cheated for decades will make a fuss? The price must be gradually reduced to avoid riots. Rong Yunqi is familiar with medicines and knew that the prices on the market were inflated. 70%? Damn, they are really beasts. They shouldn't let them go so easily. Lu Su felt that he was still thinking of a bottom line. If they could reduce the price by 70%, it means that their cost might be less than 20% of the price. We must proceed step by step. I don't want another abandoned city to appear. Yuntian, you set up a pharmaceutical research department in the drug testing department and must develop the unique prescriptions of the Gongsun family so that we don't have to be strangled by the neck. Long Tian felt uneasy whenever he thought of the abandoned city. I know. Rong Yunqi was silent when he heard the word abandoned city. At the beginning, the infectious disease caused many deaths. Some people proposed to massacre the city and kill all the people in the city to prevent people outside the city from being infected. They worked for a long time but couldn't find a solution. In the end, the Gongsun family came forward. The Gongsun family rose to prominence during that time, developing vaccines that would protect people who had never had an infectious disease from being infected. However, the air and soil in the abandoned city were full of viruses, and it became an abandoned city with no one in charge. Many homeless people would venture in to find a place to settle down, and it became a place where people could only enter but not leave. Long Tian had always wondered how the sudden infectious disease came about, whether the Gongsun family had an antidote from the beginning, or whether they really had a talent for making medicine, and could actually make medicine in just a few days. He had been investigating secretly, but there was no result. He also knew that if he wanted to be free from the control of the Gongsun family, he had to develop the prescriptions that the people needed. Has the Ministry of Network Information investigated who the demon judge is? Because when Lin Xin took over, he released videos directly under the name Devil's Trial. So everyone thought that the highway case was also done by Devil's Trial. Long Tian felt quite troubled by this. This Devil's Judgment ignores the constraints of the law and kills people at will. However, the people he kills are all criminals who have committed crimes but go unpunished. He used his own life to expose the injustice of medicine so that the people would no longer be deceived. It is precisely because of the spontaneous resistance and resistance of the people that all people refuse to take those questionable drugs. Otherwise, even if Rong Yunqi comes up with conclusive evidence, the Gongsun family will just find a scapegoat to resist. If the law enforcement group takes a tough stance and directly detains the murder suspect in his name, the Gongsun family will threaten to stop pharmaceutical production and create panic among the public. At that time, it will be the law enforcement group that will bear the pressure. We have not found any trace of the Devil's Judgment. Tang Qiming, the head of law enforcement in the 12th highest decision-making group of the law enforcement group, reported seriously, in the information coming from the Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau Division, we found that all the information in the computers found at the scene had been erased. The name of the owner of the wireless network card is Li Mingliang, a man who has been missing for many years and a reporter who investigated that Su Huajinyu case. We have also investigated the doctor who examined Zhao Lei. They confirmed that Zhao Lei died on the spot. An autopsy on Zhao Lei's blown body at the scene also showed that he had died a few days ago. Block the news that Zhao Lei has been dead for several days. Long Tian ordered, find the devil trial as soon as possible. Let a person who ignores the law help us advance things that have been unable to be completed. This is our incompetence. But we still can't let this devil trial continue like this. Only the 4 of us know this news. Don't let the other 8 people know it for the time being, as well as your people. The purpose of the law enforcement team is to ensure that people from the top 10 financial groups cannot join. Once it is found that they have relatives or money transactions with the top 10 financial groups, they will be directly eliminated. But Long Tian now discovered that there were more and more cavities in the law enforcement team. Their many action plans were known in advance by the top 10 consortiums, and in the end nothing was accomplished. In the basement of Haiyan City, Lin Xin was nervously investigating Dogman's IP. She discovered that the name of the registrant of the wireless network card used by Dogman was Li Mingliang, a person who disappeared for several years and suddenly appeared out of thin air. Have you found out who the Dogman is? Li Feng asked, his tone full of anticipation and nervousness. Also, did Chen Tingsong take the bait? He had also seen the video of the highway scene, and he had no idea about the world. The dark side felt increasingly disappointed. Lin Xin shook his head, a person who has disappeared for a long time. There is no trace of Chen Tingson looking for Amitba. It seems that he does not believe that you are an evil ghost at all. Why? You have obviously done so many things that ordinary people cannot do a thing. You ask me, how do I know? And don't you know who your enemy is? Don't you want to take revenge? I haven't figured out how to send my whole family away quietly. Once I take the initiative to approach that group of people, I will definitely be suspected. Then my family will be in danger. Li Feng thought of his wife. That's right. Those scumbags don't care about evidence at all. As long as they doubt you, they will take action privately. Don't worry. Just as Lin Xing wanted to comfort Li Feng, her cell phone rang. When she saw the name Mom on it, she was worried that something had happened at home and picked it up. Xinshin, come back quickly. Your sister's company has sent her a court notice. They are suing your father and your sister for breach of contract and asking her to pay liquidated damages. Lin's mother's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. What does it have to do with Dad? Lin Xin knew that the court notice for liquidated damages would come sooner or later, but he never expected that his father would be involved. I don't understand either. The lawyer who sent the letter only said that your sister was a minor when she signed the contract. Your father was the guardian, and the proceeds were all transferred to your father's card. Therefore, if your sister cannot pay the compensation, your father will have to pay. Pay compensation. After hearing this, your sister feels that your father has been suicidal again. You should go home. I'll go home right away. Lin Xin tidied up and rushed home with Li Feng, who had turned into a needle. As soon as I got off the car, I saw a sports car parked on the road with two familiar people in the car. One of them was the so-called lawyer that Lin Xin saw through surveillance at home. There was also Wang Tairan, who was smiling and waving hello to her. Ms. Lin, we meet again. I think you might want to chat with me. Auntie is waiting for you at home. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Lin Xin didn't answer Wang Tairan and went straight home. She was very sure that Wang Tairan was coming for her. Was it because of the bar incident? Was it because she showed flaws in her performance that day, or did Wang Tairan simply want to sleep with her? When Lin Xin returned home, she saw her decadent father sitting on the sofa and her mother comforting her sister in the room. When Lin's father saw Lin Xin coming back, he quickly handed 3 pieces of paper to Lin Xin. Those people are trying to force our whole family to death. Please take your mother and leave here. Lin Xin opened it and found a notice from the court, requiring Lin Yuzi to pay 6.8 million liquidated damages. If the compensation could not be paid, Lin Dama would bear it. The other one is a travel restriction order, restricting Lin Yuzi and Lin Damu from leaving the city before paying off their liquidated damages. The last one is the repayment period. If Lin Damu cannot pay off the debt within 3 months, the only house will be forced to be auctioned. This group of people did it on purpose. I originally wanted to sell the house and add the money your sister earned before, as well as the money borrowed from relatives to pay off the penalty and take my family away, but now the house can't be sold at all. I have lowered the price to 10% below the market price and still can't sell it. I wanted to lower the price again, but Xiao Feng, who is selling the house, secretly told me that someone doesn't allow others to buy our house. Lin's father said anxiously, I just called Xiao Feng to ask about the situation of the auction house. He said that the price of the auction house will be very low, even less than 40% of the original price. By then, we won't have enough money to pay the penalty. They are going to force us to death. You and your mother can take the remaining money and leave. Your sister and I will stay here and fight with those scumbags. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Lin Xin knew that this was done by Wang Tairan, and his purpose was to force her. What can you do? Do you know that our family has a gap of 3 million? You can't do it. Father Lin was afraid that his little daughter would do that kind of thing. He was so angry that he wanted to hit her, but he was also angry at his own incompetence. I won't do that kind of thing. If you want to appease your mother, the lawyer was just downstairs. I will go to him to discuss and ask him to make concessions. Believe me, I won't do anything that will make me regret. After Lin Xin appeased Father Lin, she left home and walked to Wang Tairan's car. What is your purpose? To support you. Since I saw you that day, I can't forget you. 680W, you just sign a termination contract with my sister, and I will sleep with you. Lin Xin looked at Wang Tairan with indifference, as if he was a dead person. Wang Tairan was stunned when he heard Lin Xin's words. He didn't expect Lin Xin to agree. Why did you agree so easily? Although he wanted to sleep with Lin Xin before, this was not his purpose at all. Does Master Wang intend to tangle with me on this issue for hundreds of rounds, and then I will run away and you will chase me, and finally you will seize it by force, until my family is destroyed and I have to succumb to you? If sleeping can solve it, I don't think 6.8 million is a loss. Lin Xian maintained a cold mask on the surface, but she was already feeling a little flustered in her heart. Obviously, Wang Tairan did not come to sleep with her, so it could only be because of what happened in the bar box that day that aroused his suspicion. If he suspected that Li Feng's appearance was related to her, then Wang Tairan's current behavior might be that he had something to ask her, so he would talk so much nonsense with her. If he suspected that his sister had said something to her, he would just use the same trick he used to deal with his sister to deal with her, and make her infamous, so that no one would believe what she said. Lin Xian didn't know what Wang Tairan's purpose was, but she already had a plan in her mind to investigate her sister's affairs with Wang Tairan as the entrance. Whether he had something to ask her or was testing what his sister had said to her, she would take the lead. You are more suitable for this circle than your sister. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Tairan did not get angry, but waved his hand to let the lawyer leave and invited Lin Xian to get in the car. Your family is also a celebrity here. Are you sure you want to discuss it with me on the street like this and let people watch the show? Lin Xian glanced at the neighbors who were whispering and staring at them. You really calculated it well, Master Wang. If I really got in your car today, my family would really be labeled as selling daughters for fame and it would never be cleared. Since you are willing to sleep with me, do you still care about these reputations? I don't care, but once I get in the car, those people will blame my parents more unscrupulously and drive my sister crazy. So, you are the one who keeps sending messages to my sister and wants to force her to death, right? Although Lin Xian knew that Wang Tairan was not that person after all, at the door of the bar, he did not recognize her as Lin Yuzi's sister. Of course, it is not ruled out that Wang Tairan is a good actor, but it doesn't matter. She knows that it is not just one person who forced her sister to death. As long as there are many people, there will be more suspicion. So, you really approached me on purpose that day to investigate your sister? Yes. She said before that a rich man had been pursuing her. He first tempted her with resources and then threatened her. But he failed. Not long after, my sister got into trouble. I know her. She would never take drugs or have promiscuous sex. Lin Xian's words were half true and half false, trying to test Wang Tairan. I said I never knew your sister, do you believe me? I believed it at first, because you acted like you didn't know me at all that day. But that night, I received an anonymous text message saying that he liked my sister and didn't want to see her like this, so he wanted to tell me the truth. The text message said that you, Wang Tairan, were the rich man, and you were going to use the penalty to force my sister to death. You really used this trick today. So I agreed to sleep with you directly. After all, sleeping with you can cancel my sister's penalty, which is actually a good thing for me. But it's obvious that you didn't want to sleep with me, otherwise you wouldn't be confused about why I agreed so quickly after I agreed. Lin Xian had never learned acting. She was afraid that her excessive expressions would let Wang Tairan, who was in the entertainment industry, see something, so from the beginning she had a blank expression on her face and looked at Wang Tairan with indifference, as if she was looking at a dead person. Psycho. I never touch people in the entertainment industry. I have misophobia. It must be the bitch Zhong Lixing who did it. Wang Tairan immediately thought of who sent the text message, the bitch who forced his mother to death. No wonder Zhao Chenxi made such a big fuss about returning to China and invited me, but he didn't show up. It turned out that he was setting a trap for me. Wang Tairan was angry and punched the car horn directly, making a long and harsh sound. The eyes of the people around him were more focused on the two of them. Lin Xian searched for the name Zhong Lixing in her memory and soon found the corresponding person. She was the 8th lady of the Zhengli family, one of the top 10 financial groups and the leading entertainment family. She was also the vice president of Xingchen Entertainment and Wang Tairan's stepmother. The people related to her sister are Chen Jin, Zhao Chenxi, and Zhong Lixing. One of the first two should be the one who fell in love with Lin Yuzi and finally decided to destroy her. So what role did Zhong Lixing play here? You're full of lies, not a single word of truth. If there hadn't been an emergency that day, would you dare to say you hadn't thought about sleeping with me? The medicine Chen Jin gave me was problematic, and you wanted to take advantage of me to get me to take it. I don't believe that you didn't fancy any of the many beauties in the entertainment industry. Don't think you can divert your suspicion by just saying two names. Believe it or not, I never force women to sleep with me. Whether I get them drunk or give them medicine, it's all above board. Would a normal woman get drunk or take medicine from a strange man if she didn't have that intention? It's all about you and me. I thought you were such a woman before. Why not sleep if you can just let it go? That's why I said you are more suitable for this circle than your sister. You can sacrifice yourself for your own goals. People like your sister are just hypocritical in my eyes. What kind of dream is really funny? They want to enter the entertainment circle without knowing the rules. Those who can make it big in the entertainment circle are either second-generation rich people who come in to play around, or they are played by people. Wang Tairan was angry because he thought Joan Lixing was playing with him before, and now he started to speak without thinking because of Lin Xian's provocation. It is because of you that the entertainment industry is so chaotic. You ruin other people's dreams and laugh at others for not knowing the rules. Tell me what your purpose is. No matter whether it is you or Joan Lixing who harmed my sister, I have no ability to avenge my sister. Wang Tairan only remembered the purpose of coming to Lin Xian when he heard this. Who said you have no ability to avenge your sister? I signed a contract with you, and you were able to investigate the time when Zhao Chenxi returned to China and the place where we met. You can even investigate what kind of woman can attract me. You must be able to investigate the truth of your sister's murder. I can even tell you directly that Joan Lixing is one of the culprits who harmed your sister. Master Wang, you really think highly of me. I said I have no ability. If what you said is true, Joan Lixing knows what I look like, wouldn't it be wrong for me to go? You've walked into a trap. Li Feng. The men in that room are all from that circle and no one would bring Li Feng in. The women are also the princesses who came to the bar that day. Only you entered with a purpose. So the so-called devil must be related to you. I can pay for you to have plastic surgery and then help you change your identity. If the devil is related to me, the first person I would kill is Chen Jin, and then you. Do you know why I stopped suspecting you that day? It's because Chen Jin obviously knew me, but you didn't. If I hadn't received the text message, I wouldn't have suspected you again. So young Master Wang suspected that I was related to Li Feng, and he was so bold to force my family and come to me. Is he too proud of his life? Wang Tairan still looked at Lin Xian with suspicion. Lin Xian received the message in advance and hated him. It disrupted all his original plans. He originally wanted Lin Xian to think that the contract was done by Joan Lixing and use Lin Xian to help him deal with Joan Lixing. Unexpectedly, someone got ahead of him. Now Lin Xian must think that everything was done by him. If his previous guess about Li Feng and Lin Xian was right, he would be in danger. If he guessed wrong, even if Lin Xian was a little clever, she would not be able to deal with Joan Lixing. Now Wang Tairan was in a very passive position. Master Wang, if I were you, I would leave now. After all, if you die accidentally, it would confirm your guess. Lin Xian turned around and left without paying attention to what Wang Tairan said. She already knew what Wang Tairan's purpose was in designing this place, and it was useless to test it further. Wang Tairan wanted to use her to deal with Joan Lixing, so she planted a needle in Wang Tairan's heart to prepare a tool for her to deal with Joan Lixing in the future. She also wanted to thank Wang Tairan for giving her an idea to investigate the entertainment industry. Plastic surgery, change identity. Although the people around were observing Lin Xian and Wang Tairan, they were very far away and the two spoke very quietly, so no one could hear their conversation clearly. Before, they saw Lin Xian standing next to the sports car and discussing that the youngest daughter of the Lin family was also a vain person, and she was going to follow in her sister's footsteps. Later, from the expressions of the two people, it can be seen that they are arguing again. In the end, the younger daughter turned her face away and left. Among the dirty words around, there were more people who spoke up for the Lin family. When Lin Xian walked to the door of her house, she heard her sister's voice trying to commit suicide. She opened the door and slapped Lin Yuzi in the face. The room became quiet instantly. Xiao Xian, your sister is not in a good mood. She didn't mean it. Don't. Seeing that Lin Xian's face was very ugly, Lin's mother tried to persuade her. Mom and Dad, you go out. I have something to talk to my sister about. We won't quarrel again. Lin Xian drove Lin's mother and father out of the room. The two were afraid that Lin Xian would say something to provoke Lin Yuzi to go crazy, so they lay on the door of the room to eavesdrop, but the voice inside was too low and they couldn't hear anything. Sister, they are targeting me. Are you still unwilling to tell the truth? Joan Lixing came to me and threatened me to sign a contract to go to Xingchen Entertainment Company. Lin Xian knew that Lin Yuzi didn't say anything to protect them. Wang Tairan and Joan Lixing, one is the eldest master of Xingchen in name only, and the other is the vice president of Xingqian with real power. Lin Xian thought that Zhong Lixing was more likely to threaten her sister. She had previously fallen into the misunderstanding that the person who sent those obscene messages was a man. So she had been investigating who violated Lin Yuzi. In addition, Chen Jin and Zhao Chenxi were both involved in drug abuse in the bar incident, so she focused on the secret of her sister discovering drugs. But whether it was Lin Yuzi shouting the rules of the entertainment industry when she was crazy, or what Wang Tairan said today was also the rules of the entertainment industry, she knew that her investigation direction was wrong. From the beginning to the end, Lin Yuzi was afraid of the so-called rules of the entertainment industry. Lin Yuzi was so scared when she heard Zhong Lixing's name that she grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said, "Don't go. That's hell on earth. If my sister dies, she won't be a threat to you. Sister, it's useless. I've been targeted by the venomous snake. If you die, they will threaten me with my father. Do you want my father to die too?" Lin Yuzi shook her head desperately. "It's my fault. I'm the one who should die. Dad, all we can do now is to kill the venomous snake. As long as we know the venomous snake's weak spot, we can kill it with one blow. Tell me what Zhong Lixing is doing?" Lin Yuzi looked at Lin Xian hesitantly, afraid that something would happen if her sister knew the secret. "I'm already trapped in the chess game and can't get out. Sister, you said you would always protect me. Will you help me?" Lin Xian looked at Lin Yuzi pleadingly. The entertainment industry is a filthy place that looks glamorous on the surface but is actually filthy. The rule of the entertainment industry is that either you have power and influence and all resources will lean towards you, or you find someone powerful to protect you. To put it nicely, you are a star, but to put it bluntly, you are just a high-class prostitute. Lin Yuzi said as tears flowed down her face. Xingqian Entertainment is even more of a den of prostitution, and Zhang Lixing is a pimp. I just like singing and dancing, and I make money to support my family with my hobbies, but reality slapped me hard in the face. It's not that you have a job just because you are signed by the company. After signing a 10-year Inyan contract, the company will force you to socialize, and countless people will hint to you that you must pay something if you want resources. If you don't understand the hints, you won't have any work. At this time, the agent will come out and hint that it's because you don't look good and your clothes are not good. If you want to change the status quo, you have to spend money on plastic surgery, buy clothes, and do skin care. You fall into the trap step by step and can't extricate yourself. Even if you sober up halfway, the high penalty for breach of contract will make you breathless. Even if you resist the life of drunkenness and money, and resist the threat of suppression, snowing, and ruining your future, you are still unwilling to compromise. They will find someone to drug you and take photos to threaten you. Lin Xian hugged her sister who was crying, and patted her shoulder without saying anything. I wanted to terminate the contract, but the penalty was too high, so I thought of applying to the law enforcement team to terminate the contract automatically, but I was betrayed, and the news was somehow known to the company. On the way back from the company's annual cocktail party last year, I was kidnapped. When I woke up, I found myself lying naked on Zhao Chenxi's bed with purple bruises all over my body. I felt discomfort and pain in my body, and I immediately realized what happened to me. I wanted to sue Zhao Chenxi for rape, but that scumbag took out a video to threaten me. I was sober in the video, and took the initiative to have sex with Zhao Chenxi, like a slut. That was not me at all. I have no impression. Zhao Chenxi said that he had been pursuing me for a long time, and I threw myself into his arms, and he couldn't refuse at all. He said that if I didn't believe it, I could go to the law enforcement officer to sue him. Anyway, he had a video as evidence. I heard the threat in his words. You were obviously drugged in this situation. You should have gone directly to the law enforcement officer to sue him and do a test. After hearing the previous words, Lin Xian knew that her sister might have compromised with the so-called rules of the entertainment industry a long time ago. She didn't want to say anything because she didn't want to provoke Lin Yuzi. But I didn't expect my sister to be defiled and compromised like this. I went to the doctor and had an examination, and it turned out that there was no drug in my body. You know, the moment I got the report, I was going crazy. I had no evidence to prove my innocence. Once the video was leaked, everyone would call me a slut. She would do anything for resources. From that day on, my resources inexplicably improved, and Zhao Chenxi still pretended to pursue me, but I couldn't get over it. Within a week, Zhao Chenxi lost his patience and threatened me to be his lover with the video. I thought my life had been rotten to death, but I didn't expect it would be worse. Someone else has taken a fancy to me, and Zhao Chenxi is tired of playing with me. Zhong Lixing came to me with the video and asked me to accompany others. I wanted to commit suicide, and Joan Lixing said that if I died, the video would be circulated, and my whole family would not be able to live a normal life. Xiaoxin, do you know? They are all demons. I have to accompany 4 or 5 people a day, and I was sexually assaulted by 10 people a day at most. It was not until the villa case broke out that those videos were reported. My rotten life was completely dead. Those people are simply beasts, and they don't treat people as human beings at all. I know that they send me these text messages every day now to force me to die, afraid that I will say something. Even if my reputation is already rotten, no one will believe what I say, they still want to force me to die. They are afraid that I will say those dirty things. So only when I die, everything will end. Lin Xin didn't expect that her sister suffered more terrible than she imagined. Her sister was tortured for more than a year. Sister, if you die, this won't end. Only if those scum die, everything will end. We can't beat them. Do you know how many people in the entertainment industry got depressed and committed suicide because of this? They are fine, and they even oppress us more. If we can't beat them, the worst result is that our whole family will die in humiliation. Why would we care about our reputation when we're already dead? If we beat them, we can all survive. Believe me, don't commit suicide. Treat your illness well and stay with your parents to see how those beasts die. After Lin Xin comforted her sister, her heart was in a mess. While investigating her sister's case, she found a series of celebrities who committed suicide for unknown reasons. These people showed abnormal behavior before committing suicide. Especially Yang Shi, in the painting she left before her suicide, she drew a strange picture of a person leading a dog, but the dog's face was painted as a flower, and a group of strange people sitting around a table to share a lamb. Combined with her sister's words, Lin Xin couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman torture these people had experienced. She walked alone on the street, and the sky suddenly became gloomy and drizzled. Lin Xin did not look for a place to shelter from the rain, but let the rain wet herself, as if this could wash away the confusion and pain in her heart. Pedestrians on the street hid one after another, and soon she was the only one left on the street, and there was a dead silence around her. Suddenly, a dull bell broke the silence. Li Feng's voice rang out from the pin on his chest, "Church, I found the church after hearing the bell that day." Lin Xin looked up and saw the familiar street and the familiar church, Paradise Street Church. Since she learned that Li Feng's ability came from the devil in the church, Lin Xin often came here to pray, hoping to meet the legendary devil to gain the power to protect her family. Because she knew that with Li Feng's ability, he had to get close to the target to use it, and her frequent appearance at the crime scene would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. So, she walked towards the church with hope, but the door of the church was still closed. Lin Xin was unwilling to give up. She found the window she had broken before and climbed in with difficulty. The interior of the church was still an abandoned confession room, desolate. Lin Xin desperately slapped the door of the confession room, and the sound echoed in the empty church. Why? Whether it's God or devil, please show up. Why can't I do it? Do you have to wait for someone in our family to die before you are willing to come out? Her voice was full of helplessness and despair. The door of the confession room was slammed by Lin Xin, and dust flew everywhere. Meanwhile, in the garden of Yi Ming's house, Shanda was anxiously staring at the progress bar on the panel. Li Feng's progress has been stuck at 90%, and the help information on the application list has piled up like a mountain, and the top one has turned deep red. The sentence "Why? Whether it's a god or a demon, please show up. Why can't I do it? Do you have to wait for someone in my family to die before you are willing to come out?" deeply hurt Shanda's heart. It looked at Ji Ming, who was drinking coffee leisurely, and its heart was full of struggle. If it can't wait until Li Feng completes 100%, it can't restore its divine power and obtain mission points, then Lin Xin or her family may be in danger. But even if it waits until Li Feng completes 100%, can the divine power it restores help Lin Xin? Can the mall props swiped with mission points save Lin Xin's fate? It's still unknown. Since you feel pain and can't make a decision, don't watch it. Not knowing the situation may make you feel better than being a spectator who stands by and watches. Knowing the whole story but not being able to help will only make you feel more guilty. I'll help you clear the application list. Yi Ming saw Shanda struggling in pain, and couldn't help but remind him. His finger wanted to click to clear the application list, but was stopped by Shanda. Yi Ming received the countdown message that was automatically transmitted, frowned at Shanda, "You clicked the wrong one." Shanda didn't say anything, and sat down directly to monitor the conversation between Yi Ming and Lin Xin. Its mind was full of the phrase spectators who stood by and watched. It was powerless. In order to stop Yi Ming from using the magic fruit to harm people, It just watched these people with no one to turn to for help. Even though he knew that Yi Ming was a demon, this person would rather fall into the devil to gain power, which made Shanda's worldview collapse again. It didn't know that Yi Ming said this to comfort it. Since Shanda stopped forcing Yi Ming to take on system tasks, the man and the dog got along well. Yi Ming would usually say something to comfort it, "Don't worry, Li Feng will be 100% soon." So Shanda didn't doubt the deep meaning of Yi Ming's words. Even if Yi Ming really said this on purpose, Shanda felt that it was right. If Li Feng couldn't reach 100%, it meant that it would always watch the people in the application list struggling to death. Hey, blame me for being too talkative. After Yi Ming said this helplessly, the whole person disappeared. Lin Xian sat on the ground, knocking on the door of the confession room with both hands weakly. Her fingers gradually lost strength, as if swallowed by despair. However, just when she was about to give up, miraculously, her hand pushed open the door of the confession room. She looked up and saw the gorgeous confessional that Li Feng had mentioned. The two doors were open, and the room was empty, quiet, and solemn. "Xin girl, you did it." Li Feng's voice came from the pin on her chest, with a hint of joy. "It's this confessional. I was saved by the devil in the beginning." Lin Xian didn't care about her numb legs. She supported her body, held the doorframe of the confessional, and walked into the door that Li Feng mentioned. However, at this moment, Li Feng, who had turned into a needle, was suddenly bounced off Lin Xian's body by an invisible force and fell to the ground to restore his original shape. Before Lin Xian could ask, the door of the confessional automatically closed behind her, isolating her from the outside world. Li Feng watched the two gorgeous confessional doors close instantly, and he instantly appeared outside the church. Looking at the scene outside, Li Feng guessed that it was the devil who didn't let him stay inside. He was afraid that he would be discovered, so he found a corner at the door and turned into a needle to wait for Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the closed door of the confession room, without any fear in her heart. She finally waited for the devil. "I will listen to your troubles, please speak." A lazy and impatient voice came from the next door, as if it was a devil's voice floating from the abyss. When Lin Xian heard this voice, she immediately stared at the wall between the two confession rooms nervously. Her heartbeat accelerated, but her voice was firm and powerful. "Are you a devil? I beg you to give me the power to protect the people I love and punish the bad guys." After that, she knelt deeply against the wall. "Poochie, I am a devil, how can I punish people? That is what God does. So are you asking God or the devil?" Yi Ming's teasing voice sounded next door. As soon as he finished speaking, he received Shanda's protest, and Yi Ming ignored it directly. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart suddenly sank. She realized that she had said the wrong thing. Whether it's a demon or a god, as long as they can save my family and let those beasts get revenge, I'm willing to pay any price. Are you really willing to give everything you have? Including your kindness, conscience, and even your soul. Even if you give everything, you may not get everything you want in the end. After all, I am a devil. Have you ever seen a devil sincerely? Are you helping people? A playful voice sounded from next door. Lin Xian didn't know for a moment why the devil was different from what Li Feng told her. She wondered if it was because she didn't tell her suffering and the devil couldn't see her determination to become a devil. "No matter what, I am willing, and I can bear all the consequences." After Lin Xian said this, he told everything that Lin Yuzi and his family had suffered. "I don't want to lose my family like Uncle Feng. I can help my family escape this hellish life and let those evil beasts get their due retribution. I am willing to fall into hell forever and become a demon and become your follower." Lin Xian waited for a long time but didn't get a response from the next door. She became more and more impatient. She didn't understand why she had to be blocked even if she fell into a demon. Does she really have to wait until someone dies before she meets the conditions to become a demon? Lin Xian felt very decadent when she thought of this. She didn't want anyone in her family to die. Why do the lives of those beasts have to be filled with the lives of innocent people in order to trigger the so-called evil will be punished? It's not that there will be no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. But before the time comes, those who have done no bad things need to pay the price. The prerequisite for the beasts to get retribution is that innocent people lose their lives. Even if someone loses their life, it does not necessarily lead to the retribution of the beasts. I have seen what you and Li Feng have done with the demon trial. Now you can rely on Li Feng's ability to help you get revenge. After all, Li Feng obeys your words. And as long as you help Li Feng kill Chen Tingsong, the god you pray for will appear unconditionally. I may not be able to help you kill those beasts, but it will still be okay to help your family solve their temporary difficulties. Do you still want to sell your soul to become a demon? Why are you telling me this? Lin Xin didn't understand why the devil stopped her. He also wants to push her to the side of the so-called God. Ask God? Or become a demon? The choice is yours, I'm just giving you a choice. Shanda listened to what Yiming said before and knew that Yiming, the demon cultivator, had ulterior motives. After tempting him to open the door of the church, he not only tempted people to bring out inner demons, but also tempted people to sell their souls and become his believers. It made numerous protests on the system panel, but Yiming ignored them all. In a hurry, it ran out of the villa and rushed to the church. She wants to tell Lin Xin that as long as Li Feng kills Chen Tingsong, it will gain the ability to help her family escape the trap. Shanda was halfway there when he heard Yiming tell Lin Xin directly what he wanted to say. He was wrongly blaming Yiming again. Because of its prejudice against demon cultivators, no matter what Yiming does, it always thinks of him in the worst possible way. Devil. Unless those beasts are eliminated, our family will never have peace. Even if the problem is solved, we will still live in the shadow of the beasts. I don't want evil to be punished. It's not that I won't repay it, but the time has not come yet. The premise of this sentence is with the pain and death of good people, I want to let the beasts in this world see the consequences of doing bad things, so that they will never dare to do bad things with a saved heart. Lin Xin has never wavered, ever since her sister's accident. My parents prayed to God and prayed to Buddha, hoping that my sister would recover and that those beasts would die without a burial place, but all they got was an endless abyss. The gods never showed mercy to them. She didn't doubt the words of the devil next door. Maybe there really was a God, and he was trying to save them. But the impunity of those beasts means that the so-called God is now powerless. She didn't want to wait until something happened to someone at home, and then the so-called God would come out to save people and punish animals. As you wish, you still have the right to regret before eating this magic fruit. As soon as Yiming finished speaking, the door of the confessional opened automatically. Colorful fruits appeared in front of Lin Xin. She had never seen such beautiful fruits before. Lin Xin ate them without any hesitation. Walking out of the confessional door, Lin Xin looked at the gorgeous and deserted room next door, and her eyes immediately saw a piece of paper on the floor. There was no such paper in the room she left before. She quickly picked up the piece of paper. It was an advertisement for an online loan. She frowned and wondered whether the devil wanted her to borrow an online loan to settle the penalty, or was the devil asking her to help solve the online loan? Lin Xin couldn't figure out the demon lord's intention and put the paper directly into his pocket. She didn't feel any discomfort or any strange feeling, she just felt that the magic fruit was unpalatable. Doesn't she understand that she has gained the ability? Shanda did not expect that Lin Xin knew that there was a god who could solve the predicament at hand, so she resolutely chose to become a demon. This choice made Shanda very decadent, which meant that Lin Xin no longer believed in God. Shanda, who left home, didn't realize that in addition to the black and white tree in the garden that withered and dissipated after bearing fruit, there was another magic tree that also quickly bloomed and withered and dissipated in a short period of time. Yiming returned home and saw that there was no Shanda in the living room. He happily took out an empty bottle and wrote 004 on it, put it in Lin Xin's magic fruit, and stored it in the storage cabinet. When Shanda returned home, he saw that the black and white tree had disappeared. It immediately realized that this tree was nourished by Lin Xin's inner demons, and quickly rushed to Yiming and asked, "When did you come into contact with Lin Xin?" But that demon tree was nourished and grown by Lin Xin's inner demons, right? It was the first time I came into contact with Lin Xin. Wasn't it you who drove her away when she came to our house that day? Hey, why did you doubt me again? I don't know if you just monitored the conversation between me and Lin Xin. It was a rare thing for me to do. It's a good thing. I follow your will and want people to choose to pray to God. This result is chosen by the people. You can't take it out on me. Yiming sighed helplessly. When Shand heard this, he remembered that the black and white tree had grown while it was captured. It was afraid that Yiming would tempt others, so it kept the system panel open to monitor him all the time. Only on the day he was arrested, because he had not eaten for a long time and his body was in a state of sleep for a long time, Yiming was not monitored all the time. I'm sorry, I don't know the mechanism of the demon tree. I thought Lin Xin would resolutely choose to become a demon because he has been bewitched by you for a long time. The virtuous Lin Xin was shocked by the choice and returned to the room dejectedly. From beginning to end, he never noticed that Lin Xian's magic fruit number on the cabinet was 004, not 003. Yiming looked at Shanda's decadent appearance and did not attack it again. Of course, he didn't tell it that the black and white tree was indeed nourished and grown by Lin Xian's inner demon. At that time, he deliberately said that there was someone on the other side, just to unite the dogman and the needle. I don't know if Lin Xian can understand the message he left this time. After Lin Xian and Li Feng returned to the basement, they kept studying the advertisement leaflet of Data Online Loan. She was proficient in computer technology and knew that some viruses and trojans would be automatically downloaded by scanning the QR code. Even though this note was left by the Demon Lord, Lin Xian did not easily scan the QR code on it. Instead, she searched for Data Online Loan directly on the internet. It is an online loan company with an annualized rate of up to 50%. Many netizens on the internet said that they only received 9,000 yuan after borrowing 10,000 yuan, and they had to spend 1,000 yuan to buy so-called insurance. Lin Xian thought that this online loan company was unreliable. She had a slight suspicion that the Demon Lord asked her to borrow online loans to repay the money. But she knew that this was a bottomless abyss. Once she borrowed money, the high monthly interest would make people even worse. What does it mean? Lin Xian was a little confused and began to think about everything that had happened before. What is your ability? After Li Feng finished the food bought by Lin Xian and a box of snacks, he saw Lin Xian frowning and looking at the computer. I don't know, how did you discover your ability? After eating the magic fruit, there was a force in my palm, and then a needle appeared out of thin air. Li Feng said while stretching out his hand to show it. I don't know if it's because he has eaten too many needles recently, or he has become more proficient in using his ability. He can now create and control 3 needles in 1 minute. Lin Xian raised her hand and looked at it carefully for a long time, but she didn't feel anything. Li Feng thought Lin Xian didn't know how to use her ability, so he stretched his hand in front of Lin Xian. Just think about it in your mind, you can control it, it's very simple. After Lin Xian accidentally touched Li Feng's hand, she found that her body had changed, began to grow rapidly, and her clothes began to become tighter. Li Feng looked at the person in front of him who looked exactly like him in horror. How did you become me? Sizzle. Lin Xian heard the sound of her pants breaking, and hurriedly tried to control herself to change back to her original appearance, and then she returned to her own appearance. Lin Xian immediately knew what her ability was. She quickly found a picture on the internet, and then used the power just now but couldn't use it. So I can only transform into the person I touch. This ability has no attack power. Li Feng was a little disappointed with Lin Xian. He knew how much Lin Xian wanted to get the ability to avenge her family, but she didn't expect that she would only get such a useless ability in the end. Li Feng saw that Lin Xian had been silent, afraid that she was sad about this useless ability, and hurriedly comforted her. Xiao Xian, Uncle said that he would help you get revenge. You don't have attack power, but Uncle does. Don't be disappointed. Uncle Feng, how could I be disappointed? Have you forgotten that the reason why we stopped our revenge before was because my appearance kept appearing and would arouse suspicion? We were worrying about this, but now we don't have to worry about it at all. Lin Xian took out a pair of pants from the closet. Uncle, I'll go change my pants first. Oh, okay, go quickly. Li Feng turned around quickly. He remembered that Lin Xian had just turned into him. His body was stronger than Lin Xian, and he should have torn his pants. Lin Xian walked quickly into the bathroom and spread out his hand, which had a tiny needle on it. This appeared in her hand when she turned into Li Feng, so she can not only imitate a person's appearance, but also his ability. She tried to use her ability again, and then turned into Li Feng's appearance. She tried to control the needle to stab far away like Uncle Feng, but found that it could not be realized. Only needles can be generated, not even out of thin air, it must be where she touches. Sure enough, there are still limitations. Lin Xian changed back to her own appearance, changed clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Uncle Feng, I want to go out to do an experiment and study my ability. Will you wait for me here or follow me out? I'll go out with you, so that you won't be in danger. Lin Xian directly took Li Feng, who had turned into a brooch, with her and walked out the door. Now that her ability has the ability to store, she began to enter the most crowded subway and contact people. After a day of experimentation, Lin Xian found that she could change into 3 different people a day, and then she could not change again no matter what. As long as the person touched will be stored in the memory, it can be changed at any time. Her figure, strength and appearance will change with the change of her ability. She will become a muscular man, and her strength will increase accordingly. She can easily pick up things that she couldn't lift before. Lin Xin didn't change to her original appearance before going to bed. She wanted to test whether she could maintain her ability when she lost consciousness or slept. The next day, Li Feng told her that she would change back to her original appearance after falling asleep. Lin Xin also went home to touch her family and took her mother's mobile phone. She changed into her mother's appearance, touched the mobile phone fingerprint to unlock it, and found that it could be unlocked successfully. She also went to the hospital to draw blood and found that her blood type had changed to her mother's. Even her high blood pressure and other diseases were reflected in her body. Lin Xin knew that her ability was more thorough than she imagined. It was a complete transformation from the inside out. This is a good thing for her. In some places, she will become unimpeded and will not arouse other people's suspicion. After understanding her ability, Lin Xin returned to the basement and fell into deep thought while looking at the online loan website displayed on the computer. Xiao Xin, if you have this ability, you don't have to worry about the money in your family. You can just turn into various people and get the money. Li Feng saw Lin Xin looking at the online loan website with a sad face, and thought she was still worried about money, and then thought of her ability. No, I can only change into a real person. This will hurt others. What's the difference between me and those beasts? Yes, I thought too simply. I have heard those people say that those who borrowed online loans and many people who couldn't pay back were forced to commit suicide. I thought I could get the money from these online loans, but I didn't think it would hurt other people. Why do you keep looking at this? I'm wondering what the Demon Lord wants me to do with this. Lin Xin has been thinking about what the Demon Lord said to her these 2 days. She concluded that there is a powerless waste god on the Demon Lord's side. From the different conversations between the Demon Lord and Li Feng and the Demon Lord and her, the advertisement leaflet that has been deliberately dropped means that the reason why she couldn't find the Demon Lord before was because that god blocked her. The gods would stop the devil from sending magic fruit to help them, because Li Feng and the dogman ate the magic fruit and killed people? Does the god think that those who were victimized and fought back are the devils? Now she recalled the devil's words and found that they were all hints. If Li Feng killed Chen Tingsong, the god would come out and jump around. Li Feng obeyed her, so her ability could be combined with Li Feng's ability. The main thing is that the gods would help them solve their difficulties, but they would not necessarily kill those beasts. After Lin Xin's analysis, she actually had the idea of not letting the useless gods come out and jump around. She knew that her idea was wrong, but the idea became stronger and stronger. It's just a matter of time. Lin Xin looked at the computer screen. Did the devil want her to solve the online loan issue first, then let Li Feng solve Chen Tingsong, and finally solve her family's problem? Lin Xiaoguang sat down at his job in the company exhausted. He regretted more and more why he ate the magic fruit in the first place and was now threatened by Yang De. He was completely out of breath at home, and the online loan company had no clue. Yang De gave him 100,000 yuan to repay the interest and asked him to borrow money from various online loans, but the matter never made any progress. Yang De has already begun to threaten him to overdo the deadline to test whether this matter is related to the 10 murder cases. But Lin Xiaoguang refused. As a reporter, he reported on many people who were overdue, and the whole world knew that he owed money because of debt collection. In the end, he lost his job, and his wife and children often jumped off the building and committed suicide. He didn't want to lose the job that supported his family. Kang Renyu's revenge had been avenged. As long as he didn't use this ability in front of others, he could still be an ordinary person. Therefore, Lin Xiaoguang is willing to help Yang De or the demon lord mentioned by Yang De without harming himself. If it is possible to cause trouble to his life, Lin Xiaoguang is unwilling to do it under any circumstances. Papa the editor quickly walked out from the office door and patted his palms. Someone jumped from the building in the community at number 25 Rainbow Road. Hurry up and get the first-hand news. Lin Xiaoguang quickly led his colleagues to Iran community. When reporters arrived, they were surrounded by law enforcement officers and could not enter. They could only see a person sitting on the rooftop on the 15th floor from a distance. Shoot with a camera. Lin Xiaoguang directed his colleagues to shoot the above and zoom in through the lens. Lin Xiaoguang saw a decadent young man in his 30s with a beard and stains on his clothes. There were many wine bottles next to the railing. The young man was sitting on them and they could fall off at any time. Since the community was built without a garden, the distance between buildings was so small that it was impossible to release air mattresses. Fire law enforcement officers can only give priority to persuasion. Lin Xiaoguang didn't know if it was because of the magic fruit that his hearing had become very sensitive. Even though there were noisy sounds of people talking around him, Lin Xiaoguang still heard the sound of the commander-in-chief of the rescue operation talking on the phone not far away. "Excuse me, are you Zhou Yong's wife, Kai Xiaofang?" "I'm not, I don't know him, please don't call me. The money he owes has nothing to do with me." A cold female voice came from the phone. "I'm not a debt collector, I'm a fire enforcement officer. Zhou Yong is emotionally unstable and standing on the rooftop ready to commit suicide. I hope you can come over and try to persuade him." "Oh, suicide. He has taken pills and cut his wrists for the past month. He has used all kinds of suicide tricks. If he dies, I will be relieved. I will try to persuade him." After Kai Xiaofang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Tang Shan already knew Zhou Yong's family situation from the information collected by his subordinates. He also tried to call Kai Xiaofang, but found that the phone had been turned off. "We could only call Zhou Yong's parents, but they obviously couldn't make it in the countryside." In the end, he could only try to call Zhou Yong's sick son Zhou Xiaojun. "Hello, I'm a fire marshal." Before Tang Shan could finish his words, a familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone. Please let me and my child go. Because of that beast Zhou Yong, my child doesn't even have the money for medical treatment. He gambles. The beast knows how to gamble all day long. Every time he loses a bet, he will use the money he owes. Suicide threats. I'm fed up with this kind of life. My son was already $50,000 away from surgery. That bastard Zhou Yong lost the money we managed to raise in a bet and owed a lot of money. In the end, he had to sell the house. Lost all my money. If I hadn't taken away the money for his surgery, my son would have died long ago. I get calls from debt collectors every day. My child is 15 years old, and he has not fully recovered from his illness, and now he is suffering from depression. It's my son and I who really want to die. He forced me to commit suicide and forced my parents to sell their house to give him money. He is a beast." Kai Xiaofang had long been driven crazy by the daily collection calls. It was the first time she learned that Zhou Yong had lost the money he had finally collected through gambling and even owed money for online loans. She was the one who foolishly believed that gambling on dogs would really change her mind. Zhou Yong cried and said that at the beginning, he just wanted to win a sum of money from gambling to give his son surgery. He was only 1,000 yuan short of winning 50,000 yuan, but he didn't expect that he would start losing later. He lost more and more, and when he finally woke up, he had lost all his money. Zhou Yong knelt in front of him and swore that he would never touch this thing again. Kai Xiaofang believed what he said, and the two finally discussed selling the house. The money was with Kai Xiaofang and Zhou Yong was not allowed to touch it. Watching Zhou Yong go to get off work normally every day, and no longer addicted to mobile phones as before, Kai Xiaofang thought that even if the house was lost, her husband could improve and the child's disease could be cured. It wasn't until a debt collection call came in that Kai Xiaofang realized that Zhou Yong had not changed at all. He was still gambling secretly behind her back and even lost his job. Zhou Yong committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills. She felt soft and took money to help him pay off his debts. From then on, Zhou Yong committed suicide as long as he lost money and owed money. Kai Xiaofang no longer believed in him. She really gave up on Zhou Yong, even if Zhou Yong really committed suicide this time. She will never see him again. Tang Shan had no choice but to call Zhou Yong's parents and ask them to persuade Zhou Yong on the phone, but the call was not connected yet. Bang! Zhou Yong jumped down and hit his head on the ground, killing him on the spot. All the photographers gathered around Zhou Yong to take pictures of the scene, and some reporters surrounded Lin Xiaoguang. When Zhou Yong jumped off the building, the mobile phone in his hand fell into the sand next to Lin Xiaoguang. Lin Xiaoguang quickly picked up the phone. The screen was broken, but it was still usable. The interface above was still a betting interface. It was obvious that Zhou Yong was still gambling online at the last moment of his suicide. The eyes of other reporters were all focused on online gambling, but Lin Xiaoguang saw a message pop up from an app called God's Game. GM, I'm sorry that you didn't complete this round of tasks and can't share the 1 million yuan bonus in the next round. You can sign up again to start playing the game. Lin Xiaoguang wanted to click on this message to check the game, but although the screen was still visible, it could no longer be touched. Please give us your phone. After the fire law enforcement officer dealt with Zhou Yong's matter, he rushed over to get the phone. Lin Xiaoguang handed the phone directly to the fire law enforcement officer. He quickly picked up his own phone to search for this app, but found that it was not in the App Store at all. He also borrowed other mobile phone systems of his colleagues to search for this app. Online loans, online gambling, an app that can make money but cannot be searched proves that this app is an invitation-based system. Could it be that the people with the 10 bodies were invited by this app? Arrange money-making tasks to get people to come to Haiyan City, and then let these people who are short of money rush to die willingly. So overdue is really likely to trigger the invitation condition. Lin Xiaoguang is tangled in his heart. If he tells Yang De about this guess, Yang De will definitely force him to overdue, and his life will be ruined. Lin Xiaoguang returned to the company. After reading the press release, the editor returned it to Lin Xiaoguang, focus on online gambling. A gambler does not deserve sympathy. Data Online Loan is a regular company, and it was also implicated this time. If it's because of you this news has caused bad reputation. I know the editor. After receiving the news, Lin Xiaoguang made changes according to the editor's opinions and waited for their news agency to report it. Media reports throughout Haiyan City were also reporting that Zhou Yong, a gambler, deserved his death. No one is paying attention to the other factors behind Zhou Yong's death, so the online loan company just hides it. Lin Xiaoguang immediately knew that the person behind the Data Online Loan Company was someone who could not be offended, just like the Gongsun family back then. Even though Yang De did so much, the Gongsun family still did not damage its roots. Lin Xiaoguang looked at the eliminated press release in his hand tangledly, and he was back to the starting point. Unable to report the most authentic news. Between reality and dreams, Lin Xiaoguang chose reality and put the eliminated press releases into a shredder. He cannot directly break away from his identity as a living person like Yang De and Li Feng and become a shady person. He will do his best to help Yang De investigate this matter, but Lin Xiaoguang can't let him ruin his job and reputation. Yang De wrapped himself up and went to the house he had bought without telling Lu Rinxin, and took out 100,000 cash from it. When he saw the dust in the house and the untouched cash, he knew that his son had not been here. No matter how much he inquired, there was no information about his son. Even using his soul to search for nearby dead bodies, he could not find the bodies of his son and daughter-in-law, which made Yang De feel relieved. It seems that the son has escaped. Although the abandoned city is a hell on earth in everyone's eyes, it is the only place that the rich cannot search. Yang De has no way to use his ID card to obtain a mobile phone number. As long as he uses his identity information, law enforcement will definitely find out. And he knew from Lin Xiaoguang's recent performance that this person was unreliable, so he had to find a way to investigate the 10-person case on his own and let the people behind Lu Rinxin kick Lu Rinxin out of the independent state. After taking revenge early, he rushed to the abandoned city to find his son. After Yang De locked the doors and windows, he used his soul to search for nearby bodies that had just died and were not discovered. He soon found a delivery man who delivered food 12 hours a day and died suddenly at home for 2 days without anyone noticing. He controlled the delivery man's body, took out his ID card and mobile phone from his pocket, and saw that the name on them was Chang Sun. Yang De controlled Chang Sun's body to buy a large freezer and put it in Yang Da's home. The soul magic fruit can only guarantee the resurrection of Yang Da's own body, but the blood and organs in other possessed corpses are still in a dead state. If they are not kept in the freezer for a long time, the bodies will soon start to rot and stink. After Yang De did everything, he began to use Chang Sun's name and identity to borrow money everywhere. After doing everything, he put Chang Sun's body in the freezer and returned to his own body. Chang Sun also called his son, but no one answered the phone, and he sent a text message. After all, it will be a month before it is overdue. Yang De continued to return to Lin Xiaoguang's home. There was very limited information about his current identity. Although Lin Xiaoguang was as timid as a mouse and could not use his powerful power, as a reporter, he could still investigate what he didn't know. News. Lin Xiaoguang did bring a message to Yang De when he came back. Someone committed suicide today. That person owed money for online gambling, but I saw a message on his phone from an app called God's Game GM. I'm sorry. If you have not completed this round of tasks, you will not be able to share the 1 million yuan bonus in the next round. You can sign up again and start playing the game. I tried to search for the app but couldn't find it. So you suspect that the app is invitation only? We must have guessed wrong. Could it have been triggered by online gambling in the first place? Lin Xiaoguang followed the news reports and ignored the overdue online loan. He knew that Yang De had a sum of money outside, so even if he lost all his money in online gambling, it would not affect him. These three are all related, so instead of letting Yang De stare at him and make him overdue, it is better for Yang De to start with online gambling. Yang De tried to enter the online gambling website, but found that it had been blocked. This road is still blocked. I don't know if other online gambling is related to that app. It should be Zhou Yong's suicide that caused law enforcement to focus on this online gambling website. Lin Xiaoguang did not expect the law enforcement to be so fast, and the clues were broken again. People who gamble cannot do without borrowing money and overdue money, so the people attracted by money-making games are still people who are short of money. People who get something for nothing, are desperate, and fantasize about getting rich overnight are the easiest to be controlled by the game. As long as the people behind the scenes are allowed to, it's easy for people to get invitations if they know we are this kind of people. Yang De has met a lot of people, and he has met a lot of people who gamble. It's impossible for people who lose money in gambling not to borrow money. Therefore, Zhou Yong is most likely someone who owes money or is even overdue. Online gambling can screen out people who get something for nothing, and the personal information filled in for online loans can screen out desperate people. Yang De suddenly discovered that the murderer behind these 10 corpses was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Online gambling and online loans are inseparable from the banking system, and the Shangwan family is now managing the banking system. However, to screen information and maintain online gambling websites and develop games, network management is indispensable, and the Morong family is responsible for managing network information and developing games. That is why the Gongsun family had to let an abandoned grandson take the blame, and even forced Madame Gongsun to accept Gongsunli, an illegitimate daughter, to return to the independent state. Lin Xiaoguang did not expect Yang De to go around and go back to online loans. I will continue to investigate to see if there are other online gambling websites. Yeah. Yang De no longer counted on Lin Xiaoguang. He knew that this man wanted both. After listening to his story with the Demon Lord, Yang De despised him very much. He shouted that he would pursue his dreams and broadcast the most real news to the world, but he was afraid of being caught because of a citywide dog hunt. Even if he was given a powerful power, he was still a waste. Lin Xiaoguang did not expect Yang De to be so easy to talk to this time. He was relieved, but also felt a little lost. Yang De had already thought that these three were related, and soon used Cheng Sun's ID card to fill in the information on those online loan websites, trying to portray himself as someone who got something for nothing, fantasized about getting rich overnight, and even had a good job in a harmonious family, but was vain. The only advantage of online loans is that except for the ID card, which needs to be filled in, the other information cannot be verified at all. In the middle of the night on the third day when Yang De borrowed online loans using Cheng Sun's identity, his mobile phone received a text message. XXX.cx offers 688 renminbi for free for new users. 18 renminbi for first deposit of 100 renminbi. No upper limit. Yang De knew he had guessed right when he saw this. The information of online loan companies and online gambling companies was compatible. The information he filled in was leaked, which led to the connection between these illegal online gambling websites, and then they lent money to online gamblers through online loans. After one loan and one repayment, all the gambling money was laundered. Yang De did not click on this website, but continued to fill in information to borrow online loans. He was either rejected because of insufficient credit and temporarily did not meet the requirements, or the amount of money he could borrow was less than 5,000 renminbi. Yang De received text messages for 3 consecutive days, and he really could not borrow money. Finally, he had no choice but to click on the website to start gambling. The website also gave away 688 renminbi for free as advertised, but it took double the turnover to withdraw it. Yang De won 9 out of 10 bets, and won 20,000 yuan in less than an hour. Yang De simulated the mentality of gamblers, the excitement of people who won money for the first time and the fear that the website would not give money. Let Yang De know that it is time to stop today, take out the money to repay the online loan, and keep 2,000 yuan as the principal. The next day, Yang De continued to win money. Although it was not like the first day when he won 9 out of 10, he basically won 5 out of 10. He began to double his bets like a gambler, doubling his bets when he lost, and stopped when he won 20,000 yuan. It took 3 hours to win 20,000 yuan. On the third day, Yang De lost all his money, and in the last double bet, he directly bet 10,000 yuan at one time and lost it all. He started to borrow money. The online loan companies that could only borrow less than 5,000 yuan before had a good repayment record of Yang De's borrowing and repaying money in the past few days, and the limit had increased to 20,000 yuan. Yang De, who borrowed another 20,000 yuan, finally recovered the money he had earned before with great difficulty, and earned 1,000 yuan. He returned the extra money directly to the online loan. After a week of such repetitive life, Yang De has successfully owed 200,000 yuan. With his own capital, Yang De has lost a total of 300,000 yuan. Finally entered the next stage, insider information. The customer service who often helped Yang De deal with delayed remittances and collections came to Yang De and gave him an insider information. As long as you complete the tasks in this game, you can grab the internal information of the website and share the money. QR code. Yang De downloaded the so-called God's game after scanning it with Cheng Sun's mobile phone. The tasks of the game need to be grabbed. 10,000 people in a group, grab the opportunity to join 5,000 people. The task of grabbing is also very simple, that is, to post a socially dead speech in the circle of friends, which is not allowed to be hidden and kept for 1 hour. The first 5,000 people who take screenshots will receive 500 yuan from xx.com, one full turnover can be withdrawn, and will also receive insider information about a football game at 12 noon tomorrow. And the opportunity to enter the next round of games. The prize money for the next round will be doubled, and the games after the 5th round will directly receive cash. Please have fun. Yang De went through several more days, posting social death comments, sexy photos, moaning, and other things he would not normally do. Finally, he came to the 5th round of the so-called reality game, and the game content became simpler. There were only 200 people left, and there were 20,000 yuan in cash and the QR code of the next group in the toilets of subways in cities around the world. Only 100 places were available on a first-come, first-served basis. Yang De was unlucky this time. He did not qualify to enter the next group until the 200 groups were disbanded. For a moment, he doubted whether his investigation direction was wrong. Could this game be tempting people to gamble online from the beginning? After all the rewards are gambling money on the website. Once he reached the cash level, he could not enter the next level. The group was full of people from all over the world, and it was not known whether anyone could reach the so-called reality level. In the basement, beasts, a bunch of beasts. Lin Xin smashed the mouse angrily, and the picture on the display screen made her feel angry. Unlike Yang De, she directly hacked into the website after applying for an online loan and obtaining the gambling website. Although it is impossible to change the website data, it is impossible to directly investigate the person behind it. But she hacked into the computer of a VIP 20 crown gambler in the chat area of the hall, obtained his account password, and found that different VIPs saw different things on this online gambling website after logging in. The gambling content of these high-level VIPs is more advanced. They are not limited to gambling that can be operated in the background, such as cards and turntables on the table. It is a real video. There are 200 bags of money numbered from 1 to 200, and everyone can bet on the numbers of the first 10 bags of money taken away. Lin Xin saw this and felt that this gambling website really adds fun, and the more she watched, the more chilled she was. There is a website with 10 dogs, asking people to guess which one is a human pretending to be one. All 10 dogs eat dog food like dogs, climb on the ground, and are tied with dog chains. There is also a live broadcast room that is open at any time. It is a voyeuristic surveillance room of an hourly room, which allows people to bet on the length of time each couple exercises. There are also sneak shots of women's underwear in subway shopping malls. Many marginal live broadcasts. Lin Xin doesn't know whether these female anchors are voluntary, but many female anchors look only 13 or 14 years old, which is obviously underage. All of this made Lin Xin feel sick. In Lin Xin's eyes, this prosperous page was a hell on earth. She couldn't see the colorful bustle on it, but only the darkness of the abyss of hell. What made Lin Xin most desperate was that this was not the highest level hall, the top casino, and the account Lin Xin used was not high enough. You need VIP level 30 to enter, but the chat level in the chat hall does not exceed 20, so Lin Xin cannot enter the top casino. Li Feng also became more and more angry as he looked at it. These beasts are really scum. No wonder the Demon Lord gave us instructions to clean up these scum and punish these beasts. The Demon Lord said that he does not punish bad people. That is what God does. Yes. We call this cleaning up the house. If these things are exposed, these beasts will definitely be called demons and devils. This is an insult to the reputation of our demons. The Demon Lord must be angry because of this. Li Feng remembered what the Demon Lord said before, that he wanted to let these devils see what a real devil is. Lin Xin glanced at Li Feng, and she was suddenly very glad that she met Li Feng. She just said her guess. She would deal with Chen Tingson later. Although Li Feng was disappointed, he did not object. Lin Xin quickly returned to the chat and began to search for the above information. She hacked into the mobile phone of each account and explored the information. Finally, an app called God's Game was found in one person's mobile phone. This person just happened to reach the 5th level, which was to withdraw money from subways around the world. Lin Xin quickly thought of the money withdrawal game she had seen in the high-end casino before. She quickly realized that the content of the high-end casino and the top casino might be the game in which the participants in this game participated. Then she remotely controlled the phone, quickly found the game code, generated a QR code and sent it to herself, and then cleared the traces on it. Lin Xin quickly downloaded the app called God's Game. Dear guests, warmly welcome you to this castle. The host's grand party will open on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Please enjoy it. During this period, you can choose any room in the castle. I hope everyone can find a satisfactory residence. A man in a neat tuxedo stood at the door. Although he tried to stay calm, his eyes still revealed a trace of nervousness. Yang De, who was possessed by Chang Sun, saw at a glance that the butler of this castle was not right. Although he was wearing a well-fitting high-end suit, Yang De, who had been a butler for decades, could see at a glance that this person's behavior was not like a person who had received butler training. He was timid and restrained. Yang De immediately guessed that this person was not a butler. Yang De looked at the other two people. He didn't expect that the 3 people who were chosen to come here to explore treasures were not normal people. Are there so many people with abilities in this world? You can call me Housekeeper Chen. The man named Chindan saw the 3 people were silent, and he became more uneasy. In the next 2 days, no matter what you need or have any questions, you can always come to me. He tried to make himself look more confident, but his nervous eyes betrayed his true feelings. This job is in a remote place, but it has an amazing daily salary of 10,000. As long as he successfully assists the host in preparing the party and properly entertains these guests, he can get a generous reward of 20,000. Chindan secretly rejoiced that the salary was so high, but the 3 guests in front of him made him feel uneasy. He secretly observed the 3 people in front of him, and they didn't look like the boss invited by the rich. One was wearing a takeaway uniform, stinking all over, and spraying an unpleasant perfume. Although one was dressed simply and cleanly, the clothes on his body didn't look like branded clothes. The last one was the most exaggerated, wearing a gorgeous tang suit, with a pale face and blush on his cheeks. The more Chindan looked at it, the more he felt that this dress was very similar to the clothes that the funeral home gave him when his 3rd uncle died. Chindan began to wonder if he had been cheated, and whether this high-paying job meant that he needed to take care of non-humans. He also often felt a cold wind blowing, which added a bit of uneasiness. The 3 of them did not exchange too much pleasantries, and each chose a room to stay in. Chindan breathed a sigh of relief. These 3 people were difficult to serve at first glance. Fortunately, they did not make any excessive demands. Not talking was a good thing for him. Lin Xin's imitation identity was a housewife named Lu Shu. She had previously transformed into an identity, and she had not robbed the person named Lu Shu in the last level. Lin Xin found that her information happened to be from Haiyan City, so she kidnapped her and took away her mobile phone and ID card when Lu Shu went out. After returning to the room, Lin Xin quickly activated the shielding jammer, and then lay on the bed leisurely playing with her mobile phone. She cleverly manipulated the live broadcast room in the room so that its content always maintained the picture of her lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone. The content of the last level of the game was that all guests had to stay in the room before the party started, and someone would specially deliver the food until the party officially started. There is a 1000 W ocean heart gem in this castle, and anyone who finds it can own it. If you need money, the host will also buy it back at 1000 W. Before that, if you don't follow the rules and leave the room, you will be directly disqualified from winning the prize, so Lin Xin didn't worry that the picture of her lying on the bed would arouse suspicion. Her mobile phone quickly hacked into the surveillance of this room, and after confirming that there was no problem with her picture, she sat up, took out the laptop hidden in her bag, and started to hack into the surveillance of this villa. There were surveillance cameras in the whole building. In addition to the 3 outsiders, only the housekeeper Chen was processing food in the kitchen. Lin Xin didn't know what this so-called party was, so she followed the IP of the surveillance and directly hacked into the live broadcast room. From this entrance, Lin Xin quietly logged into the top gambling hall as an administrator. The content inside made Lin Xin so angry that his face turned blue, his hands clenched into fists, and his veins bulged, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. Videos of female stars being drugged and violated by unspoken rules were clearly marked and put in the playback room. Lin Xin even saw the cover of Lin Yuzi's video. She suppressed her anger and didn't touch the video, forcing herself not to alert the enemy. Now is not the time to delete these videos. Lin Xin suppressed her anger and opened the live preview room. The picture inside was 3 avatars. And some simple introductions and videos of their previous tasks. There were various real-time betting contents next to it. Who among the 3 people can't hold on first? Who among the 3 people can withstand the most bullets? Is the number of bullets 1/2/3 withstood odd or even? Did the God of Heaven team fire more bullets, or did the Wind God team fire more bullets? 1 million to buy a place in the God of Heaven team/Wind God team? No one will know your true identity, so you can release pressure to your heart's content. Bullets? Lin Xin knew what the content of this party was at once. The 3 of them who came to participate were moving targets. This group of people were playing with human lives. Those 10 bodies, the 10 bodies in the deep pool where Lu Mang was confessing, were full of bullets. So Lu Mang was helping these people to confess their guilt? Li Feng, who had turned into a brooch, could also see the contents of the computer. When he heard Lin Xin suddenly mention bullets, he remembered the content of Lu Mang's previous trial. It should be Lu Mang who helped to take the blame, but he just didn't want the law enforcers to keep staring at the 10 bodies. The person who made Lu Mang take the blame seems to have a great background. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the person behind the scenes, Lin Xin exited the live broadcast preview. Lin Xin also saw the live broadcast window of Lin Yuzi. There were many dirty words scrolling on it, all anonymous. If I had known that the price had dropped to 30,000 yuan, I would have tried it. I heard that all kinds of postures are okay. When I saw those fans of Lin Yuzi said that she was a pure girl, I remembered the scene of her kneeling and licking others like a dog every time I saw it. You can try it. It's only tens of thousands of yuan. As long as you don't beat her to death, you can do whatever you want. Think about the star who is loved by millions and tens of millions of people, begging you to beat her like a slave. That feeling is really worth it. Really? Then I will try it too. Lin Xin suppressed his anger and turned off the computer. People who make such websites are beasts, and people who can laugh and spend so much money to watch these videos are also beasts. She had to be patient now and not alert the enemy. After the situation was resolved tomorrow, she would expose all these beasts who were hiding in the dark and watching others suffer. Chen Dan tossed and turned in the long night, feeling uneasy. The abnormal behavior of the 3 guests made him feel deeply uneasy, as if the whole villa was shrouded in a weird atmosphere. Late at night, the temperature on the mountain dropped sharply, making people shiver with cold. However, the 2 male guests abnormally asked to adjust the air conditioner to 16 degrees, and also asked for a lot of ice cubes. Whenever Chindan served them food, the chill in the room seemed to penetrate his bones, while the 2 male guests seemed to be out of the matter, still wearing short sleeves, with no strange expression. As for the female guest, her behavior made Chindan feel creepy. She often talked to herself in the room. Her voice was sometimes high-pitched and sometimes low, imitating 2 different voices to communicate alternately. Chen Dan stood outside the door, although he couldn't hear the specific content, but the weird atmosphere made him feel chilled. All this made Chen Dan firmly believe that these 3 guests were not ordinary people. After delivering dinner, he returned to his room and blocked the door tightly, fearing that those strange guests would suddenly break in. He stayed up all night, staring at the crack of the door, until the first ray of sunlight came into the room through the window, and he was slightly relieved. He only had to wait until 1800 hours tonight to start the party, and he would be free. Chen Dan was busy preparing breakfast according to the work list, but he couldn't help but pay attention to those guests with strange behavior. He carefully delivered breakfast to each room, but he was uneasy. When he finished delivering the last breakfast and was about to return to his room, an abnormal guest suddenly stopped him and handed him a strange fruit he had never seen before. "This is for you, thank you for taking care of me these 2 days. The man's voice was low and cold, as strange as his previous behavior. Chen Dan saw at a glance that the fruit was unusual, and coupled with the guest's strange behavior, he immediately became alert. He quickly waved his hand to refuse. No, this is what I should do, I can't accept your gift. The salary here must be very high. In this desolate mountain, no one should come if the daily salary is less than 1,000. Such a high salary and such an easy job are simply pie in the sky." Yi Ming, who was possessed by the dead body, smiled at Chen Dan, but because the body had been refrigerated in the freezer for a long time, the muscles of the whole body had already become extremely stiff. After returning to the room, Chen Dan's heartbeat still did not calm down. He recalled Yi Ming's weird smile and the phrase "pie in the sky," and a chill surged in his heart. He understood that there must be some unspeakable secrets hidden in this villa. Yiming smiled indifferently, and then put away the magic fruit. Chen Dan felt that time pass like years. Although the strange guest at noon did not talk to him again, Chen Dan still wanted to finish this job quickly. Finally, at 1600 hours in the afternoon, Chen Dan received a message from his employer, asking him to go to the study on the third floor to settle his salary. In the study, two young men wearing custom-made branded clothes were sitting at the table. "You have performed very well these 2 days, this is your salary." The man's voice was very gentle, and he looked gentle with a pair of rimless glasses, which made Chen Dan's nervous heart suddenly relieved after 2 days. "This is what I should do, thank you boss." Although the guest was strange, the host seemed easy to get along with. After Chen Dan received his salary for the past 2 days from his employer, he was ready to say goodbye and leave. "Then I will," puff. Two slight sounds of silence or gun shooting sounded. Chen Dan fell directly to the ground, and the money in his hand scattered from his hands and slowly covered his body. 2 shots directly shot into the brain, and Chen Dan died on the spot. Shang Guanyun watched Morong Xian put away his gun, and asked with a cynical smile, "Isn't it good to have one more mouse? Why solve it so quickly? The way this mouse looks at me makes me sick." Morong Xian took off his glasses, put away his gentle expression, and put on the mask of the god. Do you think he was still thinking when he was dying, "We are good people, ha ha ha"? Shang Guanyun also put on the Fengshen mask after saying that. He took out his mobile phone and opened the top gambling hall. "Let's look forward to tonight's dinner. The countdown is 1 hour and the hunting time of the gods will start soon." Yiming and Yang De felt that there was a dead body beside them at the moment when Chen Dan died, and soon knew that the person they were waiting for had come. Lin Xian had previously hacked into the surveillance of the villa, so everything in the study was clearly seen. She also saw the beastly appearance under the mask, and went online to filter the photos directly, and soon knew the identities of the two. Shang Guanyun, the grandson of the Shangguan family, a bank loan and financial family, never conflicts with others and often appears in charity organizations. People in and outside the independent state have a very good impression of him, and no one who knows him has said anything bad about him. Morong Xian, the old son of the Morong family, a network information and computer family, is very favored at home because he is the 70-year-old old son of the Morong head. But he never became arrogant because of the old man's favor. Everyone praised him and he was gentle and elegant. Lin Xian looked at the information of the two people selected from the internet, and then looked at the surveillance video, where the two people were arrogant and calm after killing people. He knew that all this information was false. The European-style floor clock in the living room rang dong 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 on the hour. Treasure hunters, the treasure hunt game has officially begun. As long as you can carry everything in the castle to the foot of the mountain before the game ends at 12 o'clock, it will all be yours. We have also placed a 10 million worth of ocean heart in the castle. Even if you don't walk out of here when the game ends, this ocean heart belongs to the person who finds it. Showtime. An extremely arrogant voice rang out in the castle. The people hiding in the rooms of the castle began to get excited when they heard this voice, put on their own masks, and then excitedly held guns in their hands, waiting for the little mouse to open the room and give them a surprise. The 3 doors opened at the same time, and the live broadcast in the top gambling hall was also turned on, and the bet numbers were rising wildly. Lin Xian looked at the other 2 people and hesitated. She wanted to tell them that this place was very dangerous, but after thinking about it, people who could come here were basically desperate or gambling crazy. If she told the 2 directly, she might be suspected of having ulterior motives. Yang De looked at the other 2 people vigilantly. He didn't know what the purpose of these 2 people coming here was. His ability does not allow him to fight. If the 2 people have different goals from him and have a grudge against him, he does not know whether the bombs on his body can kill the ability users. Yiming ignored the 2 people's gazes and walked directly to the door of the villa and locked the door. He tilted his head and smiled at the camera in the living room. Show time. It was then that Lin Xian realized that something was wrong with the man in the tang suit. Although she could not tell anything from his stiff expression, the cloudy eyes and the tone of his voice made Lin Xian feel that this man was very excited. She had a feeling that this man knew the true content of the game. Yang De had not been in contact with Yiming for a long time before, so he did not smell the faint corpse odor on him, and that stiff appearance. It reminded him of his current state. This man was also a dead body. The ability users that Yang De had seen from the internet and Lin Xiaoguang had different abilities, and this man had the same ability as him. He suddenly thought of a possibility. This man was the Demon Lord? Demon Lord? Lin Xian heard Yang De's question and looked back and forth at the 2 of them. Demon Lord? Demon Lord? Pucci, I am not your master, I will not interfere with what you do, and I will not give orders. I am just here to watch the show. Yiming sat down on the sofa after he finished speaking. He wanted to get a cup of coffee out of habit, but he remembered that he was now a corpse and had no taste and digestive function. Shang Guanyun, who had been watching the surveillance, saw Yiming being so arrogant, and walked out with a gun and shot at his shoulder. This group of stinky rats actually broke the rules of the game. Instead of scrambling to grab things, they had leisure to chat. Shang Guanyun shot very quickly, and it was too late for Lin Xian to stop him. The bullet shot directly into Yiming's body. Shang Guanyun looked at Yiming with horror, who looked calm, and dug out the bullet shot into his shoulder with his bare hands without changing his expression, and played with it in his hand. K87H bullet? I heard that a bullet costs 500 yuan, and there is no market for it. It is worthy of the Shangguan family who manages money in the independent state. Yiming threw the bullet directly on the table and looked at Shang Guanyun wearing a mask. Who are you? What are you talking about? I am not from the Shangguan family. Who are you three? Shang Guanyun didn't expect that this person actually knew his identity. His inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger. There were so many people in the gambling hall watching the live broadcast. If his family knew that his identity was exposed, he would definitely die miserably. Watching the show. Yiming answered casually. Detective. Yang De remembered the purpose of his visit and hurriedly said according to his original plan. He secretly observed Yiming and did not show any anger. He knew that what he said before was true. The demon who gave him the magic fruit really didn't care what they did. Lin Xian remembered the online loan leaflet she saw in the confession room before, and blurted out borrowing money. Shang Guanyun was furious and shot at the three people with a gun. What watching the show, detective, borrowing money? This group of people was just provoking him. Lin Xian hurriedly found a place to hide, but there were still one or two bullets that he couldn't dodge. Li Feng directly showed his original form and threw out a needle to shoot down those bullets. Yang De stood next to Yiming who was sitting on the sofa like a butler. The two of them watched Shang Guanyun shoot crazily leisurely. There was no intention of dodging at all, just watching Shang Guanyun finish a bullet. Shang Guanyun looked at Yang De and Yiming in horror. They were shot several times, but they looked like nothing happened. He looked at the man with a burnt face who suddenly appeared, and suddenly thought of the Feng Mo who had appeared on the internet before. Devil, you are devils. Shang Guanyun was so scared that he fell to the ground, and quickly fled back to the room and locked the door, and took out his mobile phone to contact the mercenaries. Morong Xian, who was watching the surveillance in the room, knew that something was wrong when he saw that the bullets could not hurt Yiming at all. He quickly called the mercenaries down the mountain to rescue them. The people in one of the rooms heard the gunshots outside and thought that the group of people outside had gone crazy. He spent 1 million yuan to buy a quota to relieve pressure. If everyone was killed, he would have no fun. He secretly opened the door and saw the man who frightened him. Li Feng. The devil who forced his brother to confess and finally killed his brother. The devil who forced him to hide at home and not go out. The devil who made him completely lose the right to speak and be scolded by others. Shi Song was so scared that he fell to the ground. Li Feng must have come to kill him. Why didn't he let him go? He was already so miserable, but he didn't let him go. Shi Song was so scared that he wanted to run away. He didn't dare to run through the front door and had to pass through the living room. He hurried to the window and prepared to open the window to escape, but the lights in the whole room were not turned on to catch him off guard. The curtains were drawn and the room was dark. Shi Song ran away anxiously and collided with the chair directly, making a crackling sound. Only Yiming heard the sound in the living room. It was a mouse trying to escape. Shi Song was so scared that he quickened his pace and came to the window. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. The window was locked tightly. Wen Song was so anxious that he picked up a chair and smashed it against the window. The window shattered instantly. The huge sound also alarmed the people in the living room. Lin Xian pushed open the door directly and saw a person sitting in front of the window in despair. The window was surrounded by railings made of needles. The moonlight outside could be seen through the gaps, but there was no escape. Shi Song found a ray of light shining in the darkness, and turned his head to see the face that frightened him. Because he couldn't speak, he couldn't even confess his sins, and could only kowtow continuously. The mask also slipped off during the kowtow. Shi Song. Li Feng recognized at a glance that the person staying in this room was the one who slipped through the net. After Qi Tang confessed and was killed, the Qi family dared not let Shi Song go out again. They didn't even let him go to school. Anyway, even if Chi Song didn't work and had no education in the future, the Chi family's property would be enough for him to spend. So Li Feng never found a chance to punish the last of the 5 people who violated his daughter. Li Feng didn't expect to meet this beast here. He remembered the original content of this game and the content of that evil online gambling website. Li Feng looked at Chi Song with hatred. Do scum like you live for a day just to do evil? Chi Song couldn't speak, so he could only kowtow desperately and then shake his head. He wanted to defend himself. He hadn't done anything yet. This was the first time he paid to sign up. Remembering that he could express his meaning by typing, he hurriedly wanted to take out his mobile phone from his pocket to type. Li Feng thought he was going to take a gun and shot a needle directly. Chi Song's hand was directly shot through by the needle and he could no longer type on his mobile phone. Li Feng wanted to kill Chi Song directly, but Yi Ming was sitting in the living room. He didn't know why Yi Ming came here, so he didn't attack Chi Song for the time being. When he dragged Chi Song to the living room, he heard Yi Ming talking. It seems that you are too restrained when I am here. The show has become boring. I will leave first. After Yi Ming finished speaking, he directly left this body, and the body sitting on the sofa slid directly to the ground. In the suburban morgue, a corpse suddenly sat up. The man next to him looked at the corpse suddenly startled, not afraid, but excited and happy. These are the bank cards and ID numbers, household registration information and photos of the 300 people missing in our village. Can you really help me find them? They carry their ID cards with them when they go out to work and they really can't get them. I can't help you. Yi Ming climbed up from the freezer and picked up the information. He used the corpse search, but did not find any corpse matching the information in Haiyan City. You lied to me? You clearly said before that as long as I helped that corpse get that quota, you could help me. Zhang Kuwei clenched his fist unwillingly. He spent several days and nights to help this demon get that quota, but in the end it was a deception. Have you forgotten that you were deceived and abducted by others? You finally came back and found that your parents were dead. You can only grow up relying on the help of the people in the village. How can you still believe in people so naively, let alone a demon like me? Is it because you have been receiving help from others since childhood, so you subconsciously help others in everything? Yi Ming found Zhang Kuwei's information from the application list for doing good deeds and accumulating virtues, and then directly deleted his application. The application list for help will start to attract those who need help to the vicinity of the church in order. Whether people come in depends on their own wishes. Zhang Kuwei heard the devil's shameless words, and regardless of whether it was a devil or a human, he picked up the iron rod next to him and hit the corpse possessed by Yi Ming desperately. Devil, go to hell. The iron rod was easily caught in Yi Ming's hand, and Zhang Kuwei couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He sat on the ground dejectedly. Do you know how important that money is to me? Xiao Meng is still waiting for Uncle Meng to make money to replace his kidney. If Xiao Meng couldn't wait any longer, Uncle Meng would disappear. That money can allow Xiao Meng to do more dialysis, so that he can hold on until he finds Uncle Meng. If he hadn't seen this devil resurrect from the corpse, and could resurrect on various corpses, the desperate Zhang Kuwei would have knelt down and asked for help. He tried to pray to the gods and Buddhas, and to find law enforcers, but he couldn't get any information about the missing villagers. Finally, a man with such magical powers appeared in front of him. Even though he called himself a demon, Zhang Kuwei resigned himself to using his own money to follow his instructions to gamble, lose money, and borrow money. During this period, he won the most money, which was 100,000 yuan. At that time, Zhang Kuwei was tempted to stop. But when he thought that this demon could help him find the more than 300 missing villagers, he finally acted according to the plan. Yi Ming opened the storage area of the morgue and took out dozens of unclaimed mobile phones. I can't help you, but someone can help you. You know that in addition to law enforcers who are good at finding people, there is another kind of people who are also very good at finding people, that is, debt collectors. There are more than 300 people missing, which is not a trivial matter. Why haven't there been any news from the law enforcers for so long? According to what you said, they have been away from home for 3 years, and suddenly lost contact with them 2 years ago. The fact that the law enforcers can't find people for so long proves that the people who made them disappear. Before Yi Ming finished speaking, Zhang Kuwei already knew what he was going to say. You want me to borrow money using these people's information, and then not pay it back, and ask the debt collectors to help find people? But what about facial recognition? Yi Ming said, and then used his mimicry ability to change his face. Brother Go. Zhang Kuwei looked at the familiar face in surprise, and then saw Brother Go's face change to Brother Yang and Uncle Zheng. Yiming picked up Zhang Kuei's ID card from the drawer and directly changed it to Brother Go's information. As long as you have the ability to borrow enough money, the bosses behind these online loans will be more anxious than you to urge law enforcement officers to help find people, plus there are debt collectors. I only have 3 hours, it's up to you to do it or not. Zhang Kuei didn't ask Yiming why he helped him, fearing that Yiming would regret it again. He directly picked up those mobile phones and started filling in the information, and then handed them to Yiming to scan the ID card and facial recognition. You are skeptical of what I say even though you know I have bad intentions, but you still do it. Be my servant. After you find the person, don't you want to take revenge on the traffickers who destroyed your family? With your strength, you can't do anything, so be my servant and I can give you strength. Yiming handed the magic fruit in his hand to Zhang Kuei. I refuse. I know you have bad intentions. You asked me to do this not to help me find people, but you have your own purpose. The reason why I did it is that I think this is the best solution for me to find those people, just like you said. But if you don't help me because of your refusal, I will agree to you. So it's up to you whether you want me to be your slave? Yiming smiled and didn't persuade him. This was the second person who refused the magic fruit. Only those who are full of hope in their hearts will not be attracted by the magic fruit. A person who believes in the words of the devil but is full of hope in his heart is really a contradictory person. Zhang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief. He saw Yiming still helping with facial recognition, and knew that Yiming was not holding him back on this matter. Villa on the mountain. Lin Xin and Yang De looked at the fallen body and knew that the demon lord had left directly. Although they didn't know what the demon lord's purpose was, they decided to act according to their original plan. Yang De looked at Lin Xin who was looking at him and said, I just came to investigate who made the Lu family take the blame. I said I was a detective. Lin Xin felt awkward no matter how he heard this sentence. This person seemed to tell others that he came for the Lu family's affairs. Lu Meng, that beast, has confessed his guilt. What are you investigating? Are you a running dog hired by the Lu family? Li Feng was furious when he heard the words Lu family took the blame and kicked Chi Song on the ground fiercely. He stared at Yang De viciously. In Li Feng's eyes, this detective was here to find evidence for the Lu family. Take money from others, and help them get rid of disasters. I have to support my family. Yang De didn't expect Li Feng to help him indirectly. He did not deny that he was a lackey of the Lu family. After the news here spread, the Shangguan family and the Morong family would know that the reason for this disaster was all because the Lu family wanted to investigate the matter of the 10 corpses, which led to the demise of the 2 young masters. So you want to see the faces of the beasts under the masks? We are not contradictory. Lin Xin guessed Yang Da's intention at once. As long as this person is not an enemy, it doesn't matter to her. After all, this person is not afraid of bullets. Uncle Feng may not be his opponent. Xiao, this person is a lackey of the Lu family. Li Feng almost shouted the word Xiao Xin, but remembered that he might be live broadcasting now, which would expose Lin Xin, so he quickly stopped talking. He didn't understand why Lin Xin was so polite to this lackey of the Lu family. Even if they were both demons, this kind of person was an insult to the name of demons. He had the ability and was willing to work for those beasts. Lin Xin directly picked up the computer and hacked into the villa's broadcasting system. The game continues, but the rules of the game are now determined by me. You, the gods of heaven and the gods of wind, are divided into 2 teams. Each round lasts 20 minutes. You shoot bullets, but you cannot kill anyone. The team that hits the opponent with fewer bullets will select a player to lift the mask. If the number of bullets is the same, both players will lift the mask, and then we will shoot until someone is killed. The one who kills and the one who is killed will directly lift the mask. There are 2 hours in total. Each of your teams has 5 people, a total of 10 people. So there will be at most 4 survivors whose masks will not be lifted. Fight for the opportunity to become one of the 4 survivors. This is the game you are most familiar with. I'll do you a favor. The timer starts. After Lin Xin finished speaking, he turned on the computer and directly hacked into the gambling website from the network used for live broadcasting at the villa, and then changed the bet item to: the one who lifted the mask in the first round was the god of wind? Or the god of heaven? People in the top gambling halls saw the sudden incident and thought they had encountered an accident today, so they all withdrew their bets. Many people have even begun to apply to cancel their accounts. They are afraid that this incident will alert law enforcement and eventually they will be investigated for gambling online. Online gambling is illegal, so in order to protect themselves, these people will not call law enforcement at all, they just want to eliminate their traces. Now that I see the betting items changing, I thought this was a new item set up by the casino. It's so exciting. This was even more exciting than what they had seen before. In the past, they could only see them killing civilians, but this time they were killing each other with their masks lifted off. In addition, the one who fell to the ground before said that one of them was a young master from the Shangguan family. I also want to know who that person is from the Shangguan family. This was a person who was out of reach for them in the independent state. They cancelled their accounts one after another and made crazy bets. The administrator of the website wanted to operate, but found that the backend had been invaded, and someone had invaded their host along the network of the live broadcast room. They can't operate it at all now. If they want to force the server to shut down, a sentence is displayed in front of the computer. Turn off the server, and your young master's face will be broadcast live around the world. After Butler Morone learned the news, he quickly contacted the mercenaries at the foot of the mountain who were blocking the rats to prevent them from escaping. They found out that their car had a puncture due to a puncture on the way, and they were now rushing towards the mountain. It would only take half an hour to reach the mountain. After asking the owner for instructions, he ordered the staff not to turn off the server first. The 7 people who paid for the quota hid in the room and did not dare to go out. They used their mobile phones to watch the changes in the bets on the website. They all thought that the website was playing tricks on them. They spent money and were teased, even lost their lives, and lost their face. If you take off the mask, your participation in this killing game will be known to others. Originally, it was because you were tired of maintaining the superficial mask that you wanted to participate in this game to relax. If he lifts his mask here, not only will the persona he has maintained for more than 20 years collapse, but he may also be pushed out to take the blame. They can play in the top gambling halls, and the bets are millions each time. The reason why they dare to place their bets with confidence is because they know that the young Master Morong and the young Master Shangguan are behind this website. So if something happens, these people will definitely be pushed out by the Shangguan family and the Morong family to take the blame. When the 7 people received the news from the organizer and knew that the mercenaries would arrive on the mountain soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. All they had to do was stay in the room and not move. Lin Xin quickly obtained the information of everyone on the website, as well as the information of the online loan company. She suddenly discovered a very strange sign. There was an IP registered for an hour every minute, and they were all in the same place. She clicked on face recognition, and soon saw that although each head was changing, the clothes and background all exactly the same. Online loan leaflet, imitation ability? Lin Xin directly sent a text message to the number that was waiting for the assessment amount. Is this scene exciting? I quickly received a reply saying, "Wonderful, I'm short of money recently." Lin Xin soon knew that she had guessed correctly. The Demon Lord didn't just come to watch the show for no reason at all. She didn't know what the devil wanted to do, but he directly intervened in all the amount assessments of that IP and gave each account a 300,000 quota, which was a cordon amount that would not arouse suspicion. By the way, I also changed the IP address so that no one can find it by following the IP address. 10.9, the countdown alarm set by Lin Xin sounded, but the group of people still hid in the room and did not come out. The 2 people in the 5th and 8th rooms on the 1st floor, on the 2nd floor, the study on the 3rd floor should be the masterminds I want to find, please excuse me. Yang De reported the locations of all 9 people in an instant. Come out and look at Li Feng. Li Feng became angry when he remembered that this man was a lackey of the Lu family, and even ordered him to do things. Why should I help you? You won't go by yourself. Running dog. Uncle, he is a lackey. We don't care about him. The most important thing is to complete our own affairs. I understand. Li Feng heard Lin Xin's words and went to arrest the person. She knew that Lin Xin was taking this opportunity to invade the website and find the person who uploaded her sister's video. In order to anger Yang De, Li Feng deliberately did not go to the study room on the 3rd floor. Yang De looked at Lin Xin enviously, and then thought of Lin Xiaoguang, who worked with him before, and wondered why he didn't go to Li Feng in the first place. Li Feng opened the 5th room on the 1st floor and saw no one. Although he couldn't stand the lackey, he also knew that now was not the time to turn around and go out to argue. He was also a demon, and if it wasn't for his ability to confirm that this person was inside, he would definitely not have said anything. Soon I found a trembling man with a gun and a function mask in the toilet. When the man saw the door open, he closed his eyes and fired randomly. After waiting for a minute, there was no movement at all outside. When I opened my eyes to check, I found that no one was there, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I heard a voice next to my ear. Are you looking for me? A needle shot directly into the hand holding the gun. He picked up the dropped gun and dragged the person to the living room. Then he directly took off his mask, and everyone in the live broadcast room saw that the person who came turned out to be Tian Yao, the youngest son of the Tian family, the richest man in Tianqi City. You can recognize him at a glance because he was the top scorer in the Tianqi City College and was admitted to the Independent State University with full marks. He was also in the news that year. The Tian family's happy teaching became popular all over the world at that moment. Everyone knew that Tian Yao could go to school if he wanted to, and if he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go. His family never forced him. Never went to cram school, which was a breath of fresh air among the many news reports of people jumping off buildings due to academic pressure. Others were overwhelmed by studying, but Tian Yao was not. People who saw this were doubting the credibility of the news. People who could spend 1 million yuan to come here were basically here to relieve stress. Li Feng dragged another person out from another room. After removing the mask, many people recognized this person. The people under the mask were beyond the expectations of those who knew them. The two people thought that this kind of social death was the most uncomfortable and the most desperate, but they didn't expect that there would be more desperate things. What I like to see most is people struggling hard, and they died after only 20 shots. What a waste. This shooter is not good, huh? I specially learned how to avoid the vital parts when shooting. Lin Xian looked at the text in the computer and spoke, and every sentence made the two people pale. This was the text they typed when they watched the live broadcast before. Uncle Feng, let them see if they can die after being shot 20 times. You can run away, and I, Uncle Feng, will shoot 20 times. Surviving is your fate. I can't hit. I've never tried it before. Although Li Feng can shoot, he can aim accurately. The two thought they had hope of survival. Although their masks were lifted and they were about to be shot, as long as they survived, there was hope. Lin Xian touched the muzzle of the gun to the two people. Can't you hit them like this? You liar, you said we can escape. Of course you can escape if you have the ability. If you don't have the ability, you can only be beaten alive like those people you usually like to watch until you are completely out of breath. Don't worry, my Uncle Feng is a first-class needle user and knows how to avoid the vital points. After hearing this, the two wanted to stand up and run away. Li Feng directly controlled the needle to fix the limbs of the two people to the wall. Pong! Pong! Thinking of the bodies with bullet holes in the deep pool, each person shot a shot. The system voice sounded friendly reminder, 5 minutes have passed in the second round, and there are 15 minutes left, come on because the first round was a tie, whichever team dies first will be considered the loser. So don't worry. Lin Xian looked at the two people and said, now there are millions of people praying for you to die soon. Do you understand the feelings of those people in the live broadcast room? So do you want to die quickly? 10-11 When Li Feng counted to 11 shots, a person named Tianqi in the top live broadcast room was swiping the screen, willing to spend 100 million to buy Tian Yao's chance to live. Tianqi knew that Tian Yao had bought a place to participate in this game without his knowledge and was discovered. He was so angry that he wanted to beat this shameful play to death, but he thought that this was the most promising child in their family, so he could only find a way to rescue him. He called the Murong family, hoping to buy back the child and let him quit the game. Only then did he know that the live broadcast room of the gambling hall had been hacked, and everything that was going on now was not a game temporarily added by the gambling hall. In the end, he had no choice but to swipe the screen in the live broadcast room, hoping that these people would spare Tian Yao's life for the sake of money. Lin Xian had been hacking into all the customer lists of the website, and then wrote a program to turn these people who used online names in the dark places on the internet and took pleasure in the suffering of others into real names. It is because of this kind of pervert who likes to watch people being tortured, peek into girls' privacy, and like to torture and kill that this industry that enjoys torture and killing has been promoted. She wants to make these rats in the dark know where to hide, and see if they can continue their heinous behavior after being exposed. Suddenly, I saw Tianqi's screen swiping. Lin Xian opened this account in the background. It was a new account. Using the same IP, it quickly matched other accounts that Tianqi had logged in on his mobile phone. More than 30 pages of investment pages, how ironic. When you bet millions on other people's lives, have you ever thought that the parents of those people are also begging you to spare their children? They are willing to use all their wealth to exchange for their children. You don't even have the courage to call the law enforcers, garbage. After Lin Xian sent a private message to Tianqi's account, he was banned. Finally, a vote was sent in the live broadcast room. Tianqi wants to buy Tian Yao's life in this small game for 100 million. If so, I can only judge this game as a draw. No matter what you vote for, you will lose. But our gambling is based on the fun of the guests. Agree or refuse. 3 minutes of voting time. Uncle, halftime game, stop shooting. Okay. Li Feng said and fired at Tian Yao, 13 shots per person, remember to count. Li Feng's gun was aimed at the arms and thighs, avoiding the vital parts. But the muzzle was pointed at them, and the two had to endure not only the pain of the bullets, but also the burning of the muzzle. There was a needle in their throats, and whenever they wanted to scream in pain, the needle would scratch their throats. It made them speechless and wanted to die, but Li Feng avoided the vital parts with every shot, and they could only feel the blood slowly flowing out of their bodies. At this time, they felt the feelings of those poor people struggling, and the more they struggled, the more injuries they suffered. They could no longer see the scene in front of them due to excessive blood loss, and they seemed to be able to hear the screams of those people they heard in the live broadcast room before. TSK, this bullet can't penetrate even if it is pointed at. Li Feng lifted Tian Yao's arm and found that there was no trace of the bullet left on the wall except blood. I heard that the person who invented the K-87H bullet wanted to punish a tiger. He didn't want the tiger to die too easily, so he invented this bullet. After shooting into the flesh, the bullet will unfold and hook tightly on the flesh. I didn't expect that the things that abused animals would eventually be used on humans. Yang De picked up the bullet thrown by the demon lord on the table and explained. Lin Xian turned off the broadcast in the live broadcast room, not letting their conversation flow into the people who were voting frantically. In the eyes of this group of people, the poor may not be as good as animals. That's why they can do such beastly things. People who help animals clear suspicion are helping the tyrants to do evil. Li Feng mocked Yang De. He still remembered that Yang De came for the group of beasts in the Lu family. So I am also a beast. Before the Lu Mangan incident, Yang De would also help Lu Rinxin deal with and cover up some things. Although he had never killed anyone, he was also a beast who helped the tyrants to do evil. You don't know how painful it is if the needle doesn't prick you, if it weren't for Lu Rinxin wanting to kill him. Maybe he knew those things were wrong, but he would continue to help the Lu family. Then don't be a beast, don't work for the Lu family. Yang De admitted directly, but Li Feng didn't know how to scold. The living room suddenly fell silent, and no one spoke. The countdown vote in the live broadcast room was over. The proportion of those who refused to stop the game was as high as 92%. Lin Xian controlled the administrator's authority, so the Morong family had no way to contact the investors to let them vote in favor. Boss Tian, the minority obeys the majority, I can only bear to reject your 100 million. Tianqi looked at this barrage helplessly. After the vote came out, he knew that the woman would never agree to his request. He used to play often, so he could understand the psychology of those spectators. Uncle, go. Don't let our young master bleed to death. It's only 13 shots. The young master said that 20 shots are a small case. 14. Pong. Li Feng shot at each of them after hearing Lin Xian's words. The person who was about to lose consciousness due to excessive bleeding immediately woke up again. When Li Feng fired 18 shots, Master Tian is dead. Yang De reminded Li Feng. Li Feng pulled up Tian Yao's wristband, and the heart rate on it was 0. Tian Yao is dead, and the Tianqian team lost. Lin Xian settled the first round of bets and then broadcast. There are 6 minutes left in the second round. When Tianqi heard that his son was dead, he sat on the sofa in dejection. Looking at the barrage, those who won the bet said that his son died well, while those who lost the investment began to curse his son for being a waste. He couldn't stand it. He smashed the phone fiercely, and the phone smashed the glass table. Morong family, Shangwan family, I am irreconcilable with you. If you hadn't held this game, Yaoer wouldn't have died. Butler, send someone to Haiyan City to investigate what these three are. Tianqi knew that these three people were not normal people, but he couldn't let his son die in humiliation like this. The 7 people hiding in the room turned on their phones to log into the live broadcast of the top gambling hall and saw the situation of the people outside. After knowing that Tian Yao was dead, they were even more scared and frantically sent messages to the organizer to ask when the rescue team would arrive. Several people looked at the guns in their hands. Instead of leaving their fate to others, they might as well go out and kill themselves. After all, there were still 3 places to survive. Just as they were about to push the door out to find the enemy, the door of the villa rang with violent bangs and gunshots. The mercenaries finally went up the mountain. They were going to be saved. After they are rescued, they will make sure that the 3 people cannot live or die. After Li Feng heard the noise outside the door, he knew that someone was coming to save those beasts. He quickly activated his ability to strengthen the door and found that it was filled with needles. Looking at the body lying on the ground, I immediately realized that it was done by the demon lord before he left. Li Feng came to Lin Xian's side and said quietly, "The doors and windows are pinned tightly together, so no one from outside can get in unless a wall breaker is used to remove the wall." Lin Xian knew that even if people from outside couldn't come in so easily, this game wouldn't last long, and he had to speed up the progress. The broadcast sounded, "Someone is trying to sabotage the game. This is not allowed." In order to punish the people outside the door, the time of each round of the game is reduced by half, to 10 minutes. You can also bet on whether the people outside can finish the game in 3 minutes. Come in, there are only 3 minutes left in the second round. Once again, we have to thank a person. It was he who spent a lot of money to build the door that prevented those outside who tried to destroy the door from entering. We thank him with warm applause. The applause generated by electronic sounds sounded in the live broadcast room and the castle. Shangguan Yun and Morong Xian only felt that the applause was like a slap in the face. The gate they built to prevent those people from easily escaping has now become an obstacle to saving them. Shangguan Yun listened to the countdown in his ears and anxiously called the mercenaries outside to ask them to clear the door quickly. The mercenary tried to use a gun to break the door lock and used a chainsaw to cut through the gap in the door. However, something was stuck in the middle of the gap and the chainsaw broke. Boom! The castle shook violently, and the mercenaries hid from a distance and looked at the ashes and smoke caused by the bomb. When the smoke cleared, they discovered that the bomb had done no damage to the castle gate at all. They didn't dare to use bombs to blow up the walls, for fear of bursting the load-bearing walls and causing the entire castle to collapse. If Shangguan Yun and Morong Xian were not rescued, they would probably not survive, so they quickly called Butler Morong for instructions. The 7 people hiding in the room heard the explosion of the bomb and felt the violent vibrations. They felt no fear in their hearts. I just felt excited, they were finally saved. But the sound of the radio destroyed their hopes. The game has entered a white-hot zone. We must also keep pace with the times and increase the stakes. There is 1 minute left in the second round. Can the savior outside come in to rescue the people hiding in the room? Countdown to 1 minute. Anyone watching the live broadcast knows that it is impossible for people outside to rush in and save people within 1 minute. All bets on the impossible. Lin Xian adjusted the odds to 1:1. Even if no one bets on the impossible, those who bet on the impossible can still get the same amount of money invested. When Butler Morong realized Lin Xian's actions, he quickly called for instructions. If he didn't stop them, they would suffer heavy losses. Close the server. After receiving the instruction, Butler Morong knew that he would offend the Shangguan family if he gave up young Master Morong. 10 seconds before the closure, the main server was forced to shut down. Lin Xian has also cleared all the candid photos taken backstage, as well as those videos of celebrities. She copied all the secretly filmed IPs and the videos secretly filmed in the hotel that did not reveal the victim's appearance, sent them to her own network drive, and then cleared all the records. Not all of them were forced to do so voluntarily, there were many who were drugged and forced like my sister. Once these videos are circulated, they will definitely cause turmoil in the entertainment industry. Lin Xian didn't know how likely it was that the actions of those behind the scenes could be revealed through these videos and they would be punished. It is even possible that the exposure of these videos will not alarm the people behind them, and only one person will come out to blame them. But she knew 100% that the people in these videos would suffer unprecedented suffering. Too many people in the world believe that victims are guilty, and all victims will live in the judgment of some people. Now is not the time to deal with this matter. Lin Xian looked at the person who was still alive after being shot more than a dozen times and felt regretful. She wanted to make these people behind the scenes suffer the crimes they had committed, so that they would know that the victim was there. How hopeless it was to go through that. The main server was forced to shut down, but Lin Xian had submitted settlement in advance, so those who placed bets received the corresponding amount of money in their accounts. The website suddenly shut down, and ordinary people may have to admit that they are unlucky. After all, online gambling is illegal. If there are only 1 or 2 rich people, they may give up pursuing the money because they are afraid of the power of the Shangguan family and the Morong family. However, when faced with a bunch of rich people acting collectively, the situation is different. These rich people have huge wealth and influence, and their collective actions are enough to put tremendous pressure on the Shangguan and Morong families. If the Shangguan family loses the trust of these wealthy people, its financial business will be severely affected, and may even trigger a chain reaction and cause turmoil in the financial market. The same is true for the Morong family. If their reputation is damaged, their family's business empire will also face huge challenges. Lin Xin looked at the second text message sent by the previous Demon Lord. I want to try gambling, but I feel bad after losing. It was a sure-win bet, and she soon realized that the purpose of the Demon Lord's trip might not be to make money, but to cause the Shangguan family and the Morong family to suffer heavy losses in this game. The countdown to the second round is over. Although the gambling hall is forced to close, you are happy to have more viewers. The sound of electronic sound made the 7 hopeful people instantly turn pale. DDDD. Their mobile phones received message reminders at the same time. Cat and mouse game, who is the mouse or the cat? The young master said that those who can't withstand 20 bullets are useless. How come he can only withstand 18 bullets? The truth about the 20 bullets and the 10 bodies in the deep pool is just a game. Let's see who is the smart planner who can plan this game. Many people like to watch this game, and they also like to post their impressions. I don't know if you like it. The Morong family has said hello and closed all the live broadcast platforms in the world, so when Lin Xin was browsing the live broadcast platform, it was automatically edited into a short video and sent to the whole network. Open the previous program, send 2000 videos in 1 second, and it's too late to delete them. The power of capital. I don't want you to know the truth, all live broadcast platforms in the world will be closed at one order. While Lin Xin was doing this, Li Feng had already caught 2 more people. Please let me go. This is my first time playing this game. I've never done it before. Please don't let others know my true identity. I know I was wrong. They already knew from the message prompts on their phones that although there was no live broadcast, everything here would be turned into a video and sent around the world. If they took off the mask, they would be ruined. Uncle, wait. Since they sincerely plead guilty, let's change the rules of the game. You know you were wrong, you must hate the planner of this game. Now there are only 2 places to live. Whoever can lift the planner's mask will live. Although the remaining 5 people were afraid of the power of the Shangguan family and the Morong family, the only thought in their minds at this moment was to survive. They firmly believed that as long as the mask was not removed, the 2 families would find it difficult to accurately identify their identities. This game was originally planned by Shangguan Yun and Morong Xian. It was because they did not handle the previous things cleanly that someone wanted to investigate them and attracted this group of demons. All this was the fault of the 2 people. They were innocently implicated. Now just asking them to remove the mask can save the 2 people, and they must agree. They stood at the door of the room, holding the guns in their hands, staring at the 3 demonic figures in the living room. One person held a sharp needle, his eyes full of hatred. One stood respectfully beside the cold corpse, as if he was accustomed to death, and the other sat leisurely on the sofa, playing on the computer, as if all this had nothing to do with her. The contemptuous look and disdainful attitude made the 5 people feel extremely unwilling and humiliated. They couldn't stand the feeling of being treated as lambs to be slaughtered. Even though they were filled with resentment and humiliation, they couldn't resist. The corpses on the ground, the dying people, the terrified Chisong, and the 2 people who took up their guns and followed them upstairs despite being injured, all silently told the cruelty of this game. They understood that they were pawns in this game, pawns in the game between the devil and the Shangguan and Morong families upstairs. There was no communication or cooperation between the 5 people. In their eyes, the other party was a competitor, fighting for the only 2 remaining survival spots. They rushed to the study room in a hurry, hoping to find a glimmer of life. However, the moment they opened the door of the study room, countless bullets poured down like a rainstorm. Shangguan Yun had been observing all this in the monitoring room. He knew that these 5 people were being instigated to deal with him. He would never sit and wait for death. He took out 2 submachine guns from the secret room of the study room and handed one to Morong Xian. The 2 cooperated tacitly and fired wildly at the door. The person who rushed to the front was instantly covered with blood holes and died instantly. The rescue team is outside. Are you stupid? You have to listen to the temptation downstairs. They are just playing tricks. If they had the ability, they would have rushed up to kill us long ago. Why do they still want to seduce you? It is because they don't have the ability to kill us all, so they let us kill each other. Do you want to wait for the rescue team to come, or do you want to come in and die? Shangguan Yun's roar came from the door. Do you think that if you put on a mask, no one will know who killed us? Everyone outside is our people. Do you think you can walk out with a mask on? The 4 people fell to the ground in horror, looking at the bloody and dead bodies on the ground. The courage they had just mustered up dissipated again, and they also realized a problem. Even if they really competed for the two living places, they could not leave alive. If they waited for rescue without taking action, they would be dead, and their family's reputation would be damaged. If they took action, they would also die, and their family would even be retaliated by the two families. Lin Xin knew that if the video was released, it would alert the law enforcers. According to the nearest law enforcement bureau, it would take 10 minutes to get to the foot of the mountain, and more than 10 minutes to get up the mountain. She knew that this game could not go on, and the four people had been awakened by Shang Guanyun's words. It was a pity that they could not feel the feeling of being tortured to death. She was about to command Li Feng to kill them all, and when she was about to leave, she heard a familiar voice. The corpse lying on the sofa watching the show suddenly stood up. Don't post the follow-up, those so-called messengers of justice are coming, you should find a way to leave. Yiming walked to the stairs on the third floor and looked at the four people sitting on the ground, smiling at them, whispering like a ghost. A submachine gun with 10 rounds per second and a hunting rifle with 1 round per second can kill those unarmed lambs. Why do they still hide submachine guns? Could it be that you were also their lambs from the beginning, lambs with the ability to resist but not to fight against them? Other lambs are deceived by money, but you 4 lambs are paid. You are cheaper than those lambs you look down on, you are paying for it. Shang Guanyun and Morong Xian wanted to explain, but there was a sudden pain in their throats and they couldn't speak. Will you allow the lambs to know your miserable and failed appearance? So what if you can really wait for the rescue team? Your attempt to remove their masks has already annoyed them. Will they really let you lambs go after they escape? They planned the game. As long as they die, no one will know who you are? They don't even bother to explain. Do you know why? Because in their eyes, you are trash. You can't resist them even with weapons. The four people's minds were full of why they still have submachine guns in their hands. Do they think the game is not exciting enough and want to make it a little more difficult, so they are also hunting targets? They are cheaper than those who were cheated of money, and they are actually given to others as playthings. As long as they die, no one will know who they are. Yes, as long as they die, no one will know who we are. After one of them figured it out, he stood up with a shotgun, with a fierce light in his eyes. We are not lambs. All 4 of them picked up their shotguns, and then used the corpse on the floor as a barrier to rush into the room. After the 4 successfully rushed into the room, they pushed the body away and shot at the 2 people with a shotgun. Morong Xian and Shang Guanyun held submachine guns and shot outside the door. Yiming leaned on the railing in the corridor, listening to the gunshots, humming happily, and protecting the vital organs of Shang Guanyun and Morong Xian with needles to prevent them from dying under the gun. After the gunshots stopped in the room, he walked into the room without caring whether the people in the room were dead or not. He walked directly to Shang Guanyun and Morong Xian, took out a tube of blood from his pocket and poured it on the 2 people, and the blood flowed into the wounds of the 2 people. Both of them fainted due to excessive blood loss and did not know everything in the room. It's too easy for you to die like this. After Yiming threw the empty blood vessel into the living room, the body fell directly to the ground. Boom! The wall of the castle collapsed. Pong! Yang De detonated the bomb on his body, and the flames in the living room burned fiercely, devouring everything that could be burned, releasing billowing smoke. Everyone standing outside the wall was affected by the bomb and was blown away several meters. When the smoke cleared, the law enforcers rushed into the castle and saw 4 bodies in the living room, 3 victims and a demon's body. 3 more demons disappeared, and they rushed to the 3rd floor. These 2 people still have a pulse, the doctor is coming. The doctor gave emergency first aid to Shang Guanyun and Morong Xian. Although these gunshot wounds avoided vital parts, the patients were bleeding too much and must be sent to emergency treatment immediately. Carry the 2 out first. The head of the law enforcement officers in the area was interrupted before he finished speaking. We have a helicopter. We will take them to the Independent State for treatment. Butler Morong, who was wearing a suit, led a group of professional medical staff in uniform. These 2 people are involved in a murder case. We must treat them here, they are victims. This is our Morong family's property. We feel ashamed that such a thing happened, so we will try our best to save them. When they wake up, I will send someone to cooperate with your work. But, if there is anything, let your leader contact us. Butler Morong said that and ignored the law enforcement officers. He directly directed the mercenaries outside who were disguised as bodyguards when the law enforcement officers came to move Shang Guanyun and Morong Xian, who were wearing masks. As long as the masks are not removed, no one can say that these 2 people are Shang Guanyun and Morong Xian. The law enforcers could only watch as Butler Morong carried the 2 away and sent them to the plane. They knew that if they let the 2 leave with masks this time, the people sent by the Morong family would not be the original ones. But they had no choice. It was impossible to get close to the two. He looked at the doctor who was looking down, and realized that the doctor was also a member of the Morong family, so he did not take off the mask at the first time. Morong Xian and Shangguan Yun were sent to the helicopter. As soon as the doctor gave them anti-inflammatory drugs, black blood flowed from their bodies. The doctor was panicked when he saw this situation. It was obvious that the two were poisoned. "Master, you are poisoned. There is no machine that can detect what kind of poison you are poisoned with." Butler Morong saw this and called the Gongsun family. "Something has changed. Our master is poisoned. I don't know how long he can last. You take the medical team to the Morong family's airport. Is it that there is no sign of poisoning before the medicine is hung, but the blood turns black after the anti-inflammatory medicine is hung?" Butler Morong got the doctor's affirmation and quickly answered Gongsun 1, "Yes, how do you know? My little sister is also poisoned with this kind of poison. Except for glucose, don't use any medicine, otherwise it will make the poison active." "Can't hemostatic medicine be used?" Butler Morong turned pale when he heard this. "Yes, no medicine that can touch the blood can be used. You take it back to the independent state first, and I will take people to the airport." Gongsun 1 hung up the phone with a very ugly face. He had never seen this kind of poison before, and no medicine could be used. As long as it was used, the poison would be activated. This also means that there is no antidote for this poison at all. He had consulted countless books but had never seen such poison. Grandpa couldn't cure Xiaoying's poison either, so he took her to see his great-grandfather. He didn't know if Xiaoying's poison had been cured. Is someone in Haiyan City targeting the independent state? It's the same poison in Haiyan City. He quickly called his grandfather. "Grandpa, can great-grandfather cure Xiaoying's poison?" There are also people in the Shangguan and Morong families who have been poisoned by the same poison as Xiaoying. They are more serious than Xiaoying. If you don't use anti-inflammatory drugs or analgesics, you can't solve the bullets in their bodies at all. Gongsun 1 waited for a long time but didn't hear his grandfather's reply. "Grandpa? Just deal with this matter as you should, and I'll tell you the rest when I come back." Gongsun Wuji hung up the phone and hurried to the backyard to bow respectfully to the old man who was drinking tea. "Grandmaster, the Shangguan and Morong families have also been poisoned by that kind of poison. They may ask to come to our door." Gongsun Yu drank the last sip of tea calmly on the surface, and put the teacup on the tea table with trembling hands. The teacup was not placed firmly and fell directly from the edge of the table to the ground. "Wuji, I didn't tell you because I was afraid of causing panic. The blood and flesh of the medicine man have lost their power." Gongsun Wuji looked at Gongsun Yu in horror when he heard this. Their unique prescriptions can cure all kinds of diseases. Even the infectious diseases in the abandoned city were solved because the blood of the medicine man who can cure all kinds of poisons and diseases is the main ingredient. Thus, they have a seat in the independent state. If the medicine man loses his medicinal properties, it means that many of their medicines will lose their medicinal properties. The person who poisoned Gongsun Ing must know the existence of the medicine man. It was during the time when Xiaoying was poisoned that the medicine man lost his medicinal properties. Investigate the strange things that happened in Haiyan City. Gongsun Yu began to feel uneasy. He didn't know whether it was the revenge of the poison man who escaped at the beginning, or the curse of the sacred tree began to work. "I know, I will send someone to investigate immediately." Gongsun Wuji looked at the ancestor who had aged rapidly in the past few days, and had already had a bad premonition. The ancestor has lived for more than 300 years by drinking the blood of the medicine man. He has become younger and younger. In just 1 month, he has turned from a young man in his 30s into an old man in his 60s. Also investigate the 9 families to see if anything else has happened in their families. "Ancestor, are you suspicious?" Gongsun Yu shook his head and said nothing more. He hoped that nothing had happened to the other families. If it was just revenge by the poisoner, it would be a good thing. The emergency room temporarily built at Morong Airport. The Morong family and the Shangguan family are both contacting Gongsun Wuji, wanting them to take out the secret medicine to rescue Shangguan Yun and Morong Xian. "My little granddaughter has not yet been detoxified, and I can't do anything about it. The secret medicine can't detoxify this poison. This poison will not become active as long as it is not used. Another advantage is that the poison will protect the heart veins. You can only operate directly to get the medicine. If you can resist the inflammation, there is still a chance for the two to survive." Gongsun Wuji is not stupid. If he tells them that the secret medicine is ineffective, the Gongsun family will definitely be devoured directly. He didn't say that even if the two people could survive, they would most likely become stupid due to inflammation and fever. The Morong family and the Shangwan family were helpless in the end and could only fight for that tiny chance, because Shangwan Yun and Morong Xian would not have a chance to survive without surgery. The two were lying on the operating table, and their flesh was dug out to remove the bullet alive. There were no anti-inflammatory drugs or painkillers. The two people had temporary hallucinations due to the pain, and saw a face exactly like their own shooting at them. He was still counting in his mouth, counting how many shots he could shoot to kill the lamb in front of him. Every time he counted, a piece of meat was dug out of his body. In the end, the two died in agony on the operating table. Morong Yen and Shangwan Ji stood at the door of the operating room, but they did not wait for a miracle, and waited for the news of the two people's death. The rule established by the independent state for a long time is that no corpses can be left. The families of the two people could not even see the last time, and the two were pushed into the incinerator and burned into ashes. Just when they were thinking about how to go to Haiyan City to find the group of demons, Shangwan Yun and Morong Xian's subsequent troubles came to the Morong family and the Shangwan family. What did you say? Morong Yan looked at the data on the main server in the computer and felt a headache. Those rich people who gambled in the top casinos were asking the Morong family for the money in their accounts. Morong Yan knew that he would lose a lot of money this time. After reading the data, the total amount of all the high-level accounts was 3 billion. When the main server was turned off, didn't the last round flow away? Without the bets on the last round, it was impossible to have such a large amount of money. There is no record of the last round on it. We can't come up with data to say how much money was bet on the last round. Even if they come forward to say that the last round doesn't count, we can't give the data. This was the first time that Butler Morong saw such a cruel demon, not only killing their young master. He also forced the Morong family to spit out 3 billion yuan. If they said that the data was lost, the regular casino they opened on Wengus Island would lose its credibility. The reason why this online gambling website was able to attract the trust of those rich people so quickly was because of the guarantee made by Wengus Casino. If the data was announced to the public, they would have to deliver a neat 3 billion. Morong Yan angrily smashed the family portrait on the desk. Looking at the photo of his youngest son who was smiling very gently, he remembered that he died in pain on the hospital bed. Compensation, isn't it just 3 billion? It's not like our family can't afford it. Didn't that group of low-class people flatter these demons as saviors? Tell Lao He that I will earn 6 billion from those low-class people within a month. The fraudsters will not accept new people, and the dead will be thrown out of the base immediately. Yes, sir. Then I will make the data public to those high-level gamblers. I'll call Shangwan Ji. All the high-level gamblers were relieved when they heard that the Morong family admitted the debt. They didn't want to go against the Morong family, but they were unwilling to let them suffer such a large sum of money. And those gamblers in the low-level casinos were all crazy while swiping the web pages on their mobile phones or computers. 404 not found. No matter how they refreshed, the page was all like this. Some people finally made a profit of more than 200,000 yuan, but they disappeared before they took it out. They wanted to find customer service but couldn't find any, and fell from heaven to hell. Some people still wanted to borrow money to win back the money they lost before, but they could only look at the 404 page and keep refreshing. They were all finished. Whether they won or lost money, those gamblers who struggled online on their mobile phones day and night suddenly lost hope of living. They wanted to call law enforcement officers to accuse these websites of swallowing their money, but it was impossible. Online gambling is illegal and not protected at all. After receiving Morong Yan's call, Shangwan Ji agreed to transfer 3 billion yuan to Morong Yan first. Although Shangwan Yun was responsible for online loans and Morong Xian was responsible for online gambling. But online loans are also booming because of online gambling, so Shangwan Ji directly agreed to Morong Yan's request to borrow 3 billion yuan first. Call the president of the Shangwan Bank head office and ask him to approve the money directly. Wait, someone from the Morong family will apply for 3 billion. I agree. Chairman, I was just about to call you. The law enforcers came with an investigation order and asked us to freeze all funds. They have online gambling and online loans and bank remittance slips. They asked us to freeze all accounts and funds related to online loans and online gambling because the funds are illegal income. All funds cannot be withdrawn before they are checked clearly. Before the president of the Shangwan Bank head office finished speaking, someone knocked on the door hurriedly on the other end of the phone. President, it's bad. There are videos online about our young master being involved in the murder case. Some people also said that our bank's funds will be confiscated because of the involvement in online gambling. People all over the world are crowding into various branches to withdraw money. All funds are now frozen. The staff who received the phone calls from presidents from all over the country reported the news to the president of the head office. "Chairman, I heard you. You go and appease the public first. I will handle the rest. I will give them an answer within a day." After Shang Guanji hung up the phone, he immediately called Hirue, the financial director of the 12th group of the highest decision-making body of the legal group. "How can you unfreeze the money? You also released the news. You are causing panic among the public." He remembered the concession made by the Gongsun family before. He knew that the law enforcers wanted to use this incident to force them to make concessions. "You violated the law. We are just following the law. I didn't break the law. Everything I did was rationalized. Our family didn't touch online gambling. My little grandson just bought a quota to relieve the pressure, but was killed in the end. We are investigating. As long as we find out that those accounts and funds are money from online gambling, we will revoke the unfreezing order." Shang Wanji felt aggrieved and angry for the first time in his 60s. How dare these law enforcement groups talk to him like this before? Don't beat around the bush, just state your purpose. "We need to set up an Internet Regulatory Bureau and a Financial Regulatory Bureau. The annual interest rate on loans must not exceed 24%, minus all insurance money. Loans cannot be made to unemployed people or students. Loans cannot exceed the repayment capacity of the individual. Don't you think you are meddling too much? I lent money to those people to tide them over, and it's illegal?" In recent years, there have been many people who have lost their families, sold their houses, divorced, or committed suicide because they could not pay back their loans. Knowing that the other party has no ability to repay the loan, what is your purpose? Do you need me to tell you clearly? You use interest rates higher than those of state-owned banks to attract citizens to deposit money with you, and then lend the money to others at usurious interest rates. Okay, I can agree to the Financial Regulatory Bureau, but I can't control the Internet Regulatory Bureau. If there are no citizens blocking the door of the bank to withdraw money, if they cannot withdraw money, it will affect their bank's credit. If this matter is not resolved as soon as possible, their bank will only end up bankrupt. Doesn't the Morong family need to pay back 3 billion? How do you know? Are you in the same group with those demons? Don't you law enforcement team always talk about the law and don't kill people? Now you are actually working with that group of killers. All this information is published on the internet. Shang Wanji, if it weren't for the clothes on my body restraining me, I really want to kill your grandson. You'd better pray that only your grandson is involved in this matter, and no one else is involved. In order to make the gambling game appear uncontrollable, you actually bet on human lives. Hirue was so angry when he read the information on the internet and the information sent to his mailbox by anonymous people that he wanted to take off his clothes and kill these beasts. After browsing the news circulating on the internet, many people have rumored that Shangguan Bank is involved in online gambling and may be in trouble of bankruptcy. Panic spread quickly, and the front of the bank was crowded with people coming to withdraw money. Due to system reasons, the bank could not immediately meet their withdrawal needs, which undoubtedly exacerbated the panic of the people. Shangguan Bank branches in various places explained that due to technical failures, they could not handle withdrawals today. Such explanations did not gain the trust of the people. They only knew that their savings that they had worked hard to accumulate were now facing the dilemma of being unable to withdraw. As the number of withdrawal failures increased, the people believed the news of bank bankruptcy circulating on the internet. They called the law enforcement agencies to report the incident, but the answers they received could not provide an effective solution. This helplessness and despair made the people's emotions even more out of control. They saved money and deposited their savings in the bank to earn a meager interest, but now they may face the situation of losing all their money. Shangguanji and Moron Yen, the two financial giants, were unwilling to let the law enforcement team set up the Internet Regulatory Bureau and the Financial Regulatory Bureau, because this would greatly damage their interests. But under the pressure of reality, they had to succumb to Hirue's request. Hirue was also unwilling to give up the opportunity to directly bring down the two families, but he knew that if the funds continued to be frozen, it would cause riots and social instability. In this short hour, the law enforcement team's phone was bombarded by the public and the line was constantly busy. Although the information in their hands was enough to freeze the funds, they could not directly intervene in the operation of the financial industry before that. Those online loan businesses carefully packaged by the Shangguan family seemed legal on the surface, but in fact they were used to launder money and cover up the income from online gambling. Although Shang Wan-yun and Moron Xian had died, their deaths became an excuse for the two families to shirk responsibility. Although the evidence in the hands of the law enforcement team was shocking enough, it could not directly bring the Shangwan family and the Moron family to justice. In this complex financial network, it is not easy to find conclusive evidence. This turmoil has greatly reduced the public's trust in banks and plunged the entire financial industry into an unprecedented crisis. The longer it drags on, the more panic the public will have. After the law enforcement team discussed, the best result is to take this opportunity to negotiate with them and intervene in financial management supervision and network management supervision. Hirue, director of the Financial Management Supervision Bureau, came forward to explain that it was the imperfections of our law enforcement team that led to loopholes for criminals. We will set up the Financial Management Supervision Bureau and the Network Information Supervision Bureau. The internet is not an illegal place. Please all citizens use the internet in a civilized manner and do not commit illegal acts online. If you receive fraudulent text messages or illegal online gambling websites on your mobile phone, please report to the Network Information Supervision Bureau in a timely manner. The reporting phone number is 9999953 Financial Management Supervision Bureau. Any loan interest exceeding 24% annual interest rate is an illegal loan. Formal loans are not allowed to be made to unemployed people and students. It is also not allowed to lend money that exceeds the repayment ability of the person. Loan companies must have a financial license to lend, and all illegal loans are protected by law. If you find usury and illegal online loans with head interest, please call the reporting phone number 999954. After issuing this announcement after that, the money in Shangwan Bank was unfrozen, but all the bank cards that were once suspected of online gambling were still frozen. They can only be unfrozen after they explain their crimes to the law enforcement team. Shangwan Bank issued a notice that it temporarily froze the funds an hour ago in order to cooperate with the law enforcement team to investigate online gambling. Now that the investigation is clear, the funds are unfrozen. If you need to withdraw money, you can go to the counter now. Some people believed what Shangwan Bank said and did not withdraw the money. Some people did not believe what Shangwan Bank said and deposited the money in state-owned banks. Although the interest rate was not high, their principal could at least be guaranteed. Some people did not even believe the bank and directly took the money away without putting it in the bank. Shan Di also saw everything on the internet. When he saw Li Feng appearing in the video, he looked at Yi Ming, who was lying on a recliner reading a book. Why did Li Feng appear in this matter? You ask me? I have been staying at home these days. You, a god, don't know. How can I know? You don't think it's my fault just because Li Feng appeared, right? Shan shook his head. Judging from the result of this incident, it was a good thing. Just like the previous highway case, although a family was killed, the final result led to the establishment of the Drug Testing Bureau, and the drug price has been reduced for the second round. This time, so many people were killed, but in the end, an illegal website that took torture and killing as fun and bet was destroyed. Even if Yi Ming looked like he knew nothing, Shanda still knew that all this was done by him. Those three people were obviously not ordinary people. The only person in this world who has the ability to make ordinary people have abilities is Yi Ming. It raised its head and looked at the collection cabinet, only to find that there were 4 magic fruit collection bottles on Yi Ming's collection cabinet. Under its supervision, Yi Ming clearly only gave out 3 magic fruits. So Yi Ming relied on the magic fruits he gave out to breed the inner demons of those people and has restored his magic power. He can block the system's monitoring and send out magic fruits behind its back. Naturally, he can also contact those so-called demons behind its back to do these things. It cannot agree with Yi Ming's approach, but it has to admit that the result is good. In his heart, he actually agreed that everything Yi Ming did was for the good of the world. He knew that Yi Ming was creating demons, but he couldn't decisively use the same death strategy as before. In the meeting room of the Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau, have you found the information of the 3E people? Fu Shangran is now more and more regretful that he came here to investigate the Dogman incident in order to make merit. It's okay that there is no news about the Dogman, but so many things have happened in Haiyan City. Cheng Sun is a delivery man, an orphan, who usually lives alone. He is introverted and rarely communicates with others. But we found out from his mobile phone that he hasn't delivered food for several days. Fong Zhang told the information he found. Forensic Dr. Li Tian continued, I did an autopsy and Cheng Sun had been dead for several days, just like Zhao Lei's body. There is also Huang Dezhao's family in another place. The body was stored in the crematorium on the outskirts of the city. The body disappeared on the day his family was found. All the bodies died early? Fu Shengran didn't expect this result, which means that their clues were completely disconnected. No, Lu Shu is alive, the one who disappeared. Fong Zheng investigated Lu Shu's information. But when Lu Shu himself was in trouble, he was being sent to the law enforcement bureau by the hotel owner to report the case. Because someone kidnapped Lu Shu in the hotel room, it was the owner who found something wrong and opened the door and sent someone to report the case. So the Lu Shu in the castle is not Lu Shu himself. The melodious piano sound drifted by like a gentle breeze, faintly reaching the ears of a family enjoying dinner. Mr. Zhang next door has really good taste. You can hear the beautiful melodies he plays every time you have dinner. Alas, Lu Shu is a woman who never knows how lucky she is. I heard that she disappeared for the past 2 days to gamble, and was taken away by people from the law enforcement bureau. No way, Aunt Lu actually knows how to gamble? I also heard that she was arrested when she went to a hotel to book a room. It's a pity that Mr. Zhang has a successful career, but he married a wife who is lazy. She doesn't work, even if she doesn't work, she is clamoring for a divorce all day long. A while ago, she even falsely accused Mr. Zhang of beating her. What a joke! For the neighbor next door, it is the beautiful piano sound, but for Lu Shu, it is a nightmare. The belt in Zhang Tian's hand was tightly wrapped around Lu Shu's neck, and there was a thin layer of towel between the belt and the skin as a buffer. He asked coldly, "You slut, do you think you can get rid of me with that money? You are dreaming. As long as I don't agree to divorce, you will be mine in life and mine in death." I didn't. As the belt gradually tightened, Lu Shu's breathing became rapid. Just when she was about to faint from suffocation, the restraint around her neck suddenly loosened. Lu Shu fell to the ground weakly, staring blankly at the broken glass on the ground. No one could hear the cry for help from the broken glass. They were only immersed in the melodious piano sound flowing from the player in the living room. Looking up at Zhang Tian, he was holding a stick wrapped in a towel with a cold expression. She had become accustomed to it and gave up the idea of struggling and escaping. For her, there is no place in this world. When she was a child, she got lost and lived in that hell-like place for 10 years. Finally, her biological parents found her. She thought they were waiting for redemption. Unexpectedly, it was another hell. They had a son, and their lost daughter became irrelevant. To get it back is just to grow up and sell it to someone else for a betrothal gift. She wanted to borrow some money to escape, but the god's game was triggered. She thought that by winning the last sum of money, she could escape from the house anonymously. But she didn't expect that her dream was shattered by the devil. Why did the devil want to steal her identity? Even if he died in that cruel and ruthless hunting game, it would be better than living in such a hell on earth. Zhang Tian raised the stick and hit Lu Shu. "Bitch, slut, am I not treating you well? Your family wants a gift of 500,000 yuan, and I will give it to you. You slut is really not a virgin. After cheating me of the gift money, you turned out to be a virgin. I still want a divorce. If you don't pay back the money, you will be mine even if you die. Ah, please don't hit me." Lu Shu screamed in pain. The more she screamed at Zhang Tian, the more excited she became, and the harder she hit him. Just when Lu Shu thought she was going to be knocked unconscious like before, the doorbell rang. Zhang Tian put down his rolled-up sleeves, picked up the glasses next to him, and returned to his gentle and elegant look. He looked at Lu Shu on the ground coldly. "Clean up after yourself, don't come out and embarrass yourself." After cleaning up, Zhang Tian opened the door and saw 3 people wearing law enforcement uniforms standing outside. He knew they were here to find Lu Shu, that bitch, and felt a little irritated in his heart. On the surface, he still asked gently, "I don't know about law enforcement. Who is here?" "We are here to find out some information from Ms. Lu Shu. Is she at home?" "Yes, wait a minute. What happened in the past few days has been too exciting for her. She had a fever since she came back last night, and she is still sick now. You guys sit down first, and I'll call her." Zhang Tian asked the law enforcer to sit on the sofa, and closed the door to block the sight of the neighbors who were curious and snooping outside. Opening the door to the room, he said softly, "Honey, are you feeling better?" The law enforcement officer came to find out more about the situation. "Let me help you get dressed. You see that you are so sick that you have no strength left." Lu Shu spoke fearfully, like a rag doll, letting Zhang Tian help him get dressed. The high-collared clothes covered the red neck, and the long-sleeved trousers covered the red arms and legs. Zhang Tian gently helped Lu Shu fix her hair and spoke softly in Lu Shu's ear, "Domestic violence is a family matter. You already knew this when you went to the law enforcement bureau to talk nonsense. No one will care about this kind of thing, No one will believe you if you tell me, so don't talk nonsense. Lu Shu nodded. Even if Zhang Tian didn't say it, she knew it. She once went to the law enforcer with injuries all over her body to accuse Zhang Tian of beating her, and asked the law enforcer to help her get a divorce. But in the end, the law enforcer had no choice but to tell her that this was a family matter between the couple and they should resolve it privately. From then on, her life became even darker. Zhang Tian was unwilling to spend 500,000 yuan to marry her, a shabby shoe, and lost 500,000 yuan in divorce so easily. The parents were reluctant to part with the job that Zhang Tian introduced to his younger brother, as well as this rich, gentle, and generous son-in-law. Under Zhang Tian's disguised slander, the neighbors all thought she was making trouble unreasonably. No one believed her, no one in the world believed her. She hated the world and the director of the orphanage who had a loving look on his face and ruined the children in the orphanage with a human face and a beastly heart. She hated that she lost her parents and gave birth to a younger brother so easily and forgot about her. Even if she was found later, she just wanted to sell her for a higher price. She hated Zhang Tian even more. When they were in love, she once asked him if he would mind if she was not a virgin. Zhang Tian said he didn't mind, but after they got married, he found out that it was not her first time, so Zhang Tian changed. Lu Shu walked to the living room with the help of Zhang Tian. The law enforcer on the sofa looked at Lu Shu with trembling legs, thinking that she was frightened to have a high fever and her whole body was weak as Zhang Tian said. Li Tian looked at Lu Shu, who was wearing long sleeves and long pants in this weather, with a high collar wrapped around her whole body, and her walking posture did not look like she was weak. Observing the couples getting along calmly, Lu Shu needed Zhang Tian's support to walk out, but her body was rejecting Zhang Tian's approach. Hello, Ms. Lu Shu. We are law enforcers from the Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau. I am Li Tian, and these are my colleagues Chu Feng and Fang Zhang. These are our certificates. You can tell us anything you want. Lu Shu just looked up at Li Tian, and Zhang Tian grabbed her hand tightly. Thinking of the result of the previous report, Lu Shu said nothing. What do you want to talk to me about? We came here to ask you about the kidnapping case a few days ago. Can you tell me the details of the situation at that time? Have you seen the kidnapper? Yes, my husband. Li Tian looked at Zhang Tian and said. Wife, what are you talking about? Zhang Tian nervously grabbed Li Tian's hand. He didn't expect Li Tian to dare to talk nonsense. Ah, it hurts. Lu Shu cried out in pain. You hurt her. Li Tian pushed Zhang Tian aside and helped Lu Shu to the side. Are you okay? Pulling back Lu Shu's long sleeves to check, there were no bruises on his arms as she had guessed before, only some red marks. She had been a forensic doctor for so many years and knew that there was a way to beat the victim without leaving obvious marks on his body. Zhang Tian also saw Li Tian's actions. He didn't expect Lu Shu to dare to play tricks on him. My wife was just talking nonsense because of a fever. I was in the company at that time, and my colleagues could testify for me. My wife suddenly said this, and I was shocked to use a little more force on my hand. Sorry, wife, are you dizzy now? Can you still record a statement for the law enforcement officer? Zhang Tian said apologetically, but there was a strong threat in his eyes. Lu Shu heard the threat in Zhang Tian's words. She knew that if she obeyed Zhang Tian's words and went to rest, she would be beaten again. She had to explain that although she wanted a divorce, she didn't expect this to drag Zhang Tian down. I didn't explain it clearly. I went out that day and met a man who looked exactly like my husband. He handed me a glass of water and I passed out after drinking it. When I woke up, I was tied up in the hotel room. The demon changed into my appearance and told me to stay in the room and someone would come to save me. The demon's voice was exactly the same as my husband's and my voice. Zhang Tian was relieved when he heard this. He really thought Lu Shu wanted to use this incident to drag him down. So you haven't seen the demon at all? Did you see anyone who suspected you when you were doing the penultimate level? When they inferred that the Lu Shu in the castle was not the real Lu Shu, they knew that the demon should have the ability to change into other people's appearance. Lu Shu shook his head and said, the penultimate level is in the game field. I didn't find the money when I went there. I thought I had no hope of going to the last level. Unexpectedly, the game administrator suddenly informed me that no one had completed it. I was lucky to be selected. When he said this, Lu Shu's hands hidden under his long sleeves tightly grasped his pants. She lied. She got 300,000 yuan in the second to last level. If she told the truth, the money would definitely be confiscated by the law enforcer. Even if it was not confiscated, Zhang Tian would snatch it away or tell her parents to ask her for the money. She would take the money and escape from this hell when she found a chance. If she hadn't been greedy and had to covet the 10 million yuan in the last level, she might have escaped from here long ago. Lu Shu didn't dare to look at the eyes of the law enforcer and Zhang Tian. She was afraid that her lie would be exposed. Did you communicate in the group? Lu Shu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She had lied about this topic. No, everyone is a competitor. When there are many people in the group, some people will talk. At the end, only a few people basically don't talk and just watch the tasks posted in the group. Is the group a real name system? Chu Feng couldn't figure out how the demon knew that Lu Shu got the quota. This demon who borrowed Lu Shu's identity was not as invincible as imagined, otherwise he would not let Lu Shu snatch the quota, and finally took the risk to kidnap Lu Shu. I don't know. The game is linked to the online gambling website. To withdraw cash, you must bind a bank card, so it should be a real name game. Do you still remember the name and account password of the game? Fang Zhang turned on the computer to download the game, and logged into Lu Shu's account password to check the messages in the chat group. Lu Shu became nervous when she heard this question. If they saw the system information, they would know that she had lied just now. The money hidden outside would not be safe, and she would be beaten by Zhang Tian because of this lie. Lu Shu couldn't help shaking all over when she thought of Zhang Tian, and forced herself to calm down. God game? I don't remember it clearly. I downloaded it just to make money. God game, the few people we caught who sneaked into the game said this name. Are you playing this game? Chu Feng observed Lu Shu. He didn't feel that Lu Shu was lying before, but he clearly sensed that Lu Shu was lying when she said the last sentence. Why did she lie on this topic? Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Fang Zhang. You make a fake app to test Lu Shu and let her enter her account and password. It seems so. I really can't remember it clearly. Because there is only a big word God on the icon, I have a deep impression of it. Lu Shu knew that she was done. She was thinking about what excuse she would use to explain to Zhang Tian later. Please enter your account and password. We only retrieved the chat group information inside. Fang Zhang opened an app with the interface marked with the Game of God and asked Lu Shu to enter the account and password. When Lu Shu saw that the interface above was different from before, he immediately realized that his lie was exposed. This was a test by the law enforcer. Now should he tell them that the login interface is different, or that the login error will be displayed after entering the account and password? Lu Shu thought for a long time and then said, this interface is different from what I usually see. Your mobile version, this is the computer version. The system is different and the skin is different. Fang Zhang explained. Fang Zhang's explanation made Lu Shu more nervous. She was wondering whether she should enter the correct password or the wrong password. In the end, Lu Shu still entered the wrong password and the message password error popped up. Lu Shu became more nervous when she saw this prompt. This was the real game website. Li Tian saw Lu Shu nervous and comforted him. Don't be nervous, we are only here to investigate the devil, not you. Li Tian's comfort did not make Lu Shu relax. Seeing Chu Feng and Fang Zhang's look, Lu Shu nervously explained, it should be that I didn't switch between uppercase and lowercase. I'm not used to logging in with a computer for the first time. I'll show you the password, you can input it. Fang Zhang took the computer and entered a code. Lu Shu knew that he had no excuse to enter the wrong password, so he could only enter the correct password. Seeing the 4 words, login successful, Lu Shu's face was ashen. The computer was quickly taken away by Fang Zhang, so Lu Shu did not see that the online name on it was not the one he had used before. After Lu Shu entered the password, she was always anxious. Although she deleted the chat records and system information on her phone. But she didn't know whether the law enforcers could find out. Ms. Lu, thank you for your cooperation. You cannot leave Haiyan City before the investigation results are out. Online gambling is illegal. Please go to the Haiyan City branch of the Internet Regulatory Bureau within a week to cooperate with the investigation. Chu Feng and the other 2 said this and left Zhang Tian's house. The 3 did not say whether Lu Shu took the 300,000 yuan in the end, but Lu Shu felt uneasy. As soon as the door closed, the beautiful piano sound came into Lu Shu's ears. Lu Shu wanted to run away, but she couldn't move her feet. Zhang Tian grabbed Lu Shu's hair and dragged her into the room. I'm sorry, I didn't make it clear just now, and you were misunderstood, but I really didn't mean it. Lu Shu, who had a scalp pain, begged for mercy desperately. After opening the door of the room, Zhang Tian threw Lu Shu in. Lu Shu's head hit the wardrobe next to him directly, and the violent impact caused Lu Shu to have a brief impact. After finally waking up from the dizziness, he saw Zhang Tian holding a wooden stick and looking at him coldly. Bitch, you dare not look at people's problems when you lie, do you think I don't know? Zhang Tian hit Lu Shu fiercely with a wooden stick. I didn't lie, really, I was just afraid that the law enforcers would ask me for the money for the previous few levels of the game, which was 50,000. Before Lu Shu finished speaking, Zhang Tian hit her with a wooden stick. Do I care about money? It's just 50,000 yuan. You are so short-sighted. That money is illegal. You dare to hide it privately. Are you going to take the money and run away from me? Zhang Tian threw away the stick and squatted down. He grabbed Lu Shu's hair and lifted her head. Go and take out the money yourself and hand it over to the law enforcer tomorrow. Lu Shu, I said that you will be mine whether you die or not. You are a waste. You have no education or ability. Whether you have 50,000 yuan or 350,000 yuan, you can't live without me. Zhang Tian took off his clothes and tore Lu Shu's pants. The moment she saw Zhang Tian taking off his clothes, Lu Shu knew the humiliation that was about to follow. She couldn't close her eyes, otherwise she would annoy Zhang Tian. Li Tian has been uneasy since she came out of the elevator, lowering her head and not speaking. Chu Feng and Fang Zhang, who were discussing silence, found that Li Tian had never spoken since she came out of Zhang Tian's house. I couldn't help but ask, Li Tian, what's wrong with you? I think Lu Shu was not right. Fang Zhang thought Li Tian was thinking about something for a long time without saying anything. Brother Feng and I have been talking about Lu Shu lying for a long time. You are daydreaming. It is obvious that Lu Shu lied when she said the name of the game. I asked Fang Zhang to make a random game to test her. She knew that the interface of the game was not right, but she thought about it for more than a minute. It was obvious that she found that we were testing her and hesitated whether to tell us that the interface was wrong. When she heard that the computer version and the mobile version were not right, she still remained suspicious until the first time she entered the wrong password. She was obviously nervous. The second time the password was correct, she kept staring at Fang Zhang, afraid that he would tell her about the content of the game. Chu Feng repeated the topic he had discussed with Fang Zhang in the elevator to Li Tian. Do you think she is in league with the devil? Afraid that the chat records in it will be discovered by us? Unfortunately, the game can't be found. Fang Zhang tried countless cracked versions but couldn't download the game. The gamblers who came to the law enforcement bureau to unfreeze their bank cards did not have this game on their phones. I don't know whether they did not obtain the game qualification or deleted it after seeing the live video and found that this game was a hunting game. The name of the game of God was still known from their confessions, but unfortunately the game could not be found. The game must have been deleted long ago. They are afraid that more people will be implicated from the game. After all the crimes are now borne by Morong Xian. Even if other people participated, the traces have been cleaned up. Chu Feng looked at the information in his hand, his eyes fixed on the word demon. What exactly does this demon want to do? Judging from recent events, the demon's several killings have facilitated what the law enforcement team wanted to do for 40 years but has never been able to do. It's ridiculous that if you want to protect the people more comprehensively, you have to rely on killing and abuse to complete it. What's even more ridiculous is that all the energy of their Haiyan City Law Enforcement Bureau is now used to capture the demon. Lu Shu is so afraid that we will find out the contents of the game. She must have lied to the demons about her information. I'll ask the Internet Regulatory Bureau to monitor her online activities. Brother Feng, please send someone else, what I said is not right. It's not this. Li Tian spoke after listening to Chu Feng and Fang Zhang's analysis. What did you find? Li Tian's physical condition is not right. When I touched her, her hands and feet were cold. How could a person with a high fever be cold? Oh no! Li Tian is not a dead body. Is she possessed by a demon now? Fang Zhang suddenly remembered that one of the demon's abilities is possession. Li Tian shook her head. No, she has a pulse. It's the fear that makes her body cold. Fear? What's there to be afraid of when seeing a law enforcer? She is indeed guilty. She is afraid of Zhang Tian. Chu Feng had felt that the relationship between Lu Shu and Zhang Tian was weird before. All Zhang Tian's words were that they were a loving couple and he loved his wife very much. But from the distance between them when he helped Lu Shu out, he couldn't see that Lu Shu relied on Zhang Tian at all. Yes, I suspected that Zhang Tian had abused Lu Shu, so I took the opportunity to lift up Lu Shu's sleeves to check if there were any signs of injury. I remember that Lu Shu didn't have any bruises on his body. Maybe you're just overthinking it. Do you know there is a way to leave no marks on the person being beaten? Wrap a wooden stick with a towel and then hit him. It will only hurt but not leave obvious marks. If Lu Shu didn't have a fever, her red skin would probably be the mark left by the beating. Then why didn't you? Fang Zheng suddenly remembered that the definition of domestic violence is still very vague. If there are no major casualties, most of them will be attributed to family affairs. If my guess is correct, Lu Shu should want to hide the second to last level. She should have passed the level and got the money. This is just your guess. Investigate Lu Shu's interpersonal and neighborly relationships. After Chu Feng gave the order, he walked towards the old man who was enjoying the cool in the garden to inquire about the news. Li Tian and Fang Zhang asked the people around who were walking after dinner to find out the situation. The information the three got from their neighbors made them frown. Everyone said Zhang Tian was a good husband. He spent 500,000 yuan on the betrothal gift to marry Lu Shu, and he didn't force her to go out to work. They also said that Lu Shu had been asking for a divorce every day some time ago, and Zhang Tian had no choice but to ask her family to persuade her. Everyone said that Zhang Tian loved Lu Shu so much that he didn't divorce her even though Lu Shu was not indecent. There are also people saying that Lu Shu was a prodigal son who gambles all day and owes a lot of debts. He keeps asking Zhang Tian for money. If Zhang Tian doesn't give him money, he will ask for a divorce. Zhang Tian can't give him money every time. Collecting the information obtained by the three people, Chu Feng felt more and more strange. Have you investigated the flow of bank cards under Lu Shu's name? What started online gambling? Half a month ago, there was no bill in Lu Shu's bank card at all. He didn't look like a normal person. There was not even a bill for buying things. Fang Zheng called up Lu Shu's bill. This is probably the first time Lu Shu came into contact with online gambling. It only happened a few days ago and the whole community already knows about it. So it's only possible that someone told Lu Shu's story. Putting all the things together, it will be discovered how outrageous these rumors are. The more Li Tian thought about it, the angrier she became. If my guess is right, Zhang Tian should have domestically abused Lu Shu. He also spread rumors about Lu Shu's message, making everyone not believe Lu Shu. Why doesn't Lu Shu get a divorce? Because of money? But from her bank statements, we can see that Zhang Tian didn't give her any money. From the neighbor's information, we can know that Lu Shu has a natal family. Li Tian could feel that Lu Shu was afraid of Zhang Tian and couldn't figure out why Lu Shu didn't divorce. Lu Shu was lost when she was 3 years old and was taken back from the orphanage by the Lu family when she was 15 years old. She married Zhang Tian at the age of 22 and has been married to Zhang Tian for 8 years now. 4 years ago, she reported a case to the law enforcement bureau and Zhang Tian's family, but her parents and Zhang Tian both said they were drunk and went crazy, causing bruises all over Lu Shu's body. Because the bruises on her body did not constitute serious injuries, the law enforcement bureau asked them to reconcile privately the next day. Lu Shu went to the law enforcement bureau to close the case, and there has been no record of reporting the crime since then. After the three of them got into the law enforcement vehicle, Fang Zheng took out his laptop and opened the law enforcement bureau file to view the crime report records from 4 years ago. After Chu Feng heard this information, his supersense had already allowed him to guess what happened to Lu Shu, and he took out a cigarette from his pocket irritably. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Shu 24 hours a day. Do you suspect that the devil chose the identity of Lu Shu on purpose? Li Tian knew that the domestic violence between Zhang Tian and Lu Shu was difficult to define. If Lu Shu firmly wanted to sue Zhang Tian for injury, he might not be able to get the verdict. Zhang Tian was too cunning. He first made everyone think that he was a good person, and no one believed in Lu Shu. Even Lu Shu's family did not believe her. In the end, he used that underhanded trick to torture Lu Shu physically and mentally, but without leaving any trace. Fang Zheng quickly shook his head to deny Chu Feng's conjecture. Except for Li Feng, we don't know the identities of the others. Li Feng disappeared directly from everyone's eyes. If Lu Shu is also a demon, how could he expose himself to others? If the demon can control the quota, just take all the corpses. They are already possessed by 2 demons. There are 5 demons appearing now, and the only one whose identity is known is Li Feng. Why was Li Feng chosen by the demon? It's because his family has suffered unfair treatment, but there is nowhere to redress. The dog man and the person possessing the corpse are targeting the reason why Kong Rinyu and Gongsun were involved was the fake drug report, so psychological experts concluded that they were probably victims of counterfeit drugs, and it was also because Lu Shu's situation was exactly the same as the demonic characteristics we know. There is something involved with the devil. Lu Shu's current state should be that he is not a demon yet. After Li Feng became a demon, he directly used his power to kill Chen Baichuan. If Lu Shu had become a demon, Zheng Tian would have died long ago. Chu Feng felt that the devil would choose Lu Shu's identity to participate in the game, probably because Lu Shu just snatched the identity that the devil needed. But if the devil knew Lu Shu's situation, would he choose her to be the devil? If Lu Shu becomes a demon, then they can confirm the conditions for demons to choose people. One more thing, 4 demons, 2 corpses, 1 has disappeared, and the only one alive is Lu Shu. The Shangwan family and the Morong family will probably not let Lu Shu go, and find someone to supervise and protect her. He was afraid of Lu Shu also died in a man-made accident like Li Feng. I see. The next day Lu Shu was forced by Zheng Tian to take Zheng Tian to the money hiding place to get the money. Zheng Tian watched Lu Shu take out 50,000 yuan in cash and rummaged around to confirm whether Lu Shu had any other money hidden. In the end, no other money was found in the house. Are you renting a house outside behind my back? Lu Shu shook his head nervously. No. My friend in the orphanage rented it. She will be on a business trip for half a year, so I can clean the room when I have time. Honey, your bad habits before were all caused by being in the orphanage. I don't want you to get along with those people for your own good. I hope you will be more obedient. Lu Shu nodded. I understand. Let's go to the law enforcement bureau to pay the money and do what good citizens should do. As soon as Zhang Tian finished speaking, his phone rang. Okay, I'll rush to the company right away. Zhang Tian frowned and glanced at Lu Shu after hanging up the phone. Honey, I can't go with you, will you go by yourself? I'll be there. Go to work quickly. Work is important. Zhang Tian sent Lu Shu to the door of the law enforcement bureau and watched her enter the law enforcement bureau before leaving. Lu Shu quickly explained the matter and handed over the 50,000 yuan, feeling instantly relieved. Fortunately, she had put 300,000 elsewhere, and she wanted to leave this hell-like place. After Lu Shu left the law enforcement bureau, he was about to take a taxi to the suburban incineration plant. He randomly found a hall where relatives and friends were saying their final farewells, and saw Zhang Kuwei standing next to him working. After Zhang Kuwei finished handling the farewell and sent the body to the incineration plant, he took Lu Shu to his dormitory. Why are you here at this time? Did that beast hit you again? When he arrived in the room, Zhang Kuwei grabbed Lu Shu's hand and began to ask. Brother Zhang, then, wait a minute. Zhang Kuwei walked to the surveillance video and saw 2 people acting strangely outside the dormitory door. He moved the surveillance camera forward and soon saw that when Lu Shu got out of the car, a car parked behind him. The 2 suspicious-looking people got out of this car. That beast sent someone to follow you? Lu Shu trembled at the thought of this possible fear. What should I do? Brother, he will beat me to death. Get a divorce. With that money, just save some money. Zhang Kuwei persuaded in a low voice, fearing that the people outside the door could hear what he said. I can't leave. No one believes that he hit me. Even the law enforcement officials said it was a family matter and they couldn't sue him at all. I wanted to take the money and leave here, but he actually sent someone to follow me. I want to get out of here right away. If he knows I stay in the room with you for too long, he will beat me to death. Zhang Kuwei grabbed Lu Shu's arm. We were able to escape from that beast before, and we can definitely do it now. Don't be afraid, Xiaoshu, wait for me for a while, and when I find the village chief and the others, I will take you away, just like when I took you away from that beast. Lu Shu and Zhang Kuwei have not seen each other since they found their parents respectively, and everything in the orphanage was deliberately forgotten by them. Lu Shu only met Zhang Kuwei when he came here for the funeral last year. When he got the 300,000 yuan, the first person he thought of was Zhang Kuwei. Zhang Kuwei asked her how she got the money. Lu Shu was afraid that Zhang Kuwei knew the money was from an illegal website, so she didn't tell the truth. So they don't know that each other is playing God's game. Zhang Kuwei stared at the screen on the surveillance screen. After Lu Shu left by car, a car outside the door followed closely behind him. He felt uneasy. The car outside the door was indeed following Lu Shu. He opened his phone to check the date. There were still 25 days before the money borrowed by the village chief and his account would be overdue. The 90 million was taken away by the devil. He wanted to stop it but couldn't. Recalling the decision at that moment, he began to regret that he listened to the devil's temptation. He understood that once the village chief and his friends were found, everyone would be burdened with the heavy foreign debt of 300,000. Although there are policy regulations that falsely claiming loans is not allowed, Zhang Kuwei knows that in this complex society, law and justice are not always as people wish. He recalled all the things he had experienced since he was a child, and he had a deep distrust of the law enforcement team. If he could not see the village chief and his friends being found and the debts on his body being completely wiped out, he could not leave with Lu Shu at ease. Whenever he thought of the various difficulties Lu Shu might encounter in the next 25 days, he felt extremely irritable. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his inner anxiety. He told himself that as long as he held on for a while longer, he could take Lu Shu away from this hellish place again. Lu Shu was very uneasy after returning home. Standing by the windowsill, he saw a car parked on the street. Although it was not the car he saw outside the crematorium, this car had been parked on the street for 2 hours, and the people in the car had never gotten out. This was too consistent with the surveillance and the police and gangster movies she watched. Just when Lu Shu was nervous and at a loss, the door suddenly opened, scaring Lu Shu into a cold sweat. She looked at Zheng Tian in fear, afraid that those people outside were hired by Zheng Tian to monitor her, afraid that Zheng Tian suspected her relationship with Zheng Kuei, and then beat her severely. Zheng Tian walked home happily, and frowned when he saw Lu Shu standing there stupidly. "Why haven't you cooked yet?" A friend of mine is attending a funeral today, so I just came back. I'll go cook right away." Lu Shu didn't dare to lie after knowing that Zheng Tian might be monitoring her. "Forget it, let's go out for dinner today." Zheng Tian took her out without caring whether Lu Shu agreed or not. When the two of them just walked downstairs to wait for a taxi, a large truck suddenly lost control and rushed towards them at an alarming speed. Zheng Tian saw the large truck rushing towards him, and instantly let go of Lu Shu's hand, and instinctively fled to the side. Lu Shu could only walk with difficulty because of his unhealed injuries, and could not escape quickly. Bang! Bang! After the law enforcer in the surveillance car next to him noticed the abnormality, he quickly got out of the car and shot at the tire of the large truck, trying to stop it from rushing towards Lu Shu. With a clang, the tire was hit and burst. Although the speed of the large truck slowed down, it still ruthlessly knocked Lu Shu away. The huge impact force made her hit the front windshield of a car next to her heavily. With a click, the windshield shattered instantly. Lu Shu vomited blood and fainted. At the moment before she fell into a coma, a thought flashed through her mind: dying like this is also a kind of relief. The law enforcer immediately called the emergency number. "There was a car accident at the gate of Huateng Community, number 24 Mengtang Street. Please send someone here as soon as possible." Then, they notified Chu Feng and others. Another law enforcer quickly opened the door of the truck, and a strong smell of alcohol hit him. The driver was bleeding from his head, but there was no sign of escape. He was holding a bottle of erguotu in his hand and was drinking it by himself. There was no fear or uneasiness in his eyes caused by hitting someone. Seeing the law enforcer, he chuckled and said, "Ha, drink one." After drinking the last sip of wine, he lay directly on the steering wheel and by a long horn sounded. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived at the scene and Lu Shu was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. "Aren't you going to the hospital?" It was not until the law enforcer pushed Zheng Tian that he came back to his senses from the shock just now. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, he hurried to the ambulance and shouted anxiously, Wife, you must hold on, you must be okay." Evening. Lu Shu was still in the operating room for emergency treatment. At the same time, Chu Feng also made some key progress in the investigation. According to the information they have, the driver Ji Ku is already a terminal cancer patient. He just divorced his ex-wife yesterday, and their son was sentenced to his ex-wife. Ji Ku's life seems to be in a desperate situation, which makes people more speculative about his motives. The driver Ji Ku has woken up. He said he was drunk and mistook the accelerator for the brake. Li Tian and Fang Zhang went to take notes and alcohol tests for the driver who had woken up. The alcohol concentration in his blood reached 0.1%, which can be considered as a drunken state. From the colleagues who were monitoring him, I learned that Ji Ku was still drinking erguotu after the car accident. It is impossible to determine whether he was sober before the car accident. I have investigated and found that there is no money coming in or out of Ji Ku's name. His ex-wife took his son away from Haiyan City after the divorce yesterday, and there is no large amount of property coming in or out of their names. There is no large amount of property coming in or out of the body in the deep pool. If it is cash, it cannot be found at all. Check the flight and train ticket purchase records to find out where his ex-wife and son went, and ask them to come back to assist in the investigation. Chu Feng stood in front of the window, looking into the distance, his heart full of worries. He had been worried that people in the independent state would vent their hatred on Lu Shu because they could not find a real target. But I didn't expect that they would kill so blatantly this time, even giving up the means of creating accidents. He punched the wall and began to resent the devil for not saving Lu Shu. Chu Feng was startled by the idea that suddenly came to him. He actually regarded the devil as his savior subconsciously. Thinking that the devil will save the common people, he will definitely save Lu Shu. Lu Shu was transferred to the intensive care unit, and Zhang Tian also learned about the driver's condition from the law enforcers. He had no money to pay Lu Shu's nearly 10,000 yuan a day for severe illness. Zhang Tian was not stupid. From the few words of the law enforcer, he deduced that the driver deliberately hit Lu Shu. Thinking of what happened before, he soon knew that the people behind online gambling were not letting Lu Shu go. Although he loved Lu Shu very much, he would beat her before because she didn't love herself and ruined the pure image in his heart. Otherwise, Lu Shu would not be allowed to leave even if he died, but the current situation forced Zhang Tian to consider his own safety. If he still has a relationship with Lu Shu, will he be implicated by her? Her family members are all vampires and they will definitely not pay for her medicine. Will he also be retaliated against for saving Lu Shu, who was wanted to kill him? Zhang Kuei learned about Lu Shu's car accident from the news a week later. When he arrived at the hospital, he saw that Lu Shu had been moved from the intensive care unit to the ordinary ward because Zhang Tian really couldn't afford so much money. If Zhang Tian hadn't been afraid that his neighbors would know that he had money and deliberately not treat Lu Shu, Zhang Tian wouldn't even pay for the ordinary hospitalization. When Zhang Kuei arrived at the hospital ward, he saw Lu Shu lying unconscious on the bed. No one was around to take care of her. Zhang Tian didn't even hire a nurse for Lu Shu. Zhang Kuei regretted it. He thought that Lu Shu had been beaten by Zhang Tian for 10 years, and this short month was nothing to her. But unexpectedly, Lu Shu had an accident just after they parted. When Zhang Kuei saw Lu Shu lying unconscious on the bed without treatment, he remembered the money Lu Shu had left with him. Just as he was about to leave the ward to take out the money to help Lu Shu pay for treatment, he ran into Zhang Tian, who came to the hospital. Zhang Tian saw a man sitting next to Lu Shu's bed and holding Lu Shu's hand, so he angrily asked, "Who are you? Lu Shu's adulterer?" Zhang Tian decided to break up with Lu Shu that day, and began to spread the rumor that Lu Shu was retaliated by the wife because he inserted himself into someone else's family. When he saw Zhang Kuei and Lu Shu so close today, he knew that he had waited for the opportunity. "What are you talking about? I am Lu Shu's friend." Zhang Kuei had never met Lu Shu's husband, and only regarded Lu Shu as a sister. He knew that Zhang Tian cared about Lu Shu's past, so he never took the initiative to disturb Lu Shu's life, and he didn't know what Zhang Tian looked like. "I'm talking nonsense? My wife was knocked unconscious because of you, the adulterer, and she hasn't woken up yet." When Zhang Kuei heard the 3 words, "my wife," he knew that the person in front of him was Zhang Tian, and he punched him directly. "Beast, I asked you to beat Lu Shu, didn't you send someone to follow Lu Shu? Why did you let her suffer this kind of thing?" Zhang Kuei, who helped the corpse every day, beat Zhang Tian so hard that he had no power to fight back. Zhang Tian's front teeth were soon broken, and Zhang Kuei was pulled away from Zhang Tian by the security guard called by the nurse. "Beast, I wanted to beat you a long time ago. Don't slander Lu Shu with your dirty thoughts. Bitch, you still blame me? Lu Shu was knocked to death by someone your wife hired, you 2 adulterers." Bah! Zhang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and there was a tooth in the blood. "My wife, Xiaoshu, and I grew up together as siblings." Zhang Kuei knew from Lu Shu's complaints that Zhang Tian beat her because he cared about her losing her virginity before marriage and hadn't said it out loud, but this was a nightmare for Xiaoshu and him. Xiaoshu couldn't tell everyone that she was violated by a beast when she was a child. She also mentioned that if Zhang Tian cared, they could divorce. She could also write an IOU for the 500,000 yuan gift and slowly pay him back later, but Zhang Tian just wouldn't let Xiaoshu go. "So you're the one Xiaoshu lost his virginity to before marriage." Zhang Tian now just wanted to confirm the affair between Lu Shu and Zhang Kuei, and then get rid of Lu Shu. The more he talked, the more he felt that he had discovered the truth. "You don't deserve to call her Xiaoshu. I said I'm her brother. Are these dirty things all over your mind?" Zhang Kuei broke free from the security guard and rushed over to punch Zhang Tian again. When he raised his hand to punch again, he was stopped. The law enforcer rushed over immediately after receiving a call about a fight in the hospital, and saw Zhang Kuei riding on Zhang Tian and beating him. Zhang Tian and Zhang Kuei were taken to the law enforcement bureau by the law enforcer. Zhang Tian did not accept the settlement at first and insisted on filing a case to detain Zhang Kuei. Finally, the law enforcer learned that Zhang Kuei beat him because Zhang Tian had no evidence to slander him, and mediated the two to reconcile privately. "Lu Shu and I agreed to divorce the day before yesterday. I saw that her family didn't care about her, so I helped her pay. Since you are her brother, you should take over." Zhang Tian said to the outside world that Lu Shu had been clamoring for a divorce and fell in love with someone else. He finally agreed to Lu Shu, but he didn't expect that Lu Shu actually liked a married man. You'd better remember your words. You will divorce when Lu Shu wakes up. You also said that you have nothing to do with each other. Zhang Tian didn't believe that Lu Shu would wake up at all, and even if he woke up, the people behind him would not let Lu Shu go. Zhang Tian directly handed Lu Shu's ID card, medical insurance card and hospitalization card to Zhang Kuei. After leaving the law enforcement bureau, Zhang Kuei went to get Lu Shu's 300,000 yuan, paid Lu Shu, and asked her to be transferred to the intensive care unit for treatment. He knelt in front of a pile of corpses and prayed, "Devil, I am willing to be your servant, please give me strength." After kneeling for several hours, the corpses were still lying there coldly, with no signs of waking up at all. "Please, as long as you can save Xiao Shu, I will do whatever you ask me to do." Zhang Kuei regretted it. If he had agreed to be the devil's servant, would Xiao Shu not have suffered such harm? The only response to Zhang Kuei was the cool breeze from the refrigerator, and the man who claimed to be a devil never came. The next day, Zhang Kuei was on his way to see Lu Shu after get off work, thinking about how to see the devil. Suddenly a gust of wind blew over, and a newspaper on the ground was blown up and flew directly to Zhang Kuei's face. Zhang Kuei took it down and saw that it was an old newspaper. After seeing the content on it, Zhang Kuei's hand tightly grasped the newspaper and directly tore the newspaper. Angel Orphanage received 20 million yuan in donations this time. The children in the orphanage sang thank you together. Thank you for the donations from the kind people. Looking at the old man with a kind smile on the newspaper, Zhang Kuei felt cold all over. This beast is still alive and well. Why do bad people not get retribution, but good people have to suffer all the time? Creaky, another gust of wind blew by, the door of the church was ajar, and it swayed in the wind. Zhang Kuei's attention was quickly attracted by this shabby church. Although the church was shabby, the door of the church was very gorgeous. Will there be gods if there are demons? Zhang Kuei couldn't help but walk into the church, and saw the gorgeous and brand new confessional room at a glance. He remembered that he missed the demon because of his hesitation, and this time he walked into the confessional without any hesitation. The door of the confessional closed automatically, letting Zhang Kuei know that he had made the right bet, and there really were gods in this world. Yiming in the villa saw the red name on the application list and couldn't help but sneer. He didn't expect that the name he deleted would be at the top of the list again. People are really strange. They always like to pray to gods when they are desperate. When they know that gods will not help them, they are willing to fall into demons again. Yiming was automatically teleported to the church by the system as soon as he finished sighing. I will listen to your troubles, please speak. God, please save Lu Shu. As long as you can save her, I will pay whatever price. Zhang Kuei knelt down to pray when he heard the voice next door. He always felt that it was his procrastination that caused Lu Shu to suffer this disaster. If he had forced Lu Shu to stay when he knew that someone was following her, Lu Shu might not have been in trouble. He kept delaying because he wanted to confirm the safety of the missing people in the village. Why does God need people to pay a price for helping people? A voice sounded in the confessional next door, giving Zhang Kuei a glimmer of hope. He raised his head expectantly and looked at the closed door, as if he saw the hope of Lu Shu's recovery. God, thank you, Lu Shu is now in the intensive care unit A23 of the first hospital. As long as you can wake her up, she and I will definitely be your most sincere believers. As Zhang Kuei spoke, he cowed out in the direction of the confessional, praying for the arrival of a miracle. However, just after he cowed out, the voice sounded again, bringing him despairing news, I can't help you. Zhang Kuei's heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant, and he couldn't believe his ears. He raised his head, his eyes full of doubts and fear. Didn't you promise me? Didn't you say that God can help people without people paying a price? Yes, God does help people without people paying a price. But I'm not God. The voice explained calmly. He seemed to go back to that night, and the demon who teased him also said so calmly, I can't help you. Although the two voices were different, the tone made Zhang Kuei feel unusually familiar. The familiar feeling just now made Zhang Kuei have an absurd idea that the person opposite was a demon. Then can you tell me who can help me? I am willing to be your slave, just ask you to show me a way. Zhang Kuei asked anxiously. Poochie, the voice chuckled, of course it is God who can help you. I am just a worker for God, and I will help you convey your wishes to God. Go home and wait for news. Our God is the most helpful and will definitely respond to you as soon as possible. With a light click sound, the door of the confession room opened automatically. Zhang Kuei was stunned in place, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. He guessed wrong, the person opposite was not a demon. His inner fear was not relieved by the words of this worker who claimed to be God, but even more afraid. From childhood to adulthood, he comforted himself and his younger brothers and sisters by waiting for their biological parents to find them so that they can leave that horrible place, and when they grow up and have the ability to survive, they can also get rid of the threat of beasts. Wait for those brothers and sisters who grow up and leave the orphanage to be able to expose the darkness of the orphanage and rescue them. But in the end, it was all disappointment. Zhang Kuei still held the newspaper tightly in his hand, and the face of the orphanage director who was smiling brightly on it had been scratched by him. Looking at the empty confession room, Zhang Kuei didn't want to wait like this, but he had no choice. As soon as Yi Ming returned to the villa, he saw Shanda looking at him with a shocked look. Why didn't you help him this time? Why didn't I help him? Didn't I tell you his request? I don't know how to save people. Don't think I don't know, you have recovered your magic power. And even if you didn't want to do it yourself, you gave the people before the magic fruit and let them solve it themselves. Why don't you help Zhang Kuei? So you are expecting me to give him the magic fruit and let him fall into the devil? Shanda was speechless when asked by Yi Ming. It subconsciously agreed with Yi Ming's approach and thought that Yi Ming would give Zhang Kuei a magic fruit this time to fulfill Zhang Kuei's wish. Obviously, Zhang Kuei's wish is to wake up Lu Shu. As long as Lu Shu wakes up, the task completion will reach 100%. It can immediately recover a little divine power and open the mall panel to exchange for props. Thinking of this, Shanda suddenly looked at Yi Ming in astonishment. Because Zhang Kuei's wish is simple, you are unwilling to take action. Are you afraid that after completing the task, I will recover my divine power and stop you from continuing to seduce people to fall into the devil? I should have directly used the death together. You really have bad intentions. Ha ha, dog god, do you know who you are bound to? A transparent hand with black air all over the body emerged directly from Yi Ming's body and grabbed Shanda's neck directly, making it breathless. Shanda watched his soul being stripped from the dog by Yi Ming. A ball of black air in the depths of his soul was gathering towards that hand, and was eventually swallowed up by the black hand. Yi Ming waved his hand, and the ball of black air was instantly absorbed by the sapling in the corner of the garden. Soon Yi Ming let Shanda go, and Shanda returned to the dog's body, and the black hand disappeared. Hey, what do you mean? You really used those people to restore your magic power. Shanda had tested Yi Ming when he still had a trace of divine power before and found that he had no magic power at all. In just a dozen days, he had such strong magic power. It had been confused by the news before and actually approved of what Yi Ming did. It was not until today that it knew that Yi Ming had been using those magic fruits from the beginning to the end to nourish the inner demons who ate the magic fruits. Those inner demons eventually turned into Yi Ming's magic power. You have been bound to Yi Ming from the beginning to the end, so it is too late for you to use the mutual destruction now. It will only destroy this corpse. I didn't mean to kill you just now. I just wanted to let you know that I am not afraid of your mutual destruction. Don't let yourself get away with it. In the end, your soul will be scattered, but I will not be hurt at all. What are you going to do? If you want to do evil, just kill me directly. Shanda knew that he was no match for Yi Ming at the moment, but Li Feng would not let Chen Tingsong go as long as he killed Chen Tingsong. Li Feng's completion will reach 100%, and it can also recover a trace of divine power. At that time, it can help the people who seek help in the system of doing good deeds and accumulating virtues to fulfill their wishes. Its divine power will only recover more and more. Isn't Yi Ming afraid that it will become a threat? Or do you want to stop Li Feng from killing Chen Tingsong? Or more accurately, do you want to kill Li Feng? Why do you still think I'm afraid of you recovering your power? I never forced or controlled those people to do anything. Oh, yes, you didn't force them to do those things, so what Li Feng and Lin Xin did eventually led to the development of things that benefit the people in this world. You made me think you were the savior, made me misunderstand you, and eventually let you slowly recover your magic power. Missed the best time to deal with you. I said I was a demon from the beginning to the end, but you imagined that I was the savior. Now do you still think that I deliberately made you think I was the savior? Isn't it? You first made me think that the reason why this world would be destroyed was because there was something wrong with the laws of this world. Then, although Lin Xin and Li Feng were killing people, the result was that the laws of this world became more perfect. Yes, because I didn't have the ability to leave this body before, your mutual destruction was a threat to me. I finally woke up, and if I had to hibernate and recuperate again because of your mutual destruction, it would be troublesome for me. Shan looked at Yiming, his eyes full of confusion and scrutiny. He tried to find more information from Yiming's words and deeds, wanting to know what Yiming was going to do. You are not pretending now. Are you so confident that I can't seriously hurt you even if I recover my power? So you don't want to kill me? If you want to die, I can help you. In order to deal with you, I have been slowing down the progress of what I want to do. They say that being a demon can be free and unconstrained. I thought that I am a demon, but I am still being restrained by a dog without divine power like you. So I don't want to pretend after recovering my magic power. After Shan De heard Yiming's words, a sense of weirdness flashed through his mind. Yiming's style of doing things is different from those demons that Shan De knows. It was because of this that he was always confused by Yiming before. Yiming's words made it feel even weirder, but it couldn't tell where the weirdness was. What are you going to do? It doesn't conflict with what you are going to do. I will help you recover your power, as long as you stop staring at me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Then why don't you help Zheng Kuei? You obviously have magic power. As long as you save people, Zheng Kuei's wish will come true, and I can recover my power. Yiming stood in front of the French window, looking into the distance. His voice was flat and firm. Because I can only kill people, not save people. There was a trace of imperceptible loss in his eyes, but Shan De didn't notice it. Shan remembered that the abilities that Li Feng, Lin Xian, and Lin Xiaoguang gained after eating the magic fruit were all to help them fulfill their wishes, so he asked in confusion. Li Feng and the other two gained abilities that could help them fulfill their wishes after eating the magic fruit, so can Zheng Kuei also generate corresponding abilities after eating it? Yiming shook his head. The three of them can gain corresponding abilities because the magic fruit is nourished and grown by their inner demons. I once gave Zheng Kuei a chance, but he did not generate his inner demons, so he did not produce magic fruit. Shan remembered the newspaper that Zheng Kuei was holding tightly in the confession room. Although he did not see the content clearly, he knew that this might be the opportunity that Yiming gave Zheng Kuei. Although he did not know what Zheng Kuei's inner demon was, based on the situation of the three people before, he knew that the person in the newspaper was likely the person Zheng Kuei wanted to kill. So he asked, does your inner demon need to kill people to generate it? Someone like Zheng Kuei, who is kind-hearted and only wants to save people, cannot generate an inner demon. That's not kindness, that's the bad nature of human beings. To put it nicely, it's being satisfied with the status quo. To put it bluntly, it's escaping from reality. They avoid talking about the past, and don't even have the courage to face it, avoiding the inner demon. Do you know the difference between gods and demons? Shan didn't know why Yiming suddenly brought up the difference between gods and demons. They were obviously discussing why Zheng Kuei didn't have an inner demon to generate a magic fruit. Did he want to tell me the difference between him and me? Yiming did not wait for Shan De to reply, and continued to speak. If a demon cultivator wants to cultivate quickly, he will first detect the demon in his heart, and then let the demon grow infinitely as he pleases. He will not suppress his hatred in his heart. He will take revenge if he has a grudge, and grab what he loves and wants. He will let the demon grow rapidly as he pleases to promote his cultivation. The common point between divine cultivators and demon cultivators is that they must first detect the demon in their hearts, and then begin to overcome it, until the last moment of becoming a god. If they can eliminate the demon in their hearts, they can truly become gods. What does this have to do with Zheng Kuei's inability to generate magic fruit? The demon generated by greed, hatred, killing, adultery, jealousy, selfishness, and pessimism is the easiest to nourish and grow. Lin Xiaoguang is greedy and selfish, Li Feng is hateful, and Lin Xian is pessimistic. These three people can easily provoke them to magnify their demons with just a few words. And Zheng Kuei is evasive and weak. Yiming took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee and sat on the rocking chair and continued to speak. He doesn't dare to face the fear in his heart, so he can only choose to escape. When he encounters disasters and tortures, he will avoid them again and again. So this kind of person is content with the status quo. But some people's satisfaction is the satisfaction of daring to face fear, and this kind of person can eliminate the inner demons. But Zheng Kuei is satisfied with the status quo, who doesn't dare to face the fear in his heart, so he will have demons hidden in his heart. No matter how big the disaster is, he will keep these generated demons in the corner and not face them. So he can't release the demons and let the magic tree nourish and produce magic fruits. Who are you? Are you a demon cultivator in this world? Why do you understand human hearts so well? What exactly do you want to do? Maybe it's because I didn't understand human hearts before. You don't need to care about what I do. Li Feng's wish will be fulfilled soon, and Zhang Kuei's wish will also be accepted for you. Wait until you recover your divine power to solve it yourself. If you don't monitor me doing things, I won't stop you from doing things, but will help you. Yiming closed his eyes and rested after saying this, and never answered any of Shanda's topics again. As long as you don't kill innocent people, I won't stop you. Shanda did not get Yiming's guarantee for this sentence, but he knew that he was powerless to stop it now. Lu Rinxin sat beside Gong Sunli in a state of anxiety. The closer he got to Haiyan City, the more uneasy he became. He didn't understand why the devil wanted to frame him. Although he wanted to know who let Lu Meng take the blame, he also knew that he couldn't afford to offend anyone who could make the Gongsun family compromise. So he didn't even think about investigating. No matter how he explained, it was useless. The Shangwan family and the Morong family didn't listen to his explanation at all. They knew that it was the devil's intention, but they still drove them out of the independent state. He knew that the group of people knew the devil's intention and deliberately used him as bait to lure those devils. Gong Sunli saw Lu Rinxin sitting restlessly and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Li Feng's wife was killed by Chen Tingsong, and he didn't kill Chen Tingsong, which proves that this devil is not so omnipotent. My dad has contacted Chen Tingsong, and he will come to the airport to pick us up. Then we will live directly at his house. Lu Rinxin never knew where he had offended the devil, but after thinking about it, his sin would not be greater than Chen Tingsong. Chen Tingsong could avoid the devil's pursuit, so he should be able to do it too. Ever since Li Feng publicly declared war and vowed to make Chen Tingsong pay the price, Chen Tingsong has been hiding in the villa like a frightened bird, feeling anxious. From the news from the independent state, he learned that Li Feng was not really dead, but had gained some extraordinary power. Although he knew little about the source of Li Feng's superpowers, he was sure that Li Feng was not an evil ghost, which made Chen Tingsong quickly realize that the lamatba that frequently appeared in the live broadcast room was just a bait to attract his attention. Even the demons who were not afraid of explosives, Chen Tingsong knew that guns would not do any harm to them. So he did not want to use the bait of Amatba to investigate the demons in turn. Knowing that Li Feng's ability was a needle, he installed a detector at the door of the villa, and the alarm would sound once iron products entered his room. Later, it was discovered that the demons would also possess corpses and imitate the appearance of living people. He was even more afraid to go out, and asked the bodyguards around him to set a secret code and mark his body, just to fear that Li Feng would sneak into his bodyguards. Every day, he huddled in the villa in fear, watching those demons making trouble outside. Seeing those people being killed by demons, and the demons were killing all the time, Chen Tingsong was not so nervous. He knew that the person Li Feng wanted to kill the most must be him, and he had not done anything to him, which proved that everything he did was effective. Those demons were not omnipotent, and he would not get into trouble as long as he protected them. Chen Tingsong sat in the empty airport waiting room. Even though he had made all the preparations and the airport had cleared all the people, he was still very anxious and uneasy. He realized that the independent state wanted him to come out to lure the demons to appear, but he couldn't refuse. Even Gongsun Li and Lu Rinxin, two people who were related to the Gongsun family, had to go back to Haiyan City as bait, so how could he refuse? Chen Tingsong became more and more irritated the more he thought about it. It would be great if he could occupy a place in the independent state. When Lu Rinxin and Gongsun Li got off the plane, they saw Chen Tingsong sitting in the waiting room smoking, surrounded by 10 bodyguards. The two also knew from the investigation of the law enforcers that one of the demons had the ability to imitate. Just in case, Gongsun Li took out her mobile phone and called Chen Tingsong. After saying the code, she came over after confirming that it was her real self. Rinxin, Miss Gongsun. Don't worry, I have arranged everything. The bodyguards around will confirm the identity every 3 hours. I won't give those demons a chance. After Chen Tingsong hung up the phone, he saw Gongsun Li and Lu Rinxin coming out of the terminal building, and hurriedly stepped on the cigarette butt in his hand. Thank you, Brother Chen. When our house is renovated, we will move back immediately. Lu Rinxin did not relax after hearing what Chen Tingsong said, but he also knew that it was useless to say anything now. He still had to live in Chen Tingsong's house. Even if he didn't have confidence in what Chen Tingsong said, he had to show a trusting look. What trouble is it? Don't worry about living there. Your house will also be decorated according to my standard. Li Feng wants to kill me the most. I am still alive and well. Those demons are just bluffing. The three of them walked towards the airport gate with laughter. There were 5 cars parked outside. Chen Tingsong took Lu Rinxin and Gongsun Li to the middle car. The driver and the bodyguard sitting in front stretched out their arms at the same time to show the signs on their arms, made secret gestures, and finally raised the magnet on their waists and the heart rate monitor on their hands to show Chen Tingsong that they had not changed people. Once a person leaves my sight, I have to confirm whether it is the person next time I meet him. From everything that happened before, it can be seen that Li Feng, the lowly man, cannot hurt people if he cannot get close to them, so as long as he doesn't, you can rest assured. Chen Tingsong remembered that Lu Mang was running around and was caught by Li Feng and killed, so he quickly changed the subject. Even if Chen Tingsong didn't finish his words, Lu Rinxin and Gong Sunli knew what he was going to say, and remembered that the reason why Lu Mang died was because he secretly ran into the bar. That's why so many things were implicated, offending the Shangwan family and the Mo Rong family, causing his father to be unable to protect them, and now he has to take the risk of coming back as bait. When Gong Sunli was in the independent state, she would think of her son Lu Mang from time to time. If her father had asked them to come to the independent state earlier, Manger would not have died. Now there is only resentment. If Lu Mang had not insisted on going out at such a dangerous moment, nothing would have happened next. Squeak, the sharp sound produced by the friction between the brake pads and the brake discs. The three people sitting in the back row were all leaned forward violently because of the sudden braking. The three of them were wearing seatbelts and were not seriously injured. But they were still frightened. Can you drive? Gong Sunli wanted to curse, but then she thought that this driver was someone hired by Chen Tingsong, and it would be bad for her to take over. Chen Tingsong began to panic in fear in his heart. This feeling was the same as before on the road. His car suddenly braked and had a car accident, and then Li Feng killed by Jiyu with a needle under the eyes of the law enforcers. Chen Tingsong quickly took out the magnet from under the chair, squatted down away from the chair, and didn't dare to sit down or lean on the back of the chair, observing the surroundings. He found that the car next to him and the car behind him were his cars, and the car in front had turned and stopped at the intersection in front. I'm sorry, boss, the traffic light suddenly turned red, so I braked urgently. The driver noticed Chen Tingsong's strange movements in the rearview mirror, and his face was dark and ugly. He was afraid of being punished and hurriedly explained. Brother Chen, are you okay? It's just a red light. Lu Rinxin looked at Chen Tingsong's strange movements and couldn't help but comfort him. It seems that Chen Tingsong just now was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He was already a frightened bird, even worse than him. Chen Tingsong heard what the driver said and realized that he was too nervous. The previous car accident left him with too deep fear. He sat down after confirming that the seat was safe and said, "Drive slower." I know. The traffic light turned green as soon as the driver finished speaking. He stepped on the accelerator and turned left. The car behind also stepped on the accelerator to catch up with the car in front. Just as they were about to turn, the traffic light suddenly turned red. The driver of the car behind subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and they soon found something wrong. Picking up the pager to tell the bodyguard in front of this strange sign, they saw a large truck directly hit the car in front from the right road at the fastest speed. The rear door was completely deformed, and a man got out of the truck, dragging his stiff hands and feet towards the car that had crashed. The bomb tied to his body made all the bodyguards afraid to approach. Yang De, who was possessed by the truck driver's body, opened the door and wanted to throw the unconscious driver and bodyguard out, but a bullet from a motorcycle in the distance shot directly into the truck driver's head. Yang De was knocked out of the truck driver's body. As long as he was hit by a fatal blow, his soul would bounce back to his body for a short time. Before leaving, he glanced at the man wearing a black leather jacket and a helmet, and he couldn't see his appearance clearly. It was a pity that he didn't help Li Feng convey what he wanted to say to Chen Tingsong, nor did he help himself ask Lu Rinxin if he regretted doing this to him. His body lost control, and his hand holding the bomb detonation line suddenly lost strength. Pong! The bomb directly smashed Chen Tingsong's car and the truck. Lin Xian, who was standing in the dark next to her and controlling the traffic lights with a computer, saw the car explode and packed up to leave. As soon as she closed the computer and was about to leave, a beam of light from a motorcycle shone at her. A bullet shot straight at Lin Xian's head. Li Feng, who was hiding in Lin Xian's body, quickly blocked the bullet with a needle, and the bullet was shot onto the wall by the needle's changed trajectory. The motorcyclist aimed at Lin Xian's head and fired several shots at her. Lin Xian changed her appearance and became shorter, dodging the bullets. Li Feng knew that using needles to block bullets would only delay time. When the law enforcers came, Lin Xian would have trouble escaping. He used his ability to generate needles inside the motorcyclist's body, but found that he could not generate them. Li Feng had no time to wonder, so he could only use external targets to attack the motorcyclist to slow down the motorcyclist's attack speed. Li Feng can now generate 5 needles per minute, even if the motorcyclist can quickly find the needles shooting at him from all directions and shoot them away with a gun. But the shooting speed was not fast enough, and a needle shot directly through the motorcyclist's hand, and the gun fell to the ground. The motorcyclist knew that he was no match for Li Feng. Before Li Feng launched an attack, he used his uninjured hand to open the motorcycle's fuel tank, then lit the lighter, causing an explosion to create chaos and escape to the security guards. Lin Xian and Li Feng also took the opportunity to escape to the other side of the intersection. After the two returned to the basement safely, Li Feng expressed his previous doubts. That man is very strange. My needles cannot be generated in his body. The needles generated externally can still hurt him, but they cannot be generated inside his body. How could that man know your hiding place so accurately? The corpse did not delay your escape as we agreed, but exploded directly. Could they be in the same group? After listening to Li Feng's words, Lin Xian frowned. Do you suspect that the motorcyclist is also a demon? He and the corpse are working together to kill us? The two have been exploring their own abilities. Li Feng had discovered that needles could not be generated in the body of a demon. This time, the corpse took the initiative to leave messages to Ba and Demon Judgment on the internet. During the last trip to the villa, Lin Xian and the corpse did not reveal their identities to each other, but they knew who their enemies were. The corpse knew that Li Feng wanted to kill Chen Tingsong, and Lin Xian could see from the information that the corpse deliberately revealed last time that he was trying to trick Lu Rinxin. So when the corpse told her that Lu Rinxin would be picked up after he was tricked back by him, Chen Tingsong asked her if she wanted to cooperate in killing. She made this plan, not to hurt innocent people, and to kill 3 people surrounded by bodyguards. I was able to generate needles to hurt him later, which proved that there was nothing wrong with my ability. The only explanation is that the man was also a demon, so I couldn't generate needles in his body. The corpse didn't explode in advance as planned. We had previously guessed that the dog man and the corpse were in the same group, and there might be other demons on their side. But the motorcycle man has no ability. If he is just a demon with auxiliary ability, would he dare to kill us so boldly? And after the man detonated the motorcycle explosion, he fled in the direction of the group of bodyguards. The corpse did kill Chen Tingsong and Lu Rinxin. If that person is the corpse's partner, wouldn't he be trapped? The corpse always contacted her using the corpse's online account, so the corpse didn't contact her actively. She didn't know what the corpse was like now. The dog man's account had never appeared since the last highway. So the motorcyclist is the helper of the beasts. Did the corpse explode in advance because he shot it? Just like the highway? After listening to Lin Xian's analysis, Li Feng also felt that the corpse and the motorcyclist should not be in the same group. Why wouldn't the devil help those beasts? The devils she knew all had revenge as their goals. Only those who were oppressed and bullied by those people and had no way out would choose to eat the magic fruit in order to gain the ability to take revenge. A demon without any special abilities? It seems that except for his better eyesight, he can find out no matter which angle I shoot the needle at him. If it weren't for the fact that the needle couldn't be generated in his body, I would have thought he was just an ordinary person. Could he be a failure? I don't know. I'll find a chance to ask the demon lord. If they were all demons, why would they kill each other? In the villa, Ding, Li Feng's task completion rate has reached 100%, and his wish has been fulfilled. Open them all for doing good deeds and accumulating virtues, and get a total of 200 points. Shan De found that he had recovered a trace of divine power, and the mall panel was also opened. Divine power can restore it to human form. Looking at the items on the mall, they are all corresponding props generated to help those who come here to make wishes to fulfill their wishes. Shan De saw that a universal awakening medicine for clearing intracranial blood only cost 50 points, and he immediately clicked on the transaction. Insufficient points, you can only use the points with the host's consent. A red note popped up directly. This was also the first time Shan De used the system. I didn't expect it to be so pitfall. It must get Yiming's consent before it can use the points. That means it will work for Yiming in the future. Although it can restore its divine power, the right to use the points still belongs to Yiming. Shan De glanced at Yiming, who was basking in the sun on a recliner, and felt very conflicted. Would this demon cultivator give it the points? Yiming, Li Feng's mission is completed. There are points. Yeah. Yiming closed his eyes and perfunctorily responded to enjoy the sunshine. Points can be exchanged for medicine, but you must agree. Yiming directly transferred the points to Shan De, and Shan De felt incredible. Zhang Kuei is in the crematorium on the outskirts of the city. You'd better change into a human form. You should have restored your divine power, right? Can you maintain your human form? You can barely use the illusion technique for 3 hours. Yiming's easy talk made Shanda directly empty his bottom. Then go ahead, but don't show your true form in front of others and cause me trouble. Got it? Shan nodded, used the earth escape technique to leave the villa and quickly drove towards the crematorium on the outskirts of the city. I have to go get my things too. Yiming stood up and walked towards the door after making sure that Shan had left. As soon as Zhang Kuei opened the door, he saw a little boy about 1 meter standing in his room and looking at him. Whose child are you from? Are you lost? Do you know your parents' phone number or address? I will take you home. Although Zhang Kuei didn't know how the little boy unlocked the door of his room and walked in, he had infinite tolerance for lost children. He was afraid that these children would be sent to orphanages because they could not find their parents. Shan heard the sound and ran towards Zhang Kuei quickly, his tail wagging behind him as he ran. I am. Who are you? Shanda was interrupted by Zhang Kuei before he finished speaking. Zhang Kuei looked at the tail growing out of Shanda's but in horror. Recent events made Zhang Kuei know that the world is not like his usual. As you can see, there are demons and gods, and now there are even demons. Only then did Shan realize that his little tail was exposed. He was very upset because he had not cultivated a human form, so he spent some of his power to use the hidden detection technique to hide his traces and monitor Yiming, even though he promised Yiming not to monitor him, but it still didn't believe in the demon cultivator, and deliberately concealed its monitoring aura so that Yiming could not detect its monitoring. Because part of the divine power is used to hide the detection technique, its transformation technique is unstable, and its tail will slip out from time to time. I am the god who is here to help you fulfill your wish. Don't you want to save Lu Shu? Shan strengthened the illusion technique and made his tail disappear. Can you really revive Lu Shu? Let's go to the hospital now. When he heard that he could revive Lu Shu, Zhang Kuei grabbed his hand and walked out, regardless of whether Shanda was a demon, a god, or a demon. Before the two of them reached the door, Shanda's tail was raised again. Shanda looked at the tail in annoyance, but he was unwilling to take back Yiming's hidden detection technique, especially when he found out that Yiming went out immediately after he left. He couldn't help but start to wonder if Yiming, a demon cultivator who was so easy to talk to and gave all his points to him, was just to send him out and then do bad things behind his back. Zhang Kuei took out his coat from the closet and tied it around Shanda's waist. If outsiders see it, it will cause trouble for you. Shanda looked at Zhang Kuei, who was so kind, and immediately denied what Yiming said. Zhang Kuei's eye was not unable to generate the magic fruit because he was avoiding the shortcomings of weakness. He was just too kind, and even though he encountered all the hardships, he still had good intentions. Zhang Kuei brought Shanda to the intensive care unit of the hospital. Because the blood clot in Lu Shu's brain was pressing on the nerves, surgery to remove the blood clot could easily damage the nerves and cause permanent damage. The patient would probably die as a result. The only doctor who can perform this operation is in the independent state. The hospital clearly told Zhang Kuei that the doctor's lowest price for an operation is 1 million, and he may not agree to come to Haiyan City, and the success rate of the operation is only 100,000, 50/50ths. Without surgery, he could only wait for the blood clot in Lu Shu's brain to clear out on its own. If Zhang Kuei still can't wait for God's instructions and can't find the devil, he doesn't know what to do. He won't be able to get the 1 million together no matter what method he uses. When the two walked into the intensive care unit, Shan used his divine power to shield the room. Whether outside or under surveillance, they could only see two people standing in front of Lu Shu's bed, doing nothing. Shanda took out the medicine redeemed by the system from his pocket and fed it to Lu Shu. The two waited for more than 10 minutes, but Lu Shu still showed no sign of waking up. Zhang Kuei looked at Shan anxiously. Does it take time for the medicine to take effect? How long will it take? In Zhang Kuei's understanding, God is omnipotent, so Lu Shu should wake up immediately after taking the magic medicine. He did not dare to question God, but could only carefully test whether the magic medicine was time effective. Shanda also looked puzzled. The medicine produced by the system could not be wrong. He is currently using hidden detection, shielding, and disguise at the same time. If he uses detection again, the other spells will be unstable and prone to failure. Wanting to remove the disembodiment, but fearing that his prototype would be exposed in front of Zhang Kuei, remembering Yiming's words, he couldn't expose himself, so Shanda gave up this option. The shielding technique cannot be lifted, and traces will be left on the surveillance camera, which will cause trouble for Zhang Kuei and Lu Shu. After that, the only thing he could think about was the hidden detection technique. Shanda took a look and found that Yeming had just gone out to buy groceries and was now walking home, so he released the hidden detection technique. Use probing to check the situation in Lu Shu's brain. All the congestion has been removed. Why doesn't Lu Shu wake up? When Zhang Kuei heard this, he said anxiously, "What should I do? Do you have any magic medicine? Or could it be that one of Xiaoshu's 3 souls and 7 souls has lost 1 soul or 1 soul, so he still doesn't wake up?" Shandi used the spirit summoning technique in an attempt to communicate with Lu Shu, but never received a response. "Her soul is always in the body and does not communicate with me. If you talk to her more, she can hear her voice. I will go back and investigate." Shand had seen the video of the castle hunt and knew that something bad would happen to Lu Shu. It was probably because those people couldn't find the devil, so they vented their anger on Lu Shu. The devil is a devil, because his actions hurt innocent people, but he doesn't feel any guilt. Because of God's prejudice against demons, he can only see the bad side of whatever the demons do. He never thought that without the intervention of the devil, Lu Shu would have died in that villa hunt. Consider it. Zhang Kuei didn't know what to do. Lu Shu didn't wake up. He didn't dare to believe this God who suddenly appeared, but this God was the only one he could pray to now. He also knew that if the blood clot in Lu Shu's brain was really cleaned up and found by doctors, those doctors would definitely report the matter. After investigating these few days, he also knew where Lu Shu's 300,000 came from. She actually participated in the God's game. After understanding the situation, Zhang Kuei searched for videos online. Although most of the videos were cleaned up by law enforcement officers, Zhang Kuei still found videos from some private netizens and saw familiar faces in them, but unfamiliar Lu Shu. He also knew that Lu Shu would encounter this disaster. Zhang Tian gave up Lu Shu so easily because Lu Shu offended the independent state. At that moment, his resentment towards the devil rose sharply. Why did so many people in the world want to transfer Lu Shu? Why did all the disasters come to them? Every time they accepted their fate, they were exchanged for a bigger disaster. When Yiming felt the hidden sense of restraint on his body disappear while walking on the street, he found an empty place and used teleportation to disappear on the spot. "Mina, the profiler the master has hired is here. Describe the 2 demons you saw." The subordinate holding a machine gun came to the door of number 8's room with the profiler and knocked on the door. Number 8 has no name, only a code name. The boss called him number 8, and the subordinate called him Mina. Number 8 was lying on the bed, staring at his bandaged right hand in a daze. There really are extraordinary abilities in this world. He knew from a young age that his eyes were different from others. No matter how far away, he could see clearly. He could also see the unprotected lethal points on everyone's body. Because of this, he was trained to be a killer. He only thought that his eyesight was just a little better than that of ordinary people. That time on the road, he found that what he saw was different from others. Everyone saw Zhao Lei, but he saw a man with a burnt body. At that time, he could only see the back of the demon, and could not see his face clearly. So this time the boss sent him to follow the bait. If he could kill the demon, he would kill it. If he couldn't kill it, he had to see the demon's appearance clearly. After hearing what his subordinate said, number 8 opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, number 8 felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, but there was no relief. "Mr. 8, please describe in detail the appearance of those 2 demons." The profiler turned on the computer and called up the portrait drawing board and sat in front of the table waiting for number 8 to describe. One was burned black all over, about 185 centimeters tall, standing in a very respectful manner, and had big eyes. The profiler screened out all the small eyes and left the big eyes for number 8 to choose. Number 8 quickly chose an eye that matched his impression. Then he started to choose eyebrows, nose, mouth, and ears. Soon the profiler pieced together Yang Da's appearance. "Is it like this?" "Yes." The younger brother who was guarding next to him couldn't help but wanted to stretch his head to see, but he saw nothing. "This is too magical. Mina, you just say 2 eyes, 2 eyebrows, a nose, a mouth, and you can draw it without describing anything." Number 8 looked at the younger brother strangely when he heard this. He clearly described everything. Why did the younger brother say that he didn't describe it? Finally found it. The profiler looked at Yang Da's appearance in the computer and deleted it directly. Number 8 looked at the profiler in confusion. He always felt something was wrong, and his hand subconsciously reached under the mattress to get the gun. Bang! The younger brother who was guarding next to him fell to the ground, and the door closed directly. Number 8 wanted to take out the gun but found that he couldn't move. "Who are you?" His eyes hurt more and more. He didn't see any difference in the person in front of him. It was obviously the profiler that the organization had been using. Why was this person so weird? It's crying, it's looking for me to complain that you polluted it. The profiler touched number 8's eyes, and number 8 felt that his eyes were about to hurt to death, and a line of blood and tears flowed down. You are crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? The more the profiler touched number 8's eyes, the more painful they felt. Soon, number 8's eyes were in darkness and he could not see anything. Give me back my eyes, you lunatic. Number 8 began to panic. He was proud of his eyes. If he became blind, he would be abandoned by the organization and there would be only one way for him to die. Didn't your parents tell you not to do evil with these eyes? The profiler dug out the eyes from number 8's eyes. The eyes floated in the air and felt a strange and familiar breath. They couldn't help but want to get closer, but there was a barrier between them and the profiler, so they couldn't get close. The eyes left blood and tears, but they couldn't help but get close to the familiar breath. The profiler's hand slowly turned into a black and transparent hand, because the power of the eyes burned the black air of the black hand. Psycho, this is my eye. What I want to do is none of your business. Don't say this is your eye. I was born with it. As for my parents, who knows which bitch they are animals who gave birth but didn't raise them. Unable to see and move, number 8 was about to collapse. It doesn't belong to me anymore, but you don't deserve it. Even if your parents didn't teach you, the eyes that can see everything and see the truth are used by you to find the death point of others. Don't you hear it crying? The profiler stroked the eye with pain, and finally disappeared with the eye. Number 8 screamed on the spot, and when he found that he could move, he picked up the gun and shot in the room. If it doesn't belong to you, give it back to me. Do you think it's worthy of my things? Who are you? The gunshots quickly attracted the patrolling men outside. When they opened the door, they found a person unconscious at the door. My starling was mad with eyes wide open and blood in tears. Mina, what happened? Why are your eyes bleeding? I'll go call a doctor. When they got closer, they found that Mina could not see. They quickly reported it to the eldest brother, and then found a doctor to check him. Number 8 sat on the bed anxiously. He touched his eyes. The eyeballs were still there, so he must have hope of regaining his sight. The doctor frowned as he looked at the test report in his hand. There is nothing wrong with the eyes, and there is no blood clot in the brain. I don't know why number 8 can't see. The eldest brother asked next to him, is there any possibility of regaining sight? The doctor said uncertainly, it may be due to excessive psychological pressure, which caused temporary blindness. There should be a possibility of regaining sight. After hearing this, number 8 knew that he was completely blind, and there was no possibility of recovery, but he could not show it. If the boss knew, he would die. I was probably scared. The profiler suddenly pressed my eyes hard with his hands, making me shed tears of blood. Then I closed my eyes to protect myself and I couldn't see anymore. Number 8 began to follow the doctor's words. He couldn't let others know that he was completely blind. Have you drawn the appearance of the two demons? The boss looked at the calm number 8 and pondered. Regardless of whether number 8 could see or not, the primary goal now was to know who the two demons were in reality. Drawn, in the computer. Hearing the boss's words, number 8 felt a little panic in his heart, and the appearance of the demon in his mind was fading. Boss, clear everything in the computer, I'll let the technology restore it, and the final appearance is number 8's appearance. The boss only felt a headache. The only person who could see the demon's body was scared, and the appearance he had drawn with great difficulty was gone. The only adjectives the fainted brother heard when he woke up were 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Ask the boss to find another reliable profiler. The boss knew that number 8 couldn't see now and couldn't accurately draw the appearance of the devil. When Yiming returned to the villa, the eyes began to panic. The surroundings were full of darkness. It didn't understand why this familiar breath was so strange. Yiming found a flower pot and buried the eyes in it, and then put it where Shandi usually moved. As soon as Shandi returned home, he saw Yiming staring at his hand that was burned into a hole in a daze. There was also a strange breath of divine power in the villa. Have you been hurt by other gods? Shandi unexpectedly discovered the weak source of divine power next to his sleeping nest. It was hidden in a flower pot. Shandi was very surprised. He looked at Yiming in confusion and asked, why did you bury the gods alive? Don't you need intelligence to become gods? Ordinary earth energy can deal with your gods? Yiming thought Shandi was stupid and easy to deceive before, but he didn't expect him to be even stupider than he thought. I just think it's a bit strange. Why can I feel the breath of divine power in the soil? Shandi explained that he had been spending most of his time in cultivation and had almost no contact with the outside world. After becoming a god, he was sent to this small world before he had time to communicate with other god friends. It didn't care much about Yiming's questioning of its intelligence. It began to dig the soil with its claws, revealing 2 small pieces of wood covered with blood, which were emitting weak divine power. At the same time, the magic trees in the garden seemed to feel some kind of power and swayed in the wind. Shandi carefully observed the wounds on the sacred trees. They were injured by the magic energy. Thinking of the similar scars on Yiming's hands, Shandi quickly guessed the source of the evil spirit. It looked at Yiming puzzledly, full of doubts. Why would this demon cultivator let go of the sacred tree that hurt him? Is it a punishment to just bury it in the soil? Yiming seemed to see Shandi's doubts, and he said lightly, I don't even bother to kill you, a dog god who doesn't keep his word, so how could I hurt a small piece of wood? Instead of wasting divine power on me, it's better to treat your divine friend, lest it be eroded by magic power in the end. Shandi was startled when he heard this, realizing that his hidden detection skills had been discovered by Yiming. It awkwardly changed the subject and asked, the spiritual power in this world is so thin, how can there be gods who can practice successfully? Shandi was very confused. He was sure that it was the only one in the divine world who came to this small world, and the spiritual power between heaven and earth in this world was very thin. The only thing that can repair the divine power is the essence of the sun and the moon, but it is extremely difficult to cultivate into a god by relying on the essence of the sun and the moon. Tisk, why do gods distrust me, a demon, and are so suspicious of the divine friends who save themselves? The poor little guy may have felt the breath of your good deeds and came to seek help. After all, you are the god selected by the system of doing good deeds. Why do you care how he cultivates to become a god? After saying this, Yiming didn't care whether Shandi rescued the sacred tree or not, and walked to the lounge chair in the garden to continue enjoying the sunbath. Shandi felt that Yiming's words made sense after listening to him. No matter how this sacred tree possessed divine power, the divine power on it proved that it was a god. After removing all the spells on his body, Shandi used the remaining divine power to use a holy spell to clean up the dirty demonic energy on the surface of the sacred tree. All the divine power that had just been restored after completing the task was used up. Lu Shu hadn't woken up yet, and Zhang Kuei's task could not be completed. Shandi had no choice but to take the flower pot to the yard to absorb some essence of the sun and the moon, repair his divine power, and then find a way to solve Lu Shu's problem. Fortunately, as long as the first task is completed and the system of doing good deeds is fully activated, its divine power taboo will be lifted, and it can rely on external forces to restore a little divine power, not necessarily relying on completing the task. The dog in the flower pot just walked to the garden to bask in the sun, and found that no matter where they went, there was a shadow. When he looked up, he saw that the magic trees in the garden did not let them bask in the sun at all. He wanted to use his divine power to punish these magic trees, but then he remembered that his divine power had been completely exhausted. In the end, he could only lie helplessly beside Yiming's recliner, looking up at Yiming and then lowering his head. Should he ask Yiming why Lu Shu would not wake up? Then he shook his head again. Yiming said that he would not save people. He, a god, had no way, so how could Yiming, a demon, have a way? If he spoke, Yiming might have to grab him and monitor him again. Yiming lay on the recliner and basked in the sun leisurely. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise, and he could not help but review his plan in his mind. In the previous video of the highway, the bullet directly knocked Yang Di out of Zhao Lei's body, and Yiming had a little doubt. He went to the highway to check it out, quickly locked the shooting direction, and felt the familiar breath of divine power on the mountain. Combined with the previous things, he knew that this owner was different from Chu Feng and Lin Cheng. This owner was using that special ability to do evil. That's why he intervened to let Lin Xin not kill Chen Tingsong first. He needed Shandi's divine power to help. Shandi's time to recover divine power should not be too early or too late. But he didn't expect Lin Xin and Yang Di to do so well. The independent state was so confident in baiting the devil, and let Chen Tingsong and Lu Rinxin appear together. They must want to eliminate the devil at one time or know who the devils hidden under the corpses are. The time was just right. He used useless points to exchange for the dog god to treat Lu Shu, and before it went out, he emphasized not to reveal its original form to avoid trouble. Once the dog god used too many spells at the same time, it would have to be abandoned. According to the kindness of the dog god, the first spell to be stopped would definitely be the hidden reconnaissance spell. As long as he followed the magic energy on the wound caused by Li Feng, he could quickly lock the target. As soon as he saw number 8, Yiming heard the sound of the eyes crying, and he knew that he could no longer keep these eyes on the killer. Since he had chosen the path of magic, he could no longer approach them. At this time, he needed a god with divine power to use the holy technique to help clean the evil spirit erosion on his eyes. When Yiming opened his eyes, he saw Shande carefully protecting the small wood in the flower pot from being bullied by the magic tree in the garden. He couldn't help but sigh that things went so smoothly that it was incredible. Thinking of what Shande had said before, the god realm sensed that this small world was going to be destroyed, so he sent him with the system to save the world. Being able to send such a stupid and gullible god to save this world, it seems that the source of the destruction of this world is not very smart. Shande kept thinking in his heart whether to ask Yiming why Lu Shu didn't wake up after healing his injuries. He was not in a state of loss of soul, but he didn't communicate with him. When he looked up, he saw Yiming's eyes full of disgust. He thought that it and the small sacred tree disturbed Yiming from basking in the sun, so he subconsciously put the flower pot behind him, fearing that Yiming would hurt the small sacred tree again. Then he felt something was wrong. If Yiming wanted to hurt the little sacred tree, he would have done it long ago. Why did he dislike it? Could it be that Yiming knew that it didn't wake Lu Shu up? That must be the case. They could all see the degree of wish completion. It restored its divine power and took away the points, but it still didn't wake Lu Shu up. Yiming disliked it for being useless. He disliked himself for being useless. He must have a way. I cured Lu Shu's injury, but she still didn't wake up. Do you know why? You're asking me? So what if I know? So what if I don't know? God, after completing the task, you will regain your divine power, and you will use the points. I helped you complete the first task, so forget it if it doesn't benefit me at all. I will also be monitored by you from the open side to the covert monitoring. Yiming sneered, I'm telling you clearly, I know why Lu Shu didn't wake up, but why should I tell you there is no benefit to me from completing the task? And I am a demon cultivator, and now you are asking for advice that you have always suspected demon cultivator? Shand couldn't explain it. He knew that his request was a bit excessive. But it could not let go of its inherent prejudice against demonic cultivators, and during its cultivation process it overheard the conversations of cultivators passing through the mountains many times. Demonic cultivators wantonly kill people, causing devastation and deprivation of life for the people. They will do anything for their own selfish desires, regardless of the safety of all living things. From then on, demon cultivation was synonymous with evil in his heart. Therefore, it has never been able to understand Yiming. His behavior is similar to that of a demon, killing people, seducing demons, and breeding inner demons so that he can gain more and more magic power. But he knew how to help those who asked for help fulfill their wishes. Netizens in this world are shouting on the internet, Feng Demon Savior and Demon, come and save the world. All of this makes Shande unable to understand why a synonym for evil would be linked to the word save the world and savior. The points are yours, I won't use your points in the future. Shand could only say this after thinking for a long time. No need, I don't need those things. I won't be monitoring you anymore. Please tell me why. I don't believe you. I swear by my divine power. After Shand finished speaking, he swore to the sky with his own divine power, and the oath was established. Although Shande cannot understand many things, it knows that Yiming can detect his hidden detection skills, so it is impossible for him to detect things that Yiming does not want him to know in this situation. Just like this sacred tree, the mutual harm between it and Yiming is something I don't know. This incident either happened to happen during the period when the hidden detection technique was released, or Yiming's magic power was stronger than it and directly blocked its hidden detection technique. Rather than continue like this, it is better to give up the investigation and let Yiming help it complete its mission early and know the way to save the world. You don't want to use your divine power to make the sacred tree become conscious and then spy on me. Yiming looked at Shande and the flower pot suspiciously. Shand quickly protected the flower pot behind him, then shook his head. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is already thin, and there are demon trees all around. Because I have a system with you, the three of them are connected, so I won't be affected too much. The little sacred tree, not to mention cultivating consciousness, I have to use the holy technique on it once a week to clear away the turbid evil energy around it. It's so troublesome, why don't we just let him join in the trouble? It's not troublesome, and I'm not bothering you. Shand has practiced cultivation himself and knows how difficult it is to become a god. It does not allow the small sacred tree to be contaminated. The little Shinmu, who was protected by Shande, opened his eyes and looked at the strange and familiar figure. There was only a scream in his heart. He was different from before and could lie. It's up to you. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you monitor me or not. You can't stop me from doing what I want to do. After Yiming got the answer he wanted, he stopped teasing Goershan. I have told you the reason before. The reason why Zhang Kuei cannot generate the magic fruit is also the reason why Lu Shu cannot wake up. Shanda began to recall what Yiming said before. Zhang Kuei is avoiding weakness and not daring to face his own demons, and has been compromising with reality to escape reality. What does it have to do with Lu Shu? Escape from reality. Lu Shu was tortured in an orphanage when she was a child. She thought the world was filthy and kept waiting for someone to take her out of here. At this time, her parents appeared and gave her hope. When her parents found her, she thought she could be freed from this hell. As long as she didn't mention the past, she could start a new life. But what was waiting was new torture. There was already a son who replaced her in the family. Her parents found her. She also wants to pave the way for her son. At this time, Zhang Tian appeared and helped her with a 500,000 gift. She thought she had been redeemed and could immediately abandon everything in the past, but what awaited her was a new round of torture. Zhang Tian spent another 500,000 yuan because she was not a virgin. So the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he was to take it out on Lu Shu. Whether it's what she went through in the orphanage or what her parents did that remains unresolved in her heart, she just blindly escapes. What do you think she will choose when she finds that there is nowhere to escape in this world? Suicide? But Lu Shu has never committed suicide. She was hit by a car because she was retaliated by those people. Shanda began to investigate everything about Lu Shu when he found out that Lu Shu could not wake up. Suicide can be successful only because of impulse. If the impulse fails, people's survival instinct will make people retreat, but these people will always think about dying. Lu Shu is this kind of person, who happens to be the car helps her retreat from her survival instinct. Of course she doesn't want to wake up. According to the new word for humans, it should be called depression? Shand picked up the tablet and started searching for depression. He knew that long-term communication was needed to cure this disease. The patient was asked to relieve his heart knot, but Lu Shu was unwilling to communicate with it at all, and the dog did not know how to relieve his heart knot. Looking up at Yiming, Shanda still hesitated and said, "Did you know that Lu Shu couldn't wake up, so you didn't want to waste your energy on Zhang Kuei? I said before that I don't have the leisure to worry about stupid humans. They don't want to save themselves, so why should I waste my energy on Zhang Kuei?" He had been attracted to Zhang Kuei since the first time he met him because he listened to him even if he suspected that he was bad. This kind of person is the easiest to control, and he can get him to do things without maintaining the so-called trust. Yiming was very distressed that the magic fruit he generated with magic power could not be sent out. The little housekeeper didn't want it, and Zhang Kuei didn't want it either. He thought that the two were hopeful people who would not be tempted by the magic fruit. Sure enough, being too direct still didn't work. It was not that the magic fruit generated by his inner demons could not tempt people to eat them voluntarily. Not everyone is like Yangdi. Not willing to eat the magic fruit, their ability to use the magic fruit to breed and the inner demons released could not be used by him. He didn't want to use words to seduce, which would easily make their inner demons breed magic fruit. The power of the magic fruit becomes unknown and uncontrollable, and it is really difficult for him to get the power he needs. Shanda looked at Yiming with hesitation, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Yiming is so good at seducing people, can he wake up Lu Shu? It once again approved of Yiming's approach, and could even guess what Yiming would say to seduce Lu Shu. The little sacred tree looked at Shanda, who was stunned by the coaxing, and couldn't help praying for it. Shanda waited for 2 days, but the reminder that Zhang Kuei had fulfilled his wish still did not appear. He knew that this meant that Lu Shu had not yet woken up from his coma. After struggling to snatch a little sun and moon essence from the cracks of the magic tree to restore his divine power, the divine power he now had was only enough to support him to transform into other dogs. Ever since Yiming's words, Shanda fell into deep thought. He collected a lot of words on the internet to encourage people to rekindle hope in life, hoping to use them to awaken Lu Shu and let her regain the courage and motivation to live. Shanda found a room on the 3rd floor of the villa to hide the little sacred tree. He was afraid that when he was away, the little sacred tree would be excluded and bullied by the magic tree in the garden. He used the transformation technique to turn into a teddy dog. Just as he went out, he remembered his previous experience and returned to hang up his own sign. Looking at the sign, Shanda couldn't help sighing, and he didn't know what happened to those dogs that were not claimed by their owners. After solving the problem of Lu Shu, he had to find a way to solve the problem of those dogs. Zhang Kuei finished a busy day at work and opened the door of the room. He saw a teddy dog quietly staying there, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but hesitated because of some concerns. He remembered the god with a tail who claimed to wake Lu Shu up but failed, and asked tentatively, "Are you a god?" Shanda saw the door of the room open and Zhang Kuei came back. He was about to ask him to take it to the hospital, but he remembered that Yi Ming was scared to death because it spoke, and he was afraid of repeating the same mistake and scaring Zhang Kuei to death. He was very hesitant about whether to speak, and only dared to answer carefully when he heard Zhang Kuei ask, "Well, I thought of a way, and I want to try to see if I can wake Lu Shu up." Zhang Kuei heard it and immediately picked up Shanda and rushed to the hospital. Although he had lost most of his confidence in this self-proclaimed god, he still had a glimmer of hope deep in his heart. One person and one dog rushed to the hospital. Shanda saw that Lu Shu was still in the intensive care unit and knew that Zhang Kuei did not believe it. It was sad and ashamed. It was sad that people in this world had very low trust in God, and it was ashamed that it brought a stain to God. It had indeed not yet saved Lu Shu. The two were about to go in when they were stopped by the nurse. Dogs cannot be brought into the intensive care unit. Zhang Kuei was a little at a loss holding Shanda. He looked at Shanda and hoped that Shanda could use his divine power to solve the situation in front of him. "I know." Seeing that Shanda had not moved, Zhang Kuei could only hold it to the stairwell and urged, "You should turn into a child like last time, otherwise I can't take you in." Shanda felt at a loss. The divine power that was unlocked after completing Li Feng's mission was used up in the last treatment of Lu Shu and the little sacred tree. The only divine power that he could maintain now was the divine power that was repaired by the essence of the sun and the moon in the past 2 days. It could not transform into a human, and the divine power was not enough to maintain the illusion. Only about a month after coming to this small world, Shanda had hated himself twice for being a dog that could not transform into a human. "I can't turn into a child now. I used up all my power 2 days ago." Shanda didn't think it was shameful for a god to admit that he didn't have any power now, so he told the truth. But he didn't expect to see disappointment in Zhang Kuei's eyes, which made him a little helpless. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. "Wait until you recover your power." Zhang Kuei no longer had any hope for this so-called god. He shouldn't have any hope for a god who couldn't wake Lu Shu up even after using up all his power. "Transfer Lu Shu to the general ward, believe me." Zhang Kuei, who was desperate, transferred Lu Shu to the general ward even though he didn't have any hope for Shanda. Lu Shu's condition was basically waiting to die. The blood clot in his brain could not be removed, and he couldn't be treated in the intensive care unit. The hospital did not stop Zhang Kuei's request. After Lu Shu was transferred to the general ward, only Zhang Kuei and Shanda were left in the room. Shanda thought of the words he had been silently reciting, "Lu Shu, I know you are disappointed with this world and don't want to live anymore. But believe me, I will definitely help you make those who bully you get the punishment they deserve. Evil will be punished, good will be punished, you have never done anything bad, you will definitely get good rewards, and those who bully you will definitely get bad rewards. Don't punish yourself for the evil of others, you have to wake up and watch those bad guys get their retribution. You should have heard Zhang Kuei say that I am a god. As long as you make a wish to me, I will help you realize it. As long as you wake up and make a wish to me, I will help you realize anything, and you can have a new life." Shanda recited all the words that made sense and could persuade people from the internet, but Lu Shu's soul still didn't respond. Zhang Kuei knew what Shanda was going to say when Shanda said the first sentence. These words were said by their older brothers and sisters to comfort them every time they were tortured since childhood. When they grow up, they will say these words to comfort the younger children again. These words were already familiar to him, and could no longer touch his numb heart. "Is this your solution?" Zhang Kuei asked coldly. "If there is no other way, I have to rush back to work." His tone was full of disappointment and impatience. Shanda didn't understand why it said it would help Lu Shu get revenge and let her live a new life. Why was Lu Shu still unwilling to wake up? It had sorted out all the words that Yi Ming could think of in its mind. Yi Ming must have encouraged Lu Shu to get revenge and created a demon in her heart. Could it be that Yi Ming guessed wrong? You are waiting for me to think of a solution. Yeah. Zhang Kuei said perfunctorily, picked up Shanda and left the hospital. Just as they walked to the door of the hospital and were about to say goodbye to each other, Zhang Kuei suddenly asked, "There are gods in this world, are there also demons? Do you know where there are demons around here? Are you looking for a demon?" Shand recalled the conversation between Yi Ming and Zhang Kuei. This was the only time Yi Ming didn't reveal that he was a demon. Why did Zhang Kuei know the existence of the demon? Before, Shande had not recovered his divine power and could only rely on the system to monitor Yiming. However, the system was bound to Yiming's body, and Shande was unaware of all the previous incidents at the corpse crematorium. Zhang Kuei was afraid that Shande would not agree if he knew that he was going to pray to the devil, so he did not tell the truth. I believe that your magical power must have cured Lu Shu's physical illness, but she has not been able to wake up. I wonder if it is because there is a demon causing trouble, so I wanted to ask if there is a demon around here. If you hadn't seen the disappointment and distrust in Zhang Kuei's eyes before, and hadn't experienced Lin Xan's willingness to become a demon rather than pray to God, perhaps Shande would have believed Zhang Kuei's words. It knew that there was another person who would rather become a demon than seek help from a god. It was this god who was incompetent. I know where the devil is, but Lu Shu's inability to wake up has nothing to do with the devil. Shande remembered that Yiming had told him not to expose himself in front of Zhang Kuei. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he would definitely not be willing to come to see Zhang Kuei. Moreover, it said that it would help Lu Shu to get revenge, but Lu Shu was still unwilling to wake up, proving that Yiming's tricks were useless. Yiming was unwilling to waste energy on useless things, even if Zhang Kuei went to find him. Zhang Kuei was just testing Shande to see if he knew the existence of the devil. Unexpectedly, he got an unexpected answer. This god actually knew the devil. And he would defend the devil, which was different from his cognition that gods and demons were opposites. He didn't know why he thought of the self-proclaimed God's worker in the church. From the beginning of the conversation, that person gave him a familiar feeling. Although the voice was not like that of the devil, the tone was too similar. That's why he tried before and offered to be his slave, but was rejected. If God and the devil are familiar with each other, could that person be the devil who came to him that night? The more Zhang Kuei thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. If that God's worker was really a devil, could he go to the church to find the devil? He carefully tried to ask, "Can you find that devil?" That's why you are so sure that Lu Shu's inability to wake up has nothing to do with the devil. No. I will find a way, don't worry. Shande didn't want to say more on this topic, and they were standing at the door of the hospital, with people coming and going. Although it spoke in a low voice, it was still afraid of being heard by others. It jumped from Zhang Kuei's arms to the ground, and then ran away. Zhang Kuei didn't chase Shande. He only had a strong feeling now, to go to the church to find the devil. When he arrived in front of the Church of Heaven Street, Zhang Kuei found that the door of the church was closed, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it open. He found the broken window next to him and climbed in. It was dark inside. He couldn't find the gorgeous new confessional, so he moved a chair and climbed into the shabby confessional. He saw that it was full of dust and there was no sign of anyone. "Are you there?" Zhang Kuei called softly. He didn't know why this time was different from the last time. There was only the sound of the wind blowing around him, and nothing had changed. Zhang Kuei sat in the dim confessional and began to think about how to trigger the confessional. He kept recalling the situation that day, when a gust of wind blew the newspaper in front of him. Newspaper? The newspaper that praised the devil as a social model of selfless dedication and motherly love. The newspaper that said that the devil had cheated others to get charity. Zhang Kuei remembered what the devil said before, "Don't you want to take revenge on the human traffickers who broke your family? With your strength, you can't do anything, so be my servant and I can give you strength." If the wind that day was not a coincidence, and it deliberately blew the newspaper in front of him, was it to make him wish for revenge? Zhang Kuei was confused. Instead of revenge, he just wanted to wake Lu Shu up, and then take Lu Shu away from the city after solving the village chief and others' problems. The director's threats and fear of the director made Zhang Kuei and Lu Shu unable to resist. In their hearts, they could not defeat the director of the orphanage and the person behind it. After being found by their biological parents, the director threatened them that if they told everything here, they would only bring trouble to others, and they would be laughed at and despised by the people around them. Their parents would also be laughed at and despised by the neighbors around them, and then they would abandon them again because they disliked them for being embarrassed. Zhang Kuei thought of what the demons had done recently, and the tickets to the god's game that the demon asked him to get for the corpse, all telling Zhang Kuei that those demons were created by the demon who wanted him to be a slave. They could kill and overthrow those enemies who were once out of reach and unable to resist. Could he do the same? Maybe what God said was true. Lu Shu's injuries were healed, but he couldn't wake up. It was probably because he didn't want to wake up. He understood Lu Shu's mood very well. He lived like a walking corpse every day, afraid to face everything, and had no interest in anything. He didn't know what the meaning of life was. Every day when he opened his eyes and woke up, he He would work numbly, eat and sleep. Lu Shu might hate waking up more than him. She had to face Zhang Tian's beating every day when she woke up. She wanted to die but didn't dare to, and there was no point in wanting to live. If he killed those people, would Lu Shu's not be untied? You are really pathetic. Those demons destroyed your family and made you live in hell for more than 10 years. You never thought of praying to God, but you prayed to God again and again for someone who didn't want to live. Are you afraid that after she dies, no one you know will live a more miserable life than you? A lazy voice came from next door. Yiming was basking in the sun in the garden before. As soon as he saw the dejected Shande return home, he was teleported to the confession room. When he opened the panel, he saw that Zhang Kuei's wish had been refreshed. He wanted to kill those who bullied Lu Shu so that she could wake up. Zhang Kuei raised his head happily and looked at the gorgeous new confession room. He finally found the devil. Hearing the devil's words, Zhang Kuei frowned. I'm not. I have been helping Lu Shu. How could I have such an idea? No matter what you want me to do, as long as Lu Shu can wake up, it's fine. But Lu Shu wants to die. Why do you have to use your will to wake her up? Because you know that once Lu Shu dies, you will never find someone more pitiful than you. Whenever you can't live, you must think that Lu Shu is so hard and still alive. How can you die? I didn't, then why do you have to make a person who wants to die come back to life? If you are an optimistic person, you will think that as long as you are alive, there is hope, so you will persuade others to live, but you? I just want to help Lu Shu. Zhang Kuei couldn't give any reason at all. His mind was blank now. He just wanted to help Lu Shu. Since he was a child, he just wanted to protect his brothers and sisters. After he was found by his biological parents, he began to help his brothers and sisters find their biological parents, hoping that they could get out of that wolf's den. But in the end, he only helped Lu Shu find his biological parents. It was by chance that he saw Lu's mother, who looked 70% like Lu Shu, on the street. After asking around, he found that they had lost their children before, which was very consistent with Lu Shu. After Lu Shu was taken home by his parents, he never contacted him again in order to cut off all ties with the past. Zhang Kuei was disappointed at that time, but then he understood. After all, they both knew each other's filthiness. When they met, they would think of everything, until Lu Shu came to the crematorium to pay tribute to his relatives and friends, and then they met again. He just listened silently to the various experiences of Lu Shu, and waited for Lu Shu to ask him for help. He just wanted to save Lu Shu. You should know that I am not a god, but a demon. God will help you wake up unconditionally, but asking for help from me will cost you a price. As long as you pay the price, I can save Lin Shu. I am willing. Zhang Kuei agreed without any hesitation when he heard that Yiming could save Lin Shu. I can give you the ability to avenge those demons unconditionally. You can only choose between this ability and saving people? Are you still so determined to save people? Zhang Kuei took a deep breath and said with a firm look, I choose to save. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yiming. If you choose to save people, then I will give this power to Lin Shu. When she wakes up, she will become stronger and no longer need your protection. You may even need her help in the future. Yiming's words made Zhang Kuei silent for a minute, and finally he spit out the word with difficulty, people. I respect your choice. I will wake up Lin Shu the day after tomorrow. After saying this, Yiming disappeared in the confessional. The door of the confessional opened automatically. Zhang Kuei sat in the confession room for a long time without leaving, his heart filled with complicated emotions. When Yiming returned to the villa, he saw Shande staring at a lush tree in the garden with a serious face. The tree was originally just a small dead tree, but it instantly grew into a towering tree in front of Shande. It is not necessary to guess that this tree was nourished by Zhang Kuei's inner demon. The system will automatically share the process of receiving the wish task with it even if Shande does not monitor it specifically. From Zhang Kuei's sudden change of wish triggering the system of doing good deeds and accumulating virtues to Yiming's promise to Zhang Kuei to wake up Lin Shu the day after tomorrow, Shande can learn from the information shared by the system. How do you know that Zhang Kuei is in that kind of mentality? What Shande can't accept the most is that when Zhang Kuei, who is determined to save people, said Yiming that saving Lin Shu wakes up just because he wants someone to be more miserable than him, the demon tree began to grow wildly. Shande pointed at the magic tree, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Why did his inner demon nourish the tree so quickly after you said that? I'm talking nonsense. Yiming looked at the magic tree in the garden that grew because of Zhang Kuei's inner demon and was very unhappy, which meant that the magic fruit in his hand could not be given away again. I thought he was a man with strong willpower, but I didn't expect that he would release so many inner demons just after exposing his inner thoughts. People are really strange. Shan was relieved to hear this. You were talking nonsense, so Zhang Kuei is not the person you said. He really wants to save Lin Shu. I'm talking nonsense, but it doesn't mean that Zhang Kuei is not that kind of person. Isn't that tree the best proof? Shan didn't want to believe that the person chosen by doing good deeds and accumulating virtues would be such a person, and the original intention of saving people was such a dark idea. That tree may not be Zhang Kuei's. There are so many magic trees with branches in the garden. That tree may not be Zhang Kuei's. What you think is not impossible. Yi Ming said perfunctorily. He didn't care whether Zhang Kuei was that kind of person or not, and he was too lazy to explain to Shanda. Shanda heard Yi Ming's perfunctory words and didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. It was afraid that the more it talked, the more it would waver in its heart. It didn't want to think of Zhang Kuei as such a dark person. He was obviously a person who had suffered hardships, but was optimistic and dedicated to saving people. What can you do to save Lu Shu? Why do you need the day after tomorrow? Shanda remembered that he went to the hospital today and used what he thought Yi Ming would say combined with some persuasive words on the internet, but he couldn't wake Lu Shu up. He really didn't know what method Yi Ming would use. I tried to tell Lu Shu to help her get revenge, but it was useless. You will know the day after tomorrow. As for why the day after tomorrow, it's because you've spent too much time. I'll give you 2 days to repair your divine power. Yi Ming closed his eyes and lay on the chair, unwilling to communicate with Shanda. After getting along for a while, Shanda also roughly figured out some of Yi Ming's habits. Once he closed his eyes to rest, it was a sign of refusing to talk. It carried the little sacred tree to the place with the strongest sunlight in the garden to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Just as it climbed down, it remembered that the evil magic trees in the garden would come to block them. Just opened its eyes and wanted to change places, but found that the magic trees today did not come to block them for some reason. Shanda complained while holding the flower pot. Little sacred tree, you should practice quickly. The magic trees in this garden are all in the same group with Yi Ming. I am the only one who is alone, and they all bully us. The day after tomorrow, Zhang Kuei brought a child and a teddy dog to Lu Shu's ward in the hospital. Zhang Kuei knew his guess was correct the second time he entered the confession room. The man who claimed to be God's worker was really a demon. Today, when he saw the child holding a teddy dog in his room, Zhang Kuei really didn't expect that God and the demon could get along so harmoniously. Even if they didn't introduce themselves, Zhang Kuei guessed from their words and deeds that the child was a demon, and the one he held in his arms was God. It turned out that this demon was really God's worker, but this God couldn't wake Lu Shu up after so much effort. Can this demon really save Lu Shu? Yi Ming stood beside the unconscious Lu Shu's bed. Do you think death is a relief? You are wrong. People who commit suicide will repeat all the hardships of their lives indefinitely. This is a punishment for those who don't cherish life. But you are so lucky. When you want to commit suicide, someone suddenly appears and drives you to death, saving you from the torture of suicide. As long as you die now, you can go to the reincarnation path to wait for your life to be settled and then reincarnate to start a new life. You, Zhang Kuei, didn't expect Yi Ming to persuade Lu Shu to die. As soon as he opened his mouth to say something, he found a sharp pain in his throat and couldn't speak anymore. Shanda also looked at Yi Ming with a puzzled look. He didn't understand what Yi Ming was going to say or do, but when he went out, Yi Ming said that no matter what he did, if he intervened or interrupted, he would leave by himself and no longer care. Since you haven't done anything bad in this life, you will most likely become a human in the next life, but you haven't done anything good in this life, so you won't be a carefree and smooth person. The salvation you want in your next life is just a new round of parents and Zhang Tian. Personality determines life. No matter how many times you die in your life, you will repeat tragedy endlessly, avoid tragedy, and desire death until you can't wait for the person who kills you, until you commit suicide and fall into an infinite cycle of death. After the punishment of suicide, you will be reborn as a human again because you haven't done anything bad or good. I'll tell you good news. Do you know that Lu Qida, the name of the director of the orphanage, is about to die? The bad things he did in this life will make him an animal in the next life. Shang, you said that he knew that he could not become a human being. When he met you who could become a human being in the underworld, would he be unwilling to let you not reincarnate as a human being, so that you could escape the tragedy of becoming a human being? But you will always be bullied by him and there will be no chance of escape. Death is not a relief for good people, because you will become a human again because you have not done bad things. Death is not a punishment for bad people, because even if he becomes a beast, he is a beast with no memory. He still lived his life without any punishment and died of old age. Lu Shu's eyes appeared the smiling very kind orphanage director Lucida, her parents who were counting money, her brother who was instructing her to pour tea and feed her, and Zhang Tian who was holding a wooden stick. They surrounded her with smiles. She had obviously escaped from them. Why did they appear again? Why should you be afraid of them? They will be afraid of you only if you dare to take up arms. They are afraid of death, but you are not afraid of death. You are not afraid of death, so why don't you resist? Look at how happy they are laughing. They are still laughing until they die. They don't know everything that happened to you until they die. So what if you are punished by death and become a beast for life after life? They will forget everything they have done and all the suffering you have encountered, only you understand. Why not let them understand too? Let them know that they will be punished for doing those things while they are alive, instead of being punished after death. Go away, go away. Lu Shu waved his hands desperately in the darkness, trying to drive away the people in front of him and the voice that kept talking. She didn't understand why she couldn't even die. She thought death was liberation. As long as she dies, she will be in ecstasy, but this voice actually tells her that there will be reincarnation after death. She continues to be human. This is a tormenting fear for Lu Shu, who no longer wants to be human. Ah, you bitch, how dare you hit me? Lu Shu's hand hit Zhang Tian, and Zhang Tian in front of him picked up a stick and was about to hit Lu Shu. Lu Shu subconsciously held his head and squatted on the ground. Don't hit me, I was wrong. What are you afraid of? Didn't you fight back just now? They are also human beings who feel pain. When they feel pain, they will be afraid. If they are afraid, they will not dare to fight back, just like you. Or are you afraid that you have done something bad? So what if you do something bad? You will become a beast in your next life. And are you really doing something bad? Do you know how many children like you have saved by solving them? Or do you still want to be human? I don't want to, I don't want to. When Lu Shu thought about becoming a human being after death and repeating everything in this life, she felt desperate. She snatched the stick from Zhang Tian's hand and hit him. I don't want to, I don't want to. I'm not afraid of you. You stinky bitch, are you looking for death? Zhang Tian was beaten until he held his head and kept cursing. The curses slowly turned into begging for mercy. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it anymore. I will treat you well in the future. Ha ha ha, when I beg you like this, will you let me go? Lu Shu beat Zhang Tian to death, then pointed at Lucida, his parents, and younger brother with a wooden stick. You all go to hell. Do you know what I've been through since I was a child? It's obviously you who lost us, but you want me to suffer all this. And you beast. We orphans are already suffering, so we treat you as our savior. You are a beast in human skin, and calling you a beast is an insult. After Lu Shu knocked Zhang Tian to the ground, he realized that the person he had always been afraid of was not as scared as he imagined. Soon she knocked down Lucida, her parents, and her younger brother. When Lu Shu opened her eyes, she found that the surrounding area was completely white and there were no Zhang Tian or the four of them at all. There was only a strange child holding a strange fruit in front of her eyes. This is the stick. The only disadvantage of eating it is that you will not have the chance to be reincarnated. Lu Shu didn't hesitate, raised his hand, took the magic fruit and ate it directly. Xiao Shu, you're finally awake. Don't eat. Zhang Kuei opened his mouth and found that the needle in his throat disappeared. He looked at the magic fruit and remembered that night, when the devil said he would become his slave. He also held up a strange fruit and placed it in front of him. Although these two fruits are different, Zhang Kuei knows that these two fruits should be the conditions for becoming a devil. Lu Shu glanced at Zhang Kuei. Although she had been unconscious, she knew that Zhang Kuei had been treating her. This man and dog were also brought by Zhang Kuei to save her. Brother, it doesn't matter even if this is poison. Shanda did not expect that what Yiming said would actually wake Lu Shu up. He just told Lu Shu that he would become a human in his next life. This sentence could be so powerful. How terrible is this world? It's so terrible that people don't want to be human anymore. After waiting for a long time, I still didn't receive Zhang Kuei's wish fulfillment prompt. When I opened it, I found that Zhang Kuei's wish fulfillment was only 30%. Shanda looked at Zhang Kuei in disbelief. His previous wish was clearly for Lu Shu to wake up. But now Lu Shu wakes up and the completion level is only 30%. Shan knows that his previous thoughts were naive. Yiming's nonsense turned out to be Zhang Kuei's deepest thoughts. It's time for you to play your role, God. Yiming stroked Shanda Mao and said. What am I going to do? Zhang Tian smelled the familiar aroma of food when he came home from work. Ever since Lu Shu was hospitalized, he had never smelled the aroma of food when he came home from work. He walked to the kitchen suspiciously and saw a familiar figure bringing food to the dining table. Lu Shu? Honey, I'm back. Lu Shu smiled very gently, but his eyes were full of indifference. Why are you at home? Have you sobered up? Just in time to sign the divorce agreement, we divorced. Zhang Tian thought of the divorce agreement in the study. He had been waiting for Lu Shu to wake up or Lu Shu to die. When Zhang Tian turned around to go to the study, the familiar sound of piano sounded in his ears. He turned his head in confusion and saw Lu Shu playing the piano. Suddenly there was a strange feeling in his heart. Lu Shu was clearly afraid of this music before. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but as soon as he took a step, Lu Shu's wooden stick hit his knees directly, and Zhang Tian fell to the ground. Are you crazy? Lu Shu, what are you going to do? Zhang Tian wanted to stand up, but as soon as he stood up, he was beaten by Lu Shu. He was so angry that he tried to snatch the wooden stick from Lu Shu's hand, and grabbed the wooden stick that Lu Shu hit with one hand. Bitch. Zhang Tian tried his best to grab the stick, but found that he couldn't grab Lu Shu. You are not Lu Shu. Husband, what are you talking about? I'm not Lu Shu, who am I? Divorce? Why divorce? If I hit you after divorce, it won't be domestic violence. Is this music good? Lu Shu picked up the wooden stick and beat Zhang Tian like before. She hit Zhang Tian the same way. When he was tired of beating him, he picked up Zhang Tian's belt and put it directly around his neck, put a towel on him, and suffocated Zhang Tian until he was almost dead before relaxing. Repeated until Zhang Tian was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Please, let me go. Wife, I will never dare to do it again. Zhang Tian didn't know what was wrong with him, why he was so much weaker than but Lu Shu. He suspected that the person in front of him was not Lu Shu at all, but everything he was experiencing now was what he had done to Lu Shu back then. Do you remember what's next? Zhang Tian looked at Lu Shu in horror when he heard this. I can't get up. You want to sleep? Wife, if you want to sleep, we can. You don't like this feeling very much? It's not that you can't get up, it's that you don't have it anymore. After Lu Shu finished speaking, he took out a pig that had been fed aphrodisiacs from the room and threw it directly on Zhang Tian. Before Zhang Tian understood the meaning of Lu Shu's words, he saw the pig lying on top of him. Front. Zhang Tian felt like he was going crazy. This pig was lying in front of him. He realized something was wrong. He wanted to push the pig away to see what was happening to him, but he was too weak to push the pig away. Help! All Zhang Tian's cries for help were masked by the music and could not be heard by the surrounding neighbors. Lu Shu sat at the dining table, eating delicious food, listening to beautiful piano music, and watching the human pig performance in front of him for an hour. Zhang Tian was awake and shouted for help until he fainted, but no one came to save him. He just fainted and woke up again because of the impact of the pig on his body. The first thing he did when he woke up was to shout for help, but unfortunately he shouted until his throat was broken, and the neighbors around could only hear the beautiful piano sound. Mr. Zhang, you have walked out of Lu Shu's shadow and started listening to music again. Aunt Lu treated Uncle Zhang so well, but Uncle Zhang still wanted to stay with her. The adulterer was too much. They didn't even get divorced, but he intervened in Aunt Lu's hospitalization. I saw Uncle Zhang was depressed every day in the past 2 days. Yes, your mother went to knock on the door every day in the past 2 days, fearing that Mr. Zhang would not be able to get over it. Now it seems that he has gotten over it. When Zhang Tian woke up again, he found that the living room was dark, and Lu Shu, who was eating at the dining table before he fainted, disappeared. The gravity that was pressing on him also disappeared, and the frightening music in his ears disappeared. If it weren't for the soreness on his body that felt like a tire running over him, Zhang Tian would have thought it was a nightmare. He struggled to crawl to the sofa and stood up with the help of the sofa. His legs were weak and they would unconsciously soften after just a few steps. Zhang Tian cursed Lu Shu while walking towards the light switch. When he turned on the light, he found that there was no food on the table, and there was no trace of Lu Shu in the kitchen. Zhang Tian took the phone and dialed the law enforcer's number while looking down to check his Xiao Zhang. Hello, this is. Before the law enforcer finished speaking, Zhang Tian hung up the phone in horror. Ah! His Xiao Zhang was gone, not in the physical sense, but completely gone. He turned into a woman. Zhang Tian touched his slightly bulging upper body and Adam's apple. There were more places that shouldn't be more, and less places that shouldn't be less. This is a dream, this must be a nightmare. Zhang Tian closed his eyes and kept telling himself that it was a nightmare, 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 wake up quickly. Zhang Tian opened his eyes again and found that the environment around him had not changed. and the things that should be missing from his body were still missing. He ran to the toilet quickly. He wanted to know what was going on now, whether he had exchanged bodies with Lu Shu, and whether he could exchange his body back as long as he found Lu Shu. As soon as he let go of his hand supporting the wall, Zhang Tian's legs became weak and he fell to the ground directly. His head hit the cabinet next to him and he fainted. Zhang Tian had been in a coma for a day and a night and no one found him. Originally, at 9 o'clock every day, the neighbors next door would let their children bring him snacks, just because they were afraid that Zhang Tian would be depressed because of Lu Shu's matter. But today, they heard Zhang Tian start listening to music again, so they thought Zhang Tian had walked out of Lu Shu's haze and didn't come again. As a result, Zhang Tian was in a coma at home for a day and a night and no one found him. Until Zhang Tian woke up again, he found that his whole body was in pain and his head was hot. Zhang Tian wanted to call for help, but from the reflection on the phone screen, he found that he was still the same. He was happy that he had changed back to his own body. He wanted to call and sue Lu Shu, and make her fall into an irreparable situation. Zhang Tian touched his painful Xiaozhang, but his hand touched nothing. He quickly hung up the call that was successfully dialed. If he went to the hospital in this state, everyone would know that he had become a woman. He couldn't let others know that he had become a woman. But he was feeling hot and uncomfortable now, so Zhang Tian could only call his mother and ask her to ask relatives to take him to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Zhang Tian asked his mother to call the law enforcer to sue Lu Shu for beating him, causing him to almost die. You have an inflammation that causes a fever, and you need to treat the wound as soon as possible. After reading Zhang Tian's blood test report, the doctor looked at Zhang Tian with a serious face. He had clearly asked him where he felt uncomfortable before, but he didn't say that he had a wound. Zhang Tian knew that the only place on his body that hurt the most was the disappeared Xiaozhang, so the wound must be inflamed there. He couldn't let others know that he had become a woman now. It should be that he hit his head and it's inflamed. Please prescribe some anti-inflammatory drugs. We must know the wound before we can prescribe medicine. I'll prescribe a brain CT scan for you. The doctor took Zhang Tian's medical insurance and was about to write a CT order. Please prescribe some anti-inflammatory drugs and antipyretics for me first. Zhang Tian felt that he was going crazy. Seeing that Zhang Tian's face was red from the fever, the doctor first prescribed an antipyretic drip, and then took his blood test report and walked away. The doctor felt more and more strange. Zhang Tian was lying in the noisy emergency room, his head was buzzing, and he had no idea what was going on at all. Why did he become a woman overnight? Mr. Zhang, we received a call from your mother, and we came here specifically to investigate your accusation that Lu Shu beat you. Zhang's mother took Chu Feng and Li Tian into the emergency room. Chu Feng had been paying attention to Lu Shu. He always felt that everything about Lu Shu met the criteria for the devil's selection. So as soon as the law enforcement center received the news about Zhang Tian accusing Lu Shu, he immediately took over the investigation. Yes. When I got home yesterday, I suddenly saw Lu Shu in the living room. Then she hit me with a stick and hit me on the head. I fell into a coma. Law enforcement officer, I am not going to sue Lu Shu. I just want to ask why she did this to me. Law enforcement officer, can you help me find Lu Shu? Zhang Tian omitted the incident of being assaulted by the pig. He guessed that Lu Shu dared to appear in his house so boldly and must have escaped. And all the strange things that happened to him must have been done by Lu Shu. He wanted to find Lu Shu as soon as possible and could only rely on law enforcement officers. Lu Shu has been in the inpatient department of this hospital. Zhang Tian looked up in disbelief when he heard Chu Feng's words. Lu Shu didn't run away. How dare she? Those demons are sneaking around to hide their identities. Is Lu Shu so rampant even if he gets the power of the demon? My mother sent me to the hospital as soon as I woke up. I thought Lu Shu had escaped. In this case, I won't sue Lu Shu. Zhang Tian recalled everything last night. In addition to turning him into a woman, Lu Shu seemed to have no other special abilities. As long as he finds a few ruthless people, he will definitely make Lu Shu surrender. Then let Lu Shu help him get rid of the weirdness on his body. Lu Shu has never been awake from the beginning to the end. There is no sign of Lu Shu going out in the hospital video. We asked the doctor to take Lu Shu for a brain examination. The blood clots inside have not been cleared. She can't wake up at all. Impossible. I clearly saw Lu Shu appear in my house. She even cooked and ate. Go investigate. Zhang Tian felt that he was finished when he heard this. If it wasn't Lu Shu who did it, where would he find someone to help him turn back into a man? Chu Feng wanted to say something else, but he received a video and a voice message from Feng Zhang on his phone. When I clicked it, I heard Feng Zhang's voice coming from the phone. I found a pig on the bed in Zhang Tian's room, sleeping under a quilt. The voice is played out and everyone around can hear the voice. When Zhang Tian heard about the pig, he remembered everything he had experienced before, and his face suddenly turned ugly. It occurred to him that the pig was probably the one that violated him. Zhang Tian's parents couldn't understand this sentence. Why would a pig sleep in their son's room and cover him with a quilt? Could it be that because of Lu Shu's incident, his son had a pet pig? But he was so spoiled that he let the pig sleep in his bed. Chu Feng didn't understand what Feng Zhang meant. He only found out what Feng Zhang meant after clicking on the video. He showed the video to Li Tian for review. After watching it, Li Tian looked at Zhang Tian in surprise. He looked at Zhang Tian and Xiao Zhang's position with probing eyes, then walked to the doctor's side and ordered him to draw blood for a test. When the doctor heard what Li Tian said, he wondered why the blood test report he had read before was so strange. I said that intracerebral hemorrhage and inflammation are not like this. This is obviously a blood test for gynecological inflammation. Zhang Tian had felt Li Tian's probing gaze before, and he didn't know what the video Chu Feng saw was. Previously, Zhang Tian was afraid that things at home would leave traces, so Zhang Tian never installed surveillance cameras at home. What exactly did the law enforcers see? Zhang Tian felt fear and gynecological inflammation. As soon as this word came out, Zhang Tian felt that he was finished. Everyone knew that he was a woman and had gynecological diseases. What are you talking about? How did my son get gynecological inflammation? Zhang's mother felt like she heard something magical and couldn't understand it. Zhang Tian felt that the eyes of everyone around him were making fun of him, even his relatives. He has always been a good boy among his relatives. Everyone envied him for his good study and work. If anyone knew that he had turned into a woman, everything about him would be ruined. We still need to draw blood for examination. The doctor himself felt strange, so he picked up the blood vessel and started to draw Zhang Tian's blood. I won't smoke, go away. I won't sue Lu Shu. Zhang Tian felt like he was going crazy. He regretted it. He had a fever just now and could only think of calling the law enforcers to control Lu Shu so that she could not leave. He didn't expect that Lu Shu hadn't woken up at all, and his secret might be exposed. Sorry, it's not that you don't sue Lu Shu, but the owner of the pig sues you for the crime of intentional destruction of property and the crime of theft. Chu Feng did not expect that things would develop like this. Just now, a man went to the law enforcement officer to report that his pig had been stolen 2 days ago. What nonsense are you talking about? That pig was brought to our home by a demon. The demon must have turned into Lu Shu and brought the pig back to our home. Zhang Tian felt his scalp numb when he heard this. Why did things become like this? The pig we called surveillance was the one you took home. The thief at the pig farm also left fingerprints. We will do a fingerprint comparison to prove your innocence. Chu Feng thought of the demon that could imitate people. He was wondering what the devil was doing so much for. It was completely different from their previous behavior. They just stole a pig and let Zhang Tian and the pig engage in a human pig sport? Are you framing Zhang Tian for stealing a pig, by the way? It's not me. Law enforcement officer, you must prove my innocence. I will cooperate with you in the fingerprint investigation. I need you to tell the truth. Chu Feng saw that in the human pig movement, it was obvious that the position of one person and one pig was wrong. Zhang Tian looked at the whispering glances of the people around him and the joking glances of his relatives. He did not dare to tell the truth. Can we talk quietly? Zhang Tian knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he turned into a woman, so he could only tell the law enforcer. He believed that the law enforcer would not tell others about this matter and could also help him think of a solution. Zhang Tian and Chu Feng walked to the stairwell and whispered. Neither of them noticed the person following them secretly. After all, it was too surprising for a man to suffer from gynecological inflammation. I was cursed by the devil and turned into a woman. Zhang Tian shamefully told the story. I know, I will help you. Chu Feng did not expect that the devil had such a strange ability, so he took Zhang Tian to draw blood for examination. You must keep it secret and help me. Zhang Tian knew that he had no choice but to rely on law enforcers. Within half an hour, the blood test results came out. Li Tian looked at the information above and frowned. The information above shows that Zhang Tian has been taking estrogen drugs to suppress male hormones in his body for many years. Zhang Tian should have had sex reassignment surgery before, because of his genetic it's still male. These are all shown in the blood test, but it doesn't rule out that the devil has this ability. Chu Feng still doesn't know whether Zhang Tian lied or whether those demons really gained new abilities that allowed a man to undergo a painless sex reassignment surgery. Zhang Tian wanted to be discharged from the hospital as soon as his fever subsided. He always felt that the people around him looked at him strangely. He even went to see Lu Shu before being discharged from the hospital. As soon as he entered the ward, he was kicked away by Zhang Kuei, who was guarding the bedside. "Go away, you have hurt Lu Shu so badly and you even slandered Lu Shu. No wonder you used to beat Lu Shu every day and were afraid that Lu Shu would cheat. It turns out you." Zhang Kuei glanced at Zhang Tian's position with disgust. Zhang Tian felt like his head was going to explode, and Zhang Kuei knew that he had turned into a woman. Who said it? He ran away, which always made Zhang's mother feel strange. The relatives she found comforted her after leaving yesterday. "My condolences, please be patient." People around her were always pointing at her, but when she looked over, those people looked away. She couldn't understand what everyone said, and her son impatiently told her not to worry about it. Only after the two returned home downstairs did Zhang's mother know what happened to her son. After hearing the neighbors' discussion, she fainted. Her son turned transgender because he liked boars. No wonder Lu Shu cheated on her. It turns out that her husband is a woman and she also likes boars. We have never seen the person Lu Shu cheated on, but we did see the boar being carried out of Zhang Tian's bed. I heard that the boar was stolen. Let me tell you quietly, I often saw Lu Shu buying estrogen pills in the past. I kindly advised her to take less of these pills. She always complained about irregular menstruation in embarrassment. Now that I think about it, those pills are probably from Zhang Tian food. Poor Lu Shu, what's the difference between marrying such a man and being a widow? I used to let my children learn from Zhang Tian and listen to piano music while eating, but I don't dare to do that anymore. I heard that the piano music was all to cover up the noise of pigs. Zhang Tian no longer had time to care about his mother who had passed out. He felt that he was finished. He knows the role of public opinion best. Even if he explains that he was turned into a woman by a demon, these neighbors will still look at him with colored eyes and discuss him with their thoughts. Lu Shu, you are so cruel. Zhang Tian didn't believe that Lu Shu didn't do all this. Everything he encountered was what Lu Shu had encountered at the beginning, and Lu Shu was even more ruthless than him. After Zhang Tian and Zhang's mother fainted from anger, kind-hearted neighbors called the emergency number and sent them to the hospital's emergency room. The doctor in the emergency room looked at Zhang Tian's familiar face and remembered the messages circulating in the emergency room. It's unheard of for a grown man to suffer from gynecological inflammation. The doctor didn't know why Zhang Tian and Zhang's mother were in coma this time, so they took blood tests for them. The drunk man who had just been sent to the emergency room heard the nurse next to him pointing at Zhang Tian. I heard that this man, no, it's a woman, ended up in the emergency room because he was having too much fun with pigs. Are you a man or a woman? Front door or back door? I heard that she was willing to be a woman for the sake of pigs. Doctors said that was unheard of, and her lower body was rotten. The drunk man was so drunk that he opened Zhang Tian's pants and said, "I'll go. I've changed my gender so completely. Is this really a man?" The emergency room was already crowded. When Zhang Tian woke up, he heard the drunk man's words, and when he opened his eyes, he saw people around him. He quickly pulled up his pants and slapped the drunk man. The drunk man punched Zhang Tian in the face. "Bitch, don't you dare let others know what you do." After Zhang Tian's previous torture, his whole body was so sore that he had no ability to resist. "Please stop hitting me." The drunkard punched and kicked Zhang Tian. "You bitch dare to hit me, who told you to resist? Women deserve to be beaten. Don't you like the feeling of being fucked? I will satisfy you." Zhang Tian could only hold his head and beg for mercy. His ears were filled with the drunken man's words. Zhang Tian only felt that these words were familiar. They were all words he said before. Why did his life become like this? When the doctor saw the chaos, he quickly called the security guards to pull the drunkard away. When the drunkard was pulled away, he even kicked Zhang Tian. "You bitch, this is not a good man." Lin Xian, who had been lying in the corner of the bed in the emergency room and transformed into someone else, looked at the drunken man being separated with a cold look in his eyes. Another beast who beats women. Lin Xian was approached by a god the day before yesterday. After listening to the story of Lu Shu and Zhang Kuei, Lin Xian realized for the first time that this god was more useless than she thought. It asked her to find a way to collect everything about Zhang Tian, Lu Shu's parents, and the orphanage and make them public so that they could be punished by law. Lu Shu wanted to kill all these people, but Zheng Kuwei was a person who listened to Lu Shu and had no opinion. Lu Shu had a disagreement with the waste god, and the demon lord disappeared after giving the power as before, leaving nothing to do. Lin Xin came up with this last solution. After all, Zheng Tian and Lu Shu's parents did not commit any crime at the legal level. Even if everything they did to Lu Shu was made public, it would be one thing whether others believed it or not. They only had to hide for a while. People won't pay attention to them. They will not feel sorry or repentant to Lu Shu because of this exposure. Only by empathizing with him can they know the pain of torture. Lu Shu and Zheng Kuwei are both about 30 years old, which proves that the orphanage has been open for at least nearly 30 years, and so many people have left there during this period. Not everyone is as afraid of the orphanage as Lu Shu and Zheng Kuwei. But the dirty things in the orphanage have never been exposed. There must be someone behind the director of the orphanage to keep everyone from touching this matter. Lin Xin knew that Zheng Tian was about to collapse and the second scene was about to take place. Zheng's mother woke up with Zheng Tian. She didn't understand why the son she worked so hard to give birth to became like this. She knew before that Zheng Tian beat Lu Shu every day, and sometimes he would help cover up. Although Zheng Tian never explained it, Zheng's mother knew that it was Lu Shu's fault. Unexpectedly, Zheng Tian beat Lu Shu because he liked boars and had a sex change. After Zheng's father learned the news, he came to the hospital to pick up Zheng's mother without even looking at Zheng Tian. He couldn't afford to be embarrassed. Dragged the reluctant mother Zheng home directly. Zheng Tian endured the pain and crawled onto the bed. He could not go on like this. He had to prove that Lu Shu used the power of the devil to turn him into this. He is not a psychopath at all, nor is he a transsexual who likes boars. Xu Feng received a call saying that a drunkard was making trouble in the hospital, and the target of the trouble was Zheng Tian, so he rushed to the hospital. As soon as he handed the drunk man over to his subordinates, he saw Zheng Tian walking into the elevator. He hurried over but still missed the elevator. He knew that Zheng Tian was probably going to find Lu Shu. Xu Feng was afraid that something would happen and quickly walked into another elevator to catch up with Zheng Tian. As soon as Xu Feng arrived at the ward, he saw Zheng Kuwei pressing Zheng Tian with his knee. Zheng Tian was shouting at Lu Shu, who was sleeping on the hospital bed, "Lu Shu, you devil. It's you who turned me into a human being and a ghost. Ghost, please get up and tell others that I am not that kind of person and it was you who harmed me." When Xu Feng walked into the elevator, Zheng Kuwei received the news and kept paying attention to what was going on outside the door. As soon as Xu Feng arrived at the door, he knew, "You are a beast. Lu Shu wants a divorce after knowing that you cheated on her. You slandered her everywhere. You are a liar, and now she is lying on the bed in a coma due to you, and you are still pouring dirty water on her. No wonder you suspect that Lu Shu has an adulterer every day. It turns out that Lu Shu regrets not marrying you the most. The most unfortunate thing is that I haven't divorced you yet. What are you talking about? You and Lu Shu are in the same group. It's the most unlucky thing. Ha 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 ha. Yes, Lu Shu hasn't divorced me yet. She is still my wife. Who are you, an adulterer? Why should you stop me from seeing Lu Shu? Shu, I want to take Lu Shu away." Zheng Kuwei heard Zheng Tian's words and punched Zheng Tian with an annoyed look on his face. "Beast, you clearly said you wanted to divorce Lu Shu. Li Nima, Lu Shu has caused me so much misery. Lao Ban will not leave. I am her family member. I have the right to handle everything about her. I don't care if she is comatose or awake. Lao Ban tells you, let the devil return to normal for me." Zheng Kuwei punched him. "Asshole, it's all because of you that the devil is targeting Lu Shu. It's all because you forced Lu Shu to make money to buy you all kinds of boars. That's why Lu Shu went to participate in such a dangerous event game." Another punch hit Zheng Tian's face, who was about to speak. "Asshole, you have been suspecting that Lu Shu is connected with the devil since you found out that the devil replaced Lu Shu's identity. You insist that Lu Shu help you find the devil to ask for compensation, so that you can change as you wish. If you want to be a man, you can become a man. If you want to be a woman, you can become a woman. You," Zheng Kuwei punched her again. "Now that other people know it, you bully Lu Shu into unconsciousness and can't speak. Lu Shu has always known that you are a beast. You spread rumors about her everywhere in the neighborhood. You never gave her a penny, and you didn't let her work. She had to use your personal payment to buy groceries, and the daily limit was only 100. Zheng Kuwei raised his fist and wanted to hit Zheng Tian again, but Xu Feng stopped him. After looking at Xu Feng's law enforcer clothes, Zheng Kuwei put down his arms unconvinced. "Do you think what you did is perfect? If you do some random research, you will know who you are." Zheng Tian has been frightened these days, with fear in his eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, these fears are the fear of having his secret revealed. Chu Feng felt a strange feeling in his heart. Everything Zhang Kuei said later was exactly the same as what they had investigated. But he always had a feeling that things were not what Zhang Kuei said, but he couldn't find any evidence. I want to sue him, law enforcement officer, you arrest him. Excuse me, I will be detained for 15 days at most. After I get out, I will definitely pay the media to tell them why I beat people. Zhang Kuei raised his hands and handed them to Chu Feng very arrogantly. Zhang Tian saw Zhang Kuei so angry that he couldn't speak. His eyes saw Lu Shu unconscious on the bed. I want to take Lu Shu home as Lu Shu's husband. Zhang Kuei looked very ugly when he heard this. He wanted to hit Zhang Tian but was stopped by Chu Feng. Law enforcement officer, he took Lu Shu back just to let Lu Shu die. Lu Shu still has his parents here, and they won't agree. Zhang Tian looked at Zhang Kuei's ugly face and smiled very happily. You really think you are Lu Shu's brother? You are nobody before the law. I will take Lu Shu back. I am her husband. Lu Shu still has parents. If her parents don't agree, you can't make the decision. Chu Feng didn't expect that Zhang Tian would dare to be so arrogant. It was you who said you wanted to divorce Lu Shu, so I paid for Lu Shu's treatment. I'm suing you for money fraud. How much? You said I was rich. Zhang Tian took out his phone and called Lu Shu's parents to ask them to come to the hospital. He knew Lu Shu's parents very well and had never been to the hospital since Lu Shu's coma. 256589, stinky beggar, I'll transfer you 260,000 without asking for it. Zhang Tian transferred the money directly to Zhang Kuei. Seeing Zhang Kuei's face turning red with anger, he felt even more happy. I don't want your money, you are not allowed to take Lu Shu away. Zhang Kuei was annoyed that his suggestion was originally intended to embarrass Zhang Tian. Get lost. Lu Shu is my wife, labor and management can make the decision. Lu Shu's parents rushed to the hospital quickly. Mother Lu saw Zhang Tian being knocked to the ground and quickly comforted her. Son-in-law, what's wrong with you? What bastard beat you? I'm fine. I want to take Lu Shu home. You just need to sign a consent agreement. Sign. Lu's mother knew before that Zhang Tian had left Lu Shu alone, and now that he was willing to take Lu Shu home, it was a good thing for them. As for whether Lu Shu was awake or unconscious, they had long since ignored it. Zhang Kuei grabbed Lu's mother and Lu's father's arms angrily. How could you do this to Lu Shu? Mother Lu and Father Lu were scratched by Zhang Kuei, so they shook his hand away and said, it's none of your business. You are just an outsider, our family's affairs are none of your business. Think again. If Lu Shu is discharged from the hospital at this time, something may happen. Chu Feng quickly persuaded Lu's father and Lu's mother. Mother Lu glanced at the law enforcement clothes on Chu Feng, and after thinking for a moment she said politely, Law enforcement officer, of course we are worried that something will happen to Lu Shu after he is discharged from hospital, but we have asked the doctor that it is useless for Lu Shu to be discharged from the hospital in this case, and he will die at any time. I don't want my daughter to be alone in the hospital. Chu Feng's persuasion was fruitless, so they took Lu Shu away directly after completing the procedures. Zhang Kuei sat on the chair dejectedly. Why does Lu Shu have such parents? Chu Feng always had a strange feeling, but he couldn't explain it. He could only arrange for someone to monitor Lu Shu's family. He still felt that the devil would come to Lu Shu, and even all this was arranged by the devil, but he didn't know what the devil was going to do. Zhang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Feng leaving, took out his cell phone and dialed one. Sitting on a chair and looking at his hands, Zhang Kuei went to church again before Lin Xan said his plan. He wanted to ask the devil to give him power. He knew that Lu Shu's ability was to control people's hormones. After turning people into men or women, this ability was simply not enough to fight against the orphanage. He wanted to help Lu Shu, help those children in hell, and even help his weak self. I didn't see the devil, but when I walked in I saw a strange fruit on the table in the confessional. Zhang Kuei ate it without hesitation. He didn't know whether his ability could take revenge. He could only hope that the plan to imitate people would succeed. Lu Shu's younger brother Lu Fu was sitting in his room playing games when he suddenly heard the doorbell ringing. He walked behind the peephole and saw his mother knocking on the door. He opened the door and complained, Mom, why are you back? Is Dad still with that money-losing guy? That money-losing guy is really lucky. Please help your brother-in-law this time. I have to ask my brother-in-law to buy me a computer. Lin Xian, who turned into Lu's mother, covered Lu Fu's mouth with a piece of cloth covered with sweat medicine, and Lu Fu soon passed out. TSK, you are a loser. I wonder if you will despise yourself so much after you become a loser. The 18-year-old Lu Fu is about 180 centimeters tall, and due to the doting of his father and mother, he weighs about 200 kilograms, which is not something Lu's mother can carry. Lin Xian turned into a strong courier, packed Lu Fu into a courier, and transported Lu Fu out in front of the watchman downstairs. I'm still complaining in my heart, if that trash god wasn't such a trash, they wouldn't have to go to such trouble. I hope Uncle's side goes well too. The law enforcer following Zhang Tianche collided with a dog that suddenly jumped out when entering the tunnel, causing a car accident. He quickly called the law enforcer outside the tunnel entrance. The two got out of the car to check and found that the dog's body had disappeared. They quickly realized that something was wrong. He quickly called his colleagues outside the tunnel entrance. Did Zhang Tian's car get out? Something happened on my side. No, there was only one big truck going out. I never saw Zhang Tian's car going out. Impossible. According to the speed, the car should have already driven out. The law enforcement officer hung up the phone and drove out quickly. He didn't see the car all the way. Until they met up with the law enforcers outside, they didn't see Zhang Tian's car. I'll contact the traffic law enforcement department, it must be that truck. I'll contact Team Chu. Following the surveillance video, they found the truck heading to the suburbs, where there was no surveillance. They followed the route of the truck in the surveillance and soon found the truck, which was empty. Lu Shu's family disappeared. Chu Feng finally found out what the weird feeling was at this moment. It was Zhang Kuei who reminded Zhang Tian that he and Lu Shu had not divorced yet. It was also Zhang Kuei who reminded him that Lu Shu still had parents, and only by calling Lu Shu's parents could he stop Zhang Tian from taking Lu Shu away. Captain Chu, there's news from the Lu family. The law enforcer who was monitoring there immediately ran to the Lu family after receiving the call and found that Lu Fu had disappeared. There were no signs of fighting at home, and the door had not been pried open. Captain Chu, Zhang Kuei also disappeared. He did not return to the crematorium. Investigate the orphanage where Zhang Kuei and Lu Shu used to be. They will definitely take revenge on that orphanage after becoming demons. 20 years ago, the electronic files were not complete, and it was impossible to find out which orphanage they were from. There was no information from Zhang Kuei, but we found a briefing from the Lu family that was all about the dream orphanage. Mom Dean, I don't want to leave. I have grown up and can support myself. Mom Dean, I don't want to leave you. Mom, Dean, Xiaogu will eat less every meal from now on. Don't send us away. Several children aged 6 or 7 were crying around Li Renhui, the director of Renhui Orphanage. They did not want to leave the orphanage. There were several children around 12 or 13 years old carrying their own luggage and holding the luggage of their younger siblings in their hands, wiping tears beside them. They hated themselves for not growing up too slowly and being unable to make money to support the expenses of the orphanage. There were also a dozen children wiping tears as they watched the scene outside through the windows, knowing that it would soon be their turn to be sent to other orphanages. They don't want to leave here, they don't want to leave Mother Dean. Li Renhui endured the reluctance and comforted the children. I will visit you whenever I have time. When you arrive at a new place, you must be good and listen to the director of the orphanage. As long as you obey, you will not be hungry. Ahoo! We only listen to you. Then what I say now is that you should behave. The children burst into tears, knowing that nothing could be done to change this. Li Renhui read the reports about Angel Orphanage, and for the first time she hated herself for being useless. She couldn't get funding, which eventually led to the orphanage being unable to operate, and the children could only be dispersed to other orphanages. Looking at the crying faces of these children, she knew that she had hurt them once again and made them feel abandoned again. Li Renhui locked the door, comforted the children in the room, and then took the child's information and got on the bus to the Angel Orphanage. The children sat in the car and cried silently. Li Renhui comforted one while the other cried again. Don't be afraid. I have investigated those orphanages and I will visit you often. Have you really investigated Angel Orphanage? What is the result of the investigation? Is there a new set of clothes every 6 months, meat for every meal, or are some of the children who graduate from the orphanage become glamorous stars, and some enter Fortune 500 companies? Li Renhui looked at the driver who said something incomprehensible, but the familiar face made Li Renhui feel strange. Old Fong, what are you talking about? Aren't those the ones you and I went to investigate together? The driver named Lao Fong took out a mobile phone directly from his pocket and handed it to Li Renhui. The above text message of receiving 2 million yuan also had a text message, beautiful, young, both male and female. This made Li Renhui's hair stand on end. She remembered that when the children were assigned to orphanages, Lao Feng had been telling her how good the angel orphanage was, and that some of the younger children would go there so that they would not be wronged. Instead of leaving the fate of these children in the hands of beasts, it is better for you to raise them yourself. Who are you? Li Renhui was very sure that the person in front of her was not Lao Feng. She felt dizzy and fainted as soon as she finished saying this. Mom Dean, what's wrong with you? Mom Dean, are you okay? All the children looked at the driver Lao Feng warily. Lao Feng turned his head to look at the children and made a silencing gesture with his left hand. If you want to never leave the Dean, Mom, you must be good and don't make any noise. After saying these words, the bus stopped and the familiar sign of Renhui Orphanage on the door opened made the child less wary. Li Feng suddenly appeared and picked up the unconscious Li Renhui. The children looked at Li Feng's burned face and began to be afraid again. But he still mustered up the courage to step forward to rescue Li Renhui. Li Feng carried Li Renhui and took the child directly into the Renhui orphanage. Lin Xin, who transformed into Lao Feng, took out an envelope from his bag and handed it to the oldest child, Datong. When your orphanage mother wakes up, hand it to her. Don't peek. Datong looked at Li Feng's face and said, Is that angel orphanage a hell on earth? That's why the devil appeared to destroy them. When the 14-year-old Datong was in school, he often heard about demon messengers from his classmates. They said that wherever there is hell on earth, these demon messengers will appear to kill evil spirits in human skin and destroy those hells on earth. He had seen the live video on his classmate's mobile phone and saw Li Feng's appearance. As soon as Li Feng appeared, Datong knew what Lao Feng meant. Behind all the glamour, there must be a heavy price paid by the children in the orphanage. Lin Xin touched Datong's head and said nothing. Li Feng took away the mobile phone of the director of the orphanage, locked the door of the orphanage, walked to the car next to him and picked up 5 unconscious children. Several more children got out of another car, the number of which was about the same as that of Li Renhui. The number sent to Angel Orphanage was consistent. Lin Xin transformed into Li Renhui and got into the car. She looked at the young man sitting in the driver's seat and said, Let's go, the third scene is about to take place. Lu Shu, who has become a young man, and the children who are awake are very envious of the children in Renhui Orphanage for meeting a kind person, and are very happy that their revenge plan can be carried out to save those children. Among the 5 sober children, except for Zhang Kuei, the remaining 4 grew up in the Angel Orphanage. They have been waiting for them to grow up and be able to compete with the Angel Orphanage before reporting the evil inside. Bring Lu Cheetah, who has a human face and a beast's heart, to justice. But it is a pity that they overestimated their own strength and underestimated Lu Cheetah's strength. They did not take revenge and were suppressed by the people behind Lu Cheetah and even lost their jobs. So when the god came to them and said he would help them fulfill their wishes, they agreed without hesitation. As for the 5 unconscious children, they were Lu Fu, Lu's parents, Zhang Tian and the drunkard in the hospital. Lin Xin investigated that the drunkard was a scumbag who didn't even let his own daughter go. So when she was short of people, she thought of this scumbag first. Lin Xin asked Li Feng to cut the throats of these people and make them mute, and cut their tendons, so that they would not have any chance to write or speak, so that the plan could not be realized. If it weren't for the useless god who assured her that the 4 people really wanted to take revenge on the director of the orphanage, and it had already banned them from revealing anything related, she would not want to let the 4 uncertain factors join. The main characters of this plan, Lu Shu and Zhang Kuei, didn't mind, so Lin Xin didn't bother about it. After Lin Xin, who became Li Renhui, sent all the children to the Angel Orphanage, she took Li Feng away. The main stage of this play was given to Lu Shu and Zhang Kuei. After Lu Shu sent all the children into the room, he secretly came to Lu Cheetah's office. Looking at Lu Cheetah's hypocritical face, Lu Shu told himself to stay calm and put on a flattering and hypocritical smile. Dean Lu, I am Lao Feng's son, you can just call me Xiao Feng. My dad asked me to ask you if you are satisfied with these children? What did you promise him? Lu Cheetah stared at Lu Shu's face and asked doubtfully, Why do I feel that you look familiar? Have I seen you somewhere? Lu Shu touched his head and said with a naive smile, Others say I look like my dad. Lu Cheetah saw too many people. When he talked to Lao Feng that day, he kept his head down. Lu Cheetah didn't remember much about Lao Feng's appearance. Those 5 were pretty good when they woke up. Their skin was smooth and their cheeks were rosy, but they were mute. I'm either mute, or I've been crying so hard these past few days that my voice has become hoarse. Di Lu, you promised my dad that you would give me a job and let me follow you. Lu Shu looked at Lu Shu. Cheetah disliked the child and quickly grabbed his hand and cried for help. Lu Cheetah's hand was suddenly grabbed, and he felt a stinging pain on his hand. He shook off Lu Shu's hand and said, "Why is a grown man crying? When did I stop despising being mute?" When Lu Shu heard this, he suddenly remembered a mute companion he knew before. She bought more new clothes every year than others, and she was often taken out by Lu Chida. Lu Chida never let her go to the office alone. Lu Shu didn't understand when he was a child. He thought that being disabled could gain sympathy from others, so he wouldn't have to be bullied by Lu Chida. It wasn't until one day when her mute companion returned to the orphanage covered in scars that she learned that there was a kind of person in the world who liked to bully and violate disabled people. "I may have misunderstood. The doctor said that the muteness caused by crying is serious. If it is not treated properly, you will never be able to speak." Lu Shu suppressed her anger and thought of the plan to transform into a human being. She wanted to compliment Lu Chida. There must be more than one angel orphanage in this world. Why is it that even though this orphanage is already so rich, the donations are still allocated here? Orphanages like Runhui Orphanage, which sincerely care for children, are facing bankruptcy and cannot raise funds for charity. Payment. Lu Zita was able to get away with it for so many years and relied on the orphanage to buy a car and a house. She wants to follow Lu Chida's line and destroy this industry of hell on earth. Lu Chida looked at Lu Shu with satisfaction. This man was really wise. If possible, he could be asked to do some dangerous things for him. "I promised your father to arrange a job for you, but now all positions in the park are busy," Lu Chida said, pretending to be embarrassed. "Di Lu, I can do any job, please help me, I will definitely be grateful to you. Let's do this. You can work as a driver first, earning 10,000 yuan a month. Then I'll see what other positions are available. As long as you do a good job, you can rest assured that the salary will be more or less." "Okay, thank you, Di Lu." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door suddenly. "Please step back and let Motherly take you to the staff dormitory." Lu Chida looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening and it was time to rest. "Okay, I'll leave first." Lu Shu opened the office door and saw a little girl about 15 years old standing behind the door, trembling. Seeing this situation, Lu Shu suddenly recalled her past, and she knew what the little girl would face next. Seeing the little girl walking into the office with difficult steps, Lu Shu helplessly closed the office door. Using his ability to control the trace amounts of hormones that had penetrated Lu Chida's body during the handshake just now, Lu Chida was unable to get up and was completely uninterested. As soon as Lu Shu walked to the stairs, he saw the little girl covering her beaten face and running out of the office with a happy face. When she passed by Lu Shu, she quickly lowered her head, her eyes full of hatred. "This person is also that beast's lackey. He helped close the door just now. When she is able to leave here, she will definitely come back with revenge." Lu Shu stayed in the orphanage for 7 days, and Lu Chida couldn't get up for 7 days. But because Lu Shu suppressed his interest, he didn't suspect that there was something wrong with his body. He just thought that he was not interested in these things recently. After 7 days of calm, after confirming that there were no problems with these people, Lu Chida did not ask 5 people to treat the throats that were hoarse from crying, and then went out with Zhang Tian and the drunkard who resisted fiercely. Lu Shu paid special attention to the 2 of them, giving them a large amount of hormones to make their skin smoother and smoother, and their demeanor more and more pretentious. Lu Chida didn't fully trust Lu Shu yet, so he still used his previous driver when going out this time. Lu Shu watched the car drive to the orphanage, took out his mobile phone, texted one and then deleted it. The most important heroine in the 3rd scene is about to perform. Zhang Tian had exercised with pigs before, and the problem of lower body diseases has always existed. As long as the person behind it is infected by Zhang Tian, he will definitely fall out with Lu Chida, so Lu Chida will have one less person to help. Originally, this disease was for Lu Chida, but unfortunately Lu Chida did not have that special hobby and did not like disabled people. In the evening, Lu Chida took Zhang Tian and the drunkard back to the orphanage with a happy face, and specifically asked the kitchen to give them extra meals. Zhang Tian looked at Lu Shu with hatred. This woman was too cruel. Looking at the young man who looked similar to Lu Shu, Zhang Tian immediately knew that this person named Xiao Fang was Lu Shu. Everything he encountered was indeed done by Lu Shu, but it was a pity that he could not speak or write. He gestured with his hands, but no one understood. He ran away and resisted being caught, only to be beaten severely. Now he had to serve that kind of pervert. Every part of his body was in pain. That pervert made Zhang Tian feel even more uncomfortable than the previous bore. The drunkard looked confused. He didn't understand why he was drinking well at home and woke up as a mute little girl. Being beaten and slept with by others, All of this made the drunkard feel like a nightmare. The beast just now made him look at himself in the mirror, and at that moment he seemed to see the despair in his daughter's eyes. The drunkard felt that everything he had experienced was retribution. The next day, Lucida took the Lu family of 3 out, and the 2 disabled people yesterday helped him raise another sum of charity money. Although the 3 today were not as good looking as the 2 yesterday, they were also dumb, and the look of despair that could not be shouted out was the boss's favorite. When Lu's mother and father saw Lucida for the first time, they recognized this person as the director of the orphanage who adopted Lu Shu. When they followed Lucida out for a trip and came back, they went crazy. Lu Shu didn't know whether they went crazy because they knew what they had experienced, or because they were crazy because of the inhuman treatment they suffered, or because they saw their precious son being tortured. The moment they agreed to Zhang Tian to take her out of the hospital when she was unconscious, Lu Shu no longer cared about them. After Lucida took the 5 children out for 2 consecutive days without any problems, he was completely convinced that there was no problem between this group of children and Xiaofeng. When it was time to pay tribute once a month, Lucida took the remaining 5 children and asked Xiaofeng to drive to the place where the tribute was selected. The car drove to the entrance of a high-end club. As soon as Lu Shu stopped the car, he saw the door of a car next to him open. A middle-aged man with a kind smile got out, followed by 10 fair and beautiful junior high school students in school uniforms. Girl! Those little girls had hopeful smiles on their faces. Lu Shu felt familiar when he saw the smile on the middle-aged man's face. He looked exactly the same as Lucida. She soon realized that this person should be the same person as Lucida. Lu Shu didn't understand why the faces of these 10 teenage girls were full of smiles. According to her memory, if they were orphans, they would be sent here at what age? Even if he is a teenager, he must not be lost. Although the school uniform he is wearing is not brand new, it is still very clean. Are we competing with those people for places? Lu Shu asked tentatively. She found that the water inside was deeper than they thought. No, I sent these children to become child stars. That person is a liar. Lucida's tone was full of disdain. He seemed to look down on the middle-aged man very much. Fraud? Lu Shu wanted to know more information, so Lucida urged her to send her child to the viewing studio. You take your children to the audition first. You have to be good. As long as you are selected, you will become a big star. It doesn't matter if you are not selected. Grandpa, I will still send you to study. When you succeed in your career, you can repay the orphanage, just let other children have books to read. Lucida turned to comfort the 5 children sitting in the back. If the 6 people in the car hadn't known Lucida's true identity before, they would have really thought that he was a good person who really cared about the orphanage. When Lu Shu and 5 people walked to the door, they were asked to check that they were not allowed to carry any iron products with them. They also need to go through a body scan to confirm that there are no iron products in the body. The 6 people were allowed to leave after taking off the metal on their bodies. Lu Shu followed the 10 students and found that the floor they went directly to after entering the elevator was the 20th floor on the top floor. When the staff next to her knew Lu Shu's purpose, they told her that the audition venue was on the 15th floor. When she arrived on the 15th floor, Lu Shu found that what happened today was different from what she thought. The scene was a normal telescope venue. She also saw many well-known celebrities. Lu Shu was a little confused as to what Lucida was doing. Could it be that he was still testing herself and her children? She thought that nothing happened to the 5 people who were violated, which would lower Lucida's vigilance. As soon as he reached the door of the viewing mirror, Lu Shu was stopped by the security guard. No one can go in. The viewing mirror will take 3 hours. Come back after 3 hours. Lu Shu looked at Zhang Kuei worriedly. Zhang Kuei gave him a reassuring look and walked in with the child. Lu Shu, who couldn't figure out what was going on today when he walked into the elevator, took out his mobile phone to check and found that all the well-known celebrities were from an entertainment company, Xingqian Entertainment. Xingqian Entertainment Company is one of the largest companies in the industry, and Lu Shu was confused by all this. What the hell is Lucida doing? Lu Shu picked up his phone and opened the chat applet specially designed by changing people. After sending a text message or reading it, it is destroyed immediately. A specific password is required to see the real message. The chat history is also packaged in a game app. She sent all the information here to the change people. Lin Xin was in the basement planning how to enter the entertainment company, and was investigating the information about the stars in the entertainment company, so that she could replace that star without anyone noticing. I received a text message from Lu Shu on my computer. Things went well, but Lucida brought people here to audition. I have never seen that the stars in it are all from the famous entertainment company Shinchan Entertainment. Another person like Lu Zita arrived at the top floor of the club with 10 female junior high school students. Lu Zita showed disdain for him and called him a liar. I'm going to try to trick Lu Qida. Address: Lin Xin did not reply to Lu Shu's message after receiving the address. Shinchan Entertainment? Lin Xin did not expect that Lu Shu's matter would involve Shinchan Entertainment. Looking at the address above, Lin Shu began to investigate this high-end club Yayunj. It was soon discovered that this was a property belonging to the Zhengli family, a high-end club by invitation only. Only those invited by the Zhengli family could enter and spend money. So Lu Qida has been able to get away with it for so many years because he hooked up with Zhengli's family? He auditioned and selected child stars to train for debut? Bastard, is it possible that they can't trick little girls into entering the entertainment industry now, and instead train them from an early age? After Li Feng heard about Lin Yuzi, he understood the darkness of the entertainment industry, and he was thinking that if Li Ying was still alive, and if he wants to enter the entertainment industry, he must break her legs. It's impossible. Although everyone is saying that the entertainment industry is chaotic, they are doing well on the surface, and those outside don't know the truth. There are still a group of boys and girls chasing their dreams and entering the industry. And it's a bit strange. Lin Xin always felt something was wrong, so he opened the official website of Shinchan Entertainment and investigated all the celebrity information registered on it. Except for Wen Lingling, who was born as an orphan, no star was born as an orphan, and none of the child stars who are debuting today were born as orphans. Either this plan has just been implemented, or the identities of many celebrities in star entertainment are fake. What's so easy to fake? Li Feng really doesn't work. Isn't it necessary for celebrities to fake their identities because of their looks, acting skills, singing and dancing to attract audiences? Character setting: the first orphan character setting is popular, and then it becomes a trend. Another point is that these fake identities will become a handle for the Zhenli family to threaten them. Not everyone can accept the video recording. If the boss does not want to record and likes clean people, these will be a handle to threaten them. How many people will like a person who can even fake her own life experience? No one believes what she says. When the audience hates her and is forgotten by people, she will be at the mercy of others. Underground parking lot: Lu Shu pretended to be very angry and complained to Lu Qida as soon as he returned to the car. Those bodyguards are really dojid guys who look down on people. I said I would wait by the side and they would not let me. Lu Qida smiled and comforted him. When you have money, those bodyguards will become lapdogs to flatter you. This depends on you, Dean Lu, to help me get rich. Ha, don't worry, as long as you work hard, you will make a lot of money. Dean Lu, why do you say that man is a liar? Does he make a lot of money? Lu Shu flattered and took out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Qida. Lu Qida took a contented puff of his cigarette and then said, those little girls were tricked out of the mountains by him. He made a lot of money in the past few years, but now it's not possible. The girls in the mountains are simple, but not as well fed as those in the city. And now there is no preference for boys over girls like in the past few years. Were those girls deceived? Lu Shu had heard from Lu Qida what that person did. Many people will not be paid to continue studying after reading the free books, or those who are not good at studying want to find a job. At this time, Lao Zheng appears to give them a chance to leave the mountains, which can attract many people who want to seize the opportunity. Lu Qida said it lightly, but Lu Shu felt cold all over. She finally knew why those girls had hopeful smiles on their faces. They all thought it was the hope of changing their situation, but they didn't know it was a hell of falling into the abyss. Lu Shu glanced at the bodyguard at the door. She knew she couldn't save those girls. Don't worry, follow me, it's more profitable than that person, and the risk is smaller. Lu Qida took out his mobile phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lu Shu directly. This is the reward for the 5 children. If one of the 5 is selected, you can also get a reward of 10,000 yuan. Lu Shu looked at the 20,000 yuan in the account. Lu Qida had already given Lao Fang 2 million yuan, and now he could get extra money, proving that Lu Qida made more money from this. Thank you, Dean. You gave my dad money. How can I charge extra money? Lu Shu looked at the balance in his phone with great joy. This is the reward money. If you can find such good stuff in the future, you will have a fixed salary and bonus. Lu Qida looked at Lu Shu, who said that he couldn't take money but didn't return the money. His eyes were full of contempt, but he was very satisfied with Lu Shu's greed. Where can I find orphans now? Even if I see good ones in other orphanages, I don't have the ability to close their orphanages and send them to our orphanage. Lu Shu really couldn't call those orphans good stuff, and he had to swallow his anger. In their eyes, these beasts are just goods. Do you really think there are so many lost children in the world? How could such a young child get lost in a familiar environment without an adult to take care of him? Now it's not like before that people can't afford to raise children. There are many lost children, most of whom are disabled or ugly girls. So you have to use your brain. Lu Chida patted Lu Shu's shoulder and said something very obvious. You want me to steal a child? Trafficking is a crime. If I get caught, how can it be called stealing? We are just kind enough to take the children who can't find their way home, but we can't find their parents, so we have no choice but to send them to an orphanage. Lu Shu was very angry after hearing this. It is very likely that most of the children in the angel orphanage were lost to the orphanage in this way. She even wondered if she was lost in this way when she was a child. Won't these parents call the law enforcers? They can find it as long as they check. Lu Shu could no longer maintain a flattering tone and spoke coldly. He was already thinking about killing Lu Chida in his heart. Don't worry, the angel orphanage has been open for more than 40 years. Although Lu Chida didn't say it openly, Lu Shu already knew what he meant. It has been open for more than 40 years without any accidents, which proves that there are also their people among the law enforcers. Lu Shu smiled and held Lu Chida's hand and injected him with a large amount of female hormones. With the dean here, I am of course relieved. Lu Chida suddenly felt dizzy, thinking that his high blood pressure had occurred. He wanted to break free from Lu Shu's hand to find medicine, but found that he couldn't break free. Lu Chida soon fainted due to excessive estrogen, but Lu Shu still didn't let go of his hand and continued to inject. Knock knock knock. A person in bodyguard clothes knocked on Lu Shu's car window. Lu Shu was afraid that the bodyguard would find something unusual and rolled down the window. He was about to explain that Lu Chida was asleep. The bodyguard looked at the unconscious Lu Chida and smiled and said, Dean Lu is sick because of the children. If something happens at this time, the children will be worried. After saying that, he deliberately touched his brooch. Lu Shu knew at once that the person in front of her was a changed person, and she also heard the meaning of the changed person's words. Thank you for reminding me. Our Dean Lu was busy with the children's affairs and has become ill. Lu Shu searched for the medicine in Dean Lu's pocket while sucking out the excess female hormones in his body. You're welcome. It's all for the good of the children. After saying that, Lin Xian put away the brooch, took out the sign openly, put the needle into the gun, and walked into the door of the club after inspection. As soon as Lin Xian reached the 15th floor, she heard movement in the stairwell. Pushing open the door of the stairwell, she saw a little girl covered in blood and holding a glass bottle in her hand. The little girl wanted to run away when she saw Lin Xian, but was soon knocked unconscious by a figure that suddenly appeared. Lin Xian glanced at the door of the meeting room on the 15th floor. There were bodyguards at the door of the meeting room on the 15th floor. She couldn't hide the little girl at all. Start from the 20th floor and ring the fire alarm on each floor. After Li Feng put the little girl down, he ran up and rang the fire alarm on each floor through the glass of the stairwell. The fire alarm sounded, and the guests who were enjoying themselves in the room all ran out in panic, all wearing only a scarf. The door of the meeting room where the audition was being held opened, and a group of people rushed out. The entire clubhouse was instantly in chaos. The staff of the clubhouse were checking which floor the fire had occurred, but they did not find that the fire alarm bells above the 15th floor had been pressed. Before they found the location of the fire law enforcement officers had already arrived. The person in charge of the club quickly came out to solve the problem and confirmed that there was no fire on any floor. He directly told the fire enforcers that there was no fire anywhere and that someone was playing a prank. He randomly pushed out a person to take the blame for the prank and sent the fire enforcers away. Now they mainly send away the fire enforcers downstairs to avoid unnecessary trouble. The person in charge came to the 20th floor and found that one of the rooms had an accident. The boss's lower body was covered in blood and lying on the ground, with broken wine bottles next to him. He quickly called the doctor in the club for simple treatment, and only dared to send people to the hospital after the fire enforcers downstairs left. After the person in charge got the appearance of the little girl who injured people and escaped, he stopped everything in the club today and checked the people who left one by one, but did not find the little girl who escaped. In order to ensure the privacy of customers, a high-end club has no cameras installed in all places, and the entrances and exits are guarded. No one knows how people disappear out of thin air. Zhong Lixing always felt uneasy. Recently, 3 of the 10 largest financial groups in the independent state had already encountered problems. He always felt that this case was aimed at their Zhangli family. The missing little girl must be a demon sent to punish them. They could only stop the mountain rescue activities. Lin Xian took advantage of the chaos and asked Zhang Kuei to change the little girl from a 1.5 meter tall girl to a child less than 1 meter tall, and walked out with the children who came for the interview. Lu Shu saw that the 5 children had become 6 children and realized that the extra children should be Zhang Kuei. She directly claimed the 6 children and took the unconscious Lu Qida and the 6 children to the hospital. When Lu Qida woke up, he saw Lu Shu and the 5 children anxiously beside the bed. He remembered that he was unconscious before and didn't know the result of the mirror, so he asked anxiously, "Vision, Jing." After speaking, Lu Qida became more anxious, and he found that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Lu Shu quickly comforted him, "President Lu, don't worry, don't worry. The doctor said that your high blood pressure caused a stroke. It's my fault that I didn't give you medicine right away. I thought you were tired and fell asleep. You need to rest well. The doctor said that this is your first stroke and it won't be too serious. As long as you rest well, you will recover." Lu Qida wanted to raise his hand to take the phone, but his hands were shaking badly. Mobile, Lu Shu took out his phone from under Lu Qida's pillow and handed it to him. Lu Qida wanted to unlock the phone but couldn't. His hands were shaking so badly that he kept repeating the numbers. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. In the end, he locked the phone for 10 minutes because he made too many mistakes. "President Lu, tell me the password and I'll help you." 12085 Lu Qida said 6 numbers with difficulty, and Lin Xian, who had been talking to Lu Shu, also heard the password. Lin Xian, who had turned into Lu Qida, used this password to open the safe in his office directly. She had cracked Lu Qida's phone and the computer in the office before, and there was nothing about those dirty deals. There was not even the so-called video footage threatening Lu Shu. Lin Xian found something wrong when she disassembled the computer. The hard drive and other computer accessories were not in the same state of old and new. It was obvious that this hard drive had just been replaced. Lin Xian searched everywhere in the office for the hard drive but couldn't find it. There was only a safe as big as a wardrobe with a mechanical password lock for the disk, which she couldn't open. It was not an electronic lock, and Lin Xian couldn't open this safe with a computer. She could only let Lu Shu increase the release of hormones to make Lu Qida have a stroke and unable to move. Most of the passwords of the elderly are the same, so as long as they can get his mobile phone password, they can try it. If this guess is wrong, Lu Qida can't move, and he will send someone to take over these dirty money-making industries. At that time, the eavesdropper hidden in his mobile phone will know the password. Lin Xian looked at the 10 hard drives inside, half a box of gold and 5 handwritten account books. After installing the hard drive on the computer, Lin Xian saw the contents stored on it. There were all male and female victims. The shooting angle was very tricky and the faces of those beasts were not photographed. The transaction content in the 5 account books was only in the past 20 years, but the content on it made Lin Xian feel chilled. The cold numbers on it directly defined the value of a person. They didn't even have numbers in this account book, only age and gender codes. Just these contents can't tell how many people are involved in this inhumane thing behind it. Even if Lu Qida was killed, there would be other orphanages. If Zheng Lixing was killed, there would be Zheng Liu and Zheng Liyang. The original plan was for Lu Shu and Zhang Kuei to kill the people behind Lu Qida and turn Lu Qida's protective shield into a sharp knife stabbing him. Seeing what he had already learned from Lu Shu, Lin Xian found that the Lu Qida orphanage incident was just the tip of the iceberg of the whole thing. The Zhengli family not only manipulated celebrities in the entertainment industry to win over other bosses for them, but also involved charities, human trafficking, and forced prostitution. The largest charity, the Situ family, was also implicated. Lu Qida's account book recorded that all the money received came from the charity under the name of the Situ family. Those bosses treated the money from their girlfriends as donations and donated it to the charity of the Situ family, and then the charity donated it to the orphanage. This sum of money was laundered, and there was no need to pay taxes. Each orphanage would extract the amount of money from the number of people it provided, and the remaining money would all flow into the Zhengli family. A charity donation was completed without anyone noticing. The boss spent money to enjoy himself and also gained the reputation of a philanthropist. The director of the orphanage made a lot of money. The Zhengli family ran their own high-end club without risk and accumulated favors by the way. The Situ family's charity name became more and more famous, and the donations they received would increase. The only ones who suffered were the children who were deceived and trafficked. The news reported that the more funding they received, the more they would suffer, but in the eyes of others, their lives would be better. After Lin Xin figured out these connections, she felt terrified. Previously, the Shangwan family and the Morong family had worked together to do things that risked human lives, but in the end, the people involved were still killed by the demon lord. The big fuss was just to implement a policy. The Shangwan family and the Morong family were not hurt at all. Combining her current known demon abilities, Lin Xin doubted the demon lord for the first time. Why were the abilities he gave her so non-aggressive? If he gave her an ability to destroy the world, she wouldn't have to think about how to approach those people. Wouldn't it be better to just walk up to them and kill them all? Lin Xin had already gotten word from the waste god that they were chosen and saved because they were kind-hearted, in order to save them from suffering. Lin Xin knows what kind of person she is. Judging from the behavior of the corpses, they are not kind-hearted people. Li Feng will feel guilty for implicated the bodyguard when killing Chen Tingsong, but the two of them will not. And the person who should be saved in their family should be her sister, so the person who should be chosen should be her sister. Combined with what all the demons who appeared wanted to do, it is obvious that they were all targeting the top 10 financial groups in the independent state. Lin Shu looked at her own abilities, and she doubted for a moment whether they were chosen by the demon lord. Soon she shook her head and eliminated this idea. Now is not the time to entangle this, but how to solve this matter. Exposure can only introduce scapegoats. It is impossible to kill them all. As long as there are people alive and the benefits are great, there will always be people who will take risks to do it. Ding! Lin Xin was sitting in a chair thinking about how to uproot and put an end to this kind of thing when she suddenly received a text message. It was Lu Shu who sent her. Lu Cheetah's son came to the hospital. After chatting for less than 10 minutes, he asked me to take the child back to the orphanage by taxi and took my car keys away from me to drive back. I know. I have already dealt with the car recorder. They will not see the rest of the situation. They will only see you saving Lu Cheetah from taking medicine and then trying to leave but being stopped by the bodyguard. In order not to alert the enemy, Lin Xin set a virus on all hard drives. If you open the videos again, the hard drives will be scrapped after 3 minutes. Even if you copy the videos in the USB drive, the virus will be infected and completely scrapped. Take photos of all the account books and put them in the safe and lock them. In the rental house, Li Feng and the little girl sat quietly in the room, looking at each other without speaking. One of the packed meals on the table had not yet been opened. As soon as Li Feng stood up, the little girl looked at Li Feng very warily, still holding the stick weapon that Li Feng gave her to reassure her. In the end, Li Feng had no choice but to sit on the chair without moving. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Aren't you hungry? This is the food I bought. It will get cold if you don't eat it. The little girl still looked at Li Feng warily and shook her head in rejection. She didn't believe anyone now, so she whispered, "Can you let me go back? I don't want this opportunity to study anymore. If you go back now, you will be in trouble." Lin Xin opened the door and heard the little girl asking. The little girl saw the door open and a strange middle-aged woman walked in. "Who are you?" I saved you. If it weren't for me, you would have hurt their boss and would have died if you were caught. What is the full name of Lao Zhang? How did he trick you into coming out? I don't have time to coax the children, your companions. I'm still waiting for you to save them. Lin Xin saw the little girl looking at Li Feng warily, and thought of the information Lu Shu had asked about Lao Zhang from Lu Cheetah. She guessed that these little girls didn't pay much attention to the information on the internet, so I don't know about Li Feng. When those victims see Li Feng, they usually think that Li Feng is here to punish the bad guys and will not be so vigilant. The little girl was very panicked when she heard this. Remembering what happened before, she gripped the stick harder. My name is Xiaohua, and Lao Zhang's name is Zhang Shan. He suddenly came to our town 2 years ago and opened a charity organization to provide services to everyone. Children under the age of 18 are given school supplies based on their ID cards, and daily necessities are also given to girls. Then a year ago, he started visiting homes in surrounding villages every month to provide opportunities for families who had no money to study, or select families with many children to provide them with job opportunities to support their families. A year ago? Didn't the children who went out before come back? Lin Xin turned on the computer and started searching for Zhangshan, the charity keyword. What is the name of your town? Oolong Town. Xiaohua also knew after that incident that Zhangshan was not a good person. If she hadn't often helped her parents work and didn't drink the drink, she would have been in trouble now. They came back because they were all glamorous when they came back. Those who worked brought money to their families, and those who went to school also applied for financial aid, with free tuition and living expenses for 4 years of college. So before, everyone in Zhang Shan's family households are looking for someone to do home visits, and now people go to the charity to sign up every month, hoping to be selected. Why didn't those people who came back tell you? Li Feng heard this and became angry. Those people were originally victims, but now they have become accomplices. Xiaohua also thought that before she came, she had asked her neighbor's sister Xiaoqiao hopefully whether the outside world was really easy to make money and whether those philanthropists would really provide them with education. Sister Xiaoqiao said that the outside world is beautiful and philanthropists are also very kind. They are willing to let those people come back to ensure that they will not say anything nonsense, and not everyone will come back. Lin Xin has searched for this video account from 3 keywords, which is Zhang Das Hanren's account with 5 million fans. The above video is all about him promoting charity in those remote mountains. Yes, but they will all make video calls, and then Zhang Shan will take his mobile phone to these people's homes to let their parents know that they are living a good life now, and Zhang Shan will also transfer their monthly salary to their families. Xiaohua. After thinking about it, I found that half of the people came back, but because everyone made a video call to ensure they were safe and had money to send back, even those who went out to study would find a job as a tutor under Zhang Shan's introduction, and they could use the extra money. Money sent home. All parents who miss their children can go to Zhang Shan to make a video call to their children. No one has ever doubted that Zhang Shan is such a person. After all, he gave free supplies for a year before proposing to send his children to work and study. Lin Xin opened Zhang Shan's homepage and found a fundraising channel on it, one that raised money for a refueling pack of 99 yuan for girls in mountainous areas. There was also a picture of girls in mountainous areas starting 2 years ago who received refueling packs and thanked Zhang Shan. What's in the refueling bag Zhang Shan gave you? A ruler, a pen, a notebook, and 2 packs of sanitary napkins. You can receive one every month. If you don't need the ruler, pen and notebook, you can exchange them for 10 kilograms of rice. That's it every time you receive the refueling pack. I want to take photos for Zhang Shan to promote. He said that every refueling package is a donation from kind-hearted people outside. Lin Xin directly handed Zhang Shan's homepage to Xiaohua. Zhang Shan charges 99 yuan for a gas pack. He only spends more than 20 yuan to buy things for you and can buy your thanks and smiles. He uses the kindness of netizens to defraud money, and then use the money to build momentum to make you completely believe that he is a good person. Smartphones are a luxury for them, so few people in the village have access to mobile phones and short videos. They have never known anyone who uses information gaps to make money and gain fame for themselves. I post videos every day to promote myself and let people invest, but I didn't post a video today. It seems that the trouble you caused brought him a lot of trouble. Lin Xin suddenly realized that Xiaohua's sudden disappearance might have alerted the snake. The devils previous the whole city was in turmoil. The disappearance of Xiaohua probably made them suspect that Xiaohua was a devil. Lin Xin patted her head in annoyance. Even though she was careful, she was still negligent. But in that situation, she couldn't think so much, and she would still choose to save people subconsciously. Why did you hit yourself? Xiaohua looked at Lin Xin in astonishment. She didn't understand why this ant suddenly hit her head. Lin Xin looked at Xiaohua, and the thought that she had in Lu Chita's office before came to her mind again. Xiaohua was now involved in the charity event, which was also involved in the Situ family. Will she trigger the help system? Xiaohua was scared by Lin Xin's look and moved a step. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Feng, who had been listening to them talking, was also wondering why Lin Xin kept looking at Xiaohua. Xiao, what's wrong with you? When Lin Xin heard Li Feng's words, she raised her eyes and looked at Li Feng inquiringly. Uncle Feng's ability is needle, because he wants to punish those who bullied his daughter and lied and slandered her afterwards. Lu Shu was abandoned by her parents because she felt that she was a girl. Because she was a woman and had no strength to resist Zhang Tian, her ability was to change her gender. Zhang Kuei had the ability to change his age because he was not able to save the children and himself from the adults when he was young. Before she made the wish, she wanted to become a stranger to enter the agency, or to change into anyone and take Uncle Feng to kill the bad guys without being suspected, so her ability was to change into all kinds of people. Although she didn't know what kind of people the corpses and dog people were in reality, Lin Xin had a guess whether this ability was the inner demon or need of everyone when making a wish. If Xiaohua triggered the wishing system, and then wished to kill all the bad guys, would she be able to gain an invincible and powerful ability? Do you want revenge? Revenge? I don't want revenge. I just want to study. Now that I know this is a trap, I also just want to go home. Xiaohua shook her head desperately. Her dream since childhood was to study and make money so that her parents and younger brother could go out of the mountains. The fierceness in the eyes of this middle-aged aunt let Xiaohua know that the revenge she was talking about was to kill Zhang Shan. In Xiaohua's perception, these two people were trying to abduct her to kill her, and they were not good people either. Lin Xian grabbed Xiaohua's arm. There were 10 of you who came here before, and you were the only one who escaped. The remaining 9 people are being tortured. The number of people in your village who were brought out by Zhang Shan is the same as the number of people who were brought out by him. Dragging them to hell is worse than death. They won't let you go, and they won't let your parents go either. Let me go. If you want to kill Zhang Shan, why don't you kill it yourself? You want me to kill it. This is killing and I don't dare. Xiaohua was frightened by Lin Xian's current expression. She waved the stick in her hand randomly. It hit Lin Xian's arm. Li Feng grabbed the stick and knocked Xiaohua unconscious to prevent her from leaving and causing an accident. He dragged Lin Xian to the toilet and asked her to face the mirror. Look, there's something wrong with your current state. You don't look like yourself at all. The two have been studying their abilities, how to maximize them, and various drawbacks to avoid. Lin Xian's ability flaws were never discovered. At this time, Li Feng suddenly realized the flaws in Lin Xian's abilities. Not only could the appearance and blood be copied, but Lin Xian's personality had also changed. In the past, he had to act as a person in front of others, so his personality could not be seen. Whether it was pretending or real, but today it was obvious that those words were not what Lin Xian would say. After Lin Xian returned to her own appearance, she was surprised to find out how bold her idea was. She actually forced people to seek help from the fallen demon, just to confirm her suspicions, and then tried to manipulate the demon master to give her the abilities she needed. Lin Xian turned on the faucet and slapped her face with cold water, trying to clear these ridiculous thoughts from her mind. I'll calm down myself. After sending Li Feng away, Lin Xian stared at his familiar face in the mirror, looking more and more unfamiliar. Yiming, who was basking in the sun in the villa, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the number 4 bottle that gave off a faint red light. Greed is indeed a common problem among people. When their desires are fulfilled, they will create new desires. If they are not satisfied, they will try to understand everything about God in order to try to control him and ultimately destroy him. Shand, who was basking in the sun with the little god tree, turned his head and looked at Yiming, who suddenly spoke in confusion. He wanted to ask, but found that Yiming had closed his eyes and said nothing. Independent State Liberal Association's top roundtable room. Shang Wanji and Morong Yan saw Gongsun Wuji sitting in Gongsuan's seat and directly attacked him. The people sitting here are the inheritors of the top 10 financial groups. Master Gongsun, your family's medicine man has expired. You should not be qualified to sit here, right? They always resented the Gongsun family for not providing medicine to save their grandson and son. They knew that the first of the top 10 financial groups to have trouble was the Gongsun family, so when Gongsun Wuji said those words, those who knew the truth did not believe it at all, so after secretly investigating, they discovered that it was their ancestor who said that the medicine man had failed. Shang Guanji and Morong Yan, who had received the inheritance in memory, thought that the ability of the ancestor of the Gongsun family had disappeared, and they were afraid that it would be their turn next. But their abilities have not disappeared until now, which means that the Gongsun family lied at the beginning and deliberately did not save their son and grandson. Our Gongsun family didn't get its position in the top 10 financial groups by relying on medicine talents. Even if we didn't rely on medicine people, 80% of the world's medicine prescriptions are still in my hands. Why am I not qualified? Gongsun Wuji knew he still couldn't hide this secret, and the news of the medicine's failure spread out. Shang Guanji laughed loudly when he heard this. You don't really think that the person who can sit in this position is really because of his current social status, do you? You don't think that this is an ordinary free association meeting, do you? Gongsun Wuji couldn't understand Shang Guanji's words. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the other 9 people, he knew there was something he didn't know. Either your old man comes, or you leave. After Morong Yan said these words, Gongsun Wuji was dragged out of the conference room with his mouth covered. It was the first time in his 60s that Gongsun Wuji suffered such humiliation. He hurried to the old house to ask his ancestor what was going on. A very charming young woman was half leaning on the armrest of the chair, holding her chin and smiling softly. You guys are really hiding it. That old guy Gongsun Yu has really lost his ability? Shang Guanji picked up the coaster on the table and threw it directly into the young woman's face. Put away your ability and stop being arrogant. Zhongli picked up the coaster that fell on him and said with a smile, I thought brother Shangguan would throw a piece of gold over. Since that incident 300 years ago, we have never had a meeting again. I wasted so much time looking at you. Talk to that boy. What is the purpose of this meeting? Situ, who was sitting in the middle, frowned and looked at Zhengli. Didn't your junior tell you what happened the day before yesterday? That so-called devil is targeting our career. Devil? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, my body is only 20 years old. Everyone in Zhengli's family was killed by demons. I can regenerate and cultivate a new body. You are just too timid. After all, you are gods, but you are afraid of demons. Zhongli looked at Shangguan, Morong and Situ sitting in the middle and said indifferently. As long as her ability was still there, Zhongli could seduce men into giving birth to bodies with her own blood. As long as she waved her hand, Zhongli would bring money to her doorstep. We cannot resist birth, aging, sickness and death, so every time we change our body, we have to let Dongfang extract our memories and eat the fruit growing on our body again. The fruit will become weaker every time it is reborn, but Gong Sun Yu's ability has made him never die, and he still has the most original ability. The strongest one has disappeared. Do you still think it has nothing to do with you? Situ looked at the other 5 families who were not targeted by the devil and Zhengli's explanation, and he always felt uneasy in his heart. Zhengli still didn't care. That man is the most cunning, and it's not certain whether he has really lost his ability. Moreover, his ability is an incompetent medicine. Maybe 300 years is the limit, and it's not certain that he needs to change his body now. The poison in the 3 juniors is the poison of the roots of the sacred tree. The only poison that cannot be eradicated by the blood of the medicine man is the poison of the roots of the sacred tree. Whether he is lying or not is not good news for us. After hearing Shangguan and Morong talk about this, Situ knew why Gongsun said he had lost his ability to the outside world. He was trying to conceal the news. Fuck! This old thief is so insidious. Zhongli quickly understood what Situ meant. Gongsun wanted them to fight against the demons. They would rely on their own abilities and think that the demons were nothing to be afraid of. But if the demons were related to the sacred tree, would their abilities still exist? So the demons were created by the sacred tree? How is that possible? That's how we killed the sacred tree back then. How could he create demons to kill people? The 5 families who had been silent all this time thought this conjecture was too absurd. Situ turned on the computer and played online comments on the projector. Although those demons claim to be demons, they are indeed saviors in the eyes of all people. Our Situ family has worked hard to do charity for hundreds of years, and they have gained so much support from the people this month. Even the people believe in demons more than the law enforcement team, thinking that the people they kill must be heinous people. The remaining 8 people all looked very ugly. Back then, the sacred tree relied on the people's faith to obtain its divine power. As long as a kind-hearted person sincerely makes a wish to him, he can obtain the magical fruit and gain the ability to change himself. Once a person becomes special, he does not want this specialness to become common. But they killed innocent people, the doctor's son and wife, as well as the bodyguards and drivers who protected Chen Tingsong. Does that mean these demons are the same as us? Dongfang, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, if we can find the demons, we can use my ability allows them to join us, and their abilities should be the same as ours, so they must not have memory abilities. No one does not desire immortality, and the more capable people are, the more they pursue immortality. Seeing that the rest of the people on the round table were silent, Situ then said, we have already killed the sacred tree with this trick. How can we still be so stupid? Moreover, our original title was the Envoy of the Gods. Why do these people call themselves devils? Finally, we call ourselves devils. The important thing is that in the eyes of the public, those innocent people are not innocent. After the incident of the Gongsun family was exposed, the 3 families were evil in the eyes of the people. The 8 people were silent when they heard this. If the sacred tree is no longer a god, can the so-called causal relationship still make it go crazy and be punished by heaven? Zhongli looked at Situ and said, you should have a way to convene this meeting. Just tell me what you want to do? It can be seen from what he has done that the divine tree is still gathering the hearts of the people, so we must first destroy the devil's reputation in the hearts of the people. We can make him be spurned by everyone once and then be spurned by everyone again. Put 300 years of history spread, letting everyone know that the devil was created by the magic tree back then. Can you conclude that it is the revenge of the sacred tree just based on the poison of the sacred tree? Didn't that old guy Gongsun create a poisonous man back then? How do you confirm that these poisons are not the poison of the poisonous man? Will the abilities of those demons be those? The so-called servants of God who disappeared, after all, they actually disappeared in it is very abnormal to be surrounded by fires all over the mountain. Shimon is unwilling to spread the 300 years of history. He was responsible for all the murders back then. If the history is made public and people pursue the truth and discover the history, he will cover it up with great difficulty. History and a cleansed life experience will fall short. And he doesn't think this is the revenge of the sacred tree. If the sacred tree wants to take revenge, it will definitely take him as the executioner. The Gongsun family has not been exposed from the beginning to the end. Why was the Gongsun family the first to attack? It is obvious that this is more like the revenge of a poisonous person. Whether it's a poisonous person or a servant of God, as long as you know their purpose, you can destroy them. You don't have to worry about the history of 300 years ago will implicate you. History is always written by the victors. In the past 300 years, the fundamentals have been found. There are no people who know that period of history. You don't need to interfere in this matter, I can complete it myself, as long as you don't interfere and make trouble. After Situ said this, he put down the wine glass in his hand and dismissed the meeting. What's going on? As soon as Dongfang returned home, his wife Fu Yao pulled him into the study to ask. The sacred tree appears. Really? Fu Yao was very happy to hear the news. The god was finally back. Dongfang stroked Fu Yao's nose. Be careful lately, don't let them discover the secret and the secret of our family. I know, do you know where the sacred tree is now? Fu Yao wanted to see the sacred tree right away. It should be in Haiyan City. Everything happened in Haiyan City. Don't have too much hope. The sacred tree is no longer the sacred tree it used to be. Those demons were all created by him. He may have fallen. Demonic. Dongfang felt that Situ's plan was a joke. They had already prevented the divine tree from becoming a god, so how could they still use the same method to kill the divine tree? Impossible. The people he killed were all deserving of death. Back then, we god servants and the god tree were surrounded by you on the mountain with fire. Even though the god tree was betrayed by you, it still decomposed all the organs in its body at the last moment. Let us eat and give us a chance to escape. He has always been the sacred tree that wants to do good things. Fu Yao touched her nose. She had eaten the nose of the sacred tree and could distinguish all things in the world. The smell. When she gives birth to her first child, this ability will be passed on to her first child. She and Dongfang will have their own children in each generation to inherit their abilities. Regardless of whether they are men or women, they will be in a relationship, and when they are in their 40s, they will each give birth to the children they need. She woke up and wanted to take revenge on Shimon, but was seriously injured and was rescued by Dongfang. She had always believed that the sacred tree would come back, so she stayed with Dongfang and let him use his ability to keep her memory. I was not involved in their affairs back then. If it hadn't been for the fact that people with this ability can only be deprived of food if they are inherited by blood, they would have killed me long ago. Dongfang knew that even if he didn't help them use the ability to extract memories, they would let this evil inheritance go down. But he and Fu Yao had only one way to die. Those people would not let a person who knew their dirty deeds and was not a group of them live. Therefore, Dongfang has always shown itself to be a group of people who are in cahoots with them. The past 3 days had been quiet, and everyone was asleep at 3 o'clock in the morning when a live video hit the hot search list. Message notifications popped up on everyone's cell phones. Lin Xian has been paying special attention to Zhang Shan, and was woken up when his phone received the notification sound that the live broadcast was started. When she opened it, she saw Zhang Shan kidnapped on a chair. Next to him stood a stiff man with bombs strapped to his body. Next to him was a middle-aged woman. In the darkness behind him stood a man with a needle and a burned face. Because wearing a hat, you can't see the whole picture clearly. But Lin Xian still saw from the lower half of his face that this man looked very much like Uncle Feng. Lin Xian quickly ran to Li Feng's room and knocked on the door. Uncle Feng. Both Li Feng and Xiao Hua were sleeping and were awakened by Lin Xian. Xiao Hua hid in the room and did not dare to go out. The two people refused to let her go or hurt her, leaving Xiao Hua not sure what to do. Li Feng opened the door and saw the live broadcast room in Lin Xian's hand. This person must have received retribution. He was kidnapped. He deserves it. He has harmed so many people and yet he is still a good person. After Lin Xian saw Uncle Feng, he was very sure that the person in the video was not Li Feng, so there was a high probability that the stiff man was not a dead body. Is there anyone pretending to be a hero? Lin Xian didn't understand what the purpose of the live broadcast room was, but she knew that this sudden midnight live broadcast was obviously aimed at them. If someone really wanted to do justice, why would they borrow their name? Would it be cooler to say that the devil was out there? Lin Xan quickly found the IP of this live broadcast room, Wulong Town, and Lin Xan quickly knew that Zhang Shan's live broadcast location should be his charity organization. It would take at least 6 hours to get there now, and they couldn't contact the dead body in the middle of the night. Lin Xian and Li Feng didn't have time to do anything, so they could only see what the purpose of the people in the live broadcast was. Li Feng in the live broadcast took a needle and inserted it directly into Zhang Shan's chest, and Zhang Shan's white shirt soon turned red. I haven't punished evil people for a long time. As long as you tell me the bad things you have done, I will forgive you. Li Feng was shocked when he heard this voice. This person's voice is very similar to mine. Is he imitating me? He, you are all products of sin. Let's die together. The stiff man next to him grabbed a pair of parents next to him. You actually forced your daughter to sell to suck blood for your son, you beasts. He corpse? Li Feng only realized at this time that 2 of the 3 people were imitating him and the corpse. He pointed to the middle-aged woman in the middle. This person is not you? What are these 3 people going to do? I don't know. Lin Xian shook her head. She couldn't tell which side these 3 people were on. If they were chivalrous people, why would they use their names? Moreover, ordinary people would die if they used the killing ability of the corpse. But if it was Zhang Shan's people, were they crazy? Just blew up what they had done. What was the purpose? Was it to cut off the tail, afraid that the disappeared Xiaohua would report them? What nonsense are you talking about? My daughter went out to study, you killed her, and you want to slander us? Where did you take my daughter? Please let her go. Xiaohua's parents kowtowed to the 3 people and begged for mercy. Li Feng directly inserted a needle into Xiaohua's father's chest, and the white t-shirt on Xiaohua's father soon oozed blood. Xiaohua asked our great God for help. It was you, the son-loving parents, who let Xiaohua go out to sell for money. Zhang Shan must be your middleman. How Lin Xian couldn't help laughing when she saw this. Zhang Shan, Xiaohua's parents, and the tied-up girl on the ground were all wearing white clothes. Just now, after the Li Feng stabbed Xiaohua's father, he immediately moved the camera to the bleeding chest. All this made Lin Xian feel that this was a play, and she couldn't understand what the purpose of the person behind it was. Li Feng was about to ask Lin Xian what she was laughing at, and Xiaohua, who had been hiding in the room, ran out. Xiaohua ran out when she heard her name and a familiar voice. She saw Li Feng and a strange man watching the live broadcast. Xiaohua didn't have time to find out who this strange man was. She quickly followed the voice and saw the screen in the live broadcast and asked in confusion, "Where are my parents?" Lin Xian entered a piece of code to replay the previous live broadcast screen, and took a screenshot of the screen of Xiaohua's father that was accidentally exposed in the live broadcast screen. Then she used image processing to enlarge the facial appearance and asked, "Is this person your father?" Xiaohua looked at the picture carefully and shook her head. "This person looks very similar to my father, but my father has a mole here, and this person doesn't." Xiaohua's mother kept her head down and never looked at the live broadcast camera, so it was impossible to confirm whether this person was Xiaohua's mother. What is going on? Xiaohua didn't understand the current situation at all. She knew at once that if the person in the live broadcast room was not her father, it was her idol uncle. Did you laugh because you found something just now? Li Feng also had a lot of doubts and wanted to know what was going on now. All the kidnapped people are wearing white clothes, and the shots are all close-ups of the blood-stained clothes. Except for Qin Shan and the students tied to the ground, whose faces can be seen clearly. Do you know the idiom called confession under torture? As long as these people admit their crimes under the coercion of the devil and then die, and people finally investigate Zhang Shan as a great good man, those netizens will think that everything before was a confession under torture. Lin Xian guessed that the person behind the scenes should have helped Zhang Shan to get everything done. The result of everyone's investigation will be that Zhang Shan is a great good man. He brings hope to the poor mountains, gives those children who have no chance to go out of the mountains to study the opportunity to study, and introduces those who can't make a living to work opportunities. Could it be that the person behind the scenes wants to use this incident to whitewash the previous ones? But those people are all dead. Is reputation so important? What about my parents? Will they get into trouble? Xiaohua was worried about her parents when she heard "and then die." Your parents either don't cooperate with their acting, or they are arrested and kept to threaten you. They should be safe for the time being. What should I do? Xiaohua sat on the sofa at a loss. She didn't expect that her escape because she didn't want to be violated would bring such a big disaster to her family. She doubted for a moment whether it was right or wrong to resist and escape. No, are these people sick? Taking their own lives to act out this play? Just to discredit us? Are they sick? We are demons, afraid of misunderstandings from the world. We should kill people, but we don't do these things for the worship and faith of the world. Li Feng felt that these actors were crazy and didn't even want their lives for money. He felt that the people behind the scenes were fools. Since he chose to fall into the devil and kill people, he didn't care about the world's scorn. The reason why he had to live broadcast when killing Lu Mang and Chi Tang before and let them confess was just to give justice to his daughter. I want to tell everyone that my daughter is a victim, not a woman who does those things for money, as they say. He can fall into hell with a stigma, but his daughter can't. From the white clothes, you can see that the scripts of the actors and directors are different. Lin Xin didn't understand what the person behind the scenes was doing. She didn't start the live broadcast to gain people's worship and faith. She just wanted these people to see how serious the consequences of crime were, so that people would be afraid and unwilling to commit crimes easily. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Xin had a new idea. If the person behind the scenes was not trying to clear the innocence of the previous person, then he was trying to discredit them, the devil. What do you mean? Li Feng still didn't understand Lin Xin's words. Put a blood bag in the middle of the white clothes, and the blood bag will burst with one needle. The white clothes will make it impossible to ignore the bleeding. That means the scripts that the actors got are all fake. In the previous few times, the law enforcers were right in front of them, but the corpses still exploded and killed everyone. So there will never be a scene where the law enforcers save people. If they faked death, there are more than a dozen people here. Even if they all had plastic surgery, there would always be one or two who would let the cat out of the bag. If I were the person behind the scenes, in order to avoid accidents, these people would all be blown to death, so that it can be confirmed that the devil killed innocent people and was tortured into confessing. You will know if my guess is right by watching the show. Lin Xin gave the phone to Xiaohua and Li Feng, and watched the show on the computer. She turned on the dashcam copied from the orphanage car, and the scenes of the bosses running out in towels when the fire alarm sounded. Although she didn't care about the infamy, it didn't mean that the beast had to die with a good reputation. Aren't you going to save these people? Didn't you already guess that these people will die? Xiaohua looked at Lin Xin and Li Feng in disbelief. She didn't understand why these two people could say this was a drama so calmly. A play that will cost lives. If you are seeking skin from a tiger, you must be prepared to be eaten by the tiger. Lin Xin knew that he could not rush over. If he could rush over, he would help these people live broadcast the behind-the-scenes drama. Whether these people were threatened or lure them into endorsing Zhang Shan during the live broadcast. Regardless of whether they die in the final scene, Zhang Shan can use this reputation to deceive more innocent people into going to hell. Those supporting actors are accomplices. But their crimes are not worthy of death, and those girls are threatened. Xiaohua didn't know why these two people could save her but not those people. It has nothing to do with me whether their crimes are worthy of death or whether they deserve death. It's not me who kills people. Lin Xin quickly turned his attention to the live broadcast. You yourself are coming from Wulong Town by car. It takes 6 hours to drive. Even if we rush there, we can't save anyone. Li Feng is afraid that the two of them will quarrel again. This house was specially rented to accommodate Xiaohua and not expose their basement. It's an old community, so the sound insulation is not good. If there is a quarrel, the next door neighbor will hear it and it will cause unnecessary trouble. Don't you have superpowers? Xiaohua had her own selfish motives. She thought that if these two people arrived in Oolong Town, she could let them save her parents. I can give you superpowers, can you? Fall into the same darkness as us. After Xiaohua heard Lin Xin's words, she didn't dare to speak again. She remembered Lin Xin's look of killing someone before and asked her if she wanted revenge. She didn't understand why this man was so obsessed with letting her kill people. Lin Xin had no regrets about saving Xiaohua, which alerted the people behind her. At this moment, she regretted that this man was always talking about benevolence, justice, and morality when it came to others, but he was unwilling to pay any price for it. She has decided to let her go tomorrow. It has nothing to do with her whether she calls the police or is caught by the person behind her. In the live broadcast, Zhang Shan remained silent even after being stabbed with 10 needles. Little Flower's parents had already been stabbed into coma. You are so hard-boned. These are all people who help the evildoers. They help you deceive those ignorant girls, and they are also evil people. Li Feng said as he walked towards the girls next to him with a needle, and directly took out the needle and pricked those girls. You lied to those girls, and you got financial support from kind-hearted people outside. You had the opportunity to go to school, and you could also make money as a tutor. To parents. I'm not lying. The girl's face turned pale and she shed tears. Her eyes were full of grief. She didn't know why she was going through this. You're so tough. Li Feng picked up the needle and walked to the other girl. She won't tell, so you do. The girl was frightened and said directly, don't prick me, I told the truth. Zhang Shan deceived us. The so-called sponsors were all the guests Zhang Shan found. Zhang Shan tricked us into drinking sea medicine and sent it to the beds of those guests. Our so-called tuition fees and wages are all paid for by sleeping. The more the girl spoke, the more excited she became, as if she wanted to say everything in her heart, with hatred in her eyes. When we woke up and wanted to call the law enforcement, Zhang Shan would take out the video and threaten us. He even gave us a note. That's enough, don't leave these girls. I admit that it was all done by me. I forced them to help me deceive people. Zhang Shan saw that something was wrong and quickly stopped the girl from continuing. The girl was also frightened and broke out in a sweat by Zhang Shan's words. Enough. She almost made a mistake just now. She looked at the group of people behind the camera in horror. The man in the middle, Situ Shan, who was wearing a suit and had an indifferent expression, watched the live broadcast room without even looking at her. This made the girl sigh in relief. The subordinate next to Situ Shan suddenly reported in Situ Shan's ear, the law enforcer's car has been delayed by ours for 20 minutes. It will arrive at the door in about 5 minutes. Situ Shan picked up the headset and pointed at the dead body and said, start your scene. The law enforcers are coming soon. You have to be careful. Even though it's fake, you may still get hurt if you're not careful. After Situ Shan said this, he led the people to evacuate the room. After watching everyone evacuate, the dead corpse started his own drama. We are all victims of persecution, let's die together. When everyone heard this sentence, they knew that the play was coming to the last scene. As long as the explosion scene was completed, they would get a generous reward. Rich enough that they can spend the rest of their lives without working. Pong! An explosion sounded, and the fire quickly burned everything in the room. The bomb was so powerful that everyone in the room died. Situ Shan directly asked Xiaohua's parents to be thrown into the fire. If the living are not willing to cooperate in the acting, then the dead will cooperate. After doing all this, he took the people out in a hurry and ran into the law enforcer's car. Who are you? Stop. They suddenly appeared in the wilderness in the early morning and left from the explosion site. The law enforcers in the car immediately expressed doubts about the identities of these people. Situ Shan smiled and greeted the law enforcer. He took out his ID card from his wallet and handed it to the law enforcer. I stayed up late at night and watched the live broadcast. I didn't expect that someone would kidnap women under the guise of charity. I was so angry that I drove over. No. I thought I'd see an explosion as soon as I arrived. When the law enforcer took the ID card and saw the word Situ on it, he knew he couldn't afford to offend him. After registering the ID card and returning it, he said as a matter of routine, we will notify you if there is a need, and we hope you will cooperate with the investigation at that time. Don't worry, I am a good citizen. Situ Shan took the ID card and swaggered into his car and left the place. The law enforcer who was driving couldn't help asking, Team Lin, are you just going to let them go? It is obvious that it is impossible to rush here from the live broadcast, unless they are in the town from the beginning. Otherwise, it will take at least 1 hour to come from any city, and it is impossible to be faster than us. They said that they may not be the Devil's Gang. The Situ family, it won't be the Devil's Gang. Team Lin looked at the flames in the sky and fell into deep thought. Was this incident really caused by the devil? After they arrived at the scene to put out the fire, more than a dozen bodies inside were blown beyond recognition, and there was no one alive. Damn, another step slower. Team Lin counted these bodies and fell into deep thought. Unlike in the past, there would be fewer people in the past, but this time there were more people than in the live broadcast room. Notify other branches and ask for help in the autopsy to quickly confirm the identity. Captain Lin was getting more and more uneasy. He always felt that the independent state was going to confront the devil, and ordinary people would become victims of this game. Lin Xian looked at the overwhelming words and videos praising the devil on the internet, and no one deleted the comments or videos. You guessed wrong. Li Feng looked at these comments. As before, netizens still praised them as saviors. No one thought they killed the wrong person and tortured them into confessing. It's more than 3 in the morning. Even if there are night owls, this heat is not normal. Obviously someone has hired a water army. The more support the public has, the more angry they will be when the truth comes out. The video has been circulated everywhere on the internet. Major websites are at law enforcement officers are strictly investigating charitable organizations. These comments were quickly deleted and banned as before. The more they were deleted, the more netizens felt that the things the devil said were true. As before, caring people have begun to hold protest marches, and the recent killings and hunting of wild dogs have also been implicated. More and more people are marching to protest. Among them, a few netizens have questioned what the devil did yesterday. If what the devil said is true, Zhongshan and the parents are not worth dying. But those girls shouldn't die, right? If it was a threat, they are victims. If it was for money, they just sold their bodies and didn't love themselves. Are those girls buried with him? I also feel uncomfortable after watching the video. You people are here to promote the devil as the savior because you are not those innocent people who are implicated. One day when the devil punishes the bad guys and causes you to lose your lives, will you also call him the savior? I wanted to say this before. Kang Renyu's wife and son had no involvement in what Kang Renyu did. Wasn't that devil too extreme? He made people confess based on what he knew. If they didn't confess, he tortured them. If they confessed, he killed them. Did he really guarantee that what the victims said was true? These few comments were cursed by netizens as soon as they were made. Because there were too many comments, these words were pushed to the front page of each video, and more people saw them. Some people agreed with them, and some disagreed with them. Netizens quarreled under these comments, causing these comments to become more and more popular. You are a running dog sent by those charities, right? The devil must have his own way to investigate the truth of the matter. Could it be that he is like those useless law enforcers who always say insufficient evidence and let those people go unpunished and continue to harm people? It's obvious that they are running dogs. When I said to investigate the charities, their comments were deleted and blocked immediately. The comments of these running dogs are at the bottom of the front page of each video. Is there any technician who can 818 these accounts to see if the people in real life are all rich? It's so funny. Kang Renyu's son and wife squandered the money he earned from harming others, but the punishment was to leave him alone. I understand. I will also make this kind of dirty money to support my son in the future. If it is not discovered, the whole family will be happy. If it is discovered, only I will be arrested, and my son and wife can still make a fortune. No wonder there are so many black-heart people in this world who can make dirty money so comfortably. Let's not talk about whether Kang Renyu's son and wife are innocent. What about those girls? Do they really deserve to die? They just chose a wrong shortcut. They obviously had the opportunity to correct themselves, but the devil killed them all directly. I cannot agree with this approach. It is really an era where people laugh at poverty but not prostitution. It is because of these gold-digging women who always think that they can get something for nothing that this society is getting dirtier and dirtier. It was a hot topic online. At the beginning, some people controlled and deleted comments. Later, after realizing that it was useless, those radical remarks were no longer deleted. Just when everyone's attention was on this matter, Zheng Hengde, a famous historical archaeology expert, posted a message on the internet titled, "The Truth About the Near Destruction of Kanglan Star 300 Years Ago." Not many people paid attention to this message. Only some of Professor Zhang's students who followed his messages every day saw this message. It tells the story of a person who called himself the God Tree. In order to absorb the hearts of the people to practice, he began to create a large number of disasters under the banner of helping the people to fulfill their wishes. After people went to the wishing mountain to find the wishing tree to make wishes, he created a group of God messengers to save people. All the people worshipped the God Tree more and more, but the world did not become better because of the intervention of the God Tree. The God messengers found more and more criminals and killed more and more prisoners, but the number of innocent civilians killed every day did not decrease. The people were living in misery until one of the God messengers could not bear the torment of his conscience and told the truth. The post stopped here. Zheng Hengde did not continue, but all the students were curious about the truth. After all, Kanglan Star had a blank history 300 years ago. No one knew what happened to Kanglan Star during that period of misery. Some schools also began to have doubts after seeing this history. This month, things happened too frequently. Before, he didn't think there were so many unfair things around him. Instead, after the so-called devil appeared, one after another, things they couldn't imagine happened, and each thing was tortured into confession, and there was no so-called evidence at all. Those criminals are dead, although the law enforcers finally announced that those things were true and the criminals had been executed. But is it possible that the law enforcers and the criminals' families were threatened by the devil? This student posted this conjecture on the internet and was soon besieged and cursed by a group of netizens. Let the student break the defense in advance and close all online accounts. But those netizens did not let him go, investigated his information, sent text messages to curse, and even harassed his family. Lin Xin no longer paid attention to everything on the internet. She knew that no matter what the purpose of the person behind the scenes was, these things would become clear in a few days, and it would not have any impact on them at all. Those who wanted to kill and seek justice did not rely on the so-called savior to attract ordinary people to help. The first thing Lin Xin did when she woke up was to knock on the door. "Uncle Feng, please leave with me." Li Feng looked at Lin Xin in confusion, his eyes drifting towards the tightly closed door of Xiaohua's room. "If I leave, Xiaohua will run out and it will be dangerous. No one can stop people from dying." After watching the live broadcast yesterday, if she had a little bit of brains, she would know that it is safest to stay here or go to the law enforcement bureau. Li Feng did not say much, and followed Lin Xin away directly. Since Lin Xin helped him to get revenge, Li Feng has always listened to whatever Lin Xin said. His only purpose in living in this world now is to help Lin Xin get revenge. Not long after Lin Xin and Li Feng left, Xiaohua opened the door of the room and walked out. After confirming that there were no two people in the house, she opened the door and left home. She knew from yesterday's conversation that these two demons were inhumane. They were obviously capable but refused to save her parents. She wanted to find the law enforcers and let them save her parents. Lin Xin and Li Feng, who were standing in the dark of the path next to them, watched Xiaohua leave, and directly sent a message to the landlord to cancel the lease, without even asking for the deposit in rent. Li Feng, who turned into a needle, watched Xiaohua leave and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xin explained to him that she said those words to Xiaohua on purpose. From what Xiaohua said yesterday, Lin Xin knew that this person was not worth saving. Li Feng only hoped that Xiaohua would be smart enough to find the law enforcer instead of going back. After the people protesting on the street were arrested by law enforcement in the name of disturbance, no one dared to protest on the street again. However, the popularity of this matter on the internet has only increased. 3 days have passed, and law enforcement officials have still not responded positively. Because this case was related to demons, it was directly transferred to the law enforcement bureau where Chu Feng worked. They spent 3 days investigating the identities of those killed and the causes of death. "You mean the cause of death of the people inside was all caused by bombing?" Chu Feng looked at the autopsy report in his hand and felt incredible. Usually the demons who use bombs to kill people and clear out areas are possessed by corpses that have been dead for 3 or 4 days, but this time the autopsy report is very strange. Imitate killing? Looking at this information, Chu Feng's first thought was to imitate killing. Why use your own life to imitate murder? When Li Tian investigated the identities of all the corpses, he found the 3 corpses that imitated demons and killed people. It's impossible to use one's own life to earn fame and wealth for others. It can only be a waste of time. Chu Feng looked at Zhang Shan's investigation report in his hand. The deeds in it were all his good deeds. Those who were killed by Zhang Shan, those who were sent out to get jobs, and those who had the opportunity to study all testified that Zhang Shan was a good person. They even investigated their jobs and schools. Those without academic qualifications were arranged by Zhang Shan to learn skills and work in barbershops or massage parlors, and some with good image worked as salespersons in high-end clothing stores. Those students also received funding and had the opportunity to study. Those who asked them to be tutors can all prove that Zhang Shan helped introduce them. There was no trace of Zhang Shan abducting girls into prostitution. The only point of investigation that found something wrong with Zhang Shan was that Zhang Shan sold a charity gas pack online for 99 yuan, but the contents actually only cost more than 20 yuan. Zhang Shan's assistant explained that there were too many people and the refueling packs were simply not enough. In the early years, Zhang Shan subsidized it himself. When he ran out of money, he thought of dividing one refueling pack into 5 parts so that everyone in need could get one. You can receive a refueling package. I checked that Zhang Shan's organization started accepting donations from the Situ Charity Fund a year ago. There were 3 donations in total, each of which was 10 million. The expenses were all about buying rice and grain, gas packs, and education funds. There are also fees for learning skills. Those who go to work as apprentices have Zhang Shan paying for them. Fang Zhang brought back the computer from Zhang Shan's office, and everything he investigated showed that Zhang Shan was sincere. Doing things for the people. Zhang Shan has a problem. The technical expenses of the education fund are not transparent. There are 30 million yuan in funds a year, and donations from netizens are received from the internet from time to time, but the contents of the refueling bag are getting less and less. In addition to the previous strange copycat killing, Chu Feng quickly confirmed that this was a slander. But the accounts submitted by their accountant showed a loss. Could it be that we don't understand the charity aspect? Fang Zhang thought that Zhang Shan was a good person. He also saw something similar to the devil who kills people without providing evidence. I always felt that the devil killed the wrong person this time. You don't know how many accountants are caught for making false accounts every year. Chu Feng wanted to say something else, but the phone in the office rang. Chu Feng, we just received a report. A college student at Changnan University committed suicide by jumping off the building. Please take someone over to have a look. Fu Shengran said anxiously on the other end of the phone. Shouldn't the case of suicide by jumping off a building at Changnan University be reported to the Changnan Law Enforcement Bureau? Why was it sent to us? Chu Feng was very confused when he heard this report. That student was forced to commit suicide because he said a few things on the internet about demons killing people indiscriminately, killing people without evidence even if the wind is raining, killing innocent people indiscriminately, and a series of other things that netizens thought were in favor of capital. Netizens exposed him and forced him to commit suicide. After reading the suicide note, their parents said that it was the devil who caused their son to commit suicide. After listening to Fu Xingran's words, Chu Feng felt that the student's suicide was not simple. After all, he had felt it was a slander before, so was the student's suicide also a part of the slander? Could it mean that the student did not commit suicide at all? I know, I'll take people there right away. After Chu Feng hung up the phone, he immediately led his men to Changnan University. When we arrived at the scene, we quickly understood the situation. The inspectors had just completed the on-site inspection. Because it was in the dormitory, it was impossible to determine whether outsiders had entered because of the people coming and going. Where is the suicide note? Have you done a handwriting appraisal? Are you sure it's the person you are? Chu Feng looked at the messy room and knew that all the traces had been destroyed. Even if an outsider invaded and killed, it would be difficult to identify it. It was typing on a computer. There were only Tang Yi's fingerprints on the keyboard and no other people's fingerprints. Based on these inferences, the inspector quickly concluded that it was a suicide. Chu Feng got Tang Yi's roommate's record and checked it. Tang Yi hadn't left the dormitory recently because of something exposed on the internet, and he didn't want to go at 8 this morning. The roommate left at 7:30 in the morning and returned to the dormitory at 10 o'clock. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw Tang Yi sitting on the balcony and falling down. Chu Feng always had a strange feeling and soon realized something was wrong. Have you never used Tang Yi's computer? 2 of the 5 roommates quickly denied, I can't afford a computer, so I usually borrow my roommate's computer, and I also use Tang Yi's computer. Another one said, Tang Yi's computer is well configured. He doesn't usually play games, so I will borrow it for him to use. When the roommates heard Chu Feng's question, they were afraid that they would get into trouble. They saw that Tang Yi was depressed because of the online exposure during this period, and they were also afraid that this matter would make them exposed online. They hurriedly explained, it is normal to borrow computers from each other. Tang Yi was in a bad mood these 2 days, so we didn't dare to ask for it. We really don't know what happened to the suicide note. If we knew that Tang Yi wanted to commit suicide, we would definitely stop him. The colleagues in the forensic department knew something was wrong when they heard what the roommate said. From the messy dormitory, it was obvious that Tang Yi was not a person with mysophobia. Before committing suicide and writing a suicide note, did he have to clean up the computer? Chu Feng just defined this as a murder case when he received another call from Fu Shengran. A family of 5 was burned alive at home on 802, Building 3, Xingxing Garden, number 25 Lushu Street. Is it related to the devil again? The male owner of this house once made a statement online saying that the devil should not kill those dozen girls. They just went astray and were not guilty of death. Someone exposed the information online and was retaliated by extreme devil fans. Has the arsonist been caught? Yes, he was the one who was harmed by Kang's pharmaceuticals. Is he terminally ill? I don't know. I'll go over and investigate the specific situation. How are you? Fu Shengran felt strange when he heard Chu Feng ask this. He knew that Chu Feng would not ask this for no reason. It was obvious that the student's suicide case was not simple. The more Fu Shengran thought about it, the more headache he had. The things in Haiyan City were getting more and more complicated. Gongsun Wuji walked around the room with uneasiness. Ever since he was ostracized by other financial groups and kicked out of the meeting room that day, he hurried to the old house to ask the ancestor, what is the basis for their Gongsun family to become one of the top 10 financial groups? But he never got an answer from the ancestor. He just said, you should keep your family members in peace recently and don't leave the independent state. After this incident, the status of our Gongsun family will not change. Then he drove Gongsun Wuji away. Looking at the reports on the mobile phone about what happened in the past few days, those families that were attached to other financial groups got the news that something big was going to happen recently, but their Gongsun family knew nothing about it. Gongsun Wuji felt powerless. The 9 people that day were xenophobic, and their words and eyes made him feel humiliated. They were obviously of the same generation and some were even younger than him, but they knew more than him. Since he was a child, he wanted to explore why only the ancestor of the Gongsun family could live forever, and his father and grandfather could not live forever like the ancestor. Gongsun Wuji picked up a pen and wrote Medicine Man on the paper. He had spent more than 40 years searching for Medicine Man but could not find any information about him. Who was this Medicine Man who could make people immortal? He even felt that the heads of other consortiums knew more about Medicine Man than he, the head of the Gongsun family. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. A student from the history department of Chengnan University was exposed online by the Devil's fans for committing suicide because of the blank history and the sacred tree incident 300 years ago. 300 years ago? Blank history, sacred tree, devil. Gongsun Wuji knew from the grapevine that the events of the past few days revealed a sense of weirdness, and all the events seemed to be the devil targeting the Situ charity organization. Unlike before, the Situ family was not traumatized by this incident. Gongsun Wuji soon realized that this incident might not be the work of the devil, but the method discussed in the meeting that day. Seeing the deeds of the sacred tree 300 years ago written by the history professor, Gongsun Wuji's attention was quickly attracted by the ability of a god's messenger. This divine messenger used his ability to save the city that was sealed off due to the plague. He couldn't help but think of the ability of the medicine man, who could cure all diseases and detoxify all poisons, which was very similar to the divine messenger's ability. There was also a god who used his ability to give food to the victims of the famine. Gongsun Wuji thought of the Bachin family who had been cooperating with him. No matter what year of medicinal materials they needed, the Bachin family could provide them. He remembered that when he was a child, it rained every day, and all the grain production decreased, but the grain and medicinal materials planted by the Bachin family did not lose any, and even increased. Gongsun Wuji vaguely guessed what the common secret of the top 10 financial groups was. But what he didn't understand was why other family heads could know their own secrets, while their family's secrets were all in the hands of the ancestors and never spread. As the news of the suicide of a college student in the south of the city was widely publicized, the historical explanation that had no popularity was pushed to the top of the hot search. Everyone was urging Professor Zheng Hengde to release the next history, and many people went to the library to check the history of 300 years ago. But no one found anything. The more they could not find the blank history of 300 years ago, the more curious people became and the more they urged Professor Zheng Hengde to tell them what happened next. But Professor Zheng Hengde never responded to this matter. What a pity! The professor asked for leave today. I wanted to ask him in person. A message from a history graduate student at Chengnan University suddenly became the first comment under the historical explanation posted by Professor Zheng Hengde. You are still regretting it. Don't you watch the news? Anyone who speaks ill of the devil is dead. Why don't you go and see your Professor Zhang? The haters above shut up, those people are running dogs. What does it have to do with the devil? Since you believe that speaking ill of the devil will kill you, how dare you say it? The brain-dead fans above, don't you allow people to speak freely? That family of 5 was killed by you brain-dead fans. The people who think the devil is the savior and the people who think the devil is the dictator quarreled under this comment, and they quarreled for an hour without anyone arguing with each other. Until a new comment appeared to break the quarrel. The history graduate student posted another comment. I heard the netizens' speculation and ran to the staff dormitory and found that the professor had committed suicide by taking poison in the room. This comment was pushed to the first page of comments within less than 1 minute after it was posted, but it was deleted within less than 3 minutes. This unusual behavior made netizens pay more attention to what happened to Professor Zheng Hengde. Why did he commit suicide at this time? Could it be that he told a story about 300 years ago that made people think of the devil and was also cyberbullied? Or someone is preventing Professor Zhang Hunda from telling the follow-up of this history. As soon as this idea came to the minds of all netizens, they all thought that the end of that history was a turning point. According to what Professor Zhang Hunda said, the culprit who almost destroyed the world was the sacred tree that eliminated evil and became good, and did good deeds and accumulated virtues and was regarded as the savior by people. Now they also regard the devil as the savior. Do they also have a turning point? Students from Songnam University went on strike and sat in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau, demanding that law enforcement officers investigate whether the student's suicide by jumping off a building and professor's suicide by taking poison were really suicides. Netizens who did not know the truth also rushed to the Law Enforcement Bureau's official website to leave messages demanding the truth of the matter be announced, and the law enforcement officers' phones were flooded with calls. Tang Yi's roommate's video pushed the matter to a higher peak. The law enforcer asked me at the last minute if anyone in our dormitory had touched Tang Yi's computer. The explanation of Tang Yi's suicide was an electronic version. We knew that it was about investigating Tang Yi, so we told the truth. I and another roommate had touched Tang Yi's computer. The law enforcer who originally concluded that Tang Yi committed suicide suddenly looked very ugly. I suspect that Tang Yi did not commit suicide at all. The netizens who saw this video became even more crazy. They were eager to know the truth and were afraid that the world would be destroyed. The law enforcer knew that he had to come forward to explain now, otherwise there would be riots again. Tang Yi's case is still under investigation. We are investigating. Whether it is murder or suicide, we will find out the truth. Professor Zhang is no longer in danger of death because of timely rescue. He will hold an online briefing in 2 days when he is in better health, and will tell everyone everything he knows. Everyone was relieved to know that Professor Zhang was fine. They finally knew the truth of 300 years ago. After getting the guarantee from the law enforcers that Professor Zhang would not be in trouble, netizens waited at home for the briefing in 2 days. Yiming couldn't help laughing when he looked at the history explained by Zhang Hunda and what happened in the past 2 days. Human beings have so many shortcomings, they are indecisive, and they think they are kind and cause so much trouble. He clicked on the panel to check the people in need, slid and quickly jumped to a satisfactory candidate in the middle, and then deleted this application. Let me see the difference between the revenge of a madman and an ordinary person. Professor Zhang Hunda has been protected by law enforcement on the top floor of the hospital. In order to protect Professor Zhang Hunda, there are no other patients on the entire floor, and the doctor and law enforcement cannot leave this floor. Whether going to the toilet or eating or sleeping, they must travel in groups of 3. From their long-term investigation and statistics on demons, they know that there is only one demon who can change into other forms. Therefore, once one of the 3 of them appears again after leaving the team, these 3 will be directly driven off this floor. Chu Feng sat in the car downstairs of the hospital, smoking a cigarette and looking at the top floor of the hospital. Although the higher-ups had concluded that the incident between Professor Zhang Hunda and Tang Yi was probably the work of demons, Chu Feng felt something was wrong. Why would a demon pretend to commit suicide if he wants to kill someone? This has never happened before, and it is also a disguise for such bad deeds. Was the cleanliness on that computer really a murderous oversight? Or did he deliberately let them discover that this was not a simple suicide case? Chu Feng felt more and more that this matter was not simple. He was so skillful in manipulating public opinion that it didn't look like it was done by a devil, but rather like someone from the independent state. He even felt that Professor Zhang Hunda would not be harmed at all in the past 2 days, and the seminar would be held as scheduled. The time soon came to 2 days later, and everyone was waiting for news from Zhang Hunda in front of their mobile phone screens. When Professor Zhang Hunda's account sent a message that the historical explanation meeting would start at 1400 hours in the afternoon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Professor Zhang Hunda had escaped. That proves that as long as law enforcers want to protect a person, they can still do so, and the devil is not that scary. As soon as the hour arrived at 1400 hours in the afternoon, as soon as the live broadcast room opened, a large number of netizens poured in. Professor Zhang Hunda was lying weakly on the bed, holding some yellowed paper and a somewhat worn book in his hand. Thank you for your concern. The rescue was timely. My life is no longer in danger. I didn't expect that just explaining a piece of history would lead to the disaster of killing people. After Professor Zhang Hunda laboriously said this sentence, he began to breathe heavily. All netizens could. It was obvious that his health was not good. But they didn't dare to let Professor Zhang Hunda rest. They were afraid that if Professor Zhang Hunda didn't tell the truth this time, they would never know what the truth was. That divine envoy is the evil eliminating divine envoy among the 20 divine envoys. He said that he was responsible for the plague that year because the sacred tree complained to him that he had received too little faith recently. Everyone only knew about the divine envoy and did not know anything about it. The sacred tree. So he hid the truth from the other 19 divine envoys and caused all the people around him who did not believe in the sacred tree to get the plague, and then let the miracle doctor who could cure all diseases and eliminate all poisons use his own power to cure those people and then publicize it. These are all given by the sacred tree. In the end, the divine messenger who had the ability to heal diseases fell asleep due to excessive consumption of power, and the sacred tree also became the belief of Kanglan Star. Other divine envoys did not believe that the divine tree that helped them fulfill their wishes and bestow abilities was actually such a person, but the more they investigated, the more frightened they became. The evil-eliminating divine envoys really helped civilians eliminate evil and promote good deeds at the beginning. When the evil decreased, he found that people no longer believed in it, and then he started to create evil people and then eliminate evil people. He also deliberately destroyed the food grown by the people in the year of disaster, just to make the God who has the ability to promote the growth of living things spend a lot of power to let the people eat food. Just like the previous miraculous doctors and gods, it was just to make them consume too much power. And sleep forever. After Zhang Hengde said this in one breath, he felt out of breath. He was half leaning on the hospital bed. He picked up the yellowed paper with trembling hands and faced the live broadcast camera. That period of history is completely blank. All records have disappeared. This is still the case. My grandfather left it to me, saying that if there is another capable person in the world, the Savior will bring it out. I didn't know what was going on before, but after reading the above content, I knew it. How could there be so many injustices in the world without the appearance of those demons? No matter who wants to commit a crime, the law enforcement officers will not let them go. Why did the devil just happen to find out what the law enforcers didn't notice? When all the law enforcement officers who knew the truth heard this sentence, all their previous weird feelings were instantly answered. The death of so many people is the independent state's counterattack against the devil. The netizens in the live broadcast room did not know the truth. They felt angry when they looked at the historical records and pictures in Zhang Hengde's hands. They actually regarded those demons as their saviors. Every time they shouted about Savior, they gave the demons more strength. Devil, get out of Kanglan Star. Sacred tree? I think it's a magic tree. Don't insult the word God, you don't deserve it. Does it look like a sacred tree? I'm going to burn it all down. Does Professor Zhang know who destroyed the sacred tree? Is there any way to destroy the sacred tree? Professor Zhang Hengde shook his head. I don't know, it only records other divine envoys. You don't know, I know. Stepfather. A voice that was very familiar to Zhang Hengde sounded from behind him. His hospital bed was clearly against the wall. How could there be someone behind him? Besides, hadn't the lunatic been imprisoned in a mental hospital by him? How could it possibly appear here? The law enforcers all took out their guns and pointed them at the door that suddenly appeared on the wall and the pale-faced young man wearing mental illness clothes inside the door. The young man ignored the law enforcers with guns and greeted the camera. Hi, let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Shang, and I am the stepson of Zhang Hengde. Zhang Hengde turned his head with difficulty and saw Lin Shangzhen greeting him with a smile. Regardless of pretending to be weak, he quickly ran away to the law enforcer and shouted, "Shoot! Kill this devil!" Lin Shang was very sad when he heard this. Stepfather, I'm here to help you answer something you don't know. Why are you so excited? You said I'm a powerful messenger of God. How can you be sure that I'm not the messenger of God who saves the world but a demon? Shoot! Zhang Hengde was afraid that Lin Shang would tell the secret in his heart, so he quickly asked the law enforcer to shoot. Stepfather, I'm so sad, why don't you open your heart to me? Is it because I'm not your biological son, or because, shut up, are you a group of demons? Don't shoot yet. Zhang Hengde grabbed the law enforcer's hand directly, but the law enforcer dodged it. Calm down, we will protect you. Before the law enforcer finished speaking, he saw a small door suddenly appear at Zhang Shan's heart, and Lin Shang's head popped out from it. Zhang Hengde died with his eyes wide open. If your heart won't open to me, I'll open the door myself. After saying this, Lin Shang disappeared again. A big door appeared on the wall again. Lin Shang smiled and greeted the live broadcast room. Ahem, microphone, let me tell you the truth. Those gods who killed the sacred tree and saved the world were worse than pigs and dogs. I'll find the savior quickly, because from today on, I will kill one person a day. The standard for selecting people is kind people like Zhang Hengde. Bang 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 bang. The law enforcer shot at Lin Shang, and all the bullets could not break through the transparent door. This is dubbed, Pong Bang. Pong Bang. Ha 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 ha, I forgot to help convey the message. Since you don't like the gods, then we'll play the devil's set. Son, you looked so ugly when you knelt in front of me and cried. God's messenger? Ha ha ha. After Lin Shang said this, the door on the wall disappeared. Lin Shang, who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, Lin Shang who could not be hurt by bullets, Lin Shang who killed Zheng Hengde with strange means, and Lin Shang who threatened to kill one person a day, all caused panic among the people around the world who watched the live broadcast. The phone of the Law Enforcement Bureau was bombarded again, and the people were eager for the law enforcers to come up with a solution. They saw with their own eyes that Lin Shang killed Zheng Hengde in front of all the law enforcers, and then made a farewell speech in a chic manner, but the law enforcers were helpless, all of which made them feel uneasy. The law enforcers could only try their best to appease the people. The high-level law enforcement team knew from Zheng Hengde's actions that this was an action against the previous demons. They didn't know whether this suddenly appearing Lin Shang was part of the plan of the independent state or a newly created demon. Long Tian regretted not stopping it when he realized that something was wrong. He originally hoped that the demons could check and balance each other with the independent state, win more power for the people from the independent state, and make the laws of this world more perfect. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. No matter who Lin Shang belongs to, his abilities are helpless. Bullets can't penetrate the transparent door, and he can open the door and go in and out of any place at any time. They are not something that a normal person can deal with. Long Tian has been contacting the independent state, asking them to give an explanation or tell everything they know about the devil, but no one answered the phone. Long Tian knew that this was a signal that the independent state refused to communicate. Knock knock. The door of the room was suddenly knocked, and the Secretary General came in with a copy of Lin Shang's information investigated by the law enforcers and a mobile phone that was watching the live broadcast. Old Long is not good. This is a live broadcast by a passerby. The devil is different from the previous one. He actually doesn't hide his residence openly. The Secretary General handed the live broadcast to Long Tian. One fried rice with egg, please. Don't have the egg, don't have the rice, thank you. The proprietress of the roadside stir-fry heard this and thought that someone was here to mess up the place. When she looked up, she saw a young man in hospital clothes with a sick face. You are crazy. You don't want eggs or rice, but you still order fried rice. The boss lady has been busy making fried rice and noodles since noon, and has been busy until after 1 p.m. She rushed back to replenish the ingredients and had no time to watch any live broadcasts. For her, even if tomorrow is the end of the world, she still has to make money to support her family today. She can't be a savior, and knowing those truths can't change it. She still has to keep busy making money. She heard people who came to eat discuss some remarks about demons killing people and the destruction of the world, but she didn't ask any more questions, so she didn't know that the person in front of her was Lin Shang himself. Lin Shang grabbed the trembling person next to him. Why can he order fried rice without green onions, but I can't order eggs and rice? The person who was caught recognized Lin Shang as the demon who appeared in the live broadcast room before when he quarreled with the boss lady, and was scared to run away, but was caught before he left. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Are you here to make trouble? The boss lady paid protection fees, but she didn't expect to meet a troublemaker. Tell her if there is fried rice without egg or rice. Lin Shang didn't understand why the boss lady was so fierce to him, why others could give suggestions, but he couldn't. Yes, yes, yes. The captured man was scared and answered quickly. He was afraid that this demon would kill him. The boss lady doesn't know how to fry, but I do. I'll tell the boss lady, you let me go first. I'm hungry, I have to eat in 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will kill one person every minute. If anyone leaves now, I will kill that person immediately. Lin Shang was very happy to hear that he could eat and sat on the chair, looking at the people around him who had not escaped yet. He also warmly greeted the guests who ran halfway and dared not move. Come back and eat. It's so nice to eat together. Those guests didn't dare to move at all. Lin Shang slapped the table angrily. Don't you want to eat with me? All the guests were scared and sat on the chairs quickly. Their legs were shaking. They were afraid that this demon would kill people if they didn't agree with him. Even if the boss lady was slow, she knew that the person in front of her was not right. She made a fried rice without egg according to the guest's advice. Carefully brought it to Lin Shang. You want fried rice without egg or rice? Lin Shang looked at the fried rice with doubts, which was different from what he usually ate. The fried rice outside is different from the one in the hospital. The one in the hospital is green with a little white and yellow, and I can't eat it full at all. Most of the fried rice eaten by patients in Qingshan Mental Hospital is green onion, and the small amount of white rice and eggs are also rotten. Those who can be sent to Qingshan Mental Hospital are abandoned by their families. No matter whether they have mental illness when they enter, they have no chance of recovery. Lin Shang picked up the chopsticks and ate with satisfaction, and wolfed down this bowl of fried rice without egg or rice quickly. It turns out that fried rice can be so delicious. Take out a 100 yuan bill from your pocket and put it directly on the table, and then continue to order food from other stalls. What Lin Shang did just now, whether they knew he was a devil or not, they dared not refute his words, and they cooked whatever he ordered. Lin Shang enjoyed the meal very much, and even packed a lot of food and returned to Qingshan Mental Hospital. After the person who secretly broadcast live filmed Lin Shang entering Qingshan Mental Hospital, many people called the law enforcers and asked them to deal with Lin Shang. When the law enforcers arrived at the gate of Qingshan Mental Hospital, they found a group of people wearing psychiatric clothes, each riding a person in a white coat to patrol Qingshan Mental Hospital to prevent their territory from being invaded. The doctors in white coats were full of despair and crawled on all fours. One of them saw many fully armed law enforcers at the gate and shouted, "Save me! I'm a doctor, these mental patients want to kill us." Ah! The child riding on the doctor's back fell to the ground because he was not paying attention. The 8-year-old Xiaotian saw the doctor suddenly stand up, and the fear deep in his memory made him kneel down and beg for mercy. "Please don't electrocute me, I'm a mental patient, I take medicine." "I must take medicine obediently." The other doctors lying on the ground heard the movement here and saw the law enforcers at the door. They were ecstatic. They were going to be saved. As soon as the corners of their mouths rose, they saw the doctor who was running towards the law enforcers suddenly stop and fall back. His chest was full of blood, and there was a face that frightened them. Doctor, you were so naughty you want to skip work during working hours." The door in the doctor's chest opened wider and wider, and directly broke his body. Lin Shang walked out of the door, his whole body covered with blood. He tilted his head and smiled at all the law enforcers. "The doctor said that no one is allowed to visit the patient, so you are not allowed to visit the patient either." The law enforcers only remembered Lin Shang's ability at this time, and no one dared to step forward. The law enforcers found that as long as they did not step into Qingshan Mental Hospital, Lin Shang would ignore them. They could only surround Qingshan Mental Hospital. Lin Shang had the ability to appear and disappear, and they had no way to restrict his entry and exit. They could only wait for him to leave, find a way to rescue the hostages inside, and then find a way to kill Lin Shang. As the video spread, Lin Shang's personal information also spread on the internet. A 6-year-old mentally ill patient brutally killed his mother and his younger brother. The horrific murder case that shocked the world 20 years ago was exposed on the internet. When Lin Shang was just born, his father died in an accident while excavating an ancient tomb. His mother remarried Zheng Hongda with Lin Shang. When Lin Shang was 6 years old, Zheng Hongda came back from a business trip and saw his wife and his beloved son lying in a pool of blood. Lin Shang stood by and laughed happily, with a knife in his hand and covered in blood. When he saw Zheng Hongda, he smiled and greeted him, "Welcome home, Dad." Then he raised the knife and injured Zheng Hongda. In the end, it was Zheng Hongda's friend who found him and saved his life. Juvenile crimes cannot be sentenced. Finally, law enforcement officers found that Lin Shang had a serious mental illness and forced him to enter psychiatric treatment. In order to protect Lin Shang, his information was not made public. Only a few people who knew him knew that the 6-year-old murderer was Lin Shang. Netizens also found out about the case from the clue that Lin Shang called Zheng Hongda's stepfather. From the report that the victim Zheng Hongda's family was hurt by his stepson, they inferred that Lin Shang was the 6-year-old psychopath. This inference made the people even more panicked. A mentally ill person had no ability to cruelly kill his mother and brother when he was a child. Now that he has this terrifying ability, he can kill a lot. Many people left messages to the demon judgment before, saying that they had suffered injustice and oppression, hoping that the demon judgment would help them punish the bad guys. When the God Tree incident broke out, those people came to curse the demon judgment, saying that those who oppressed and humiliated them were in the same group as the demon judgment. Now that those people know about Lin Shang's deeds, they come to seek help to let the demon judgment use the original God set, asking them to take Lin Shang away. Lin Xian was increasingly confused as she watched the events unfold over the past few days. She didn't understand what the purpose of planning this was. The appearance of Lin Shang overturned all her previous conjectures. What kind of human demon or need would be a door? And was this Lin Shang really created by the demon lord? Did the god not care about that useless guy? Just let a psychopathic murderer kill people everywhere? Could it be that the demon lord would also help those perpetrators? Lin Xin couldn't help but say this. She watched the live broadcast of the Chow restaurant, and she dared to guarantee that Lin Shang was serious when he said that whoever left would be killed, so that person was a demon who would kill innocent people. Why do you think Lin Shang is the perpetrator? His current situation is the same as mine. If Lu Mang hadn't admitted it himself, everyone would still think that my daughter is a gold digger. My husband and I forced our daughter to death for money and made a fuss about her death. Now you can't take revenge, and Lu Shu and the others can't take revenge either. In the eyes of outsiders, your sister is still a group person, and those who are perpetrators in our eyes are victims in the eyes of outsiders. Li Feng also read these reports. He personally experienced how those superiors used public opinion reports to clear their names. But he really wanted to kill ordinary people, and he never denied these things, and he didn't cover up that he was a mental patient. This is what Lin Xin can't understand the most. Why deny it? Didn't we care about the world's eyes from the moment we fell into the devil? What if others know the truth? As long as I take revenge, it's fine. I want to clear my daughter's name. I don't care what others think of me. I care about my daughter. Just like a dead body, he doesn't need to find evidence to prove that Gongsun Li's idea to kill him was her own decision, and whether Lu Rinxi knew or not. Anyway, killing them is revenge. Li Feng felt that Lin Xin had too many concerns before. Obviously, their abilities were invincible. As long as he imitated and sneaked in, he could kill everyone with a needle. But Lin Xion's plan was to investigate clearly, find the mastermind behind the scenes, and then take action. I was thinking about it wrong, which made our progress unable to move forward. We are all capable people, why should we be timid in the face of these ordinary people? Lin Xian has been struggling with the point that every demon's ability can kill people, but her ability can't kill people because she has too many concerns. She wanted to find out the truth and then announce it. She was wrong from the beginning. She is a demon, not a savior. She had guessed that this plan was to discredit the devil. She said she didn't care, but she still wanted to find evidence. She was lost in the compliments of those netizens. She had the wrong positioning from the beginning, and she wanted to use the devil's ability to be the savior. She turned on the computer and typed, "I am a devil, how can I use God's method," on the homepage of the devil's trial. The Independent States Senior Meeting Room had not held a meeting for 300 years, but it was held for the second time in just a few days. The seat of the Gongsun family was still empty. Gongsun Wuji was not qualified to sit here, and Gongsun Yu shirked the excuse of losing his ability and being physically unfit. People who went to investigate found that Gongsun Yu was getting older day by day, and now he was even bedridden and unable to walk alone. It is also impossible to know whether this old thief was pretending or really lost his ability. It seems that the other party is not the sacred tree. It is obvious that what he did is not to accumulate people's hearts. Now everyone is cursing the sacred tree and the devil is still lawless and fearless. Morong is the executor of the network in this plan, so he knows what Situ's plan is. It is obvious that the demons are following their plan and are really lawless, as if this plan has untied the shackles on them and made them more fearless. Not necessarily. Do you still remember what the lunatic said? It is the messenger of God who saves this world. As long as a messenger of God appears to kill the demon Lin Shang, all the people will regard those messengers as saviors. Isn't this what we used back then? Let all the people know that I am the demon sent to the world by the sacred tree, and then you act as the messenger of God to eliminate me. Simon also saw the history made up by Situ and felt ironic. What a similar history, but now this plan has been learned by the sacred tree. Situ had this guess before, and even wanted to intercept and become the envoy of God, so that the Situ family would become the only god of Kanglan Star, but his ability had no killing power at all. The abilities that the sacred tree had given before were all positive abilities. If the interception plan was made public, it would probably be learned by those who used ability bugs to create killing abilities. Situ didn't want others to step on their family's heads, so he didn't say it in the end. If this is true, it proves that the sacred tree still needs the support of the people. We just need to expose him when the savior appears. As soon as the law enforcement officers guarding the outside of Qingshan Mental Hospital want to step into the door, a man riding a doctor will suddenly appear and stare directly at their feet. When they try to enter from any place, a person would suddenly appear, just about to raise a gun and try to attack by force. Lin Shan will appear and kill the doctor lying on the ground, scolding, "Doctor. Deserted at work. Unqualified." Then he stared hard at the chests of those law enforcers, giving them the feeling that as long as they took a step forward, Lin Shang would open the door in their hearts. After they exit the cordon, Lin Shang will retreat to the house. Standing in the office of the dean on the top floor of the mental hospital, a woman in her 30s wearing a white coat looked at the scene downstairs by the window, thinking of the man who suddenly walked out of Lin Shang's room that day holding a shiny the fruit, smiled and asked her, "Do you want to be my slave?" At that time, Lu Qingjin had not eaten for 3 days. She was so hungry that she couldn't bear it, so she just picked up the fruit and ate it. Lu Qingjin raised her hand and drew circles on the positions of the law enforcers on the glass and whispered softly, "Master, are you satisfied?" A door suddenly appeared on the wall. Lin Shang walked out and saw Lu Qingjin running over by the window. Report to the dean. The patient who tried to escape has been subdued. Well done, Dr. Lin. Those patients' families are too worried about the patients, which is not conducive to the treatment of the patients. We should let them busy with their own careers, so that we can make money to treat these patients. Lu Qingjin picked up the medical records on the table and flipped through them. On the first page, Zheng Hengda has a big check mark on it. Lu Qingjin turned another page and handed it to Lin Shang. If Qingshan Mental Hospital is not famous, how can we attract more clients? Hey, this great task will be left to you, Dr. Lin. Lin Shang took the medical record and frowned. This violated his principle. We agreed to take one a day, but now there are still 16 hours, 5 minutes and 28 seconds, 27 seconds, 26 seconds. But there are too many patients outside, one a day, and it will take us a long time to treat all the patients. The patients' families are worried that the patients will not be able to work every day, which is not conducive to the patient's treatment. Dr. Lin, you are a good doctor. Please let go of some rules for the sake of your patients. Lin Shang was struggling in his heart. Finally, after reading a stack of medical records, he felt that the heavy responsibility on his shoulders had increased. I know, there is only one exception. It will not be the same next time. This is also that the families of the patients outside the door can rest assured and can focus on their work. Lu Qingjin raised her eyes and saw a drone flying towards this side from behind the building. She stretched out her hand and grabbed it gently. The drone immediately stopped flying and fell to the ground. The law enforcement officer controlling the drone had just seen the figure of a woman wearing a white coat. Before she could take a picture of her face, a large piece of flesh-colored stuff suddenly appeared and smashed the drone. What happened? The team leader next to him asked the law enforcement officer controlling the drone. 10 drones were destroyed at the same time. It was not clear what was destroyed. The 10 law enforcers who controlled the 10 drones compared the images captured by the drones. The images stopped at the same time. Even the number of milliseconds is the same. These 10 drones were destroyed at the same time. If it was impossible to achieve such accuracy with tools, it could only be due to demonic power. The previous demonic abilities could only control one person, but this time they could be used in different places at the same time. What frightened them even more was that 10 was all the drones they controlled, and was not necessarily the upper limit of the demonic abilities. They quickly reported the news to the law enforcement headquarters. These things all happened in Haiyan City. Fu Shengran, who was temporarily sent to investigate the Dogman incident, was promoted as he wished and served as the commander-in-chief of the Qingshan demon operation. Fu Shengran was not happy at all, although he was not arrested because the Dogman case was not solved. Scolding and demotion. Everyone knows that the Qingshan devil case is a hot potato and cannot be dealt with at all. Whoever takes the case will be unlucky. Fu Shengran couldn't shirk it, and for the first time he regretted his decision. Because Chu Feng's team has been following the demon's case, they also joined the demon task force this time. The headquarters also sent many experts to help solve the case. I just received news that the devil has another ability. It can destroy at least 10 drones at the same time. The specific ability is still unknown. Fong Zhang played the video from the scene on the big screen. Flesh color? This pattern looks like the palm of a hand. Zhang He, an expert profiler, enlarged the last screenshot of the video and saw that the pattern on it looked like the palm of a human hand. Putting together the final scenes captured by 10 drones and comparing them, the palm prints and the captured parts are exactly the same. They are the hands of the same person. The law enforcer in charge of registration quickly wrote under the devil's characteristics, can use hands in different places. Is there another demon in Qingshan Mental Hospital? This cannot be confirmed. If it can be proven that this palm print does not belong to Lin Shang, then there is still a demon in Qingshan Mental Hospital. Zhang He looked at the case files of Lin Shang who killed his mother and brother when he was 6 years old, and he couldn't agree with the case file. Lin Shang appeared in Zhang Hengda's ward. The gap between the profile he described based on Lin Shang's deeds investigated by law enforcement officers and the reality was too big. According to the settings of the two demons, Lin Shang's ability is to open doors anytime and anywhere, while X-Demon's ability is to change his attack. These two abilities are so invincible that it is impossible not to be attacked by them before subduing them. Fu Shengran looked at the information collected this day as a headache. Uncertain. Not necessarily. Zheng He and Chu Feng said at the same time. You speak first. Zheng He let Chu Feng speak first. When Lin Shang killed Zhang Hengda for the first time, he said something very strange, the atrium is open and then Zhang Hengda died of an open heart. I always feel that this sentence is not like saying it to Zhang Hengda, but rather like telling him that his atrium can open the door. Zheng He waited for Chu Feng to finish speaking and then said, didn't you notice that when Lin Shang found the law enforcers entering the mental hospital, they all walked out of the building instead of opening the door? That is to say, he can't open the door anytime and anywhere, at least not in the air. Plus what Chu Feng said, that sentence is to hypnotize himself that the atrium is a room. That is to say, the condition for Lin Shang to open the door must be a room. As long as there is no room, Lin Shang can't open the door? But what's the use of this? You can't let all the people live on the open ground, right? Fu Shengran found that this discovery was definitely useless after listening. The time is too short. I always feel that these materials are inconsistent with my profile. I need more information about Lin Shang. It would be best if his experience in the mental hospital over the years can tell me his weaknesses. Just as Zhang He finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open. It's bad. Lin Shang was dragging a corpse around in circles in the central square of Jiangtian City. He was not thrown to the center of the square until he was found, and he also wrote a sentence on the ground. What did you say? Fu Shengran didn't expect that Lin Shang had killed someone in just half a day. Qingshan Mental Hospital welcomes you, work hard and actively treat your illness. 24-hour hotline 85x×x×56. One of the instructions given by the headquarters to Fu Shengran was to try not to cause panic. If Lin Shang could not be prevented from killing one person every day, he should also prevent the death of someone from spreading. With Lin Shang's actions, the law enforcers were unable to stop the people from panicking. Zhang He wrote high profile next to Lin Shang's profile? There were open spaces everywhere in the square. Lin Shang was fearless, or his previous guess was wrong. Zhang He picked up the pen and slowly opened the door that could not be opened outside the room. The demonic things all happened in Haiyan City. Although people in other places were also concerned about the progress of this matter, they did not have as strong a sense of crisis as the citizens of Haiyan City. They thought that the devil would only kill people in Haiyan City, but now the devil actually appeared in Jiangtian City and killed people. The citizens of Jiangtian City began to panic and call law enforcement officials to ask them to deal with the matter quickly. People in other areas also began to be afraid that demons could appear in Jiangtian City or in their urban areas. Everyone began to investigate the similarities between the two deceased people. They also remembered that the devil said that he wanted to kill good-hearted people like Zhang Hengda. Soon netizens revealed the identity of the deceased in Jiangtian City. Lu Yushan is a professor of psychology at Jiangtian University. Is it possible that the devil specializes in killing university professors? So vicious. He wants to kill all the professors, leave no one to teach on Kanglan Star, and stop our civilization. Let us worship him ignorantly? I would rather die than worship the devil. Please come and kill me next. I will die with you. Hi upstairs, Qingshan Mental Hospital welcomes you. You can go directly to die together and I will pay your fare. Big discovery. I discovered that the two have something in common again. What do they have in common? I'm so anxious. Don't show off. 10 years ago, there was a sensational suicide incident at Jiangtian University. Lu Yushan's wife took her child to the top floor and jumped to commit suicide. In the end, the wife died and the 15-year-old child went crazy. So what they all have in common is a crazy kid. How do I remember that 8 years ago, when a new psychological discovery paper by Lu Yushan was published in the highest academic journal, he was interviewed by the news because he discovered a potential mental illness. At that time, his family of 3 was still happy. I remember that his child was 17 or 18 years old and said he wanted to take an exam and get into the same major as his father. That child was brought here by his second wife. It's written in the report. This is what they have in common. Both of them are stepdads. I was so scared that I looked at my child, but luckily it was my biological child. Upstairs, I'm still in the mood to joke, and I'm really big heart. In other words, now, men, professors, stepfathers, and people who have relatives with mental illness should be careful. Some people who are stepfathers are so scared when they see their stepsons and stepdaughters that they want to divorce. They never thought that one day they would be killed if they became someone else's stepfathers. Chu Feng and the others immediately rushed to Jiangtian City on a special plane. After looking at the scene and the direction Lin Shang left, they realized that Lin Shang was crazier than he thought. There were no buildings around 1,000 meters away, and he was just dragging along like this. The aperture of Lu Yushan's body and the blood of Lu Yushan were leisurely writing advertisements on the ground. Instead of just opening the door and leaving where he was, and walking to a nearby building before disappearing, this proves that Zhang He's conclusion is correct. They knew that the door was invincible, but if there was no way to open the door, how could Lin Shang guarantee that he would not be injured? Soon the Jiangtian city law enforcers handed Lu Yushan's information to Chu Feng. Lu Qingjin? Qingshan Mental Hospital? Could this person be the second demon in Qingshan Mental Hospital? Chu Feng quickly defined the target of the demon's killers as family members. He quickly called Fu Shangran. Lu Yushan's daughter is also a patient of Qingshan Mental Hospital. I guess their murder targets are all those patients. Find them, the demon has not found them. The setting of opening the door in an open space should be correct. After the report, Chu Feng asked the local law enforcement officer, "Do you know why Lu Yushan's wife committed suicide?" The daughter is not Lu Yushan's biological child. This matter is known to everyone. Her wife is a famous biology professor at Jiangtian University. In the end, she couldn't bear it and committed suicide by jumping off a building. The daughter saw her mother die with her own eyes and couldn't bear to go crazy. In the end, it was Lu Yushan who raised more than 10 people. Nian couldn't bear to pay to send her to a mental hospital. The local law enforcement officer quickly handed Lu Qingjin's information to Chu Feng. After reading the information and reports, Chu Feng always had a strange feeling. The two demons' working styles were so different from before. Obviously knowing that those demons are all victims, why did these two people become demons? Was it because he was stimulated by Zhang Shan's incident? Or is it because after the history of the sacred tree was exposed, the devil broke out of the jar? When he saw that period of history, there was always a voice in his heart telling him that things were not like that at all, that someone was slandering the sacred tree. But now what these two demons did made Chu Feng once again suspect that his supersense was wrong. Just when Chu Feng couldn't figure it all out, the phone suddenly rang. Chu Feng. Leave one person over there, something happened here in Haiyan City. Fu Shangran, who had just hung up the phone, called over. His voice was very urgent. What happened? I'll rush back right away. A very outrageous thing happened in the angel orphanage. I suspect it was done by demons. Fu Shangran previously thought that demons' abilities were limited. Some demons' abilities were not as strong as they imagined. Only now did they realize that those demons were real. Of devil. What's going on? Orphanage? Is it the orphanage of Lu Shu? Chu Feng was misled by the briefing of the Lu family before, thinking that the orphanage that Lu Shu wanted to retaliate was the dream orphanage. He went there for many days and found nothing unusual. It's still under investigation, but I guess it's probably. What happened there that made you feel outrageous? They still don't know anything about the ability of Lu Shu who disappeared. 2 people died of Ma Shangfeng. Is there anything outrageous about this? Chu Feng didn't understand why Ma Shangfeng made Fu Shangran feel outrageous. The 2 fathers and sons died of Ma Shangfeng face to face. Lu Qida burst Lu Konda's directly. Do you think this is normal? Although Fu Shangran didn't say it in detail, Chu Feng could imagine the scene when he heard Ma Shangfeng face to face. I'll go back right away. You investigate what Lu Qida of Angel Orphanage did to Lu Shu back then? Chu Feng was always unwilling to believe that these demons would kill people for no reason. Zhang Tian's case clearly showed that Lu Shu was a victim. So in the matter of Lu Qida, Chu Feng believed that Lu Shu was also a victim. Also, I think the matter between Lu Yushan and Zhang Hengde is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Fu Shangran had just reported the matter of Lu Yushan, Zhang Hengde, and Lu Qida and his son, as well as the information that the devil had blatantly left a contact number, to the law enforcer headquarters when he immediately received another call. Director Fu, we found something in the Angel Orphanage. Lu Qida is really a beast. Please send a senior computer technician. These hard drives are read and destroyed. The law enforcer's voice was a little choked when he said this. After watching those videos, he quickly realized the meaning of the numbers in the account book in his hand. I'll ask Fong Zhang to go over there. Have you found any traces of Lu Shu there? Fu Shangran took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it irritably. From the law enforcer's words, it can be inferred that Lu Cheetah is really a criminal. From his death and the strange sex change of Zheng Tian that he had investigated before, he basically guessed what those hard drives would contain. No, I asked the staff here, and all the orphans received from Runhui Orphanage a while ago disappeared. You arrange for those orphans, I will send someone to investigate Renhui Orphanage. Fu Shangran rubbed his brows and hung up the phone. He took out his phone and searched for news about Angel Orphanage receiving funding and saw Sitatsishi. Opening Zhang Shan's case report, Fu Shangran angrily smashed the teacup in his hand. Before, I didn't know why the independent state killed so many people to slander that it was the devil who did it. In all their investigations, Zheng Shan was a great philanthropist. All the children and students who had been sponsored spontaneously spoke out to prove that Zheng Shan was a good person, and came to the Law Enforcement Bureau every day to ask the law enforcers to investigate the truth and clear Zhang Shan's name. Fu Shangran finally knew now that it was the devil who investigated the Zheng Shan incident when punishing Lu Cheetah, and the people in the independent state took advantage of the situation to kill Zheng Shan, reported all his affairs, and then used the hard drive to force the victims to force the law enforcers to come forward and publish the truth they had covered up. Whether this matter will be exposed or not, it has nothing to do with the independent state. Being exposed is because Zheng Shan disguised himself well. Even the law enforcers could not find out the truth. They, Situ Sishan, did not know people well before. The law enforcers will also lose the public's confidence because of this incident. If they were not exposed, their plan would succeed. The devil's previous reputation as the savior has been destroyed. No one in the world believes that the devil is evil. Fu Shangran smiled bitterly as he looked at the message sent to his mobile phone at the same time as the transfer order to appoint him as the commander-in-chief of the special team. If you find that anything related to the independent state cannot be solved, you can tell me and I will help you. This matter concerns your future. Don't worry, I will not harm you after leading you for so long. In fact, the words of concern reveal threats and warnings everywhere. Fu Shangran had suspected his direct leader, Ji Yang, before. Now this text message is the same as before, suggesting that he should report the matter related to the independent state to him first and obey his instructions. There is no direct evidence to prove that Ji Yang has any connection with the independent state. Fu Xingran's position cannot do anything to Ji Yang. If he does not listen to Ji Yang, he may even be framed. Fu Shangran, who had been staring blankly at his phone for a long time, did not call Lu Cheetah in the end. As soon as Chu Feng returned to the Law Enforcement Bureau, he was dragged into the conference room by Fu Shangran. Everyone in the conference room had dark eyes. The things that happened one after another left them no time to rest. It's 8 o'clock in the morning now. The last time Lin Shang killed someone, the interval was 10 hours. It has been 8 hours since his last killing. We must find his killing pattern before he kills again. Fu Shangran picked up the mental illness demon file and put it in the conference room. The various law enforcers and elite experts sent by the law enforcement headquarters. Murder pattern? What kind of killing pattern can a mentally ill person have? Demons are evil by nature and kill innocent people indiscriminately. Instead of wasting time investigating this here, it is better to send people to find a way to storm the mental hospital. Meng Yu, who was called the rising star of the Law Enforcement Bureau by everyone, spoke with disdain. He didn't understand why these people were discussing this when they knew where the murderer was. If they sent people to storm directly, how could the dozens of hostages in the mental hospital compare to the world's population? But the two victims do have something in common, and our people will be discovered as soon as they enter the gate. There are still 200 meters between the building and the gate. How can we forcefully attack the building when we are discovered? There are dozens of innocent victims inside. Chu Feng knew that Meng Yu meant to ignore the hostages and sacrifice how many law enforcers, and to solve the demon with the accumulation of human lives. These sacrifices may still be in vain. A demon that has not yet appeared can destroy at least 10 drones at the same time, and Lin Shang's invincible door, these are all existences that they cannot crack now. What do you and I have in common? We are both human beings, and both men. Kill one person every half a day. The more indecisive you are, the more 2 people will die. So you want us to attack regardless of the life or death of the hostages? I don't mean that. What I mean is that instead of looking for some so-called killing rules here and wasting energy to protect unknown victims, it is better to discuss how to forcefully attack and kill the demon. Meng Yu was not stupid enough to say in front of so many people that he didn't care about the life or death of the hostages, which violated the law enforcer regulations. Xu Feng looked at this elite who was transferred from the law enforcement headquarters overnight, and he always felt a sense of weirdness. Did he not want them to investigate the victims, or did he not want those mentally ill hostages to survive? The similarities between the two victims were so obvious, but he insisted that all this was a coincidence. Zhang He glanced at Tianjin, a psychology expert who had been sitting in the corner without saying anything. I don't know what Professor Tian thinks. Can you analyze what Lin Shang wants to do? Random killing or regular killing? Whether it's random killing or regular killing, these are the directions of investigation when the murderer is unknown. We already know who the murderer is. Why do we have to spend so much energy investigating the victim? In fact, Meng Yu said something very right. If we kill one person in half a day, how many people can you protect if we don't solve Lin Shang? Meng Yu saw that Tianjin agreed with his opinion, and he quickly said, you can't think of this point, and you have been a law enforcer for so many years. Xu Feng explained, I know, so I want to find their common ground as soon as possible. Why does Lin Shang want to kill them? Maybe I can stop Lin Shang from killing people. Meng Yu retorted, where is the reason for a mentally ill person to kill? Who said that a mentally ill person kills for no reason? Why bother to find out the reason? He has taken the initiative to leave us his phone number. Tianjin took out his mobile phone and pressed a few times. Meng Yu didn't expect his ally to betray so quickly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold electronic voice coming from Tianjin's phone. Welcome to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Due to too many patients consulting, the business is very busy now. Please choose the business you want to choose when the beep sounds. Beep, press 1 if a mentally ill person kills without punishment. Mental patients who have lost their parents and own billions of assets, please press 2. For mentally ill people who can't accept their parents cheating on their mistress and raising an illegitimate child to go crazy, please press 3. Dip Tianjin looked at the information of Lin Shang and Lu Qingjin to deduce whether they belonged to 1 or 3, and finally pressed 1. The law enforcers in the conference room already knew who the call was from when they heard the words Qingshan Mental Hospital welcomes you, and also knew what Tianjin meant by asking directly, and they all held their breath to know the result. But after waiting for half a minute, there was still no sound from the other side. Just as Tianjin was about to ask, he heard a hurried voice from the other side of the phone, Nurse 1. Is the other side's condition serious? You've been listening for half a minute and still haven't spoken. Xiaowen made a silent gesture to Xiaotian next to him. Dr. Tian, the patient's condition is very serious, and he is still choosing which one to choose. Do you think he has all 3, and I don't know which one to press? Xiaotian said distressfully, Nurse 1, that makes sense. I'll go to the dean and apply to add a 4th option. I choose 1. My condition is very serious. Can you let me communicate directly with the dean? Tianjin knew that the other person was not leaving a phone message, but a real person. You are really serious. If you choose 1, press 1. Xiaowen became anxious when he thought that the person opposite was so serious that he could not hear clearly what he was saying. One beep after Tianjin finished saying 1, he pressed a key on the phone to make a sound. I heard a professional voice coming from the other side. Please describe your condition so that I can help you inform the dean. I had a psychotic episode and killed someone. As soon as Tianjin finished speaking, a cold voice came from the other side. It's a shameful waste of public resources. Do you know how many patients can't get in because of you? After saying this, Xiaowen hung up the phone angrily. When Tianjin dialed, he found that the line was busy. Ask citizens not to make this call. Tianjin has been calling since he learned about this call yesterday, and finally got through it in the morning. I asked you, are you a bunch of lunatics? Listen to the erroneous conversation just now. You actually want to waste your time on this matter. Meng Yu felt that this world-famous psychology expert was a just trash in appearance. He actually thought he could extract information from mentally ill patients. Although really mentally ill patients have confused thoughts, they will speak with their own set of cognitions. They will not lie like normal people. Tianjin directly took out the pen and crossed out 1 option. I said I was mentally ill and killed people, but they thought I was not a patient. What does this mean? Although Fu Shengran didn't understand Tianjin's approach, he still asked his subordinates to issue a notice asking citizens not to call this number. It means that the patients in their cognition are either mentally ill or not killing people. This is obviously unlikely. Then it may be that the mentally ill patients kill people. All their cognition comes from their previous life in the mental hospital, which means Qingshan there used to be a type of patient in the mental hospital who committed murder under the guise of having a mental illness. Ah, don't you think you are inconsistent? According to what you said, you think the patients inside are pretending to be mentally ill, so these nonsense talkers are normal people pretending to be mentally ill. Would they still lie? There is no conflict. Qingshan Hospital is divided into senior wards and ordinary wards. Tianjin called out the building layout of Qingshan Ward. These are all the psychiatric homicide cases in Haiyan City. 80% of them are in the advanced ward of Qingshan Mental Hospital. They are usually cured and discharged in 2 to 3 years. Fu Shengran looked at these cases and knew that this was another case involved. These data proved that Qingshan Mental Hospital paid people to make fake mental certificates to avoid murder sentences. Meng Yu's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he picked up the mobile phone on the table carelessly, showing disdain for the topic they were discussing, thinking that they were wasting time. Chu Feng, who had always thought there was something wrong with Meng Yu, saw him playing with his mobile phone. He stood up and walked towards Tianjin. "Give me your phone number and I will help you make calls." When passing Meng Yu, he saw him watching the live broadcast of an outdoor anchor who was always paying attention to the situation in the mental hospital. He didn't notice anything unusual. Tianjin didn't know what Chu Feng was doing, so she gave him her phone number without asking any questions, and then continued to analyze. The daughter brought over by Lu Yushan's second wife as his biological daughter and Lu Qingjin's half-brother. Xiao Shitian's sister. I still need a phone call to confirm my speculation. After listening to Tianjin's guess, Fu Shengran was basically sure that her guess was probably true. What guess? From the first point of speculation, under what circumstances does a normal person need to use a mental patient to escape the crime after killing someone? It is when he is discovered, so how could he contact the mental hospital on his own? It could only be his parents. Then the same applies to Articles 2 and 3. Even if a mentally ill patient with a fortune of hundreds of millions knows that he has a mental illness and does not seek treatment from a psychiatrist, why should he emphasize that his parents are dead and have a fortune of hundreds of millions when he is hospitalized? This one. Was it because her parents died and left her a large amount of money that triggered her illness at the same time? Did a relative who knew that her parents were dead and left her a large inheritance make the call for her? Chu Feng knew that Tianjin would not specifically mention the first thing that everyone knew, so he wanted them to think of it. Lu Qingjin is the third one. And the one who called was Lu Yushan. If Lu Qingjin is his biological daughter, then the rumor that Mrs. Lu committed suicide and drove Lu Qingjin crazy because her daughter was not Lu Yushan is not true. We need to make another call to confirm this point, and we will know that the rules of killing by mentally ill demons are those who want to make people mentally ill. Then the previous speculation that they want to kill the families of those mentally ill should be correct. You are still back to the beginning after going around in circles. Now that you know the reason for the murder, how can you stop it? Meng Yu put down his phone and looked at the other people in the conference room with a smile, guessing without evidence. I have been wasting my time. The door of the conference room was suddenly opened. Director Fu, it's not good. Several bombers suddenly flew over Qingshan Mental Hospital and blew it into ruins. Our on-site law enforcement officers suffered heavy casualties, and the surrounding citizens were also affected. The smile on Meng Yu's mouth froze on his lips. How could there be so many casualties? How did those people do things? Hurry up and sound the alarm, block and lock onto those bombers. After dropping their bombs, those bombers suddenly crashed and exploded, and all of them were killed.